Once the country spent 1,000 billion to buy the undead black phoenix, now it was made into street food chicken frame for sale. Even the wild dogs on the roadside tasted it and said the bones were not real. But when I saw it for the first time, I decided to spend all my family wealth to buy it down. Classmates all laughed at me for getting 10 years of brain blood clot. You must know undead-type beast masters all cannot live over 2 years and a half. But I do not care about this, only because I was born with red pupils, can see through all beast pets' hidden evolution routes, and also got the god tomb system. Spirit needle starts, summon undead army. Undead is disaster. My beast pets do not die, do not destroy. Detected host awaken undead talent, undead killing system with host binding success, god tomb system starts. Hearing the system's hint sound, Linya's body blood boiling hot. This familiar taste, this familiar recipe, this is not the system cheat I developed for game main character in my last life, so I crossed over at the same time brought the system over too. Last life, Lin Yi was a gold medal game planner, developed over 10 games that exploded fire all over the world. God Tomb system was the game cheat he designed with his own hands. Newbie login big gift bag already sent out, gift bag breaking down middle. Congratulations host got rewards, Death God Domain, Father God's Hand, Underworld King Blood Shadow. Death God Domain, host's mind can summon different levels of undead units, and immune undead damage. Father God's Hand, host left arm can related absolute wood contract. Undead Underworld King Blood Shadow, host switch shadow form, in a time period greatly raise soul power, at the same time force raise beast pet level. These data information Lin Yi was too familiar with, because all were he last life one code knocked out. Lin Yi lip corner slightly raised up, mother died in battle, father not clear, curse wrapped around body, sky collapse opening. Looks like, this is time God giving me the last notice. Just let me use the shortest time, turn around this terrible bad big situation. Ha ha ha, little brother you really still awaken undead type talent, same as your dead mom. Undead killing enemy unit blood amount remaining 10% can reach killing line, trigger 100% instant kill effect. Sounds very powerful look, but under evil fate curses wrapping, you can still live how many years? No problem, these 2 years our Lin family will also raise you, anyway not missing you one pair of bull chopsticks. After all raising a dog and raising you are both same simple. Same as Lin family's cousin, Lin Dong completely did not see Lin Yi his own family person. He only mouth called Lin Yi one sound little brother, actually treated Lin Yi like family servant same. 2 lives as person, soul mixed together, as a crosser, Lin Yi was not the past body weak him. His body inside undead power right away started boiling, powerful airfield directly toward Lin Dong attacked. Lin Dong, you remember for me, Lin family can have today, Star Red Guild can squeeze into National 100 big guilds one of them, all was my mom back then alone one person fought out. Without my mom, Lin family now counts what fart. Lin Dong just wanted to fight back you, was interrupted by Lin Yi, you what you? What I said is not fact. My mom when alive for Flame Summer Empire made great contributions, hunted demons countless, achievements countless. But you and your dad, only are white-eyed wolves that suck my mother's blood. Lin family is my mom Lin Chu Zhuan's Lin. Everything my mother left for me, I will all take back. Words fell to ground, Lin Yi turned body and walked, back shadow free and easy. This guy today ate wrong medicine right? You wait for me, Lin Yi, when I test into Chaos Academy, is the time you get kicked out of family door. That time, even if you kneel down kowtow, I also want you life worse than death. Lin Dong stared at Lin Yi's back shadow, eyes floated sinister and cruel poison. The grudge game between two people must perform on the national big test 3 days later. Lin family one place property waste house. My this family abandoned child with this waste house, also does not lose is one kind perfect match. Distance from national big test only left 3 days, must quickly contract one undead type beast pet. Entering cold living room, Lin Yi sat cross-legged down, low voice shouted, Death God Domain, open for me. Words fell down, around scene big changed, one tomb filled with rotten, cold, corpse stink and ancient breath appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. So terrifying undead breath. Lin Yi in chaos groped for a moment, just at darkness's end, saw 9 sinister green ghost fires. When Lin Yi got close to ghost fires, the scene in front of eyes made him feel deep shock. 9 green ghost fires lit up 9 black as ink coffins, actually were tree coffins. Congratulations host first time open Death God Domain, success summon God King and Ancient Tomb Great Wasteland. God Tomb with host current soul power storage, can use Father God's Hand to open 9 black coffins one of them, contract inside undead. Hearing systems hint, Lin Yi pinched chin low hummed, opening 9 choose 1, this is not just opening blind box? Exciting enough, decided is you. Lin Yi raised left hand, whole left arm flowed purple gold color light halo, selected 9 black coffins leftmost that one, open for me. Following youth one sound angry roar, Father God's Hand exploded giant force, black coffin violently shook. Next second, coffin lid lifted open, Lin Yi's eyes fell into short blindness, ear side rang sharp and also miserable phoenix cry. When sight recovered, Lin Yi raised eyes one look, pupils giant shock. Phoenix, one respected body great and also handsome Phoenix shadow, circled above collapsed black coffin, whole body burned boiling not resting undead fire. Lin Yi carried excited heart, raised shaking Father God's hand, gently touched this Phoenix undead's tail wing. Really was true ancient myth bloodline, pure Phoenix race genes, and this Phoenix before falling level reached Heavenly King body black absolute Phoenix King. When Father God's hand touched Phoenix time, besides can read this Phoenix's basic data, also could peek this Phoenix when alive memories and battle records. Life 99.99% win rate, was your last battle's failure, also was your unwillingness. Then this moment with undead form follow me, become my beast pet. I can guarantee, under my command, your battle record win rate will only be 100%, absolutely no defeat record. Lin Ye's airfield deeply touched this Phoenix's dead soul, youth's red pupils and undead Phoenix eyes each other looked at. At this very moment, a resonance of souls was born. Tick-tock. Pei Yingrou bit his finger, and a drop of fresh blood seeped into the black bones of the Phoenix. The blood contract was successfully made, and Pei Yingrou owned his first beast. Due to Pei Yingrou's current strength after the contract, the level of the Black Absolute Phoenix King temporarily dropped from king form to child form. Black Phoenix, undead form. After all, it's a brand new beast of the undead plus Phoenix type. This is an evolution path never seen before, and Pei Yingrou must raise it from the start. In the national exam 3 days from now, I'll shock the world with a dimensional strike. The young man's lips curved into an evil smile, about to embark on a journey full of blood and passion. Chapter 3, Cousin Pei Yingrou. Turning off Death God domain, Pei Yingrou's mind exited the tomb of the great desolate god and returned to the real world. Gurgle gurgle. It was already late, and Pei Yingrou was hungry. Pei Yingrou found that in the old fridge, there was only some expired milk. The box of instant noodles in the corner had already been divided up by some little Jerry mice, leaving only. Hee hee, even the mice here have some morals, they ate the noodle cakes and left me the seasoning packets. Thanks, ha! Pei Yingrou laughed at himself. Facing such a situation, he realized even eating a full meal was a luxury. No wonder this body had symptoms of malnutrition. Day. At this moment, light footsteps came from outside the door. Pei Yingrou instinctively became alert, but the one who entered was a charming and mature beauty. This beauty was about 175 centimeters tall, with a perfect figure. Long black hair draped over her shoulders, wrapping a standard and delicate oval face. Her skin was whiter and smoother than the first snow of winter, with a gentle and intelligent aura. Yingrou, you haven't eaten yet, right? Sister brought you roast chicken from Copper Coin Alley. All right, also brought some clean clothes and bedding. This woman acted like she was in her own home, even picked up a broom to clean the room. Yingrou, why are you in a daze? You should eat the roast chicken while it's hot. You used to devour it every time you saw it. Pei Yingrou froze for a moment. According to the fused new memories, he knew the identity of this beauty before him. Pei Yingrou, height 175, age 25, a 6th-rank beast master, currently a top mentor at Chaos Academy, one of the 4 major academies of the Yanxia Empire. At the same time, she was the adopted daughter of the Pei family's head, Pei Shan. This woman was nominally Pei Yingrou's cousin, but in fact, the two had no blood relation at all. 25 years ago, Pei Yingrou, as an abandoned baby, was saved on the battlefield by Pei Shan. Actually, Pei Shan had always favored boys over girls. If it wasn't to build a benevolent image in public, with his cold nature, he would probably have left Pei Yingrou to die, let alone kindly adopt her as a daughter. And even after taking her in, Pei Shan almost never cared. It was Pei Chuzhuang who gave Pei Yingrou a warm childhood. So Pei Yingrou's concern for Pei Yingrou was to repay Pei Chuzhuang's kindness of raising her. Yingrou, why are you acting strange today? Pei Yingrou walked up to her younger brother and only then noticed that Pei Yingrou was different from usual, especially his eyes. In the past, Pei Yingrou was often bullied, so his gaze was always lowered and evasive, a timid look that made people feel pity. But today, Pei Yingrou, in the dimly lit room, had a pair of red eyes shining especially bright, like stars in the sky dyed in blood. Then, while enjoying the roast chicken that was still warm, Pei Yingrou listened to his cousin's chatter. Alright, Yingrou, I heard you joined the awakening ceremony today and awakened the undead talent, undead execution. Yeah, inherited from my mom. Pei Yingrou rested her chin on one hand, looking at her younger brother with loving eyes. Sigh, if only it had happened 18 years ago. Everyone knew, 18 years ago, the undead talent was the strongest beast master talent in the world. And it forged the glory of being the undisputed #1 in the rankings. Watching Pei Yingrou devour the food with great satisfaction, Pei Yingrou once again recalled the voice and smile of Pei Chuzhuang. She was a peerless woman who combined beauty, elegance, nobility, and wildness in one body. Her short life was brilliant and dazzling, filled with glorious battle achievements. Even after her fall, she left behind many mysteries and unanswered questions about the profession of necromancer beastmaster. Xiaoye, next month is Aunt Pei's death anniversary, let's visit her grave together. Okay, cousin. In the Pei family, except me, only you remember my mother's death anniversary. Thank you. You brat, being so polite with your sister, are you asking for a beating? In Pei Yingrou's eyes, although the one who adopted her was Pei Shan, the so-called righteous father, she had always regarded Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, as her own mother. So she was the only one in the Pei family who truly treated Pei Xingye well. After finishing the roast chicken, Pei Xingye spoke seriously, cousin, I want to ask, how many admission slots does Chaos Academy have for our Tianyu City this year? Pei Yingrou answered truthfully, 4. Then she added, actually, the admissions to Chaos Academy are mostly decided in advance. In our Tianyu City, those who meet the admission standards of Chaos Academy are no more than Situ Shui from the Situ family, Huangfu Boyi from the Huangfu family, Qin Yanlin from the Qin family, and our Pei families. At this point, her words stopped abruptly. A trace of guilt flashed in Pei Yingrou's eyes. I know, the fourth person who meets Chaos Academy's standards is my eldest cousin, Pei Donglai. The calmer Pei Xingye's tone was, the more uncomfortable Pei Yingrou felt inside. In fact, Pei Yingrou knew clearly, everything the Pei family had now was earned by Pei Chuzhuang. After Pei Chuzhuang's death, Pei Xingye had become an abandoned child in this home. And those so-called relatives only thought about how to seize the kingdom left by Pei Chuzhuang, treating her only son Pei Xingye as a threat, targeting and suppressing him everywhere, even thinking about eliminating him completely. If Pei Yingrou hadn't protected him both openly and secretly, whether Pei Xingye could have survived to 18 would have been unknown. So from childhood to now, all the benefits and resources of the Pei family had been poured unconditionally onto Pei Donglai. Even the beast Pei Donglai contracted was obtained by exchanging resources and connections left by Pei Chuzhuang, acquiring an epic bloodline. If nothing unexpected happened, Pei Donglai's admission into Chaos Academy was already guaranteed. As for the abandoned son Pei Xingye, looking through ancient and modern times, history had already given a cruel answer. The fate of every family's abandoned child never escaped such misery. Only expired milk in the fridge, no air conditioning in the hot summer, and the bed is so hard. This child has it too hard, every time I see his weak body, how could I not feel heartache? Aunt Pei, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of Xiaoye. After all, I'm only an adopted daughter of the Pei family, I can help Xiaoye in far too few ways. Just as Pei Yingrou was silently blaming herself, Pei Xingye suddenly showed a simple and honest smile. Cousin, if I can get into Chaos Academy in the national exam 3 days from now, does that mean I can see you every day? Huh? What are you talking about? You said you want to get into Chaos Academy? Pei Yingrou looked at her younger brother with eyes full of shock. Cousin, you didn't hear wrong. I want to get into Chaos Academy. If it were the old Pei Xingye saying this, people would think he had lost his mind. Xiaoye, it's good that you have big ambitions, I'm really proud. But there are only 4 slots, and with your talent in the Undead system, I'm afraid. Pei Yingrou had already said it very tactfully. Cousin, I'm serious. I will, in the national exam 3 days from now, push out Pei Donglai and get into Chaos Academy. Do you have a problem with that? At this moment, Pei Yingrou couldn't help but gasp, silently sighing in her heart, Xiaoye's eyes. Why did it suddenly become so aggressive? It made my cheeks flush. This confidence, I've never seen it in the eyes of those talented young nobles from the royal city. Is this still the same Pei Xingye I know? The times have changed. Your cousin is still your cousin. But your little cousin is no longer your little cousin. At this moment, in the abandoned Pei family mansion, there is no little brother, only a future emperor of techniques. Chapter 4, National Exam, the genius is ready to strike. Late at night, a wild wind and heavy rain whipped outside the window, driving away the heat and restlessness of the summer night. Pei Yingrou had already left, and in the large, lonely Pei family mansion, only Pei Xingye remained. Lying on the bed, Pei Xingye looked at the membership gold card left by Pei Yingrou, recalling the scene from just now. 5 minutes ago. Cousin, which beast store's membership card is this? In this era where everyone tames beasts, all the industries of the 7 nations of humanity revolve around the profession of beast tamer. To provide places for all beast tamers to buy and trade various beasts, materials, and equipment, beast stores are scattered throughout every city in the 7 great empires. This is the membership gold card of Tingyu Pavilion. As you know, I'm very familiar with the boss there. Based on the newly merged memories, a charming and beautiful woman, always dressed in qipao, appeared in Pei Xingye's mind. Lan Tingyu, the owner of the 3-star beast store Tingyu Pavilion. She is also Pei Yingrou's best friend. Xiaoye, in this era, the necromancy talent has completely fallen. That's why most beast stores across the country have long since abandoned businesses related to necromancy beast tamers. I asked Tingyu to help, and she managed to get you a necromancy beast with a bloodline quality of rare. The national exam is in 3 days. If you have time, go to Tingyu Pavilion, use this card, buy a beast, and contract it to become a real necromancy beast tamer. At that time, Pei Yingrou's voice was as gentle as could be. Even though Pei Xingye had lived 2 lifetimes and was mature and steady, his eyes turned red, filled with gratitude. Now, Pei Xingye adjusted his emotions and gazed at the rain curtain outside. Cousin has been so good to me. She asked Tingyu to get me a rare bloodline necromancy beast. She must owe Tingyu a huge favor. Even though necromancy talent has declined, with a rare bloodline necromancy beast, it's no problem to pass an ordinary beast tamer academy. But I, Pei Xingye, will only apply to one of the top 4 prestigious academies, Chaotic Academy. Within the Yanxia Empire, the 4 top beast tamer academies are Tao Tai Academy, Chaotic Academy, Xiongqi Academy, Wu Academy. The names of the 4 academies are based on the 4 ferocious beasts. According to the ranking of teaching staff, Tao Tai Academy is the number 1 of the 4 academies. Chaotic Academy ranks 2nd. So why is Pei Xingye so fixated on the 2nd-ranked Chaotic Academy? Because the academy Pei Donglai wants to apply to is also Chaotic Academy. Pei Xingye's goal is not to attend the best academy, but to take Pei Donglai's spot, and take revenge for his weak body and the injustices he suffered in the Pei family for the past 18 years. Cousin, I can only disappoint your kind intentions. Pei Xingye placed the Tingyu Pavilion membership gold card in the drawer, where it would collect dust. He didn't plan to follow Pei Yingrou's arrangement, nor did he need a rare bloodline beast. Because in Pei Xingye's eyes, a rare bloodline beast is too ordinary. After all, at this moment, he had already contracted the Black Phoenix with an ancient mythical bloodline. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Yanxia Empire welcomed the most important day of the year. The day of the national exam. Breaking news, the Yanxia Empire is welcoming the annual national exam. 1 million examinees across the nation are about to enter exam halls to start the Beast Tamer assessment. I wonder how many genius beast masters will emerge in this year's exam. Let's wait and see. Tianyu City. The exam hall. Early in the morning, inside the exam hall, the place was packed with people, and the young faces were full of nervousness and anticipation. With my B-level talent, plus my beast, the Fire Soul Silver Fox, getting into Kanglin Academy should be no problem. As long as I perform normally, I will definitely get the admission letter from Tianju Academy. What's going on? Why is my beast acting up right now? It's making a mess at the critical moment. Big brother, I beg you, stop it, please stop. The exam is about to begin, and some beasts held back a big one, while others made a big mess. This is the national exam, all kinds of strange things happen, and each one is more bizarre than the last. For most of the candidates in Tianyu City, their goal is to get into a 3rd-rate or 2nd-rate Beast Master Academy. As for the top 4 elite Beast Master Academies, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream about them. In the vast exam hall, the testing areas were divided according to different Beast Master Academies. The testing areas for 2nd-rate and 3rd-rate academies were crowded and bustling, while the testing areas for the top 4 Beast Master Academies only had a few scattered figures. This era is a great wave, sorting out talent based on the word gift. Chaotic Academy, testing area. The invigilator in charge was none other than Chaotic Academy's golden mentor, the beautiful Pei Yingrou. At this moment, her delicate and beautiful face was filled with worry. As long as Xiaoyu follows my advice and contracts a rare bloodline undead-type beast from Tingyu, getting into a 3rd-rate academy like Kanglin or Tianju should be no problem. Just then, a playful voice came through. Pei Donglai, hands in his pockets, walked up to Pei Yingrou. Sis, do I still need to take the exam? I've already been pre-selected as a genius. Pei Yingrou froze for a moment, then regained her usual seriousness and said, right now, I'm not your sister, I'm the invigilator. Watch your words, Pei Donglai. Alright, respectful invigilator, although I've been pre-selected as a genius by Chaotic Academy, to show respect, I'm willing to go through the process. I will participate in the exam and prove myself with strength. Pei Donglai had a proud expression as he activated his beast seal, summoning a giant tiger beast, its body wrapped in lightning, and its fangs like sharp swords. Thunder Sword Biting Tiger, Epic Bloodline, Level, Juvenile. This beast quickly became the center of attention, drawing envy and admiration from the other candidates. Just as Pei Donglai was about to show off his skills, the exam hall was stirred by the arrival of a red-eyed youth, causing a wave of sarcastic chatter. Oh, isn't that the good-for-nothing from the Pei family? To be exact, he's the one who's doomed to die young. A short-lived guy who awakened the undead-type talent and still dares to take the national exam? White hair, red eyes, these were the most prominent features of Pei Xingye. He ignored the surrounding mockery and walked straight into the Chaotic Academy's testing area, his red eyes burning with the undead fire about to boil over. Wait. I didn't see that wrong, did I? This guy actually walked into the Chaotic Academy's testing area. He's going to apply for Chaotic Academy? Impossible. Unless he's gone mad. Pei Yingrou's eyes lit up when she saw Pei Xingye, but a confused expression appeared on her face. Xiao Yi, you. Invigilator, I want to apply for Chaotic Academy. When Pei Yingrou said this, the entire hall was stunned. This good-for-nothing actually wants to apply for Chaotic Academy. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Everyone looked at Pei Yingrou as if he were a mental patient. Pei Donglai froze for a moment, then raised his hand and placed it on Pei Yingrou's shoulder, sneering and mocking, "My dear little brother, has your head been kicked by a donkey? You awakened the lowest tier undead-type talent, and still dare to arrogantly apply for Chaotic Academy? Do you even deserve it?" Pei Yingrou faced Pei Donglai directly, his cold gaze sweeping across the thunder sword-biting tiger. "The data is still decent. Pei Donglai, this beast, is it something you and your father got by using the connections and resources left by my mother?" Pei Yingrou's words struck to the heart. Pei Donglai instinctively felt guilty, stammering in a panic, "Nonsense. I contracted this beast based on my own ability, and it has nothing to do with your dead mother." Pei Yingrou snapped, "Pei Donglai, watch your words." After glaring at Pei Donglai, Pei Yingrou turned to Pei Yingrou and asked again for confirmation. "Pei Yingrou, are you really sure you want to apply to Chaos Academy?" "I'm sure. Let me make it clear in advance, if you fail the examination for one of the 4 top academies, there will be no opportunity for reallocation, and you won't be able to get into any other academy." "Are you really?" Pei Yingrou stopped wasting words and directly pressed his handprint, confirming his application to Chaos Academy. Seeing this, Pei Donglai couldn't help but burst into an arrogant, wild laugh. "Pei Yingrou, you lunatic! How could a person who's going to die soon ever be accepted by a top-tier school like Chaos Academy? You're cursed with the fateful curse, and to everyone else, you're nothing but a corpse in 2 years. Except for those third-rate academies that are desperate to fill spots, who would accept you?" Pei Donglai used filthy, vile insults to reveal the cruel truth. A necromancer beastmaster who awakens the necromantic affinity usually doesn't live past 20. So no high-ranking beastmaster academy would ever consider admitting a dying person carrying a curse. The corner of Pei Yingrou's lips curved up slightly, smiling without speaking. Before summoning the Black Phoenix, he didn't bother saying another word. Pei Yingrou took a deep breath, her mind in turmoil, but she had to focus on her duties. The current examinee, Pei Donglai, starts the test. Next, examinee Pei Yingrou, please prepare. Pei Donglai gave Pei Yingrou a contemptuous glance. "Oof, next, I'll make you understand the gap between us." Chapter 5, The Gate to the Underworld opens. Chaos Academy Examination Area. Pei Donglai begins his official test. The national exam uses a unified assessment standard, the number of primordial demons killed. Primordial demons are the lowest rank of monsters. The ranking of monsters, just like Beastmaster ranks, is divided into 9 levels, from lowest to highest. Infant stage, mature stage, complete stage, transcendent stage, overlord stage, king stage, emperor stage, celestial stage, divine stage. In the center of the test area, the cage opens, releasing the first primordial demon, a cold, gleaming ironclad lizard, with a twisted and menacing appearance, letting out a shrill scream. The ironclad lizard belongs to the infant stage monster category. It is one of the weakest types of non-attribute monsters in the world and is the first obstacle every new beastmaster faces. Pei Donglai displayed a proud attitude, releasing his soul power, commanding his Thundersword Tiger to launch a fierce attack on the ironclad lizard. Charge! Thunder Bind! Thunderstorm Blast! In the test area, the power of thunder raged wildly. The first ironclad lizard was roasted black and fell to the ground, lifeless. Onlookers were full of praise. Thundersword Tiger, as expected of a beast with an epic bloodline, its bloodline strength is impressive. And Pei Donglai's talent is Blood Demon, so when Thundersword Tiger attacks the ironclad lizard, it absorbs the lizard's blood and converts it into Pei Donglai's own health. Blood Demon provides powerful combat endurance. Pei Donglai might be able to kill 20 ironclad lizards. No exaggeration, Pei Donglai indeed had some talent. As the test deepened, he had already killed 13 ironclad lizards. Reaching a double-digit kill count was already a good achievement. This was due to his talent, Blood Demon, and the epic bloodline strength of his Thundersword Tiger. Beastmaster bloodlines, like monster levels, are also divided into 9 ranks. Normal, extraordinary, rare, epic, legendary, semi-divine, divine, ancient, divine, super ancient, divine. The bloodline of the ironclad lizard is only at the normal quality, whereas the bloodline of Thundersword Tiger is at epic quality. Under the suppression of bloodline, Pei Donglai's assessment process went smoothly. Gradually, Pei Donglai's breath became rapid, and the soul power in his body was almost depleted. Thundersword Bite Tiger was also exhausted and panting, unable to continue fighting. Thud! The 25th iron-armored lizard fell into a pool of blood. At this point, drenched in sweat, Pei Donglai finished the assessment, and his result was locked in. Pei Yingrou announced, "Pei Donglai, student, killed 25 iron-armored lizards." This was Pei Donglai's limit. At the same time, on the large screen behind Pei Yingrou, the scores of all the candidates who had participated in the Chaos Academy's assessment appeared. Situ Shui kills 41. Huangfu Boyi kills 33. Qin Yanlin kills 30. Pei Donglai kills 25. These are the top 4 names on the leaderboard. According to Chaos Academy's enrollment system, only the top 4 from the Tianyu City examination area would be admitted. So this list was exactly what everyone had guessed. Everyone knew that these 4 geniuses had almost been pre-selected by the Chaos Academy before the assessment, and participating in the assessment was just a formality. Other candidates with mediocre qualifications had kill counts mostly fluctuating between 1 and 8. This is the difference in talent. Pei Donglai revealed a confident smile and walked up to Pei Yingrou to show off. Little brother, how was my result? This is the effect of the epic bloodline and the A-level talent working together. Thunder Sword Bite Tiger, epic bloodline. Blood Demon, A-level talent. It cannot be denied that Pei Donglai has something, but not much. To everyone, the situation seemed already decided. Pei Donglai had already secured the admission letter from Chaos Academy. After all, no one believed that Pei Yingrou, the useless one with the awakened necromancy talent, could push Pei Donglai out of the top 4. Next candidate, Pei Yingrou. Pei Yingrou's eyes showed worry and nervousness as she watched Pei Yingrou face the first ferocious and bloodthirsty iron-armored lizard. She couldn't help but feel anxious for him. No one was optimistic about Pei Yingrou, because the necromancy talent was the worst talent in this era, no exceptions. Beastmaster talent, from low to high, is divided into 8 levels. E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Pei Yingrou's awakened, necromancy kill, was at the lowest level, E-level talent. The reason was well known, necromancy talent was accompanied by the short life, cursed fate. As long as Pei Yingrou summons a beast to fight, the curse will intensify, accelerating the consumption of his life and devouring his vitality. Tisk, I'm really afraid this guy won't even succeed in killing an iron-armored lizard before dying on the exam field. Just thinking about it feels unlucky. I really can't understand, knowing he's a short-lived soul, why did he foolishly apply to Chaos Academy? It's like daydreaming. The mocking and sarcastic comments not only belittled Pei Yingrou but also mocked the necromancy talent. Pei Yingrou raised his crimson eyes, and with a gaze as cold as death, he locked onto the iron-armored lizard in front of him. The only unchanging thing in this world is change. The times have changed. Then, starting from this moment, I will prove that necromancy talent is the world's #1 talent. Pei Yingrou muttered in a low voice, the necromantic aura spreading wildly. Gate of the underworld, open. On Pei Yingrou's right wrist, the Beastmaster's seal glowed crimson as it activated the beast summoning skill. In an instant, the space behind Pei Yingrou distorted and shattered. Like a tide, black mist poured out, opening an ancient and heavy stone door. Around the stone door, twisted ghostly faces circled, and magma from hell spewed out from the doorway. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying necromantic aura enveloped the entire examination field. So cold. What is this? How did Pei Yingrou summon a door? Is this door his beast? I think it's called the Gate of the Underworld? The unworldly crowd, having seen little, were stunned and exchanged glances in shock. But those who had seen the world. Pei Yingrou's pupils trembled, and she couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. The Gate of the Underworld. It really is the Gate of the Underworld. Only when a necromancer beastmaster summons a necromantic beast with a bloodline of mythical quality will the Gate of the Underworld be opened. For ordinary beastmasters, the beasts they summon are always activated through a summoning array. Summoning arrays are mostly similar, usually featuring 5-pointed star totems or something similar. However, the Gate of the Underworld is a special summoning effect unique to necromancer beastmasters. At the same time, the conditions to open the Gate of the Underworld are extremely harsh. The summoned beast must have a mythical quality bloodline. Everyone was shocked, and the discussions were endless. Could it be that Pei Yingrou has contracted a necromantic beast with a mythical bloodline? No way, in this era, even necromantic beasts with semi-divine bloodlines are nearly extinct. Pei Yingrou, a short-lived ghost, how could he have such good luck? At this moment, Pei Donglai looked up at the towering and magnificent Gate of the Underworld, his face pale, gritting his teeth. That's right, how could he have such good luck? He can't possibly contract a mythical bloodline necromantic beast, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, from behind the Gate of the Underworld, a deafening phoenix cry rang out, tearing apart the sky above Tianyu City like a storm. This is the phoenix cry? Could it be? The phoenix. A huge shadow burning with necromantic flames rushed out from the Gate of the Underworld, hovering above Pei Yingrou's head. As the mist cleared, the summoned beast revealed its mighty form, bringing an overwhelming visual shock to everyone. Its jet-black bones, stained like ink. The power of Nirvana surged with tremendous force. Its phoenix wings, like the scythe of death, stirred the ripples of slaughter, and each shrill and vicious phoenix cry collided with the heavens and earth, echoing a sound that could annihilate all things. Its massive, handsome body was covered in phoenix feathers woven from necromantic flames, and within its eyes were deep, blood-red phoenix pupils. As the black phoenix appeared, the suppressive force of its ancient mythical bloodline directly caused the iron-armored lizard in front of Pei Yingrou to bleed from all 7 orifices, twitch uncontrollably, and even lose control of its bowels. This pressure, a pure-blooded phoenix. One of the 3 sacred beasts of the Yanxia Empire, the phoenix? So Pei Yingrou contracted not a mythical bloodline, but a higher-level ancient mythical bloodline. Pei Yingrou, in shock, felt a jolt of electricity in her mind, and spoke with an excited tone, analyzing. I get it. A pure-blood phoenix bloodline possesses the power of nirvana. The power of nirvana can immunize against all life-related curses. That means, by contracting the black phoenix, Pei Yingrou is immune to the fateful curse. Then his talent, necromantic slaughter, will be. Yes. That's right. Impossible. How could he, a waste, possibly contract a pure-blood phoenix of the ancient mythical bloodline? Pei Yingrou's cold, peripheral glance swept over Pei Yingrou, who was trembling and dazed, as though judging a worthless dog. All these years, I called you cousin, and you really took me as a little brother? Chapter 6, A Genius? Just a threshold to his door. Those who once looked down on Pei Yingrou were now dumbfounded, their hearts filled not only with deep shock but gradually with jealousy, wariness, and even heated admiration. In this era, the strong are revered. The assessment began. Kill. The black phoenix flapped its wings, and a surge of necromantic flames mixed with a fierce wind descended from the sky. Like the judgment of death, it instantly killed the terrified iron-armored lizard, even reducing its bones to nothing in the depths of the necromantic flames, leaving no trace of ashes. It didn't even trigger the effect of undead execution. Undead execution, when the enemy unit's health drops to 10%, the next attack will ignore all shields and defenses, triggering a 100% instant kill to finish the fight. This is Pei Yingrou's awakened undead-type talent. But in this actual battle, the Black Phoenix with ancient mythical bloodline didn't even need to release any skill, just plain and simple normal attacks were enough, and the iron-armored lizard couldn't defend at all, its health bar emptied instantly, undead execution didn't even have time to activate. Then, Pei Yingrou became a beast-taming artist, riding the Black Phoenix, instantly killing one iron-armored lizard after another, using strength and talent to conquer the whole scene. Phoenix bloodline, truly terrifying to this degree. What is this? Health bar disappearing magic. Another instant kill? Too fast. Pei Yingrou has already instant-killed 25 iron-armored lizards in a row. The green undead flames were burning fiercely, and Pei Yingrou's red pupils were the only crimson light in that sea of fire. That crimson light, how overbearing. How brutal. That crimson light gave off the pressure and killing intent like death itself arriving. That crimson light crushed those so-called proud sons of heaven around him until they couldn't even lift their heads, lost among the crowd. At this moment, genius? It was only the threshold to see him. Pei Yingrou's face turned pale and blue, he tightly clenched his sweaty fists, and his heartbeat became chaotic. This guy has already killed 25 iron-armored lizards, if he continues. Everyone cried out in shock. The 26th one. 27th. 28, 29, 30 heavens, it's already the 50th. Sitishue's score was 41, so Pei Yingrou is already first place. In a flash, Pei Yingrou, riding the Black Phoenix, powerfully slayed the 50th iron-armored lizard. This dazzling result had already crowned him as the number one in Tianyu City's exam area. In the crowd, a purple-haired girl more beautiful than art itself raised her deep eyes, her gaze falling on Pei Yingrou. Before this, she was the number one in Tianyu City's exam area. She was Sitishue, the outstanding talent of the young generation in the Situ family, one of the 4 big families in Tianyu City. In the exam, she had killed 41 iron-armored lizards, enough to shock the whole scene. If it weren't for the appearance of this monster Pei Yingrou, she would have gotten the Chaos Academy admission letter as the top scorer of Tianyu City. Sitishue stared at Pei Yingrou, and no one could guess what she was thinking deep inside. What was certain was, this proud daughter of heaven, at this moment, had become just a side character under Pei Yingrou's god-level performance. But Pei Yingrou did not stop, the Black Phoenix was still slaughtering. This meant Pei Yingrou's exam score was still increasing. The 60th one. 70th. This has to be fake, it's too unreal. It's the 80th now. Everyone's eyes, from the beginning shock, gradually turned into blank stares, the scene in front of them felt so unreal, like a dream. Pei Yingrou was excited, but still kept calm thinking. No, something's off. Bloodline suppression is one thing, but what's going on with his soul power reserve? A beast tamer driving a beast in battle consumes their own soul power. Even if the Black Phoenix's bloodline strength exceeded normal, continuously killing 80 iron-armored lizards should cause huge soul power consumption for Pei Yingrou. But at this moment, Pei Yingrou's breathing was even, his expression calm, not a trace of fatigue on his face. This completely went against common sense. Pei Yingrou had supervised exams for many years, and in national exams, she had never seen a genius with such high soul power density like Pei Yingrou. Actually, Pei Yingrou's soul power was twice that of people his age. Soul power can be explained as a person's spiritual strength. This kind of power increases with a beast tamer's age, experience, and battle history. Pei Yingrou was a transmigrator. He lived 2 lives, had 2 souls in one body, so naturally, he had double the soul power. So in theory, in terms of sustained combat ability, any beast tamer of the same level would be instantly crushed into pieces by Pei Yingrou. With the blessing of double soul power, Pei Yingrou controlled the Black Phoenix like a bloodthirsty and ruthless killing machine, launching a slaughter feast in the examination field. Every test zone of the national exam had its own live broadcast room. At this moment, 99% of netizens across the country surged like a tide into the live room of Tianyu City test zone, just to witness the brilliance of this genius teenager. Bullet comments flooded the screen. Pureblood Phoenix lineage? A rarity in 100 years. This score is terrifying. He has already killed 90 armored lizards, not far from breaking the historical record. This red-eyed boy, could he really break the record? Since the national exam was held, the highest record was the continuous killing of 99 armored lizards. And now, Pei Yingrou was getting closer and closer to breaking the historical record. The whole nation was watching this young man, Pei Yingrou, including the supreme ruler of the Yanxia Empire. Yanxia Imperial City. Dragon Soul Hall. This was the highest hall of power in the nation, and also the residence of the ruler. The woman on the throne was noble and magnificent, stunningly beautiful, with a reverse scale of the dragon race glowing like jade in the center of her forehead. A long golden dress thin as cicada wings trailed on the floor, her beautiful legs faintly visible under the hem, but the majesty she exuded made no man dare to harbor lustful thoughts. Report. Your Majesty, latest news, in this year's national exam, a monstrous genius has appeared in Tianyu City. Tianyu City? The Dragon Queen raised her beautiful brows, a look of memory flashing in her deep eyes. Your Majesty, so far, that young man has broken the historical record of the national exam, with the number of armored lizards he killed reaching 100. Pei Yingrou, the creator of the new highest record in the national exam. This record has stood for a long time, and someone actually saw that young man is? Reporting to Your Majesty, his name is Pei Yingrou. Pei? Yes, he is the son left behind when Lord Pei fell back then. When he was still a baby, you held him once. The Dragon Queen instinctively opened her black and white dragon pupils, lost in memories, the image of a baby born with white hair and red eyes surfacing in her mind. Times are changing. Yet, the son of an old friend truly lives up to the name of his father. This great figure was the supreme ruler of the Yanxia Empire, known as the Empress of Yanxia, the Dragon Queen. The sudden rise of Pei Yingrou finally made the Phoenix clan, after 18 years, once again exposed before the eyes of the Dragon clan. What is meant to come, will eventually come. The Great War 18 years ago was far from truly over. Or rather, that was only the beginning. Chapter 7, the strongest national top scorer in history. Unbelievable, 100. This guy really broke the historical record. Pei Yingrou is a monster. The world likes to use the word genius to define the young generation blessed with talent. But monster is the word geniuses use to describe Pei Yingrou, who they cannot reach. So far, Pei Yingrou had killed 100 armored lizards in a row, and the examination field boiled. This was destined to be a scene recorded in history. As the invigilator, Pei Yingrou was shocked, and looked toward her younger brother in the center of the examination field. In her eyes, this little brother suddenly became so unfamiliar, and so powerful. 3 digits. Pei Yingrou, my brother, he raised the highest score of the national exam to 3 digits. Before the rise of Pei Yingrou, the highest score of the national exam had always stayed in 2 digits. The number 99 had long been considered the genius limit. But at this moment, Pei Yingrou broke that limit. But he only broke the limits of those past geniuses, he had not yet reached his own. Because, under the gaze of all, this white-haired red-eyed boy, though he had stopped, and fixed his score by choice. But his breathing rhythm showed not a trace of disorder. His upright posture was graceful and calm, under the sharp capturing judgment of the media's tricky cameras. On that young yet handsome face, not even a single drop of sweat could be seen. Everyone kept gasping in shock, everyone started making guesses. 100 beasts, is that really his limit? No. It's not. Look at his face, it doesn't even look warm or flushed, and he hasn't broken a sweat. Could it be he still has soul power left? Pei Yingrou, is he even human anymore? When people began to question whether Pei Yingrou was still of human blood, it meant the shock he brought to this world had already broken past the chains of human genes. Among the crowd, Sitoushue raised her hand and brushed her messy purple hair behind her ear, revealing a bright and delicate face, and while staring at Pei Yingrou, she spoke to herself. This score of 100 beasts was only to break the national exam record. This score is not his limit. While showing his strength, he is also trying to hold back his talent, not letting the public see all his power, especially his hidden cards. So he is a genius monster with a brain. And I need a partner like that. That was Sitouchue's evaluation of Pei Yingrou. Even though Pei Yingrou's appearance made her lose the honor of being Tianyu City's #1 prodigy, and even pushed her into the background, her evaluation of him was still objective, without any personal emotion. After Pei Yingrou's score was locked in, the national exam also neared its end. The examination process in each region sped up, and when the last candidate finished, this year's national champion was immediately announced. Without any doubt, Pei Yingrou, this supernova rising in the eternal night, became the strongest national champion in history. Tiny little Tianyu City could never support a genius monster of this level. On the exam field, Pei Yingrou looked around. He could feel, in all the burning gazes on him, were full of worship and respect. In an era where martial power is supreme, the strong, the genius, or the genius monster, should enjoy this kind of treatment. If your talent is weaker than others, people will mock and look down on you. If your talent is just a bit stronger, people will get jealous and hate you. But if your talent is so powerful that no one can catch up, then people will worship you and bow to you. Cannons, applause, cheers, flowers. Pei Yingrou became the dazzling star that all the nation watched. The title of the strongest national champion in history echoed through every inch of the Yanxia Empire, even became famous overseas, making headlines in the other 6 human nations. How could this happen? Why him? I've known him for 18 years. He's always been trash. Why did he suddenly? Pei Donglai held his head in both hands, his expression twisted, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. On the big screen, the ranking of Tianyu City's candidates appeared. Pei Yingrou, kill count 100, national first place. Sitoushue, kill count 41. Huang Fuboyi, kill count 33. Qin Yanlin, kill count 30. Pei Donglai, kill count 25. Whoa, look at the results sheet. Now this is interesting. Pei Yingrou is the national champion. So Pei Donglai's rank dropped to 5th in the city. According to Chaos Academy's admission rules, Tianyu City only has 4 admission spots, so Pei Donglai failed. And he was squeezed out by his own younger brother Pei Yingrou. On the stage of the national exam, for the first time ever, a famous moment of family kill was born. The younger brother defeated the elder brother. Pei Yingrou personally pushed Pei Donglai out of Chaos Academy's admission rules. All the heated discussions around made Pei Donglai panic. He rushed to Pei Yingrou, his smile uglier than crying. Sis, you're my sister. Talk to the dean, see if they can make an exception and admit me too? Please, sis, I'm begging you. Pei Yingrou shook her head seriously. Her frost-covered face was full of seriousness. First, this is the exam hall. I'm not your sister. I'm the exam supervisor. Second, Chaos Academy's admission rules. I will not make any exceptions for anyone. Pei Yingrou handled business as usual and immediately announced the list of accepted students. Sitoushue, Huang Fuboyi, Qin Yanlin. And Pei Yingrou, the following 4 students have received the admission letter from Chaos Academy. At that moment, in the sky above, the sound of cranes echoed. The green phoenix danced. Bats fluttered. 3 prominent figures, riding different flying beasts, descended onto the Tianyu City exam grounds. They are Tao Tai Academy's Dean, Zhuge Qingfeng. Zhongqi Academy's Dean, Li Jinyan. Wu Academy's Dean, Lin Sunhai. 3 of the top deans from the 4 elite beast taming academies of the Yanxia Empire, appearing all at once. Their intentions were obvious. They were here to recruit. All 3 deans were highly respected individuals. Their lifetime efforts were not spent on the battlefield, but on discovering and nurturing the young geniuses of the Yanxia Empire. Before one could blink, the 3 deans had already surrounded Pei Yingrou, their gazes both kind and burning. Good, very good, this seat is too good. No wonder he's the strongest national top scholar in history, such a fine talent. He has killed 100 armored lizards in a row, and yet he remains so calm, with a demeanor that shows no fluctuation. This composed and hidden sharpness, who among his peers can compare? At this moment, someone in the crowd mumbled. The way these 3 deans are looking at Pei Yingrou, doesn't it resemble how the elders in martial arts novels look at the prodigies of their sex? Chapter 8, The Beginning of Revenge, the younger brother crushes the older brother. In this era, talent is the hardest currency. As soon as talent enters the market, it will definitely be fiercely contested. Pei Yingrou was a delicacy in the eyes of big figures. And those who were stepped on by such a talent would only become unnoticed clowns.
Pei Donglai seemed to lose his soul, collapsing to the ground.
Looking at his younger brother surrounded by the three deans, dignified and composed, speaking properly, and even casually offering unique insights into beast evolution paths, earning repeated praise from the deans. At that moment, Pei Donglai realized that after this national exam, he and Pei Yingrou were no longer in the same world.
I can't accept this.
Pei Donglai roared in his heart, every pore shrinking in fear. He began to fear his younger brother. He understood that if Pei Yingrou continued to grow, everything in the Pei family would return to his younger brother's hands. And he would lose his right to inherit the Crimson Guild, losing the wealth and status that were once within his reach. The world was watching. The three deans expressed their admiration and love for Pei Yingrou, and naturally, they would offer him generous opportunities. Li Jinyan, Pei Yingrou, as long as you are willing to give up Chaos Academy, the doors of Cheongqi Academy are open to you.
Lin Sanghai, our Wu Academy can offer you the highest scholarship, and we will arrange an independent villa apartment for you, also.
Zhuge Qingfeng, Pei Yingrou, let me be direct, among the four major academies, our Taotai Academy has trained many excellent necromancer beast tamers.
So in our academy's resource pool, we still have many evolution materials for necromantic beasts. You know what I mean.
Pei Yingrou felt awkward. Facing the three deans' enthusiastic invitations, before he could say anything, a giant black-skinned wild boar charged in, causing a dust storm and rushing into the crowd.
Move aside, everyone move aside.
On the boar's hill-like back, a middle-aged man with a fat head and large ears was riding. This wild boar had only one eye, and its body exuded a berserk aura of the king's body level. The one-eyed boar mastiff king, the beast's owner, was none other than the dean of Chaos Academy, Wang Defa. He was also the most abstract of the four deans. With a sudden break, the one-eyed boar mastiff came to a stop, and Wang Defa fell off the boar's back, crashing into the dirt, a position that was truly unworthy of praise. This kind of entrance creates a sharp contrast with the other three highly respected deans. Wang Defa crawled up from the ground, ignoring his dirty and dusty appearance, and tightly grasped Pei Yingrou's hands.
Pei Yingrou, nice to meet you for the first time.
I am the dean of the Chaos Academy, Wang Defa.
Hello, Dean Wang. Pei Yingrou walked over, her attitude respectful.
Dean, why are you here? Pei Mentor, of course, I am here personally to award the admission letter to our national champion. At this point, the deans of the four top Beastmaster academies gathered together, all fighting for the genius monster, Pei Yingrou. Zhuge Qingfeng frowned and said, Wang Fatty, your Chaos Academy has no resources related to necromancer beastmasters.
How are you going to train Pei Yingrou?
Wang Defa puffed out his cheeks and glared, swearing on the spot, I guarantee that as long as Pei Yingrou joins our Chaos Academy, I, Wang Defa, will spend all my wealth, all my resources, to gather rare and precious necromancer materials from across the country and even the world for Pei Yingrou.
This is an era when necromancer beastmasters are completely in decline.
Therefore, the resources to cultivate necromancer beastmasters can be described as depleted. Pei Yingrou is indeed the national champion, but everyone knows that training this genius monster is not an easy task.
Just the resources needed for the Black Phoenix's growth would be enough to give Wang Defa a headache. But no matter what, he would not let go of this good seedling, Pei Yingrou.
Everyone, after saying 1,000 things, it still comes down to one thing, and that is Pei Yingrou's own choice. The four deans looked at Pei Yingrou at the same time, their burning eyes unable to hide their deep expectations. At this moment, Pei Donglai's heart, which had fallen into an icy pit, reignited hope, and he secretly thought.
Taotai Academy is the top of the four academies. And as Dean Zhuge said, Taotai Academy's warehouse still contains some old era necromancer materials. If I were Pei Yingrou, I would definitely choose Taotai Academy. As long as he chooses Taotai Academy, I can. Pei Donglai became excited.
As long as Pei Yingrou chose Taotai Academy, then Chaos Academy would include him, the fifth in Tianyu City, in their admission list.
I choose Chaos Academy.
The moment Pei Yingrou made his choice, Pei Donglai's reignited hope was instantly extinguished, and his heart turned to ashes.
No way, Pei Yingrou actually insists on choosing Chaos Academy? Taotai Academy is the top of the four academies. The genius monster truly deserves to be a genius monster, his thought process is different from normal people. Pei Yingrou's choice left Zhuge Qingfeng, the dean of Taotai Academy, confused, but he could only respect it. Wang Defa was emotionally stirred, once again grasping Pei Yingrou's hand, his fat trembling from over-smiling.
Pei Yingrou, thank you so much for giving Chaos Academy a chance.
Don't worry, I,
on behalf of Chaos Academy, guarantee that we will do our best to train you.
But speaking of which, why did you choose our Chaos Academy? This is a question everyone is curious about.
Because there is a dog that doesn't deserve to enter Chaos Academy.
Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to Pei Donglai, who was trembling all over.
Within Tianyu City, the relationship between Pei Yingrou and the Pei family was well known, and so was the enmity between Pei Donglai and Pei Yingrou.
I understand now. Pei Yingrou chose Chaos Academy, not for anything else, but to squeeze Pei Donglai out. He's taking revenge. If there is a grudge, it must be avenged. This is Pei Yingrou's way of being a beastmaster.
The national exam was just his first move, and his revenge on those hypocrites in the Pei family was just beginning.
Because Pei Yingrou squeezed Pei Donglai out of the spot, Pei Donglai failed the exam.
And according to the rules, he was no longer qualified to apply to other Beastmaster academies.
Pei Yingrou, holding the admission letter from Chaos Academy, walked in front of Pei Donglai. Cousin, didn't you like to grin at me with your teeth showing? Why aren't you smiling now? Is it because your heart feels bitter?
With a calm tone and a contemptuous gaze, Pei Yingrou's red eyes swept over Pei Donglai, as cold and merciless as a god looking down on a stray dog. The elder brother failed the exam and is a useless loser. The younger brother is the top student in the country, so who is the real younger one? I won't say it, but those who understand, understand, ha ha ha.
Pei Donglai bullied Pei Yingrou a lot. With the grudge between these two, what Pei Yingrou did is not too much. It could even be called merciful.
Not to mention the past, just look at their current situation, what a world of difference. Yes, Pei Donglai no longer has the right to touch Pei Yingrou.
From this moment on, they are no longer people of the same world. Pei Donglai became a clown, surrounded by ridicule and slander.
He no longer had the face to stay here.
Pei Yingrou, I will definitely make you die. Definitely.
With a growl in his heart, Pei Donglai gave rise to a killing intent. The situation was against him, so he could only endure for now, fleeing in panic through the crowd, vanishing into the street under the setting sun, his cold and venomous face hiding in the shadows.
He dialed a number. Hello father, Pei Yingrou, he. On the other end of the call. Donglai, I already know everything.
I'm your father, I know what you're thinking, but this matter needs long-term planning.
After all, Pei Yingrou now is the national top scorer, we can't move him easily. Pei Shan, Pei Donglai's father, was also Pei Yingrou's real uncle.
And at the same time, the acting president of the Scarlet Guild. On the phone, his voice was heavy and serious. He knew that the moment Pei Yingrou became the national top scorer, the situation for him and his son had already started going downhill.
Father, I understand. Then after we meet, let's plan it slowly.
The Pei family now was a den of wolves and tigers.
Except for Pei Yingrou, everyone else stood against Pei Yingrou.
They were all bloodthirsty white-eyed wolves, they only wanted to seize and swallow the inheritance left by Pei Chuzhuang. Pei Donglai, letting you fail the exam and be hated by everyone is just the beginning.
Your father, I won't let a single one of you go.
Everything my mother left before she died, I will take it all back. At this moment, Pei Yingrou's scarlet eyes looked in the direction of the Pei family, and the power of the undead in his body boiled with hatred.
Chapter 9, Hand of God Upgrade, Hidden Data of the Black Phoenix.
Under everyone's gaze, Chaos Academy's principal Wang Defa once again shook hands with Pei Yingrou, the national top scorer. In the future, people would all sigh this was a precious photo to remember. Because no one had expected that Chaos Academy, with the joining of this genius youth, would create unbelievable glory and one miracle after another, worthy of legends.
Student Pei Yingrou, thank you again for choosing Chaos Academy.
See you at the start of the school season. See you at the start of the school season. Pei Yingrou walked out of the exam site, swarmed by media reporters like zombies attacking a city. It was terrifying. Countless microphones pushed toward his mouth, and the camera flashes sparkled like stars in the night sky.
Reporter, student Pei Yingrou, may I ask, how did you become the national top scorer? Could you share your experience?
Pei Yingrou raised his left arm, and the hand of God lit up with a faint purple gold light not easily seen by the naked eye.
How to become the national top scorer? The answer is simple. Just need a hand. Pei Yingrou wasn't pretending to be cool, he was just stating a fact.
To him, it really was enough to just have a hand.
What a line, just need a hand. This guy can show off even more than my second uncle's Wuling Hongwan on the highway.
But he has the right to show off, after all, he is the strongest national top scorer in history.
No joke, really no joke, when this guy shows off, even I, Wang Peng, have to step back from his brilliance. Damn it. Even I, Li Fei, fall a little short. Pei Yingrou ignored everyone's discussions, walked through the crowd, and disappeared into the end of the sunset.
At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Pei Yingrou's mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Honor Achievement National Top Scholar. Achievement reward granted, God's Hand upgrade card plus Golden Phoenix Tree Seed. The reward has been sent to your warehouse. Please check it, host. Pei Yingrou stopped in his tracks, his whole body shrouded in the depths of the dusk, as if he were clad in golden armor. His thoughts surged, and Pei Yingrou entered the system warehouse, using the upgrade card first.
God's Hand upgrading. Upgrade successful. New third feature Beast Diagnosis added. Details, God's Hand can diagnose all diseases and hidden injuries when touching any beast, and retrieve the best treatment plan. With this, God's hand had developed 3 features. First feature, grave robbing. Second feature, data reading. Third feature, beast diagnosis. Each feature granted Pei Yingrou tremendous operational limits. The corner of the young man's lips lifted slightly, basking in the last rays of the setting sun. Beast diagnosis, this feature should allow me to become a top-tier beast healer, opening up a second career, helping me quickly establish my own network in this beast-favored era. As for the golden phoenix tree seed, the purebred phoenix species has a distinctive feature: they need to reside in phoenix trees to speed up their evolution. So Pei Yingrou needed to find a rare private land to plant and cultivate the golden phoenix tree. Private land isn't something money can simply buy, it requires connections. Late at night, Pei Yingrou returned to the abandoned Pei family mansion in the outskirts of Tianyu City. Now that he was the national top scholar, why hadn't he chosen to return to the Crimson Guild in a dramatic manner and slap Pei Shan and Pei Donglai father and son in the face? It's not the best time yet to return to the Crimson Guild. Pei Shan, just wait. Not long from now, I'll have you bowing down, begging me to return to the Crimson Guild. At this moment, Pei Yingrou had already planned his second move. Interestingly, Situ Shui, who had entered the Chaotic Academy with him, was a girl obsessed with chess since childhood. Tianyu City. City Center. Situ residence. In the bathtub, the purple-haired girl's graceful, fair body was half hidden in the dreamy foam and warm mist. Beside the bathtub, there was a chessboard with a deadlock set up. At that moment, an electronic projection above the bathtub was playing current news. The national examination has come to a close today, and national top scholar Pei Yingrou has topped the headlines of 138 media outlets, creating an all-time high in topic popularity. The 2-month summer vacation is about to begin, and recently, the Fire Element Beast Legion has been harassing our border. The Meteorological Bureau has officially issued a red heat warning. The 18 gold medal evolutionists have jointly analyzed and released the data panel for the Black Phoenix. See details. Beast name, Black Phoenix Undead form. Level, Juvenile, Stage 1. Bloodline, Ancient Mythical Bloodline. Attributes, Undead plus Fire. Talent 1, Power of Rebirth, immune to all life-related curses, can revive within 3 seconds of death with 50% health and a 3x defense shield for 10 seconds. Talent 2, Undead Fire, ignores enemy defense shields, dealing true burning damage to the enemy's body. Talent 3, Undead Body, immune to all physical attacks. Skill 1, Phoenix Breath, charge up and spit out undead fireballs, causing burn, explosion, and penetration damage to enemies in its path. Skill 2, Falling Phoenix Slash, crossed wings to release a cross-shaped slash. Skill 3, Phoenix Roar, emits a powerful sound wave that stuns, weakens, and induces fear, dizziness, and other negative states in enemies. This was the data for the Black Phoenix. The national examination had just concluded, and so-called experts had already fully analyzed this rare purebred phoenix. After browsing the data panel, Situ Shui opened the comments section and saw some negative discussions. I have to say, Pei Yingrou, this national top scholar, is a bit overrated. The armored lizard belongs to the attributeless magic beasts, only able to unleash physical attacks, while the Black Phoenix can be immune to all physical attacks. Isn't this a bug? I don't deny the strength of the Phoenix bloodline, but this time in the national exam, Pei Yingrou indeed got the benefits. When the Black Phoenix faces magic beasts that are not of the physical attack type, it may not perform so strongly. What does it matter if it has an ancient mythical bloodline? Could it be that it has no weaknesses? Seeing these negative comments, Situ Shui pondered. The strongest national champion in history, this glorious title is just too dazzling. The more dazzling it is, the more people will put you under a microscope, examining and discovering your potential weaknesses. Everyone is jealous of you, and everyone wants to defeat you. Pei Yingrou, I wonder if you can find your way out of this deadlock? The negative comments about Pei Yingrou continue to brew online. Pei family's empty mansion. In the old radio, these hot news are also being broadcasted. Pei Yingrou smiled wickedly, his soul resonating with the Black Phoenix. Phoenix, many people are questioning you, questioning me. Those experts confidently analyzed your data panel. But those foolish guys can only analyze your basic data. And your hidden data, only I can see. Pei Yingrou had already planned the evolution path for the Black Phoenix. This will be a path of evolution that subverts everyone's understanding of the Phoenix bloodline. Chapter 10, Sister's Best Friend, Scarlet Will. 2 months flew by in a hurry. The summer vacation ended, and the country welcomed the annual school season. Due to the harassment of the Flame-type Magic Beast Legion, this summer in the Flame Empire was hotter than ever before. The temperature in Blackscale City reached a point where you could fry eggs on the ground. This big city, closely related to the Qilin, is home to the 4 top academies. It is rumored that a black Qilin, completely dyed in ink, once appeared in this city, trampling on clouds for thousands of miles, dispelling the magic beast virus from the entire city. But rumors are just rumors, and have not been verified.
On the bustling streets, a boy with white hair and red eyes mixed into the crowd. His clothing was too simple, out of tune with the vibe of this city, but his face was purely handsome. So, a man's core equipment is not his status or position, but his face. At the crossroads, Pei Yingrou paused for a moment. He held a map of Blackscale City in his hands. The 4 academies are distributed in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners of the city. The Chaos Academy is located in the east of the city, by the sea. Blackscale City is a typical seaport city, with the east facing the sea and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Pei Yingrou glanced at the lock screen on his phone. There are still 2 hours until the opening ceremony. Let's check out the nearby Beastmaster store first. Before enrollment, Pei Yingrou needed to purchase some materials to prepare for the evolution upgrade of the Black Phoenix. The money in his hands came from the top scholarship issued by Chaos Academy, a full 500,000. This can be considered Pei Yingrou's first bucket of gold in life. 10 minutes later, Pei Yingrou arrived at a bustling commercial street. The shops along the street were all dealing with businesses related to the profession of Beastmaster. Beastmaster Store, a trading place for buying beasts and evolution materials. Beast Clinic, a hospital for diagnosing and treating beasts. Home of Evolution, an expert club for customizing the best evolution routes for different beasts. As Pei Yingrou walked, he glanced around and couldn't help but sigh. The big city truly is a big city. Just looking at this street, 4-star Beastmaster stores are everywhere. In his hometown Tianyu City, there were no more than 10 3-star Beastmaster stores. In comparison, the gap in city levels is very obvious. After all, the top 4 academies are located here, gathering the country's elite, and the nation naturally needs to vigorously develop the construction of this city. The investment of funds needs no more words. A 4-star beast store will certainly not be cheap, but I can get some decent ice attribute beast crystals. Pei Yingrou suddenly stopped, his peripheral vision deeply captivated by a nearby ancient-style pavilion. Wait a minute. This familiar ancient-style decoration. Could it be? It really is Tingyu Pavilion. Pei Yingrou looked up and saw the sign of this ancient-style beast store, elegantly carved with the 3 bold characters Tingyu Pavilion in flowing cursive. It must just be the same name. Pei Yingrou murmured softly. At that moment, a familiar body fragrance wafted into Pei Yingrou's nostrils. A stunning figure gracefully stepped out of the Tingyu Pavilion's door. The woman was tall, wearing a black cheongsam with pear blossom patterns, the slit revealing her snow-white long legs, her delicate fingers holding an ancient-style fan. This woman's beauty defined what it meant to be a beauty in bone, not in skin. Her bone structure was beautiful, a standard classical beauty, as if she walked out of a painting from some ancient dynasty, creating a stark contrast with this era where everyone tamed beasts. The woman smiled at Pei Yingrou, her eyes like crescent moons when she laughed, charming yet pure, making one feel as if they were basked in the spring breeze. Oh, isn't this the national champion? Welcome to Tingyu Pavilion. Sister Tingyu, how come you? No doubt about it, I moved Tingyu Pavilion from Tianyu City to Highland City. Moreover, the store level has been upgraded from 3 stars to 4 stars. Lan Tingyu, the owner of Tingyu Pavilion, was also Pei Yingrou's close friend. Pei Yingrou had lost his mother at a young age, his father's identity unknown, his whereabouts a mystery, and the entire Pei family was against him. He relied entirely on the care of Pei Yingrou and Lan Tingyu to get by. After some pleasantries, Lan Tingyu suddenly showed a look of anger, hands on hips, questioning, "You brat, are you leaving me in the lurch?" Sister Tingyu, let me explain. No need to explain, although Yingrou asked me for a favor, I spent a lot of effort, going through layer upon layer of connections, just to get you a rare bloodline undead beast. As she spoke, Lan Tingyu raised her hand and gently tapped Pei Yingrou's head. But you, brat, have contracted with an ancient mythical bloodline Black Phoenix, a rare bloodline that naturally doesn't catch your eye. Pei Yingrou's face was filled with embarrassment. Alright, stop using tactics to alleviate the awkwardness. You came to browse here because you need beast evolution materials, right? Come in, I'll give you a discount, an incredible discount. Thank you, Sister Tingyu. Pei Yingrou entered Tingyu Pavilion, and Lan Tingyu handed him a Supreme VIP card, granting a 20% discount on all store items. In fact, given the relationship between Pei Yingrou and Lan Tingyu, even if Pei Yingrou didn't have enough money, Lan Tingyu would never make things difficult for this younger brother. Xiaoya, this is the rack for fire attribute beast crystals, feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. The core attribute of the Phoenix bloodline is fire, so Lan Tingyu instinctively introduced the fire attribute beast crystals to Pei Yingrou. Beast crystals are the crystallized cores that form after the bodies of tamed or magical beasts decay. They preserve the powers of the corresponding attributes, used for beasts to consume to accelerate their evolution. Theoretically, Black Phoenixes require fire attribute beast crystals. However, Pei Yingrou shook his head. Sister Tingyu, I need ice attribute beast crystals. What? Ice attribute beast crystals. Aside from the Black Phoenix, have you contracted an ice attribute undead beast?
Currently, I have only contracted the Black Phoenix. Lan Tingyu furrowed her brows. Xiaoye, the Phoenix bloodline is naturally fire-based, which repels ice attributes. I know. Knowing that still. My Phoenix is different from other Phoenixes. Pei Yingrou's serious expression made Lan Tingyu stop her chatter and simply take him to the second floor. The shelves here are all ice attribute beast crystals. Thank you, Sister Tingyu.
Pei Yingrou extended his left arm, the fingertip of his divine hand gently touched the beast crystals on the shelf.
Beast crystals are divided into different grades based on purity: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and exquisite. The finest.
Pei Yingrou carefully selected and filled up the shopping cart.
After the discount, it's 530,000. Sister Tingyu, I only have 500,000. Since you call me sister, how could I make it hard for you?
Lan Tingyu accepted only 500,000, and Pei Yingrou felt grateful in his heart.
But next, his gratitude overflowed from his chest. Sister Tingyu, this is a storage ring. It's a gift for you, to celebrate your acceptance into the Chaos Academy, and also your 18th birthday gift. The storage ring was a product developed by the top mechanical beast control group, Tianlong Technology, of the Yanxia Empire. This product featured space folding technology for beast masters to carry various materials, supplements, and miscellaneous items. You should know that even the cheapest storage ring has a market price of no less than 1 million, which is not something an ordinary beast master can afford. Sister Tingyu, this gift is too precious, I can't accept it. I'm just like Yingrou, I'm your sister too. If you're polite with me, I might get angry.
Pei Yingrou showed a grateful smile and took the storage ring with both hands, cherishing it.
Sister Tingyu, I still have to attend the opening ceremony. When I have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Alright, sister will wait for your treat. Watching Pei Yingrou leave, Lan Tingyu's eyes changed subtly.
She walked to the top floor office of Tingyu Pavilion, locked the door, took out a second phone from the drawer, and dialed a number.
I have settled in Blackscale City.
I just made contact with the prince, he purchased some ice attribute beast crystals from me. I also asked out of curiosity, his explanation was his phoenix is different from other phoenixes. Also, currently there are no signs of the prince awakening the crimson will, I will continue to observe. Don't worry, the prince won't suspect my identity, I hide it very well. Lan Tingyu was very confident in her acting skills. Over the years, she never revealed anything in front of Pei Yingrou, and her concern for him was always subtle.
Little did she know.
After leaving Tingyu Pavilion, Pei Yingrou stroked the storage ring on his right hand's pinky finger, feeling not only deep gratitude for Lan Tingyu but also deep doubts. Sister Tingyu has a close relationship with my cousin and calls her best friend.
It's only natural for her to treat me this well.
However, her publicly declared identity is obviously very ordinary. Her deceased parents were not prominent figures, so where does she get the resources and connections to move Tingyu Pavilion from Tianyu City to Blackscale City just like that? Moreover, the grade of this beast store has directly increased from 3 stars to 4 stars. Such scale of renovation in a short time can't be solved just with money.
Sister Tingyu's identity seems to be hidden, and it's certainly not simple.
Chapter 11, For Talents, the Crimson Team, established.
At 9:50 a.m. There were still 10 minutes left until the welcoming ceremony of the Chaos Academy began.
The entrance of the academy was crowded with people. Every new student checking in was an extraordinary talent. They were full of vitality and expectations for the future, the pillars of the Yanxia Empire. In the crowd, a skinny boy with his head down seemed to have no presence. In the high-temperature weather, he was the only one with a thick mane of long hair that almost covered half of his face, exposing only a timid right eye. Huangfu Boyi, the young master of the Huangfu family, one of the 4 great families in Tianyu City. He had such a powerful name, yet he suffered from severe social anxiety, being reclusive and nearly devoid of any social skills, and he also had a slight stutter. In fact, the Huangfu family did not have excessive demands on him. The family did not expect him to become an outstanding beast master, they only hoped that the next 3 years in the academy would help him develop social skills and adapt to society. Before leaving, Huangfu Hongye, the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Boyi's father, repeatedly reminded him. Son, when you go out, you must learn to talk more, express yourself more, and make more friends. Slowly, you will stop stuttering. Only by going through trials can your social anxiety get better. Of course, if someone bullies you, you must not be scared. You must learn to fight back. Dad will now teach you a few curse words. If someone bullies you, just curse his whole family. The family teaching of the Huangfu family mainly focuses on speaking colorfully. Actually, this kind of special education is indeed suitable for guiding a withdrawn, autistic boy with social anxiety. Teaching according to personality is the true way. In the crowd, a tall figure squeezed past Huangfu Boyi. Pa-ta. Huangfu Boyi was bumped and stumbled, and the white jade bracelet given by his father on his wrist was broken.
In such a noisy and chaotic environment, Huangfu Boyi clenched his fists.
He was very scared, but he remembered his father's teachings.
So for the first time in his life, he gathered his courage, imitated his father's tone, raised his head and shouted, "Your mom." "Pei Yingrou, my mom passed away. So sorry." Huang Fu Boyi already stuttered, and with his social phobia and autism, Pei Yingrou's reply totally broke him. Pei Yingrou picked up the broken bracelet on the ground, looking apologetic. "Classmate, sorry, how much was this bracelet?" "I will pay you." "No need to pay. I didn't know you're your mom." "It's okay. My mom died when I was less than a month old. So sorry." Huang Fu Boyi was almost crying. He finally gathered some courage, only to end up retreating into a deeper shell. Even when sleeping at night, he would toss and turn, muttering in his heart, "I really deserve to die." "Classmate, don't go. Leave me a contact. I will definitely pay you back for the bracelet." Huang Fu Boyi's mental state simply couldn't face Pei Yingrou. He lowered his head, used his long hair to cover his face, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. In Pei Yingrou's hand, he held the broken bracelet, and let out a self-mocking laugh. "I used all my scholarships to buy ice-type beast crystals. How could I have money to pay for this expensive bracelet? I don't even have money to recharge my meal card." Ding! Pei Yingrou took out his phone and received a refund message. "Tingyu Pavilion refund, 100,000 yensha coins." Right after, Pei Yingrou received a private message from Lan Tingyu. "Silly boy, all your scholarships are with me. What do you usually eat and use? Take this 100,000. I won't let you go hungry. Sister Tingyu, thank you." Even though Pei Yingrou had some doubts about Lan Tingyu's background, his gratitude to the sister-like friend came from deep within. For now, in this world, Pei Yingrou and Lan Tingyu were the only two people who treated Pei Yingrou the best. Not long after, the orientation ceremony of Chaos Academy officially began. The ceremony process was very simple. First, the Dean Wang Defa went on stage to give a speech, saying a bunch of official clichés. The second part was to award the first-rank Beast Tamer badge to this year's freshmen. The profession of Beast Tamer is divided into 13 ranks in total. The first 10 ranks go from 1st rank to 10th rank. The last 3 ranks are each a huge watershed. Beast King, Beast Emperor, Beast God. These 3 ranks of Beast Tamers, from the view of body mechanisms and bloodline genes, have already surpassed the category of humans. At the same time, these 3 ranks of Beast Tamers are also the top core combat force of the human race against the magical beasts. They are the foundation for human survival. First-rank Beast Tamer is the entry point for the Beast Tamer profession. As long as they passed the national exam and got into a Beast Tamer academy, boys and girls could receive the first-rank Beast Tamer badge at the opening ceremony. Ma might become an official Beast Tamer. Pei Yingrou gently touched the badge on his chest, looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, and missed his mother. The next part was just more from Dean Wang Defa. Invite Pei Yingrou to the stage to say a few words. After all, Pei Yingrou is the national top scholar, and since he stepped into the Chaotic Academy's campus, he has been the focus of attention for all the teachers and students. After the opening ceremony, the class division list was posted on the bulletin board. Without a doubt, Pei Yingrou was placed in the so-called elite class. Talent class. This class is a gathering place for the best of the best. Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes scanned the class division list and saw 3 familiar names. Situ Shui, Huang Fu Boyi, Qin Yanlin. These 3, along with Pei Yingrou, all came from Tianyu City. The 4 great prodigies of Tianyu City were all assigned to the talent class and regarded as promising seeds worthy of strong cultivation. During lunchtime, Pei Yingrou was preparing to go to the cafeteria to recharge his card when he received a text message from an unknown number. When Pei Yingrou followed the address in the message and arrived at a high-end restaurant on the back street of the academy, 2 boys and 1 girl were already seated in the private room. "Classmate, it's you. Sorry, I really didn't know you, your mom." This slender, long-haired boy with his face hidden, suffering from severe social anxiety, is Huang Fu Boyi. The other boy, handsome in appearance with flirtatious peach blossom eyes, carried a faint scent of perfume, clearly a playboy who frequents bars. Qin family, Qin Yanlin. The only girl in the private room was the one who sent the message to Pei Yingrou. Her graceful figure wore a custom-made high-end JK uniform, and a pair of over-the-knee thick black stockings accentuated her already perfect legs, making them even more eye-catching. The absolute domain between her skirt and the top of her stockings radiated an irresistible charm to any young man. Her purple hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her exquisite features showcased the elegance of a noble young lady, perfectly embodying the rich girl from a novel. Situ family, Situ Shui. At this point, the 4 great prodigies of Tianyu City were gathered together. Situ Shui raised her long fingers and lifted a glass of chilled orange juice. "We are all from the same hometown, so let's be informal and enjoy this meal." Pei Yingrou felt curious. Situ Shui seemed to have other motives for setting up this meal. Since they all came from Tianyu City, they quickly became familiar after chatting for a while.
Huangfu Boyi, due to his social anxiety, was the only one who seemed out of place.
Classmate Huangfu, I will definitely compensate you for your wristband.
Really, no need. Huangfu Boyi did not dare to look up at Pei Yingrou, he was still immersed in deep guilt.
As the meal approached its end, Sitishue finally got to the point.
Everyone, during the next 3 years of our academy life, we will be classmates fighting side by side. According to the rules of Chaos Academy, the assessments, trials, and tasks in the next 3 years will all be conducted in teams.
So you should know the purpose of my arranging this meal, right? Qin Yanlin nodded with a smile. Sitishue, you mean the 4 of us form a team? Sitishue nodded slightly, looking towards Pei Yingrou next to her. National top scholar, what do you think? I have no objections. Classmate Huangfu, what about you?
Pei Yingrou said, his meaning is, I am fine with anything. Huangfu Boyi nodded vigorously, looking at Pei Yingrou with grateful eyes. This socially anxious boy with a stutter now had a confidant to speak for him. Pei Yingrou is the one who understands him the most.
Qin Yanlin crossed his legs and took a sip of red wine. So what should we name our team?
Sitishue pondered for a moment and said, the core of our team is naturally classmate Pei Yingrou, after all, he is the national top scholar, so how about we call our team
Crimson Squad?
Pei Yingrou's most notable feature is his pair of crimson eyes. Since no one objected, the Crimson Squad was officially established.
Qin Yanlin then asked, so who will be the team leader?
Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the national top scholar.
Pei Yingrou smiled and shook his head.
A team leader role requires strong cohesion and leadership skills.
So, who set up this dinner party, and who is the most suitable to be the captain?
Sitishue pressed her red lips together.
Pei Yingrou, do you really want to give the captain position to me?
It's not giving, you are more suitable to be the captain of the Crimson team than I am.
We just met, do you know me? Not really. Then how do you know I am more suitable than you? Intuition.
A glint flashed in Sitishue's eyes as she grew more interested in this white-haired, red-eyed boy. In the future, when people mentioned the captain of the Crimson team, they would all sigh.
Don't forget, she was chosen as the captain by Pei Yingrou's intuition.
At this moment, a great Beastmaster team was born in the small private room.
The establishment of this team seemed very hasty and lacked a dramatic backstory.
It was just 4 fellow townspeople from the same city, sitting in a private room, enjoying a meal together, and the team named Crimson was inexplicably formed. From this moment on, the story of the 4 geniuses growing together slowly unfolded its grand prologue.
Chapter 12, Pei Yingrou and Sitishue, plotting late at night.
After lunch, there was still an hour of nap time left. On the way back to the villa apartment, Pei Yingrou found that he was walking in the same direction as Sitishue. Both of them had performed well in the national exam, so they could enjoy independent villa-level dormitories. Their villas were directly across from each other, separated only by a small path paved with pebbles.
What a coincidence! Yeah, it's really a coincidence.
The two turned around at the same time, preparing to head back to their own rooms. As Pei Yingrou opened the door, Situshue's voice came from behind him.
Are you satisfied with the member structure of the team I formed?
Of course, I am satisfied.
Then tell me.
Pei Yingrou turned around, meeting Situshue's gaze, and calmly analyzed. Huangfu Boyi, his talent is retracement. In team battles, he can provide a large health regeneration effect for Beastmasters, increasing their combat endurance and improving error tolerance. Qin Yanlin, his talent is refraction. After the Beastmaster releases an attack, it can refract between multiple enemy units, causing a wide area of damage like a lightning bolt. You, Sitishue, your talent is petrification. Your beast is the Shadow Spider, which has the ability to cocoon, capable of delivering powerful dual control. As for me, my talent is undead execution. In battle, I can reliably finish off low health enemies. Pei Yingrou paused here, gazing into Sitishue's somewhat surprised eyes, and continued, healing, area damage, dual control, efficient harvesting. Such a team can only be described as perfect. Sitishue smiled and nodded, but then questioned, with your mind, you can also be the captain of the Crimson team, so still the same question, why give it to me? I said at the beginning, intuition.
Is your intuition always correct?
At least I believe my intuition won't be wrong in choosing you as the captain of this team.
You are an interesting person.
Captain, if you have no other matters, I will go back to my room to rest.
Pei Yingrou, you.
Sitishue was momentarily speechless. She stared at Pei Yingrou for a while. She suddenly realized that she was used to the admiring gazes from all her male peers, and Pei Yingrou's indifference made her feel somewhat unaccustomed. Women are all the same, they will doubt their charm in such moments.
Especially beautiful women.
Sitishue took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and said seriously, I must remind you that according to past practices, in a week, you will represent our Chaos Academy to participate in the Tianyun ranking competition.
The Tianyun ranking competition is an event organized by the 4 top academies. This event is aimed at each year's new students and holds significant value.
The competition usually takes place a week after school starts, where the 4 major academies select the best students from the national exam results among the new students, and
sign up for the competition.
Among the new students of Chaos Academy, the one with the best score in the national exam is naturally Pei Yingrou, the national champion, so he comes to represent Chaos Academy in battle.
With Situ Shue's reminder, Pei Yingrou understands. I get it, I have seen the discussions online. Many people are questioning me, saying I have reaped the benefits of the national exam.
However, Captain, you need not worry, in the Tianyun ranking match, I will take first place. Although Pei Yingrou says this, Situ Shue still has some concerns. After all, the national exam is equivalent to a human-machine trial, and the Iron Arm Lizard is the lowest level of attributeless magical beast, also known as a mindless beast. And when Pei Yingrou participates in the Tianyun ranking match, he will face genius opponents who possess strategic wisdom. Human-machine games and ranking matches are 2 completely different concepts after all. Pei Yingrou, since I am the captain of the Scarlet team, I naturally have to take care of every team member.
If you have any needs, just say it, I can help you.
Behind Situ Shue, the Situ family is the head of the 4 great families in Tianyu City, and also the richest in Tianyu City, with extremely strong resources and connections. Pei Yingrou currently needs a piece of private land to plant the seeds of the Golden Phoenix tree. As long as he speaks up, Situ Shue will definitely arrange it for him. But after hesitating for a moment, Pei Yingrou still smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Captain, I don't need anything for now." Pei Yingrou returned to his room, and Situ Shue remained frozen in place. Just now, his expression flashed a trace of hesitation. Clearly, he has places where he needs help, yet he does not speak to me. In the world of adults, where interests are exchanged, he believes he cannot create benefits for me at the moment, so he does not express his needs to me. Keeping a distance like this temporarily will not provoke my dislike, and even I might develop some fondness for him.
This person is truly not simple. Pei Yingrou is not simple, how can Situ Shue be any less?
During the lunch break, Pei Yingrou took a shower, dried his hair, and came to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa. In 1 week, it will be the Tianyun ranking match. If I take first place, I will receive generous rewards jointly issued by the 4 great academies. This week, in addition to accelerating training, I must quickly obtain a piece of private land to plant the Golden Phoenix tree. It's not appropriate to speak directly to Situ Shue, she is not my girlfriend. The Phoenix bloodline's control over beasts has a demand for the Phoenix tree just like fish cannot live without water, so this matter is urgent. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Yingrou's heart formulated a complete plan. He opened his phone and searched for top 10 beast master guilds in Heilin City. Building connections and obtaining resources is the most direct way, which is to develop a second profession. In the villa apartment opposite, Situ Shue sat on the sofa, and a shadow suddenly appeared beside her.
With Situ Shue's family background, a bodyguard naturally accompanies her. Miss, this is the information you asked me to investigate.
Huangfu Boyi, his weakness is social anxiety. He cannot adapt to crowded environments and is afraid of loud noises, suffering from severe communication barriers. Qin Yanlin, this person is a habitual womanizer, loves to frequent massage parlors and nightclubs, purely an animal that thinks with his lower body. Women are his greatest weakness.
As for Pei Yingrou, his weakness, I have not investigated it clearly yet. Situ Shue said calmly, "It's okay, continue your investigation in secret."
Miss, are you collecting the weaknesses and soft spots of these 3, to facilitate grasping them and establishing the authority of the Scarlet Team's captain?
Situ Shue gently shook her head. Hong Tao, they are my team members. I analyzed their strengths to formulate a perfect team battle strategy, maximizing their potential.
At the same time, only by understanding their weaknesses and soft spots can I protect them at critical moments.
The shadow suddenly realized, admiringly exclaiming, "So that's how it is."
Miss is truly far-sighted, Hong Tao has learned.
Situ Shue, a natural handsome talent, rather than a general.
She possesses strong cohesion and leadership. She deserves Pei Yingrou's intuition. After the shadow left, Situ Shue came to the balcony and looked at the villa apartment across the way.
Pei Yingrou, do you really have no weaknesses or vulnerabilities?
When a woman develops an unyielding curiosity about a man, it can actually be quite troublesome.
Chapter 13, Black Wing Guild, Hand of the Overgod, Pulse Diagnosis. The setting sun fell, dusk descended.
The school bell rang. Chaos Academy was shrouded in a blood-orange twilight. A white-haired, red-eyed boy left through the back gate of the academy.
Half an hour later,
Pei Yingrou arrived at a magnificent building. At the entrance, a stone statue of a huge eagle spread its black wings, seeming to soar high into the sky. The Black Wing Beast Master Guild, the 3rd-ranking guild in Heilin City, large in scale and well-respected.
Moreover, in terms of overall strength, it is not much weaker than the 2nd-ranked Greedy Wolf Guild. At the guild's entrance, there was a notice recruiting odd job workers.
Pei Yingrou stepped into the hall, walked to the front desk, and chatted briefly with the receptionist before picking up a pen to fill out the application form for odd jobs.
Though there are many students working to support their studies, was this national top scholar really just here to apply for odd jobs? Just as Pei Yingrou was filling out the form, a noisy commotion arose behind him. Old Jean, do you really have no other treatment methods?
President Xiao, I really tried my best. There are currently no cases of curing blood blight in our country. Besides, I am just a silver-level healing master. Why not go to the Imperial City and hire a gold-level healing master?
Pei Yingrou glanced at the two with his peripheral vision. The middle-aged man, sturdy and resolute with dark skin, was the president of the Black Wing Guild, Xiao Dingtian.
At the 7th rank of Beast Masters, he was well loved by the people in Highland City. Beside Xiao Dingtian stood an old white-haired man, the finest silver-level healing master in Highland City, Jin Lawu. Xiao Dingtian had a helpless expression. There are fewer than 100 gold-level healing masters in our country, and most are supporting the frontline battle.
How could I possibly hire one?
Even though the Black Wing Guild had substantial financial resources, hiring a gold-level healing master was nearly impossible. Just as Xiao Dingtian fell into despair, a youthful voice spoke from behind him.
President Xiao, I can treat blood blight. Xiao Dingtian turned to look, sizing up Pei Yingrou. Young man, you are. I am the younger generation, Pei Yingrou.
No wonder you look familiar, you are this year's national top scholar. This was the time when Pei Yingrou was most popular, easily recognized, and the best opportunity to build connections.
Student Pei, you are here to.
I am here to apply for odd jobs, working to support my studies, Pei Yingrou added, but I overheard you talking about blood blight, so I came over.
Jin Lawu, as a silver-level healing master, stroked his beard and smiled. Young man, you just said you can treat blood blight?
You know, even the gold-level healing masters of the Royal Healing Institute wouldn't dare to say they can cure it.
You probably don't even know what blood blight is.
Blood blight, a disease prevalent among beast masters who have experienced prolonged ocean battles. It comes from the deep sea where numerous magical beasts' corpses have sunk, and the beast virus is spread through the water into the bodies of the beast masters. Symptoms include rotten skin, decreased physical ability, and severely weakened defensive values. After Pei Yingrou finished speaking, Jin Lawu showed a surprised expression.
Hey, you kid know quite a bit, huh?
Pei Yingrou had investigated before coming. 80% of the tasks the Black Wing Guild usually undertakes require going out to sea. With the recent fiery magical beast legion rampaging, global temperatures rising, and the magical beast corpses on the ocean floor releasing viruses more severely, the beasts cultivated by the Black Wing Guild must definitely be a high-risk group for blood blight. Everything was within Pei Yingrou's calculations. So he was not here to apply for a laborer job at all. President Xiao, I really have a way to cure the blood plague.
Looking at Pei Yingrou's serious expression, Xiao Dingtian frowned.
As the saying goes, different trades are like mountains apart. Even though Pei Yingrou was the national champion this year, his profession was beast tamer, not beast healer.
However, what Pei Yingrou said next still moved Xiao Dingtian.
President Xiao, as you just said, it is currently very difficult for you to find a gold medal beast healer. I believe that the beasts suffering from the blood plague are also in worsening condition, and their illness cannot be delayed too long.
Why not take a dead horse as a live horse and let me try? There is no loss for you. Xiao Dingtian pressed his dry lips together. Student Pei, follow me. Jin Lawu also followed. He did not believe that Pei Yingrou could cure the blood plague. In the closed beast training field of the Blackwing Guild, there lay more than 100 weak, breathless beasts. Their skin was severely rotting, with wounds oozing pus and blood, and they could no longer fight. After sweeping his gaze, Pei Yingrou murmured, "It really is the blood plague, and it's very serious." Xiao Dingtian could not help but ask, "Student Pei, how do you plan to treat them?" "I need to feel their pulse." Hearing this, Jin Lawu laughed in surprise. "What? Feel their pulse? Student Pei, are you joking? You want to use old traditional Chinese medicine methods to treat beasts? After feeling their pulse, are you going to do acupuncture too? Have you watched too many mindless short dramas?" "President Xiao, I think this kid is just making a fool of himself." Xiao Dingtian's expression darkened. Cough, cough, Student Pei, the beast skin is thicker than a winter quilt. Can you really feel the pulse of the beasts? It must be said that standing from the perspective of a normal person, what Pei Yingrou said about feeling the pulse of beasts sounded absurd. President Xiao, when in doubt, do not use. When used, do not doubt. Fine. Just for that sentence, Student Pei, please proceed. Having come to this point, Xiao Dingtian naturally knew how to recognize and employ talents. Although this was his first meeting with Pei Yingrou, just from his conversation, he believed this young man had great potential. Even if this child ultimately fails to cure the blood plague, I must recruit him. Taking advantage of Pei Yingrou's youth, Xiao Dingtian planned to take action early and recruit this national champion into the Blackwing Guild. Pei Yingrou came to a split-soul sea lion. This beast was the one in the worst condition. Its skin was completely rotten, gasping in pain, and although it would not die, suffering from the blood plague felt worse than death. Such a beast, unable to return to battle, meant it would consume a lot of medical expenses daily while waiting for a slow death, which was also a burden for the Blackwing Guild. Pei Yingrou reached out his divine hand, gently touching the throat of the split-soul sea lion. The blood plague only spreads between beasts and does not infect humans, so Pei Yingrou directly touching it was not a problem. But in fact, he could not feel any pulse at all. The so-called feeling the pulse was merely to trigger the third function of the divine hand, beast diagnosis. A layer of purple-golden fluorescence flowed on the surface of the divine hand, which was hard for ordinary people to perceive. Pei Yingrou closed his eyes, relying on the sensitivity of his fingertips, and the best treatment plan for the blood plague floated in his mind. 5 minutes later, Pei Yingrou opened his eyes. President Xiao, I have a treatment plan. I need you to provide the corresponding quantities of medicinal materials according to my prescription. And also, a medicine cauldron. Jin Laowu, standing aside, could not help but question, kid, different trades are like mountains apart, how dare you casually prescribe medicines? Do you understand the consequences? I will bear all consequences. Pei Yingrou's tone was firm, and Xiao Dingtian nodded. Student Pei, since I choose to trust you this once, I will trust you all the way. Come. Pei Yingrou opened the prescription, listing an array of medicinal materials. Jin Laowu was peeking at the side, unable to restrain his astonishment. Kid. In your prescription, there are 4 medicinal ingredients, but they are highly toxic. Every medicine has its poison, it all depends on how you use and mix it. I promise, this is the best prescription to cure the blood plague. With the financial power and resources of the Blackwing Guild, they quickly gathered the necessary medicinal ingredients and a potion furnace as required by Pei Yingrou. Under Pei Yingrou's guidance, a total of 27 medicinal ingredients were added to the cauldron in different measurements, simmered over a low fire. In this process, Pei Yingrou was responsible for controlling a very special detail. Every so often, he would command the staff to inject different doses of the blood of the severed tail scorpion into the cauldron. The severed tail scorpion has a toxicity ranking among the top 10 of poisonous magical beasts in its blood. Old Jean watched the entire process of Pei Yingrou refining medicines, his knitted brows never easing. For toxic medicinal ingredients, plus the poisonous blood of the severed tail scorpion, this kid's method of refining medicine is truly crazy. The process of refining lasted a full 2.5 hours. As night fell, the sultry summer night wind made people restless. Turn up the heat to reduce it. After 2.5 hours of refining, Pei Yingrou extracted about 100 milligrams of concentrated medicine from the cauldron. The medicine displayed a strange rose-purple color, emitting a unique foul smell. This color, this smell, are you sure this is proper medicine, Pei? President Xiao, facts speak louder than words, let the soul-ripping sea lion take it. Everyone accompanied Pei Yingrou from dusk to night, now there was no turning back. Holding on to the mindset of treating a dead horse like a living one, Xiao Dingtian instructed his subordinates to pour the concentrated medicine from Pei Yingrou's hands into the mouth of the soul-ripping sea lion. In just 3 minutes, the effect of the medicine began to take place. This. Incredible. This medicine can really cure the blood plague. At this moment, a medical miracle was unfolding. Chapter 14, Killing 3 birds with 1 arrow, in control. In 3 minutes, the wounds on the soul-ripping sea lion healed rapidly, sprouting fresh granulation tissue. In 5 minutes, the wounds scabbed over and stopped bleeding. In 10 minutes, the soul-ripping sea lion was free from paralysis and let out an excited howl. After 15 minutes, old Jean was already dumbfounded. How is this possible? Before this, there had never been any successful case of curing the blood plague in the Yanxia Empire. Old Jean, being a silver-ranked royal healer, had exhausted all his medical skills to merely delay the onset of the blood plague. Pei Yingrou, with a slight move, directly shattered the century-old problem of the blood plague with an unfathomable prescription. This was a small step for Pei Yingrou, but a giant leap for the royal healing career of the Yanxia Empire. President, according to the instrument readings, the soul-ripping sea lion's various physiological indexes have all returned to acceptable levels. The symptoms of the blood plague have completely subsided. With just some more rest, within half a month, it will recover health and reach combat standards. It seems that the prescription provided by this young man is indeed miraculous. An incredible young man. Xiao Dingtian was stunned for a long time, and when he looked at Pei Yingrou again, his eyes could not hide his admiration. Pei, thank you, truly thank you. I didn't expect you, the national champion, to also excel in royal healing techniques. You even managed to cure a chronic fatal disease like the blood plague. Old Jean also sighed from the side, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, younger generations are to be feared. Pei Yingrou remained indifferent, calmly answering, President Xiao, as long as you provide enough medicinal materials, I can refine enough concentrated medicine to cure all the royal beasts here suffering from the blood plague. That would be great. Pei, how about this, you join our Blackwing Guild. It won't delay your studies at the academy, and any resources you need, our Blackwing Guild will spare no effort to help you. After 3 years when you graduate, we will join hands and run the guild together. Xiao Dingtian made a sincere invitation, adhering to the golden rule of valuing talent, believing that heroes should not be questioned about their origins, and achievements should not be judged by age. Although Pei Yingrou was young, he already possessed great skills. With the talent of the national champion plus the potential to become a gold medal royal healer. Such talent is hard to find anywhere else in the country. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, in Xiao Dingtian's eyes, even if Pei Yingrou were digging his nose with his bare hands and squeezing walnuts with his butt, he would still look handsome and outstanding. Pei Yingrou smiled and shook his head. President Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. Jean Laowu complained in a mournful tone, Kid, what President Xiao just meant was to recruit you as a future partner of the Black Wing Guild. Are you really going to give up such a great opportunity? Pei Yingrou explained, after I graduate, I will inherit the Scarlet Guild left by my mother. Xiao Dingtian was taken aback for a moment, Scarlet Guild? Your mother? Oh, it's Lady Pei. Jean Lao was squinted and pondered, Lady Pei, the legendary beast master from the old era. Pei Chujuan, this is a person who only lives in legends, the times have changed. About her resume and achievements, only the tip of the iceberg is known to the public, and people's evaluations of her are mixed. Other information about Pei Chujuan, as well as her performance in the Star Spiral War 18 years ago, are classified as national secrets and not disclosed to the public. Classmate Pei, since you are unwilling to join our Black Wing Guild, how should I thank you? This kindness is too great for Xiao Dingtian to repay. President Xiao, I want to make a deal with you. Pei Yingrou finally said the purpose of his visit. Oh, what kind of deal? Pei Yingrou spoke in detail. Although I won't join the Black Wing Guild, I can act as a therapeutic consultant for the Black Wing Guild. Not only for this blood plague, I will also provide healing plans for all the beasts in the Black Wing Guild. Beasts often battle, and the accumulated old injuries on them usually have no cure, thus affecting their combat effectiveness. Once Pei Yingrou said this, Xiao Dingtian's eyes lit up. In exchange, I hope President Xiao can provide me with a piece of private land. The location would be in the backyard of the Black Wing Guild, how about that? You only need a piece of land? No problem, this deal is done. The two shook hands and smiled at each other. Late at night. With a strong smell of alcohol, Pei Yingrou walked out of the Black Wing Guild's door. Xiao Dingtian treated him to a drink, and the two had a good time talking at the table, even deciding to call each other brothers from now on. The undeveloped land in the backyard of the Black Wing Guild is yours. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Pei, my younger brother, if you need me in the future, just speak up. I will surely assist you. Alright, let's drink to our heart's content another day. And so, Pei Yingrou obtained a piece of private land for planting golden phoenix trees. Blackcale City is a port city, and among the top 10 beast master guilds in the city, at least half are suffering from the blood plague. In Pei Yingrou's plan, why did he specifically choose Xiao Dingtian's Black Wing Guild? If the map of Blackcale City was thought of as a 5-element directional diagram, the location of the Black Wing Guild is at the southern end of the map, which belongs to the fire element. And the phoenix tree, which only nests in the fireplace, can only grow faster in land situated in this element. This is the detail Pei Yingrou has control over. He even took feng shui into account. On this day, Pei Yingrou reaped substantial rewards. First, he made the acquaintance of Xiao Dingtian, the president of the Black Wing Guild, even becoming brothers, establishing his first network. Second, he obtained a piece of private land, putting the planting and cultivation of the golden phoenix trees on schedule. So this operation can be counted as killing 2 birds with 1 stone? No. This operation was actually killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The next morning, the third arrow revealed its brilliance. Pei Yingrou's name unexpectedly topped the news headlines of more than 300 media platforms. Shocking. The century-old medical mystery blood plague was cracked by the national champion Pei Yingrou. After a joint discussion by 8 gold medal therapeutic masters, they praised the miraculous prescription developed by Pei Yingrou. Heroes always emerge from youth, 18-year-old genius can heal and fight. The value of this national champion is still on the rise. After the national exam, Pei Yingrou set off yet another online sensation. Famous across the rivers and lakes. This time, it was not martial arts that made him famous, but medicine. Xiao Dingtian shared the process of meeting Pei Yingrou during a media interview, broadcasting it live. Pei Yingrou's miraculous medical skills spread across the nation overnight. At the same time, Pei Yingrou received invitation letters from dozens of top Beastmasters associations nationwide. Xiao Dingtian admired Pei Yingrou and wanted to recruit him to join the Black Wing Association, so how could the heads of other associations not be tempted? Have you heard? The Sky Vault Association, within the Royal City, has invited Pei Yingrou to join. Not only that, the beautiful president of the Dark Knight Association, Ji Wanyan, promised that as long as Pei Yingrou joins, she would make him the vice president and even mentioned a marriage pact.
In short, the top associations on the Royal Gold list are all extending olive branches to this national champion.
So, who do you think Pei Yingrou will choose? Wait. Isn't Pei Yingrou backed by the Crimson Association? Buddy, your information is outdated. After Lord Pei Chujuan fell, the Crimson Association was occupied by a few white-eyed wolves from the Pei family. Those people only bully Pei Yingrou, using any means to drive him out of the Pei family and the Crimson Association. This is Pei Yingrou's third arrow. In the evening, as the school bell rang. At the gate of Chaos Academy. Pei Yingrou was about to go to a roadside stall for a bowl of spicy hot pot, but as he stepped out of the school gate, a crowd surged towards him. They came from the Crimson Association, facing Pei Yingrou, and spoke in unison. Young Master.
Pei Yingrou's lips curled up slightly. Young Master, what a strange title. From the crowd, a middle-aged man who looked respectable but was actually hypocritical stepped out. He showed a friendly fake smile, walked over to Pei Yingrou, and asked with fake concern. Little Yi, your uncle came to see you and brought some living expenses and beast evolution materials.
Are you adapting well to life at Chaos Academy? Uncle, long time no see. Pei Yingrou's smile sent shivers down Pei Shan's spine.
This is Pei Donglai's father, the acting president of the Crimson Association.
From a bloodline perspective, he is Pei Yingrou's real uncle.
At the same time, he is also the person who wants to kill Pei Yingrou the most. In this era, family ties are often powerless in the face of profit.
Chapter 15, The Young Master of the Crimson Association. Why did Pei Shan travel thousands of miles to Blackscale City? Was it just a fake concern for Pei Yingrou?
The uncle and nephew stood on opposite sides, and more people gathered to watch, their discussions making Pei Shan flush with embarrassment.
Haha, I detest white-eyed wolves like him.
I heard that this Pei Shan has been suppressing Pei Yingrou to take over the Crimson Association.
Is that true? He's Pei Yingrou's real uncle. In this profit-driven era, do you believe in blood ties or that I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Your Majesty, would you mind explaining?
That Pei Shan, along with his son Pei Donglai, has always targeted Pei Yingrou, seizing the legacy left by Pei Yingrou's mother. It was proven that when a person becomes strong, the whole world becomes their mouthpiece of justice. People spoke one after another, exposing the misdeeds of Pei Shan and Pei Donglai, the father-son pair.
But if Pei Yingrou wasn't the national champion and didn't have the miraculous medical skills to easily tackle blood plague, who would stand up for him? So Pei Shan is such a beast. For profit, he won't even spare his own nephew. I also heard that the inheritance of the Crimson Association has already been passed to Pei Donglai. What a disaster. Oh well, anyway, Pei Yingrou has at least 100 top association invitation letters in hand.
Yeah, if I were Pei Yingrou, I would switch to another association. The Crimson Association is too small, and I look down on it.
This kind of public pressure was all under Pei Yingrou's control.
You all shut up, this is our Pei family's private matter, not something for you outsiders to discuss.
Pei Shan, old dog. You allow them to bully Pei Yingrou, but not allow us to support the national champion? Beast. No, you misunderstand, the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild has always belonged to my good nephew Pei Yingrou. Pei Shan had no choice.
On the way here, he had already prepared the contract document for the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild, changing Pei Donglai's name to Pei Yingrou. At this moment, Pei Shan publicly announced the inheritance document and verbally swore in front of everyone.
I, Pei Shan, as the acting president of the Scarlet Guild, hereby declare. The inheritance of the Scarlet Guild belongs to my nephew Pei Yingrou. Once Pei Yingrou graduates in 3 years, I will step down and let him take over.
This was Pei Shan's only way to end this farce, he had no second option. Even if he guessed that Pei Yingrou had set up this trap, he still had to jump into the fire pit. With the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild back in his hands, Pei Yingrou had indeed achieved 3 goals with 1 arrow. In front of everyone, Pei Shan leaned closer to Pei Yingrou, lowering his voice, his tone ingratiating and pleading.
Xiao Yi, let's let the past be the past.
What happened before was a misunderstanding. After all, I am your uncle, right? Don't leave the Scarlet Guild, from now on, it will be yours, and Donglai and I will support you.
Pei Yingrou looked at this hypocritical uncle, revealing a smile as cold as death. My dear uncle, you call what you did to me in the past a misunderstanding?
Then let this misunderstanding continue.
Pei Yingrou, don't be ungrateful.
Pei Shan, do you believe that if I publicly sever ties with the Pei family and withdraw from the Scarlet Guild, I can push you and your son to a dead end? Many times, the threat of killing is not as effective as targeting the heart. As long as Pei Yingrou does this, Pei Shan cannot bear the consequences. Pei Shan gritted his teeth but had to lower his posture.
Pei Yingrou, what do you want me to do?
First, from now on, anyone from the Scarlet Guild who sees me must call me young master.
Second, rebuild an independent ancestral hall for my mother, and offer incense and worship daily. Okay. I agree. Pei Yingrou smiled with satisfaction. I'm going to eat a bowl of spicy hot pot, you all can go back. Young master, we. What do you call me? Blood-red eyes, stained against the night sky. Young master, we will take our leave. At this moment, the boy who had suffered through hardship finally reclaimed the identity of the young master of the Scarlet Guild. As night deepened, with the moonlight and sparse stars, Pei Yingrou ate a bowl of spicy hot pot and returned to the villa apartment. Just as Pei Yingrou reached the entrance of the villa, he was stopped by Sitoshui, who was sitting on a rocking chair in the garden of the opposite villa. Pei Yingrou. Captain, is there something?
This move of yours, brilliant.
What move?
The move to reclaim the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild.
Pei Yingrou smiled awkwardly. Captain, you care about me this much? Don't forget, our Situ family and your Pei family are both one of the 4 major families in Tianyu City. Regarding the internal grievances of your Pei family, I naturally understand.
I just don't understand, you have a chance to press Pei Shan into a corner. You shouldn't just reclaim the inheritance of the Scarlet Guild.
Pei Yingrou smiled lightly and raised an eyebrow. So you mean I should take the opportunity to force Pei Shan to step down and sit in the position of president of the Scarlet Guild myself? Sitoshui nodded.
Seems the captain is good at playing chess but not at seeing human nature.
A person like Pei Shan would become a desperate person when cornered.
The identity of acting president of the Scarlet Guild is his last trump card. If I force him to reveal it now, he will spare no effort to target me, even at the cost of mutual destruction.
When dealing with him, you cannot be too hasty. After all, at this moment, Pei Yingrou knew that he was not strong enough yet.
After all, he was just a first-level beastmaster, while Pei Shan had reached the 7th level. Before gaining absolute power, Pei Yingrou's path as a beastmaster was:
be cautious and develop steadily. Don't be ridiculous.
After listening to Pei Yingrou's analysis, Sitoshui's curiosity about this young boy doubled again. She sat up from the rocking chair, propped her chin on one hand, and looked at the crimson-eyed boy in front of her, smiling as she asked, Pei Yingrou, are you really only 18 years old with such maturity, steadiness, and wisdom?
If the captain has nothing else, I will go back to my room. Wait a minute. Sitoshui walked in front of Pei Yingrou and handed him an exquisite gift box. What's this? Open it and see.
Pei Yingrou unwrapped the gift box, revealing a prism-shaped crystal that emitted a chilling aura, shining with a brilliant golden blue glow in the night.
Top-grade ice attribute beast crystal.
Pei Yingrou exclaimed in amazement, then seriously said, this gift is too precious, one should not take without earning. Pei Yingrou, I am the captain of the Crimson Team. I also prepared gifts for Huangfu Boyi and Qin Yanlin. It is not just for you, so accept it.
Wait. How do you know I need ice attribute beast crystals?
I investigated, and I saw that you purchased a large quantity of ice attribute beast crystals at Ting Yushuan and bet all your scholarship on them.
You easily admitted to investigating me? Don't worry, I investigated you to better understand you.
Pei Yingrou, you are my team member, and I hope you can trust me unconditionally. At the same time, I will trust you unconditionally. This was the first time Pei Yingrou carefully observed the woman before him.
Sitoshui's commitment to the Crimson Team surpassed Pei Yingrou's imagination.
I thought this rich young lady called for the formation of a Beastmaster team just on a whim, merely for fun. But now it seems she has some obsession with this team. Everyone has their own privacy and obsessions, and Sitoshui is no exception. Captain, then I will accept this generous gift, thank you. Pei Yingrou, as far as I know, since the era of Universal Beastmasters began, there has never been a case of a purebred Phoenix-type beast awakening an ice attribute talent.
So what are you trying to say?
I want to say, I believe you can cultivate an unprecedented ice and fire dual repair Phoenix. A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Pei Yingrou smiled, Sitoshui, as long as the Crimson Team exists, I will always recognize you as the captain.
Sitoshui smiled brightly, her beautiful eyes unable to hide her vigorous ambition. Pei Yingrou, just thinking about the great things we can do together in the future excites me. The relationship between the two shifted from ordinary friends to soulmates who understood each other. She understood Pei Yingrou, and Pei Yingrou understood her too. Back at the villa, Pei Yingrou received a call from Pei Yingrou.
Hello, cousin. Xiaoyi, next week you will represent our Chaos Academy in the Tianyun ranking tournament.
Tomorrow during self-study, I will be your practice partner to help your Black Phoenix advance to the juvenile stage, stage 2, as much as possible before the match. It's worth mentioning that after Pei Yingrou was admitted to Chaos Academy, Pei Yingrou immediately applied for a transfer. Currently, she is the mentor of the first-year talent class, which means Pei Yingrou's homeroom teacher. During the day, they are teacher and student, but at night, they are siblings.
Chapter 16, Genius Duel, Battle of the Tianyun Ranking. The next morning. Self-study class. In the talent class, all the other students aside from Pei Yingrou were studying theoretical knowledge in the classroom. In this age of universal beast masters, brashness has no future.
During the 3 years of academy life, for young beast masters, aside from cultivating their beasts and improving their ranks, they also need to learn vast theoretical knowledge. Only by understanding the enemy's weaknesses and learning teamwork tactics can one become a qualified warrior.
Training ground.
Pei Yingrou provided one-on-one guidance to Pei Xingye for devil training. Next week is the Tianyun ranking tournament, and Pei Xingye, as the representative of Chaos Academy, undergoes intense training every day.
3 times that of her classmates in the elite class. Pei Yingrou held an analysis report, sketching based on Pei Xingye's training performance.
Release speed of starting technique, excellent.
Dodge efficiency, excellent. Skill precision, excellent.
Evaluating a beastmaster's overall combat capability is multifaceted and multidimensional.
Pei Xingye received excellent ratings in all 18 training items.
This means that Pei Xingye's operation and awareness can be described as perfect. Even the typically strict Pei Yingrou could not find a single flaw. But while Pei Yingrou felt gratified, she also felt confused and worried. Because compared to the national exam, the current Black Phoenix was not in good shape. The power of the Deathfire had significantly diminished.
Instructor, how was my performance just now?
Pei Xingye, I ask you, how many fire attribute beast crystals have you fed to the Black Phoenix during this time?
Pei Xingye truthfully replied, I haven't fed it fire attribute beast crystals.
What?
I fed the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals.
What? Pei Yingrou's beautiful face twisted in shock.
Pureblood Phoenix bloodline, naturally fire attribute, and you fed it ice attribute beast crystals? No wonder its Deathfire's power is even weaker than during the national exam.
On the surface, ever since Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals, all the data has shown a decline instead of a rise, which is an undeniable fact. After calming down, Pei Yingrou spoke earnestly, Pei Xingye, choosing this nurturing method will only slow the Black Phoenix's evolution. Instructor, please believe me, I will create an evolutionary path that the Phoenix bloodline has never taken.
But, cousin, you don't believe me?
Seeing her younger brother's confident demeanor, Pei Yingrou didn't know what to say. She could only sigh deeply, thinking, the Phoenix bloodline, no matter how many ice attribute beast crystals you feed, cannot awaken an ice system talent. But Xiaoyi is so persistent, I can't argue against him.
In Pei Yingrou's understanding, Pei Xingye's method of nurturing the Black Phoenix was completely off the charts. This is not surprising for Pei Yingrou, as the world's understanding is this way. Phoenixes, purely born fire attribute.
In the thick record of Beastmasters, which reads like a dictionary, it is recorded that since the opening of the Beastmaster era, there hasn't been a single ice attribute Phoenix documented. The end of class bell rang. Pei Xingye, your control and awareness with the Black Phoenix far exceed your peers. Only the ice attribute beast crystals. Instructor, I will say it again, please believe me. Pei Yingrou smiled helplessly and nodded, simply changing the subject.
Alright, regarding beast nurturing, I won't interfere. But please study this information in your free time. What is this? Knowing yourself and knowing the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger.
This document contains information on the other 3 participants in the Tianyun ranking competition. Participant information is public throughout the country, it is not a secret.
Tao Tai Academy, Sang Wei. Chaos Academy, Pei Xingye. Xiongji Academy, Lin Chen. Wu Academy, Li Tianxi.
These 4 participants are the cream of the crop among this year's new students in the 4 major academies. Time flew by, and only 1 day remained until the Tianyun ranking competition.
News about the 4 contestants repeatedly topped the national trending searches. Tomorrow is the Tianyun ranking battle, I can't wait. The battle of the 4 geniuses will definitely be exciting. Have you heard?
Among these 4 contestants, only Pei Xingye's beast hasn't advanced to juvenile form, tier 2.
Impossible, the lower the beast's level, the faster the evolution.
As long as you feed the Black Phoenix a few fire attribute beast crystals, it could easily advance to juvenile form, tier 2. The problem is, Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals.
Ice attribute beast crystals? Is this guy crazy?
In the eyes of the world, Pei Xingye's method of cultivating the Black Phoenix was akin to wasting resources.
Deep night. In the villa apartment.
In the courtyard, Pei Xingye fed the Black Phoenix with top-quality ice attribute beast crystals sent by Sitishue. The power of the Undead fire weakened once again.
Phoenix, in tomorrow's battle, let's create an unprecedented miracle together.
The emerald green Undead fire transformed into several strands of phoenix feathers, circling around Pei Xingye, just to accentuate his pair of crimson eyes. The Black Phoenix was Pei Xingye's first contracted beast, and there were astonishing similarities between the master and the beast. Both the master and the beast walked a bloody path that no one had ever trodden before.
After a night passed, dawn cleared the gloom.
The bright sun shone down, and the wind was clear over Highland City.
To the north of the city, Shilin Mountain was the venue for the Tianyun ranking tournament.
At the mountain's peak, a stage for the Battle of Geniuses had already been set up. Surrounding the stage were spectator stands capable of accommodating 100,000 live audience members, resembling a giant eggshell from above the clouds. With 1 hour left before the competition began, the stands were already filled with people.
The flashes of media reporters' cameras were almost blinding to passing birds.
The entire nation was focused on this event. And the focal point of this event was, of course, the strongest national champion in history.
Hello to the audience present and all the viewers watching the live stream. I am Lu Ying, the host of this Tianyun ranking tournament. For this event, we have invited the chief judge, Mr. Lei Qianchong, a gold medal evolutionist from the imperial capital. In the center seat of the judges' panel sat an elderly man with a hooked nose. He looked over 50, but his gaze still held sharpness, radiating pride earned through strength. Lei Qianchong, from the imperial capital of the Yanxia Empire, was a gold medal evolutionist. All professions in the world derive from the role of beast master. The role of the healing master is to repair injuries and treat diseases of the beast. The role of the evolutionist is to research and develop stronger evolutionary paths for the beast. Lei Qianchong's face appeared aloof and indifferent, reflecting his significant achievements in the field of evolutionists. He had participated in writing beast evolution theory and had personally developed the best evolutionary path for hundreds of beasts. His name often appeared in textbooks used by the 4 major academies.
Thus, it is evident that Lei Qianchong was worthy of the title of chief judge of the Tianyun ranking. Before the official start of the competition, let's interview the chief judge of this Tianyun ranking.
Lu Ying walked to the judges' table and handed the microphone.
Old Lei, you have served as the chief judge for 3 consecutive years.
Let me ask you a sharp question. Who do you think will be this year's Tianyun champion?
Without hesitation, Lei Qianchong replied with a calm tone, who will be the champion of Tianyun, it's hard to say. But I can say for sure, Pei Yingrou from the Chaos Academy will definitely be the last place on the Tianyun ranking. Lu Ying was taken aback and revealed a bitter smile. Old Lei, Pei Yingrou is this year's national champion, your prediction of him being last, this. Lei Qianchong showed no mercy and directly criticized Pei Yingrou in public.
The national exam is essentially a human-machine battle.
The Black Phoenix is a creature of ancient mythical bloodline. Even if another beast master took over, they could still slay 100 armored lizards. Therefore, the honor of being the national champion only proves the superiority of the Phoenix bloodline, not Pei Yingrou. As Lei Qianchong spoke, a part of the audience echoed in agreement, and the live streaming chat was flooded with doubts and clamor.
Chapter 17, the louder the doubts, the more excited he became. Old Lei has a point, it's the Black Phoenix that's outstanding, not Pei Yingrou. If I contracted the Black Phoenix, I could even slay 200 armored lizards.
In the upcoming competition, this national champion is sure to reveal his true form.
Among the audience, there were many so-called experts who looked down on Pei Yingrou.
They firmly believed that their analysis of Pei Yingrou was thorough. Especially Pei Yingrou's major mistakes in cultivating his spirit beast led them to believe that Pei Yingrou would fail miserably on the Tianyun ranking arena. Before the competition officially began, a huge electronic screen hanging above the arena announced the data information of the 4 contestants and their respective spirit beasts. As expected, the other 3 contestants' spirit beasts have all advanced to the juvenile stage, level 2. Only Pei Yingrou's Black Phoenix remains at the juvenile stage, level 1. Each major level of spirit beast evolution can be broken down into 3 minor levels, which is called 3-stage advancement. Juvenile spirit beasts grow the fastest. They only need to eat a few corresponding attribute spirit crystals to advance in a very short time. A week has passed since the school year started, and most of the new students' cultivated spirit beasts have advanced from juvenile stage, level 1, to juvenile stage, level 2. Only Pei Yingrou's spirit beast, the Black Phoenix, remains stagnant and unmoving. At the judges' table, Lei Qianchong explained in a stern tone.
The Black Phoenix's level is stuck at juvenile stage, level 1, because of Pei Yingrou's ignorance. He has fed the Black Phoenix too many spirit crystals with conflicting ice attributes. I guess this so-called national champion wants to take a different path and create a new evolution route to amaze everyone. But he made a common mistake of youth, arrogance. He knows nothing about the uniqueness of the Phoenix bloodline. The beautiful host, Lu Ying, questioned, Old Lei, is there any possibility that Pei Yingrou could cultivate the Black Phoenix into a dual attribute spirit beast of both ice and fire? Absolutely impossible.
Someone of Lei Qianchong's caliber rarely makes a definitive statement in public.
His confidence meant he was absolutely certain. I would bet my career as a gold medal evolutionist on this conclusion. No matter how they are nurtured, all purebred Phoenix bloodlines cannot develop the properties of both ice and fire. A Phoenix is inherently a fire attribute, and can only be fire. Lei Qianchong's conclusion gained the support of most spectators. After all, looking back through history, every single Phoenix spirit beast, from birth to fall, has never awakened any ice attribute talent. The doubts about Pei Yingrou cemented the tone for the Tianyun ranking competition. Dear audience friends, the competition is about to begin.
According to the draw results, the contestants for the first match are
Chao Shua Academy, Pei Yingrou. His competing spirit beast is the Black Phoenix. Xiongqi Academy, Lin Chen. His competing spirit beast is the Electric Griffin.
The big screen revealed the basic data information of the two spirit beasts.
The data of the Black Phoenix was no longer a secret. Pei Yingrou's recent fame was too great, all data analysts across the country were analyzing the Black Phoenix. Ancient mythological bloodline.
One of the three sacred beasts of the scorching summer empire.
Such an extraordinary bloodline strength could only incite envy and hatred. Luing, let the contestants take the stage. Dressed in black, Pei Yingrou stepped onto the arena.
With white hair and crimson eyes, his unique image radiated an unfathomable aura. On the other side of the arena appeared a young man with a few freckles on his profile and narrow eyes.
Lin Chen, the strongest newcomer from Xiongqi Academy.
As a host whose main task was to stir up excitement, Luing wore a smile that suggested she was enjoying the drama, her tone deeply meaningful. Dear audience friends, everyone knows that classmate Pei Yingrou is this year's national champion. But it is worth mentioning that before the national exam, after a vote by over 100 professional analysts, classmate Lin Chen was believed to be this year's national champion. So this duel is destined to be a clash of titans, undoubtedly thrilling. As Luing said this, and with the audience adding fuel to the fire, even though this was Pei Yingrou and Lin Chen's first meeting, an invisible tension began to spread wildly.
Pei Yingrou, although my beast control bloodline is not as strong as yours. But for a beast master, operation and awareness are the true kings of the path. In the upcoming battle, I will show you what ultimate movement is and what artistic pulling means.
As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, he activated the beast seal, and amid electric light and shadow, summoned a majestic griffin from the flying array. With the body of a lion and the wings of a vulture, it was wrapped in purple lightning, letting out a piercing cry, and its eyes seemed to hide bloodthirsty venomous hooks.
This is Lin Chen's summoned beast, the lightning griffin. Its bloodline quality is legendary, and in terms of bloodline strength, it is far inferior to the Black Phoenix.
However, in Lin Chen's eyes, there was not a shred of fear towards Pei Yingrou, there was only burning anger in his chest. If it weren't for Pei Yingrou's appearance, he would be the national champion this year, the center of everyone's attention. When he learned that Pei Yingrou killed 100 armored lizards in the national exam, breaking the historical record, his mind went blank, unable to accept this fact.
At this moment, the Tianyun ranking match is the best opportunity for him to prove he is stronger than Pei Yingrou.
The referee urged, "Please, Pei Yingrou, summon your beast." Pei Yingrou raised the corners of his crimson lips, his voice as eerie and oppressive as if it came from hell.
Gates of the underworld, open.
The necromancer beast master possesses the world's most impressive summoning effect, unmatched by anyone. On the arena, black mist lingered.
In an instant, ghostly faces danced, and groups of demons clamored.
Deep within the fog, a heavy, decaying black stone door opened.
From behind the stone door, a phoenix burning with ghostly fire and exposed ebony bones burst forth. This is the second time the Black Phoenix has appeared before the world since the national exam.
The divine beast descended, and the audience buzzed with discussion. I have to say, the moment the gates of the underworld opened, I was awestruck. Everyone, look closely, the ghostly fire on the Black Phoenix is indeed much weaker compared to the national exam. That's right, as old Master Lei said, this is due to Pei Yingrou feeding the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals.
This fool really thinks he's a top evolution master, wanting to open up a new evolution path? The Phoenix bloodline can't possibly master both ice and fire.
Pei Yingrou's wrong breeding method is nothing short of blaspheming the Phoenix bloodline, wasting its potential. The louder the doubts grew, the more excited Pei Yingrou became. His blood-red pupils, with vertical pupils like sharp swords, seemed ready to shatter all worldly conventions. Under the nationwide spotlight, the referee blew the whistle, the match begins. Chaos Academy's Pei Yingrou versus Xiongqi Academy's Lin Chen. The outcome of this battle is destined to reveal who the true national champion is. Chapter 18, The Beast Control Technique, The King's Prediction. The battle has begun. The first to strike is Lin Chen. So fast. His beast is like a bolt of lightning. On the large arena, the audience's naked eyes could not capture the true form of the lightning griffin. They could only see a flash of purple lightning, drawing cold afterimages around the Black Phoenix. Lei Qianchong, as the chief judge, analyzed with great insight. The lightning griffin belongs to the electric attribute beasts, best known for its speed. It possesses extremely high mobility, and all its skills come with displacement effects. At the same time, the faster the movement speed, the faster the attack speed will be. Lin Chen propelled his soul power, fully concentrating on controlling the lightning griffin, quickly gaining the upper hand with terrifying speed and attack speed. Pei Yingrou, this level of movement speed and attack speed is the lightning griffin's limit. And I, as the beast master, can make it surpass its limits. Suddenly, a subtle white cyclone appeared around Lin Chen. Then, the lightning griffin's movement speed doubled in an instant. Its performance on the arena resembled a lightning bolt soaring on a swift wind, illustrating what true speed like lightning means. The speed of the Thunderbolt Griffin suddenly doubled. Almost forgot, Lin Chen's talent is S-class talent, Swift Shadow. The effect of Swift Shadow is simply a perfect match with the Thunderbolt Griffin. On the big screen, the details of this talent were displayed, drawing gasps of amazement from the audience. S-class talent, Swift Shadow. 1. Greatly increases the movement speed and attack speed of the beast. 2. The lower the health of the beast, the higher the increase in speed and attack speed. When the talent of a Beastmaster perfectly aligns with the abilities of the beast, the battle presents an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. The combination of S-class talent, Swift Shadow, and the Thunderbolt Griffin is exactly this. Lin Chen, once considered a hot candidate for the national champion, is not without reason. As the chief judge, Lei Qianzhong should be objective, but every word he spoke seemed to lean towards Lin Chen. Or perhaps, he held strong biases against Pei Yingrou.
This bias stemmed from Pei Yingrou's way of nurturing the Black Phoenix.
Lei Qianzhong had once researched the Phoenix bloodline, and his team, after countless studies, determined that the Phoenix bloodline cannot awaken Ice-type talents. However, Pei Yingrou attempted to train the Black Phoenix into a dual fire and Ice-type beast, challenging Lei Qianzhong's authority and jeopardizing his reputation. On the stage, the battle's trend was overwhelmingly one-sided. Lin Chen controlled the Thunderbolt Griffin, unleashing a strong chain attack, and the audience could only see purple lightning and white gales intertwining and darting around. While the Black Phoenix, under Pei Yingrou's control, merely defended, failing to launch a single counterattack, leaving the situation somewhat awkward. The beautiful host, Lu Ying, couldn't help but ask, "Old Lei, the match has been going on for 5 minutes, why hasn't Pei Yingrou countered yet?" Lei Qianzhong stroked his beard and chuckled coldly. Counterattack? The speed of the Thunderbolt Griffin is like lightning, and under Lin Chen's control, its movements are agile and unpredictable, hard to grasp. I'm afraid Pei Yingrou can't even clearly see the Thunderbolt Griffin's body, so how could he control the Black Phoenix to launch a precise counterattack? With S-class talent, Swift Shadow, the Thunderbolt Griffin's flying speed was akin to thunder, and the human eye could not capture its body, becoming confused by its lifelike afterimages. The Thunderbolt Griffin's movement speed is too fast. Pei Yingrou dares not counterattack rashly because he knows that a counter would miss and expose even greater flaws. But just defending is only delaying the inevitable loss, in the end, he will still lose. So, there's a flaw in this national champion: when faced with an opponent who understands movement and strategy, he becomes ineffective. Looks like this guy can only rely on the strength of the beast bloodline for some easy wins against machines. Based on the performances on stage, the audience grew increasingly disappointed in Pei Yingrou. Below the stage, in the coach's area, Pei Yingrou crossed her arms over her chest, with not a trace of worry in her eyes. Over the past week, Pei Yingrou had been by Pei Yingrou's side, acting as his sparring partner. She knew how terrifying her brother's skills and awareness were. "Xiaoyi, it's time for you to showcase your beast mastery," Pei Yingrou silently thought, filled with confidence in her brother. "Pei Yingrou, is this really your true level? Holding the ancient mythical bloodline beast, yet not daring to launch a single counterattack. You disappoint me greatly." Lin Chen initially thought this would be an exciting duel. He had prepared fully before the match, but judging by Pei Yingrou's current performance, he felt Pei Yingrou was unworthy of being his opponent. "Since you won't counterattack, I'll end this boring match quickly." Lin Chen frantically urged his soul power, trying to crush Pei Yingrou. The Thunderbolt Griffin's speed and attack speed continued to rise, causing cheers to erupt from the audience. This movement and strategy are simply brilliant. So it turns out the bloodline gap of the beast can be compensated by the exquisite skills of the beast master. In terms of beast mastery, Pei Yingrou is not as good as Lin Chen. Lin Chen is the true national champion. In the face of an unfavorable situation, Pei Yingrou raised his bloodshot eyes and suddenly urged his soul power. The Black Phoenix, which had been silent for 10 minutes, suddenly launched an attack. The fire of the undead transformed into a fiery sword, precisely piercing the left wing of the lightning griffin. As blood gushed out, the painful howls of the lightning griffin echoed through the arena. What? This is impossible. The Black Phoenix's nonchalant ordinary attack actually hit the high-speed moving lightning griffin. Oh my, this scene is truly unbelievable. The lightning griffin moved at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Yet the Black Phoenix's seemingly casual ordinary attack precisely hit the lightning griffin's left wing. This scene, beyond ordinary understanding, hid Pei Yingrou's exceptional operational skills. Lu Ying's face turned pale. "Old Master Lei, please explain that last round." Lei Qianzhong's expression changed drastically. He widened his eyes, staring at Pei Yingrou on the arena. In that last round, Pei Yingrou truly counterattacked successfully. But logically, with the Black Phoenix's attack speed, it is impossible to catch the lightning griffin under the effect of lightning shadow. So, there is only one possibility. Lei Qianzhong had a deep prejudice against Pei Yingrou, but on the stage of the Tianyun ranking competition, he had to analyze rationally in front of a national audience.
Pei Yingrou predicted the lightning griffin's movement trajectory.
With Lei Qianzhong's analysis, the audience erupted with excitement.
What? Prediction? Pei Yingrou can predict the movement trajectory of the lightning griffin? That's unbelievable. No way, it must be a lucky coincidence. That's right, it must just be a fluke.
In the next moment, Pei Yingrou took action, harshly slapping the faces of the audience. The Black Phoenix let out a long cry, its wings dancing, once again releasing a fiery bolt that pierced through and burned the lightning griffin's right wing. By now, both wings of the lightning griffin had suffered severe damage, crashing down in the center of the arena, the air filled with the smell of burnt flesh and the griffin's painful whimpers. Lin Chen instinctively took a step back, his resolute face showing shock and panic for the first time. He could not understand the scene before him. The lightning griffin's greatest advantage was its lightning-fast speed. Combined with Lin Chen's S-class talent, Lightning Shadow, it could display a dreamlike and graceful agility in battle, achieving extreme distance between itself and the enemy.
However, that advantage was now completely gone. If the first attack was a coincidence, what about the second?
Since the battle began, Pei Yingrou had only countered twice, and both times, he accurately hit the enemy's weak spot. Wings are the most important organ for a flying beast master. Now, the lightning griffin, with both wings severely injured, could not maintain flight and struggled to get up from the ground. The Black Phoenix, with just 2 ordinary attacks, had completely shattered the lightning griffin's combat ability.
This undoubtedly showed an overwhelming strength of bloodline. But among the audience, who could imitate Pei Yingrou and predict the lightning griffin's movement trajectory?
In the judges' seats, Lei Qianzhong had a dark expression. He had to reassess Pei Yingrou. Prediction is a skill often used by high-level beast masters in advanced battles. Or one could say, it is a kind of innate awareness. Pei Yingrou's ability to predict the lightning griffin's movement trajectory means that, on this point alone, he has surpassed 99.99% of the same-ranked beast masters. Lin Chen looked at the fallen lightning griffin, his brain blank and his vision blurred.
Pei Yingrou's prediction implied that he was crushing Lin Chen on the levels of operation and awareness. He could not believe all this, but he had to face the cruel reality. Isn't Lin Chen a genius? He is definitely the one. In the past year, he has been recognized as the top candidate for the national champion. However, in front of Pei Yingrou, any genius becomes just a backdrop. Lin Chen, are you still using your speed techniques? In a battle between beast tamers, no speed technique can ever compare to top-level prediction. Chapter 19, Ice and Fire Dual Cultivation, The Birth of a King. Audience friends, the battle situation is truly changing in an instant.
In the past 10 minutes, Pei Yingrou has been firmly suppressed by Lin Chen. However, Pei Yingrou only launched 2 counterattacks with top-level prediction, turning the scales of victory fiercely in his favor.
This is the true worth of the strongest national champion in history.
Beautiful host Lu Ying's passionate commentary carries a personal touch. After all, the charm exuding from Pei Yingrou on the stage seems to possess a talent for captivating women.
On the stage,
the injured wings of the lightning griffin mean a fatal blow for a flying beast. Moreover, the lightning griffin relies on high-speed movement, and now with its mobility severely restricted, its advantages are almost all buried. Lin Chen hated himself for not being able to do more. He knew how unfavorable the situation was for him, but he did not want to give up just like that.
Lightning Griffin, take to the skies, you can definitely fly again. Our match is not over yet.
In this round, we still have a chance to turn the tables.
We cannot give up.
It is undeniable that a deep bond exists between this master and his beast. Feeling the master's strong competitive spirit and indomitable will, the lightning griffin, under everyone's gaze, ignored the pain and flapped its bleeding wings to take off once more.
This scene moved everyone.
The audience erupted into respectful applause. However, the next moment made Lin Chen feel, for the first time in his life, the fear controlled by despair.
Phoenix, the moment has come, you can begin your performance.
Pei Yingrou's tone was like a calm lake, his composure in the arena far surpassing all of his peers in the world. At this moment, the chief judge Lei Qianzhong sitting on the judging panel still had not realized the severity of the situation. Thought surged, soul power surged. Like blood-red eyes of a blood moon, a hint of crimson lit up the sky. Next, this boy was clearly about to unleash an extraordinary power, but he looked as calm and composed as an old sailor facing a tsunami.
With the outburst of soul power, a strong soul resonance occurred between the master and servant.
The Black Phoenix flew above Pei Yingrou, spreading its sharp bone wings akin to the scythe of death, producing a sound that resonated with the heart and soul. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and the temperature suddenly dropped.
Hiss, so cold. My bottled water, it's frozen. Isn't it summer?
How can the temperature suddenly drop below zero? A chilling cold shrouded the entire Qilin mountain. The floor of the stage suddenly formed a thick layer of frost. Where did this mysterious and strange cold come from?
It's the Black Phoenix. Incredible. Everyone, look above the Black Phoenix. The ice crown.
All eyes in the audience were deeply attracted to the magnificent and handsome figure of the Black Phoenix. Every pair of bulging, bloodshot eyes reflected the same shocking scene. Above the head of the Black Phoenix, a crown made of ice was forming, magnificent and splendid, fierce yet elegant. And the mysterious cold that brought the entire mountain's temperature below zero originated from the breath of the Black Phoenix. Lu Ying nearly lost her composure, almost dropping her jaw.
The Black Phoenix awakened its ice attribute talent. At this moment, the temperature around the stage fluctuated dramatically. The audience felt as if they were switching back and forth between a winter chill and a furnace. The cause of the bizarre phenomenon lay in the awakening of the mutated Black Phoenix. When the Black Phoenix exhaled, the very world changed. The world is a furnace, and the fire of the dead boils and burns, the temperature shoots up. When the Black Phoenix inhales, it seems to drain all the heat, causing the surroundings to turn cold as ice, frost and snow dance through the air, making one feel as if they have fallen into an ice cellar. Breathing fire, inhaling ice. The Phoenix breathes, mastering both ice and fire. Lu Ying completely forgets to manage her expression, her beautiful face distorts, her brows tremble. So, classmate Pei Yingrou has cultivated the world's first Phoenix with dual mastery of ice and fire. The Black Phoenix hovers above the arena, wings spread wide dominating the sky, the fire of the dead and the frost of the dead intertwining, releasing a thick black mist, enveloping Pei Yingrou's towering figure in a layer of mysterious black veils. At this moment, how should we define this youngest top scholar in history? Pei Yingrou's miraculous operation overturns the world's perception, like throwing a bomb into the audience. Suddenly, the audience erupts. Oh my gosh, what a dual world of ice and fire! The Phoenix bloodline can actually awaken ice attributes? Is this a dream or reality? Old Man Lei said that the Phoenix bloodline couldn't awaken ice attributes. How could this happen? A person must pay for their words and pretense. Judge's seat. Lei Qianchong looks astonished, his eyes wide as if they are blood-stained bronze bells, his hands shaking as if he has Parkinson's disease. Every move he makes, including the changes in his facial expressions, is so exciting. Impossible. Years ago, my team and I painstakingly studied the bloodlines of the three sacred beasts. My understanding of dragons, phoenixes, and qilins must be the most authoritative in the world. Phoenixes are inherently fire, they cannot awaken ice attributes. But this? The fact is in front of him, leaving no room for Lei Qianchong to argue. The Black Phoenix, mastering both ice and fire, soars high in the sky. The intertwining of the fire of the dead and the frost of the dead seems to be a grand salute to the birth of the king. Pei Yingrou maintaining his elegant standing posture, his crimson eyes shining like brilliant stars, sharp and dazzling, unstoppable. A flash of scarlet light suddenly locks onto the shocked Lei Qianchong. Lei Qianchong's chest trembles, his heart skips a beat, as Pei Yingrou's courteous greeting echoes in his ear. Old man, the times have changed. My Phoenix can master both ice and fire. Your understanding of the Phoenix bloodline is less than 1/10,000th of mine. And don't forget, I am a necromancer, and my Phoenix is a necromantic Phoenix. At this moment, this white-haired boy with red eyes not only dominates this arena but has also put this respected gold medal evolutionist under his foot. In the coach's area, Pei Yingrou's stunning face is filled with shock and joy. She looks up at her brother's back, her heart stirred by waves of emotion. In this era, necromancers have become pitifully weak. So people often subconsciously overlook the value of the words necromantic. Although Lei Qianchong is a gold medal evolutionist, all the phoenixes he studied are just ordinary phoenixes. But the Black Phoenix is the world's first necromantic form of phoenix. And the necromantic attribute is the root that stimulates the phoenix's mutation, awakening the ice attribute. No wonder Xiao Yu fed the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals from the very beginning. So I have to admit, everything is under Xiao Yu's control. Pei Yingrou looks at her brother's back, feeling both familiar and strange. Gradually, hot tears blur her vision, and in the faintness, Pei Yingrou's figure begins to overlap with that of Pei Chuzhuang. Pei Ma. Your son is becoming more and more like you. The crimson will of the old era will surely inherit the bloodline. The phoenix breathes, ice and fire blend. The young man raises his gaze, crimson as blood. The scene unfolding deserves to be eternally captured. This painting should be named The Birth of the King. Chapter 20, The Oppressive Sensation of Death Harvesting, The Slaughter of the Dead. Hidden Data, Ice Attribute, Necromantic Frost. Awakening Method, Continuous Feeding of Ice Attribute Beast Crystals. In battle, resist pressure, applying stimulation to physiological functions. Side effects, weakens the undead fire to a certain extent, slows down the beast evolution speed. Awakening effect, dual skills of ice and fire, opens up a new evolution path, further enhancing overall strength. The data panel of the Black Phoenix has long been revealed to the world. But what people can see is only the basic data. Yet the moment Pei Yingrou's godlike hand touched the Black Phoenix, he read the hidden data within it.
So, the dual skills of ice and fire are not a coincidence, but a necessity. The audience buzzed with discussion. Those who were slow to realize began to line up to apologize to Pei Yingrou. No wonder he fed the Black Phoenix ice attribute beast crystals from the very beginning. Everything was part of his plan. This guy raised the world's first dual-skilled ice and fire Black Phoenix, slapping Lei Qianzhong's face and ours with actions. Facts prove that here we are on the first layer, while Pei Yingrou is in the atmosphere. The national champion truly deserves the title, with not a hint of falseness. It's so solid. I apologize for my extreme remarks earlier. I apologize too. The audience might not have many good points, but being skilled in Sichuan opera face-changing is one of them. When the ice and fire dual-skilled Black Phoenix dominated the platform, even the leader of Pei Yingrou's haters had to kneel in submission, shouting awesome. In fact, the battle wasn't over, but what difference did it make? The injured Storm Griffin faced the dual-skilled Black Phoenix, appearing as fragile as an ant. Lin Chen felt as insignificant as an extra in front of Pei Yingrou. Despair surged, and Lin Chen had only a trace of courage left. His face contorted, he roared angrily at the Storm Griffin. We cannot give up. Fight one last time. Fly up. Increase movement speed, increase attack speed. Lin Chen could accept failure, but he must burn out his last bit of soul power. He respected this platform, he respected this duel, and he also respected this incredibly powerful opponent before him. Lu Ying held the microphone, passionately commenting. Lin Chen has not given up. In the field of beast tamers, it is often said, when the body reaches its limit, the will leads you to break through. At this moment, Lin Chen is still burning his will. But under the immense gap in strength, the power of will is negligible. The undead frost released by the Black Phoenix enveloped the Storm Griffin in a thick layer of ice crystals. The chill penetrated, and the Storm Griffin trembled all over, its movement speed sharply decreasing again. The ice talent awakened by the Black Phoenix has a powerful slowing effect, which is a deadly restraint for the Storm Griffin. There is no suspense left in this battle. Lin Chen has lost. Hearing the audience's discussions, Lin Chen felt unwilling. He continued to unleash his soul power, gritting his teeth, silently chanting in his heart. My talent is Swift Shadow. The lower the Storm Griffin's health, the higher the speed boost I give it. This must be able to offset the slowing effect of the frost. I still have a chance to turn this around. I can definitely turn this around. As the Storm Griffin's health continued to drop, the effect of Lin Chen's talent, Swift Shadow, became stronger. Gradually, the acceleration of Swift Shadow could almost offset the slowing effect of the undead frost. Just as Lin Chen saw a glimmer of hope for a comeback, cruel reality dealt him a heavy blow, pushing his soul into a bottomless ice abyss. The referee blew the final whistle for the match. The match is over. The winning side, Chaos Academy Pei Yingrou. Lin Chen stood stunned, unable to accept the result. No. My soul power hasn't burned out yet. My beast can still fight. Referee, why did you stop the match? The referee did not explain, but raised his hand to point at the top of the Storm Griffin's head. Lin Chen twisted his stiff neck, and the scene that entered his eyes made his pupils shrink again. This is E-grade talent, Reaper's Execution. At this moment, above the head of the Lightning Griffin, a shadow of death hovered. In the hands of the Reaper, there was a blood-red scythe, the sharp blade resting against the neck of the Lightning Griffin. The Reaper's eyes burst with a crimson light, signaling the judgment of the highest order. With just a thought from Pei Yingrou, the Reaper's scythe would mercilessly harvest the life of the Lightning Griffin. That's right, this is the most inferior, most unpopular, most criticized E-grade talent, Reaper's Execution, of this era. With the arrival of Reaper's Execution, there was no need to continue the match. If it went on, Lin Chen's beast would die on the stage, brutally reaped by the Reaper. Let's stop here, the winner is clear. In the audience, the leader of the Crimson Team, Situ Shui, crossed her long legs, her wasp waist upright, maintaining an elegant posture, her gaze calm as she whispered softly. When the enemy's health drops to 10%, the next attack will trigger Reaper's Execution. Reaper's Execution ignores all shields and defenses of the enemy and has a 100% chance of hitting with absolute certainty. This talent, because of Pei Yingrou, has returned to its peak. Just looking at the detailed description of this talent, it is so powerful, so unbelievable, so unreasonable. But why, in this era, is it defined as the lowest E-grade talent by the eyes of the world? It is simply because of the curse carried by this talent. Everyone knows that beast masters who awaken the undead talent will suffer from the curse of a doomed fate, leading to shortened lifespans, usually not living past 20. But the Black Phoenix contracted by Pei Yingrou is a pure-blood phoenix with a passive talent that grants immunity to all life curses. This means that for all undead beast masters in the world, the undead talent is indeed the lowest tier talent. But for Pei Yingrou alone, the undead talent can return to its peak, reaching the world's strongest talent, rekindling the glory of 18 years ago. Is this Reaper's Execution? So shocking. This is the first time I've seen it. At 10% health, ignoring all shields and defenses, 100% execution judgment. Is this the strength of the strongest talent 18 years ago? So, in the future, if anyone fights Pei Yingrou in the arena, will their beast start with 10% less health? This is beyond the limits, really beyond the limits. The strength of the undead talent is confirmed through Pei Yingrou. After 18 years of the end of magic era for undead beast masters, with the emergence of this young man, they rise again. Luing picked up the microphone, her loud voice slightly trembling with excitement. This wonderful duel is over. But like my audience friends, I am still entranced by the charm of Reaper's execution. As long as you face Pei Yingrou, even if the battle hasn't started yet, your beast will only have 90% health left. In the judging area, there was a heated discussion. Pei Yingrou is truly the strongest national champion in history. The mechanism of Reaper's execution is too excessive. This talent will restrict the operational limits of many magical beasts on the battlefield. That's right, magical beasts possess powerful healing abilities and terrifying defensive shields. These magical beasts can often escape with low health, and they can launch counterattacks against our beast masters, but Reaper's execution is their inherent dimensional suppression. As long as the magical beast's health drops to 10%, there will be no chance to perform ultimate moves in front of Pei Yingrou. They will only become the souls reaped by Reaper's execution. What a perfect embodiment of ice and fire dual cultivation. What a perfect Reaper's execution. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we seem to witness an unprecedented genius rising on the land of our Yanxia Empire. Lin Chen stood on the other side of the arena, looking at Pei Yingrou with desperate eyes. What a terrifying genius. In the audience, Sita Shui pressed her red lips together, a monster-like genius, my judgment was right. In the coach's area, Pei Yingrou's eyes were absent-minded, my genius brother. Pei Ma, if you were still here, you would definitely be proud of Xiao Yi. The judging panel. Lei Qianzhong, who suffered a blow to his pride, said from the bottom of his heart, the genius among geniuses, no. The word genius can't even begin to define or limit this guy. In this vast world, many heroes gather. In this era where everyone tames beasts, there has always been no shortage of passionate and talented youth. They step onto the stage of human history with their halos, achieving great feats against demons and composing songs of beast taming. However, there are top scholars every year, but there is only one Pei Yingrou. Geniuses emerge like a flood, and many heroes arise from the masses. So who exactly is this Pei Yingrou? Well, let's put it this way. To you, the geniuses can only call him genius. If it weren't for me, Pei Yingrou, the path of beast taming would be like a long night. The story of this red-eyed youth has just begun, and as for what comes next, stay tuned next time. Honestly speaking, in the future, storytellers under the bridge will be buying cars and houses with just the 3 words Pei Yingrou, just like those rushing to cross a river, talking endlessly. Chapter 21, The Girl Who Doesn't Seem Human, Sangwui. The birth of a king is always accompanied by the fall of a supporting character. Once regarded as the first candidate for national champion, Lin Chen walked down the arena with his head bowed, lost and dejected. In his ears, there were only praises and cheers from the audience for Pei Yingrou. In this duel, he also showed remarkable strength and a strong fighting spirit. But in the face of absolute talent, all of this is insignificant, and no one cares. Lin Chen stopped and turned back to look at Pei Yingrou, who was enjoying the treatment of being surrounded by stars. For a moment, he felt dazed, as if he were looking up at a mountain that could never be climbed or surpassed. Although he lost the match, Lin Chen still felt unwilling. Young boys are like this, they cannot take losses or let go. His eyes gradually filled with blood, fists clenched tight, teeth gritted. In his eyes, there appeared jealousy, anger, and hatred. At this moment, he swore in his heart that no matter what price he had to pay in the future, he would surpass Pei Yingrou. Just then, a broad hand landed on Lin Chen's shoulder. Director! It was an elderly man with a kind face, slightly stooped. Li Jinyan, the director of Qianqi Academy. Student Lin Chen, I can sense that you have developed hatred for student Pei Yingrou. Director, I do not feel ashamed or guilty, this is a human instinct. Li Jinyan did not blame Lin Chen for losing the match, nor did he seek to diminish his efforts. He just spoke a few words that would change Lin Chen's life. Lin Chen, what is your purpose in becoming a beast tamer? Answer me. Director, I want to hunt more magical beasts and protect the territory of our Flame Summer Empire. Li Jinyan nodded with satisfaction and stated calmly. National champion, top predictions, dual skills of ice and fire, slayer of the undead. Without a doubt, Pei Yingrou, the genius among geniuses, his brilliance blinds his peers. In the arena, Pei Yingrou is your opponent. You cannot defeat him, and you feel gloomy and pained, even developing jealousy and hatred towards him. But 3 years in the academy will pass in the blink of an eye. After 3 years, on the battlefield, he will not be your opponent but your comrade. Like you, he is also a beast tamer of the Flame Summer Empire.
Like you, he became a beast tamer to hunt magical beasts.
One day, when facing the magical beast legion, having such a powerful comrade by your side to protect our country together, isn't that a great blessing? Lin Chen fell into a daze, his gaze once again locking onto Pei Yingrou's back, and the hatred gradually dissipated. After a moment, the blood vessels in Lin Chen's eyes disappeared, and his emotions returned to calm.
Director, I understand now. I apologize for the terrible emotions I just had.
Li Jinyan pat Lin Chen's shoulder again.
Young man, your road is still very long. Don't forget the original intention of becoming a beast tamer.
It's not to surpass anyone, but to hunt more magical beasts, to protect the people you want to protect. In this era, there are always some so-called experts who propose abolishing the academy system, disbanding all beast master academies nationwide. They believe that 18-year-old youths should be thrown directly onto the cruel battlefield for training to accelerate their growth.
They think beast master academies can only cultivate flowers in a greenhouse.
But those experts do not understand the significance of the existence of beast master academies. Besides teaching children to be qualified beast masters, they also teach them to be upright humans. At this moment, Li Jinyan's few words, paired with a gentle smile, pulled a nearly darkened youth back onto the right track of life.
In the audience,
Captain Situ Shui of the Scarlet team sat together with two other members.
Qin Yanlin shouted excitedly, "Second master is awesome."
As a person with social anxiety, Huang Fuboyi found it difficult to adapt to such a noisy environment, but he still struggled to clench his fist and murmured softly, Second master, 1-1, so too good. The title second master is because, in name, Pei Yingrou is the second young master of the Pei family. As Qin Yanlin cheered, he glanced at Situ Shui.
Captain, second master won the first round, how can you be so calm? I knew he would win.
That is why Situ Shui is calm. She unconditionally believes in Pei Yingrou, even when Pei Yingrou's actions are impossible miracles in the eyes of the world.
The next match is Tao Tai Academy Sang Wui vs Wu Academy Li Tianxi.
In the audience, Situ Shui's expression changed subtly.
Sang Wui.
She parted her crimson lips, murmuring this name. As the captain of the Scarlet team, Situ Shui pays special attention to her teammate Pei Yingrou. So she knows about the identity of the other competitors in advance.
According to Situ Shui's investigation, there is indeed some special connection between Sang Wui and Pei Yingrou.
And this connection comes from the previous generation. Please welcome the contestants to the stage. Li Tianxi, the contestant from Wu Academy, is also a gifted young man, but his comprehensive evaluation is the lowest among the four contestants. And his opponent, Sang Wui, upon appearing, immediately captured the audience's attention.
This girl is Sang Xian's daughter?
That's right, it is her. She directly skipped the national examination and was exceptionally admitted to the Tao Tai Academy, the top of the four great academies. With her strength, defeating Li Tianxi is as simple as eating and drinking.
Wait.
If Sang Wui wins this qualifying match, then she and Pei Yingrou will compete for this year's Tianyun ranking. Almost forgot, Pei Yingrou is Pei's son, so
18 years ago.
To be precise, before the breakout of the world-altering Tianqing Whirlpool War. The Yen Summer Empire had two exceptionally powerful god-level beast masters, known as the Peerless Twins, who together maintained the Yen Summer Empire's comprehensive national strength at the throne of the human race's 7 nations. At that time, the Yen Summer Empire was at its zenith, with the other 6 nations avoiding its sharpness.
And the Peerless Twins spoken of by the people were Sang Wui's father Sang Xian and Pei Yingrou's mother Pei Chuzhuang.
These two god-level beast masters' names swept across the globe, hence within the Yen Summer Empire, the classic saying North Sang Xian, South Chuzhuang was popular. It is no exaggeration to say that these two supported the most glorious era of the Yen Summer Empire.
And this brilliance was extremely short-lived.
Because both of them fell during the Tianqing Whirlpool War 18 years ago. The causes of their deaths are state secrets and have never been publicly disclosed. At this moment, Pei Yingrou temporarily returned to the audience, and the 4 members of the Scarlet team sat together. Qin Yanlin first congratulated Pei Yingrou on winning the first match, and then lowered his voice to ask, Second Master.
Do you think Sang Wui is beautiful, or do you think our captain is beautiful?
Although Qin Yanlin lowered his voice, Situ Shui's ears were not just for show. Her gaze naturally fell on Pei Yingrou. On the arena, Sang Wui's silver hair danced in the wind, her graceful figure wrapped in a simple, elegant ice blue dress. She is a cold and stunning beauty, with no hint of human warmth reflected in her sparkling eyes. At the same time, her aura was completely different from girls her age. From her, you could feel the primitive wildness that awakened the fears rooted in human genes. Pei Yingrou glanced at Sang Wui, then turned back to look at Situ Shui. These two belong to different types of beauties, making any comparison impossible.
Qin Yanlin, enjoying the excitement, urged, Second Master, just say it, who is more beautiful?
Situ Shui also stared at Pei Yingrou, seemingly awaiting his answer. Pei Yingrou felt cold sweat on his forehead, struggling for a long time before saying, I'm facially challenged and can't tell who is pretty.
Second master, if you had to marry one of them, who would you choose?
At this moment, Pei Yingrou felt a surge of murderous intent towards Qin Yanlin, but he couldn't explode. He could only grit his teeth and say, I'm not interested in women, they only slow down my sword drawing. With no women in his heart, drawing the sword becomes natural. Sita Shui snorted coldly, it seems our Pei's second master has seen through the chaos of the world, impressive, impressive.
Captain, actually you look beautiful today. So was I not beautiful yesterday? Cough, cough, forget I said anything, let's watch the match.
Pei Yingrou's lips twitched, thinking to himself, women. The hardest beings to please in the world, more terrifying than monsters.
Chapter 22, Demigod Bloodline, Giant Taming Beast.
On the arena, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match.
The duel between Sang Wui from the Taotai Academy and Li Tianxi from the Wu Academy began.
Both summoned their beasts simultaneously. Li Tianxi's beast was a scorpion covered in venom, crawling out of the summoning array, dragging its sharp tail along the ground, raising a sandstorm filled with poisonous miasma.
Lu Ying picked up the microphone again to give detailed information about this beast to the audience.
Desert Poison Scorpion, Juvenile Stage, Phase 2, a legendary quality bloodline, with both sand and poison attributes, a standard dual-element tamer beast.
The strength of this beast lies in its ability to inflict persistent poisoning damage on enemies during battle.
Moreover, the poison effects can stack up to 7 layers. A 7-layer poison can kill an armored lizard in just 1 second. In the audience, the Scarlet Team's 4 members watched the duel together.
Sita Shui asked, what do you think about the Desert Poison Scorpion?
Pei Yingrou pinched his chin, analyzing rationally.
To be honest, Li Tianxi's beast, whether in bloodline or operational limit, is quite strong. And Li Tianxi has an S-level talent, Backlash. Whether the Desert Poison Scorpion actively attacks or passively takes hits, it will inflict poison stacking on the enemy.
But Pei Yingrou's analysis suddenly stopped because he was deeply moved by the beast summoned by Sang Wui. The large arena shook violently, and a scorching steam filled the audience's view, making the entire mountain seem to be boiling in magma. From the depths of the black flames, a towering giant figure rose up.
The entire audience looked up in awe because the presence of this beast was extraordinarily exaggerated.
The only demigod bloodline, the giant taming beast. Seeing is believing, this is the phantom cry giant summoned by Sang Wui. The textbooks state clearly that giant taming beasts are the largest in size, but only by seeing it in person can you truly feel what a behemoth is. In the center of the arena, a giant appeared, engulfed in black ghostly flames. Its skin had been completely burned away, directly exposing blood-red muscle fibers, deeply embodying the smooth lines of violent aesthetics. The black long hair could only cover half of its face, while the other half, a bare profile, resembled a skull, eerie yet domineering. How exaggerated is the physique of this giant beast master?
As a juvenile body, its size and weight metrics are even greater than Pei Yingrou's Black Phoenix.
In this era where everyone has beast companions, whether beast or monster, they are categorized into 9 major bloodline sequences. Ordinary, extraordinary, rare, epic, legend, demigod, myth, ancient myth, supreme, ancient myth.
Dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins belong to the bloodline of ancient myths. But their physiques cannot compare to those of the demigod bloodline giants.
From this perspective, the hidden secrets within the giant beast master seem to be no less than those of the 3 holy beasts. In the audience, everyone gasped, immersed in the shock of the ghost cry giant, except for the white-haired, red-eyed boy beside Sita Shui, who seemed to have some special physiological response. Sita Shui saw very clearly that at the moment Sang Wui summoned the ghost cry giant, Pei Yingrou's skin turned bright red like blood. Sitting next to Pei Yingrou, Sita Shui felt Pei Yingrou's body getting dangerously hot, even affecting the surrounding temperature fluctuations. In the depths of his red pupils, a raging wave stirred.
What's wrong with you? I'm fine.
Pei Yingrou was pulled back to reality by Sita Shui's voice, secretly pondering, why does my blood boil when I see the giant beast master?
It's hard to control my rationality.
Among the 9 major bloodlines, only under the demigod classification does the giant beast master exist alone.
In other words, if the giant beast masters were to become extinct, then the demigod bloodline would completely disappear, and the 9 major bloodline sequences could be changed to 8.
In this world, when something can be called unique, regardless of its strength or weakness, there must be hidden mysteries behind it. This was Pei Yingrou's first encounter with a giant beast master, and the special physiological response he experienced was uncontrollable, an instinctual reaction etched in his genetic lineage. But for now, Pei Yingrou knew very little about the giant beast masters. Is there a possibility that the demigod bloodline giant beast masters are also related to the star vortex war where my mother fell?
Pei Yingrou, son of Pei Chuzhuang. Sang Wui, daughter of Sang Xian.
18 years ago, these 2 extraordinary individuals fell together in the mysterious star vortex war. Now, 18 years later, their descendants, like them back then, have formed a close connection. Pei Yingrou inherited Pei Chuzhuang's will and became a necromancer beast master.
Sang Wui also inherited Sang Xian's talent and contracted a giant beast master of the demigod bloodline.
At this moment, on the big screen, the basic data panel of the Ghost Cry Giant shocked the entire audience.
Beast name, Ghost Cry Giant. Level, Juvenile Body, Stage 2. Bloodline, Demigod Bloodline. Attributes, Giant System plus Azura System.
Talent 1, Heart of the Giant, extra life value bonus, possessing far higher health than other beasts/monsters of the same level. Talent 2, Azura's Power, one of the 6 forces, any attack and skill that hits an enemy has a chance to trigger a critical effect, with a maximum critical multiplier of 8 times. Talent 3, Flame of Ghost Cry, can cause sustained burning damage with black flames, power can also add critical effects. Skill 1, Hammer of the Giant, joining both hands, it takes the shape of a giant hammer and slams down from high above, dealing 300% critical damage with a 100% chance, adding 3 seconds of stun and knockback effect. Skill 2, Blood Rage Roar, consumes 10% of one's own health, emits the loudest roar, causing soul shock to enemies, weakening their attack and defense. Skill 3, Divine Descent, with powerful jumping ability, leaps into the air and, using its own weight, creates a large area impact on enemy units, triggering 100% 8-fold critical damage. Pei Yingrou carefully browsed through the data panel, feeling puzzled.
Demigod Bloodline, possessing such outstanding data panel? Among the 9 bloodline sequences, the Demigod Bloodline ranks after the Mythical Bloodline. And the Black Phoenix is from the ancient Mythical Bloodline, which is 2 levels higher than the Demigod Bloodline. But if only looking at the basic data panel, the Wailing Giant is not much weaker than the Black Phoenix, which is a mystery Pei Yingrou currently cannot solve. I must find an opportunity to uncover the hidden data of the Giant Beast Master. Pei Yingrou's godly hand stirred, he needed a chance to touch the Wailing Giant with his fingertips. Chapter 23, Pei Yingrou vs Sangwei. The match began. The pressure Li Tianxi faced was the first lesson in his life transformation.
When facing Sangwei, any beast master of the same rank would feel their hair stand on end or have their soul tremble.
Because Sangwei's aura did not feel human.
The raw wildness emanating from her was like a fierce beast from ancient times. In the duel between beast masters, the clash of gazes is usually the decisive factor in winning or losing.
Li Tianxi even dared not look directly into Sangwei's eyes, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Should I strike first? Or should I defend and wait for the opponent to reveal a flaw? Hesitation is a battlefield taboo.
To hesitate is to lose. Li Tianxi made an irretrievable mistake right from the start. He hesitated for just 1 second, and Sangwei had already activated her soul power. The Wailing Giant's footsteps shook the ground, and Pei Yingrou was astonished. He never expected this giant beast, the largest in the world, to be more agile than some wind and lightning attribute beasts. In an instant, the Wailing Giant grabbed the tail of the Desert Scorpion with one hand. The terrifying strength of the giant forced the Desert Scorpion to emit a painful screech, the sound of its tailbone snapping was sharp and piercing.
Bad news.
Li Tianxi's mind became flustered, but he was still a standout among this year's freshmen at Wu Academy, quickly adjusting his emotions and releasing a continuous stream of soul power. At the same time, his S-rank talent, Backlash, also began to stabilize and exert power. Lu Ying frowned, her commentary tone mirroring the audience's tense emotions.
Sangwei has seized the initiative, the Desert Scorpion is being held under absolute control by the Wailing Giant.
But this battle won't end so easily. The Desert Scorpion's venom, combined with Li Tianxi's Backlash talent, can somewhat counteract the Wailing Giant. The Desert Scorpion is starting to stack toxin layers. The Desert Scorpion released thick, green venom all over its body. Li Tianxi gritted his teeth, maximizing the effect of Backlash. The Wailing Giant's palm visibly showed signs of poisoning. The veins in its arm, originally bright red, turned an alarming purple-green from the toxin infection. The toxin layers stacked quickly, reaching 7 layers. 7 layers of toxin could clear the health bar of an iron-armored lizard in just 1 second. But 10 seconds passed, and the Wailing Giant appeared completely unaffected. How could this be? Li Tianxi was thoroughly panicked. 7 layers of toxin were Li Tianxi's trump card. Judging panel. Lei Chenchong squinted and analyzed in a deep voice. Without a doubt, the lasting damage the Desert Scorpion deals to the Wailing Giant is not low, but the problem is that the Wailing Giant has the thickest health bar among all beast masters and magical beasts of the same rank. Audience seats. Pei Yingrou was also carefully analyzing this duel. The extra health value bonus of the giant beast. It really exceeds the standard. Situ Shui commented from the side, so your family's Phoenix Bloodline's Nirvana power is not exceeding the standard? How can you say others are exceeding? Pei Yingrou watched the match seriously and came to a conclusion. The 7 layers of poison from the Desert Scorpion belong to persistent damage, not high explosive damage. This will be tightly restrained by the Ghost Cry Giant's thick health. Unless something unexpected happens, the match will end in 3 seconds. In the next 3 seconds, the story unfolded exactly as Pei Yingrou had described. Sangwei once again energized her soul power, and the Ghost Cry Giant struck the Desert Scorpion's tail spike fiercely against the arena floor multiple times. The bang, bang, bang sounds of collision shook the audience's eardrums. After 3 seconds, the desert scorpion was thrown into a confused state, with multiple fractures and internal bleeding, completely losing its fighting ability.
The referee shouted loudly, "Match over." The winner, Sang Wui from the Gluttonous Academy.
Li Tianxi lost the match without any anger. He knew the gap between him and Sang Wui was not small at all.
This duel lasted less than a minute. Lu Ying sighed, a naked crushing defeat.
Lei Qianchong displayed a look of appreciation. Sang Wui's Ghost Cry Giant has an extremely thick health bar, it fears persistent damage-type opponents the least. Only high explosive damage can pose a threat to it.
However, Sang Wui's SS-level talent Fury has yet to be used.
Among the 4 participants in this Tianyun ranking competition, only Sang Wui possessed dual S-level Beast Master talents.
Of course, although Pei Yingrou's Reaper's Kill is defined as an E-level talent in this era, it was once viewed as an SSS-level talent during its glorious time.
Thus, the upcoming duel was set to be the craziest battle of this tournament.
Dear audience, the next match is the showdown for the Tianyun top spot. Gluttonous Academy, Sang Wui vs Chaos Academy, Pei Yingrou.
Please both contestants prepare, the match will commence in 10 minutes.
Before the match begins, let's invite the head judge, Lei Qianchong, to analyze this peak showdown.
Lu Ying handed the microphone to Lei Qianchong, smiling and asking, "Old man Lei, who do you think will win this duel?" Lei Qianchong displayed a bitter smile. After the earlier embarrassment, his tone was no longer so arrogant, becoming more rational and objective instead. To be honest, in this duel, both Sang Wui and Pei Yingrou have a chance of winning.
From the analysis of the Beastmaster bloodline strength, the Ghost Cry Giant is indeed weaker than the Black Phoenix, this is indisputable.
But the stronger the Beastmaster bloodline, the greater the soul power consumption for the Beastmaster.
If Pei Yingrou cannot secure a victory within 5 minutes, he will most likely lose to Sang Wui.
Conversely, Sang Wui can only enter her comfort zone if she drags this duel into a long battle beyond 5 minutes. Lu Ying cheekily teased, "Old man Lei, you are analyzing the 2 contestants so objectively and cautiously, this is not your style."
Lei Qianchong smiled bitterly, "This is because I've learned my lesson."
It should be known that for the next few days, Lei Qianchong was haunted by nightmares, dreaming of the phoenix, mastering both ice and fire, flying around him. 10 minutes later, the match was about to begin.
Sang Wui and Pei Yingrou both stepped onto the stage. In the audience, a wave of heated discussion broke out as everyone eagerly shared their opinions.
The showdown for the Tianyun top spot is bound to be exciting and thrilling.
Who do you think will win?
I'm betting on Pei Yingrou. I believe the Black Phoenix exceeds the Ghost Cry Giant. I think Sang Wui can win because as long as she endures for 5 minutes and enters a prolonged battle, Pei Yingrou's soul power will definitely drain first. On the arena, the 2 youngest prodigies of the new era faced off in a strong competition. This guy is the first among my peers to dare to look me in the eye. This woman's aura truly does not resemble that of a human. Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui exchanged glances across the air, bringing back memories for some old beast masters from the old era of the peerless duo of that year. At their peak, who was stronger, Pei Zhuang or Sang Xian? There was no answer to this question, as the 2 had never sparred against each other. But at this moment, their descendants stood on the arena, competing for the top of the Tianyun ranking. Their bloodline inheritance would determine the outcome of this battle. Chapter 24, Pei Yingrou is facing the wind? The referee blows the whistle. The match officially begins. In this duel, both chose to strike at the same time. In battles between beast masters, the first round is crucial. Some prefer to attack first to take the initiative. Some excel at passive defense, waiting for the enemy to expose a flaw. Yet, Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui both chose the former. This meant both beasts on the stage unleashed their skills at the same time. In the previous round against Lin Chen, Pei Yingrou won easily, with the Black Phoenix not releasing a single skill. But in this duel, the moment Pei Yingrou drove her soul power, the Black Phoenix unleashed the simple and brutal signature skill Falling Phoenix Slash at the Ghost Cry Giant. Phoenix Wings Cross, releasing a cross-shaped slash. This is the explanation of Falling Phoenix Slash, a killer move of pure-blood Phoenix beasts, which possesses terrifying explosive damage. At the same time, Sang Wui released her soul power, and the Ghost Cry Giant stomped on the arena floor, tearing the ground apart, its burning throat releasing a roar that shattered the heavens. Falling Phoenix Slash vs Blood Rage Roar. What? The Ghost Cry Giant unleashed the Blood Rage Roar 3 times in a row. Sang Wui's operation is too bold. Blood Rage Roar consumes 10% of its own health, producing the loudest roar, causing soul shock to the enemy, weakening their attack and defense. This is the core battle skill of giant beasts. Every release means the Ghost Cry Giant consumes 10% of its own health. However, this was only the first round of the duel, and Sang Wui commanded the Ghost Cry Giant to unleash the Blood Rage Roar 3 times in a row. In the eyes of the audience, such an extreme and risky move was indeed overly exaggerated. On the arena, thick smoke surged, as emerald green ghostly flames intertwined with pitch-black flames of the Ghost Cry, producing consecutive explosions. As the smoke gradually cleared, the Ghost Cry Giant came back into view. The Ghost Cry Giant clearly took damage from Falling Phoenix Slash, yet it can still move normally.
The power of Falling Phoenix Slash is lower than we imagined.
To an outsider, it seemed like a show, but insiders saw the details. At the judges' table, Lei Qianzhong displayed a shocked expression, his emotions stirred as he accelerated his analysis of the battle.
In the first round just now, Sang Wui's operating details were top-notch.
She knows that the Ghost Cry Giant's bloodline strength is slightly weaker than the Black Phoenix. So she chose to begin by allowing the Ghost Cry Giant to unleash the Blood Rage Roar 3 times in a row, even at the cost of consuming 30% of its health, to weaken the explosive attack of the Black Phoenix. In the audience, Situshue's gaze shifted back and forth between Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui, murmuring to herself. In the first round, both sides had clear strategies. Pei Yingrou wanted to utilize the Black Phoenix's high explosive attack advantage, attempting to land a decisive Falling Phoenix Slash. Sang Wui's strategy was to weaken the Black Phoenix's explosive attack with the Ghost Cry Giant's 30% health, trying to prolong the match, dragging it into a war of attrition, which would favor her.
Qin Yanlin clicked his tongue and said, "Wow, this is just the first round, and both sides are already fighting over details? So thrilling." In the upcoming battle, the tug-of-war between the giant and the phoenix shocked everyone.
In an instant, they were locked in close combat, the black bones of the phoenix clashing violently against the giant's iron fists, creating ripples of howling air.
In the blink of an eye,
the two sides pulled apart, the fire of the dead souls and the flames of the ghostly whales intertwined from a distance, triggering a deafening explosion. The match was so exciting that the whole audience held their breath, fully focused on the thick smoke rolling over the arena. Lei Qianzhong held the microphone, his voice trembling. Although the ghostly giant's health percentage is low, its health bar is thick enough, and the Black Phoenix's attack cannot deliver explosive damage, so the threat to the ghostly giant is not great. As the match drags on, the situation will only become unfavorable for Pei Yingrou. Pei Yingrou needs to break the deadlock. With his red pupils flickering, Pei Yingrou unleashed a low sound like the judgment of death, dominating Phoenix roar. The Black Phoenix soared into the sky, letting out an angry roar towards the ghostly giant from a lofty perspective. The whole audience covered their ears, feeling as if their organs were about to be shattered. Under the shadow of the dominating Phoenix roar, the red light shining on the ghostly giant instantly dimmed, its aura weakened by 2/3.
Lei Qianzhong quickly explained.
Dominating Phoenix roar, a powerful sound wave emitted by Phoenix-type beast masters, intimidates enemies with its roar, showcasing bloodline suppression, causing fear, dizziness, and weakness among opponents. It can be seen that under the suppression of dominating Phoenix roar, the ghostly giant has already shown signs of dizziness, its mental state becoming weak.
This is the over-the-top strength of the ancient myth bloodline. Once the dominating Phoenix roar was unleashed, bloodline suppression became visible. No matter what, the ancient myth bloodline is ultimately 2 levels above the semi-divine bloodline.
Lu Ying exclaimed, the power of dominating Phoenix roar directly shattered the ghostly giant's previous 3 consecutive blood rage roars, allowing Pei Yingrou to regain the advantage.
Lei Qianzhong shook his head seriously, speaking solemnly, "No. Pei Yingrou's operation is also very risky. Dominating Phoenix roar indeed directly shattered the effect of the blood rage roar, and put immense mental pressure on the ghostly giant. But the consumption of soul power for this skill is calculated as a percentage. This move, dominating Phoenix roar, directly consumed 50% of Pei Yingrou's soul power. No matter how high Pei Yingrou's soul power concentration is, once dominating Phoenix roar is released, it will consume half of his soul power." Lei Qianzhong continued to analyze.
Therefore, in this match, both competitors are competing in details.
They dare to execute bold and crazy moves.
Their strategic choices are risky yet decisive, which means they have absolute confidence in their own skills and awareness. Regardless of the outcome, they are the strongest first-tier beast masters of the Yanxia Empire.
Their talents are the hope for the future of the Yanxia Empire. Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui's talent made their peers envious, just like their parents once amazed an entire era. Although the dominating Phoenix roar consumed 50% of Pei Yingrou's soul power, he regained the advantage. When the Black Phoenix, according to Pei Yingrou's will, once again charged up for the falling Phoenix Slash, Sang Wui did not dare to be negligent and directly ordered the ghostly giant to use agile movements to avoid its brilliance. Without the enhancement of Blood Rage Roar, if the falling Phoenix Slash hit the ghostly giant, it could unleash terrifying explosive damage. This was something Sang Wui could not accept. Under the bloodline gap, she had no margin for error. However, the first slash missed. At this moment, the audience had not yet realized the problem. Although the ghostly giant has a massive body, its movements are so agile. The second slash missed. It dodged again? Such good luck? The third slash also missed. After dominating Phoenix Roar, Pei Yingrou regained the advantage, but the Black Phoenix's 3 consecutive falling Phoenix slashes all missed, not even touching a hair on the ghostly giant. The situation has changed again. Pei Yingrou has missed 3 consecutive attacks, and the situation has once again stirred in tumult. Luing asked again. Old Lei, didn't Pei Yingrou understand how to predict the enemy's movement trajectory? Why did the falling phoenix / miss 3 times in a row? Lei Qianchon's pupils shook. There is only one answer. Sang Wui. She predicted Pei Yingrou's prediction. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. What? She predicted Pei Yingrou's prediction? This woman's battle awareness is truly terrifying. The duel of genius monsters is incredibly exciting. It seems Pei Yingrou is in trouble. During the battle, Sang Wui's wild, powerful eyes fixed intently on Pei Yingrou's crimson pupils. That's right. She was reading Pei Yingrou's gaze. And based on the movements of Pei Yingrou's pupils, she accurately guessed Pei Yingrou's thoughts, thus predicting her prediction. Sang Wui's move drew cheers from the audience, applause thundering through the arena. In the audience seats, Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi's hearts raced, both worrying for Pei Yingrou on stage. Captain, things are not looking good. It seems the second young master is in trouble. What's there to panic about?
From my understanding of him, he is a monster that grows stronger against strong opponents.
His performance is just beginning. I have to say, Sita Shui's description of Pei Yingrou is very accurate. Chapter 25, My moves are above yours.
The Black Phoenix released the Falling Phoenix / 3 times in a row without hitting its target, wasting a lot of soul power for Pei Yingrou. At this point, the battle had already lasted over 10 minutes. Sang Wui urged her soul power, commanding the Ghost Cry Giant to launch a frenzied counterattack. Both sides once again engaged in fierce exchanges, providing the audience with a thrilling visual feast. The fists and charges of the giant beast showcased the primitive violent beauty to the fullest. The Phoenix bloodline, combined with ice and fire dual cultivation and the power of the undead, remained unreasonable, repeatedly interrupting the opponent's combos, demonstrating bloodline strength, interpreting the might of the 3 sacred beasts.
This battle has entered a heated tug of war.
Both sides seem evenly matched, yet the situation is unfavorable for Pei Yingrou.
Because a drawn-out battle is Sang Wui's comfort zone.
Luing furrowed her brows tightly, believing Pei Yingrou was likely to lose this match.
Both being first-level beast masters, controlling beasts with higher bloodline strength consumes more soul power and vitality, reducing endurance.
Simply put, the longer this battle drags on, the greater Sang Wui's chances of winning. Just as the scale of victory tilted towards Sang Wui, Pei Yingrou's crimson pupils brightened with a sharp glint. Swish! Amidst the thick smoke, a cross-shaped flame beam struck fiercely at the chest of the Ghost Cry Giant.
Falling Phoenix slash. It hit. TSK, once it hits, the burst damage is incredibly high, the Ghost Cry Giant cannot withstand it. After all, the strength of the Phoenix bloodline is there to see. Just one strike, one strike. The Ghost Cry Giant crashed down on one knee, howling to the sky, emitting a painful roar. Drip. 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 Under everyone's gaze, the Ghost Cry Giant's chest revealed a cross-shaped burn wound deep enough to see the bone. In the depths of the wound, blood surged wildly, and the burning damage from the undead fire continued to press down, leaving the Ghost Cry Giant with a grim expression, its hunched body falling into a moment of stiffness and dizziness. How could this be? In Sang Wui's eyes, a look of shock emerged. This was the first time she felt such a strong emotional wave since stepping onto the stage. She could not understand Pei Yingrou's strange operation just now, deep confusion was evident in her eyes. Luing was particularly excited, it hit. This time the Falling Phoenix slash finally hit the Ghost Cry Giant. In the audience, everyone was shocked by the explosive damage of the Falling Phoenix slash while showing puzzled expressions. Wait. Sang Wui can predict Pei Yingrou's predictions, why couldn't she dodge this time? The last Falling Phoenix slash seemed a bit strange. What was strange? Everyone, quickly look at the big screen, there's a slow-motion replay. Judging panel. Lei Qianchon's eyes almost popped out, utterly astonished. Incredible, unbelievable, the Falling Phoenix slash released by the Black Phoenix just now actually had no skill wind-up. No skill startup? Then doesn't that mean 0 frame start? Oh my, a first-level beast master, playing with 0 frame start? Is Pei Yingrou crazy, or is this world insane? Pei Yingrou's god-level operation directly overturned people's understanding of first-level beast master. Typically, any beast releasing skills will have skill startup and skill recovery, which means charging action and recovery action. This is a part that lower-level beast masters cannot control. Only those at the 7th rank and above can use their rich combat experience and strong soul energy to help beasts reduce the duration of skill startup and recovery, even achieving so-called 0 frame start. Yet on the arena, Pei Yingrou is just a newly debuted first-level beast master. The juvenile body-level Black Phoenix also had little combat experience. But the mysterious cooperation between master and servant has unleashed the 0 frame start of the Falling Phoenix slash. How exactly did Pei Yingrou do it? This is the question in everyone's heart at this moment. Lei Qianchong repeatedly watched the replay footage, and finally discovered the clue, feeling a chill run down his spine, as goosebumps covered his arms. So that's how it is. I understand now.
Lei Qianchong raised his trembling hands clutching the microphone, his face flushing with excitement. Dear audience, the skill startup of Falling Phoenix Slash is the Black Phoenix's wings making a cross motion in front of its chest. But don't forget, when the Black Phoenix adopts a defensive posture, it is the same action. Which means during the lightning-fast offense and defense against the Wailing Giant, the Black Phoenix can take the opportunity to complete the charging of Falling Phoenix Slash during one of its defenses, but Pei Yingrou chose to temporarily store this power and not release it. When the opponent lets their guard down, he unleashes the charged Falling Phoenix Slash in an instant. The audience burst into discussions, realizing the brilliance of it. Using the defensive round to secretly complete the skill charging? Wow, what detail! Pei Yingrou is really detailed. The previously charged Falling Phoenix Slash naturally cancels the skill startup when released. The person who thought of this move is truly a genius. No kidding, this genius is the strongest national champion in history. So this is the secret of Pei Yingrou's zero-frame start. The battle was not over, as Sang Wui attempted to counterattack, staring hard at Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes, trying to anticipate Pei Yingrou's next move. Whoosh! A streak of cold light arrived first, followed by blazing flames. Once again, a zero-frame start Falling Phoenix Slash struck, and the Wailing Giant had nowhere to escape, taking another hit from the Falling Phoenix Slash's excessive burst damage. Put! The Wailing Giant spat blood, going from one knee to both knees, looking even more disheveled than before. 2 consecutive hits from Falling Phoenix Slash. This damage is off the charts. It seems the Wailing Giant's health is approaching 10%. As long as it reaches 10%, it will be the killing line for Pei Yingrou. The terror of the Undead execution talent always ignites people's blood during such moments, while instilling fear and despair in enemies. Lei Qianchong wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to analyze. The most terrifying part of Pei Yingrou's zero-frame start is that even if you see through its principle, you still can't counter it. Because you don't know in which defensive move the Black Phoenix completed the charge for Falling Phoenix Slash. At the same time, you also don't know when he will command the Black Phoenix to unleash Falling Phoenix Slash. Sang Wui has strong predictive capabilities, but she will never be able to predict the zero-frame start of Falling Phoenix Slash. At this point in the match, we must admit, Pei Yingrou's operation is above her. The profession of Beast Master has developed to this day, with skills, techniques, cooperation, and awareness having been developed into hundreds of different operations. This is the essence of human Beast Master civilization. In this season's Tianyun rankings match, the 4 competitors showcased different skills. Whether it was top-tier predictions or incredible movements. But in front of the zero-frame start, all of this was nothing but child's play. Zero-frame start, the genius's technique, the ruler's skill. At this moment, Pei Yingrou was only 18 years old, but had already shown the potential to become a generation's master of techniques. Chapter 26, Dragon. Phoenix. Qilin. Giant. In the center of the arena. The Ghost Cry Giant knelt on both knees, in great pain, letting out sad groans. Above its head, the Black Phoenix spread its wings and hovered, the power of the undead surged like a spring. With every breath that shook the mountains and rivers, the Phoenix released waves of icy fire from the afterlife, pressing down on the Ghost Cry Giant so it couldn't lift its head. After suffering 2 consecutive zero-frame starts from the Falling Phoenix Slash, even if the Ghost Cry Giant had a thick health bar, it was now in a dire situation. Sang Wui, usually cold as ice, finally showed a hint of panic on her face. She knew the Ghost Cry Giant's health was getting dangerously close to 10%. Once the health reached 10%, it would be the Black Phoenix's kill line. The pressure from the talent Undead execution was coming. At the judges' table, Lei Qianchong sighed deeply and remarked, "It seems that in this peak duel, the winner is destined to be Pei Yingrou." The audience began to murmur among themselves. Zero-frame start, this beast control skill that doesn't belong to this rank, has been used by Pei Yingrou, so Sang Wui has no way to defend. The Ghost Cry Giant's health is down to 10%, it's just a matter of time. Sang Wui can hold on for at most 10 seconds before losing to Pei Yingrou. The battle is about to end. However, this duel would not easily come to an end, for it would be recorded in history and spoken of with great interest for generations to come. At this moment, Sang Wui was bearing the pressure of the Phoenix bloodline, her consciousness gradually became chaotic, her heartbeat quickened, and from her trembling soul, a mysterious special power suddenly erupted. An angry roar echoed through the shattered clouds. What? The Ghost Cry Giant actually stood up. What is happening? Could there be a reversal? In a sudden turn, the seemingly defeated Ghost Cry Giant, sensing a certain will released by Sang Wui, actually stood up under the pressure of the Black Phoenix. Sang Wui used her SS tier talent Fury. No, if it were just the boost from Fury, it shouldn't achieve this effect.
At the judging table, the experienced Lei Qianzhong quickly recognized the clue. Breakthrough. Just in that instant, the ghost cry giant leveled up from young body, stage 2, to young body, stage 3. What seemed like a conclusive situation would always turn around unexpectedly in a flash. Sang Wui's summoned beast, the ghost cry giant, surprisingly achieved a breakthrough just before defeat. In the audience, Sita Shui frowned instinctively, her cherry blossom-like lips slightly twitching. The probability of a summoned beast breaking through in battle is extremely low. How can Sang Wui be this lucky? In this world, all coincidences and chances are the inevitability set by the god of fate. It wasn't that Sang Wui was lucky, but that the pressure from the phoenix bloodline on the giant bloodline triggered a certain awakening. On the stage, a flicker of confusion passed through Pei Yingrou's eyes. A breakthrough? This is interesting. At this moment, he didn't know the special relationship among the dragon, phoenix, qilin, and giant races. The dragon, phoenix, and qilin are all part of the three sacred beasts, representing ancient mythical bloodlines, and are totems of the empire of Yanxia. The giant, on the other hand, was simply a demigod bloodline, 2 tiers lower than the three sacred beasts. But when the giant bloodline encountered the three sacred beasts, it unexpectedly erupted with unprecedented power in dire straits. At this moment, the crying ghost giant stood completely upright, straightening its back under the pressure of the black phoenix, howling angrily at the sky, with hot blood vapor rising from its body. Pei Yingrou's attention was soon attracted again by Sang Wui. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "Sang Wui, are you okay?" In the next second, Pei Yingrou realized his question was unnecessary, because Sang Wui's appearance and mental state were visibly not okay. At the moment the crying ghost giant broke through to its juvenile form, stage 3, Sang Wui lost her sanity, she could not control her own body. On her fair skin, countless blood vessels surged up. These blood vessels wriggled like a frenzied centipede, as if the hot blood flowing inside could burst forth at any moment. In the explosive vein form, Sang Wui looked anything but purely human. When Sang Wui lifted her gaze again, Pei Yingrou felt an indescribable hostility. This hostility came from an archenemy. My body. It can't be controlled anymore. Pei Yingrou had no time to react, his red eyes shot out a brutal and unrestrained killing intent. His rationality was also dominated by some will. At this moment, on the violently shaking arena, it was not just a confrontation between Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui, but rather a mutual hostility between one of the three sacred beasts, the phoenix bloodline, and the giant with demigod bloodline. Seemingly, there existed a profound bond of grievances between the two. Thunder Qianzhong once again grasped the microphone. Beast tamers breaking through during battle is a super low probability event. The crying ghost giant has now broken through to juvenile form, stage 3, although its bloodline strength is lower than the black phoenix, the fact is. Currently, the black phoenix's level is only juvenile form, stage 1. Relatively speaking, the level is the black phoenix's biggest disadvantage. After all, Pei Yingrou chose to let the black phoenix take a new route of ice and fire dual cultivation, so the evolution speed of this beast tamer was quite slow. Dear audience, this duel is not over yet. Until the last moment, we cannot determine who the final winner is. But perhaps. Next up is the final round of confrontation between Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui. Their choice is exactly the same. It is all-out attack with no defense. In the past period of time, Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui both displayed beast-taming skills far beyond their peers, executing stunning moves one after another. She could predict his prediction. He could attack in 0 frames, shattering her prediction. Between them, the details were fully in tune, the techniques were at their peak. But in the final round of confrontation, both sides gave up defense at the same time. In this round, both sides had no tactics to speak of, they poured everything into their beast taming, striving to unleash their final attack. Under the eager gaze of thousands, the black phoenix swooped down from the sky, its phoenix cry resounding through the clouds, its mouth, like a volcanic crater, suddenly opened wide, spewing a frozen fire duet, showcasing the dominance of its bloodline strength and ice-fire dual cultivation. The blood vessels on the arm of the crying ghost giant bulged, like a bowstring drawn to a full moon, pulling all its strength as it swung its fist, unleashing a torrent of ghostly flames with terrible surepower. Boom! At the moment of collision, a heavenly phenomenon was born. The entire audience temporarily fainted, losing consciousness. The originally clear sky had quietly turned to night, as if a dark curtain from the netherworld encompassed the chaotic sky in an instant. Above the night sky, 2 blood-red full moons surprisingly appeared. Is this a double moon in the same sky? Or is some being opening its eyes, observing the myriad of floating worlds? These 2 full blood moons stood side by side, resembling Pei Yinggrou's naturally born red eyes. So in this world, what does this strange crimson color really signify? At the same time, Pei Yinggrou's consciousness seemed to fall into a layer of twisting dream. His eyelids were heavy, his awareness was blurred. The ancient beast's sorrowful roar echoed in his ears. This is the phoenix's cry. This is the Qilin's roar? This is the dragon's chant.
In an instant, Pei Yingrou heard the call of the three holy beasts together. Besides this, he also heard
boom, boom, boom.
This sound was like the thunderous drumbeat rumbling deep within dark clouds, each step thundering against Pei Yingrou's blood-pumping heart.
This is the footsteps of giants. Chapter 27, Pei Yingrou and the Crimson Lord. Chaotic consciousness. Blurred vision. Is this a dream? An illusion? My head feels so dizzy.
Pei Yingrou struggled to open his heavy eyelids, unable to tell if the scene before him was reality or an illusion. In any case, these bizarre phenomena all began from the moment the Black Phoenix and the giant clashed with full force. Pei Yingrou could confirm one thing: whether it was the three holy beasts or the giants, these four bloodlines surely concealed some unknown story behind them. The world seemed to be newly formed, battle fires raging in turmoil stirred. Pei Yingrou seemed to have fallen into a decayed and ruined battlefield of war, looking up to see countless shattered star fragments, with dead bodies scattered underfoot, blood flowing like an ocean. Which era's battlefield is this? How can it be so bloody? Even with Pei Yingrou's blurred vision, he could faintly distinguish that the buried corpses on this battlefield were all high-level beast tamers and high-level demonic beasts. Any single beast corpse here, if taken out, would have had the power to destroy a city, or even seriously wound a human kingdom in life. Yet the stark white bones left from their deaths, on this unclear battlefield, only served to play the role of a puzzle piece in a sea of corpses and blood. In this sea of corpses and blood, kings were as common as dirt, and emperors walked everywhere. Pei Yingrou's heart stirred up waves that he could not calm, a heavy question forming in his mind.
What kind of war could reduce these mighty kings and emperors of demonic beasts to mere cannon fodder for the immortals' battle and a backdrop for decoration? At that moment, Pei Yingrou heard the call of the three holy beasts and the footsteps of giants again. He turned back to look, and at that moment, he saw a giant dragon, radiant like the stars. He saw the phoenix reborn from ashes. He saw the Qilin, stepping on auspicious clouds. He also saw the towering giant, embraced by the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin. Because his vision was unclear, Pei Yingrou could only see black and white outlines. Just then, Pei Yingrou heard the conversation between two human beast tamers. Lord Pei, we lost this round. Even if we can't win, I have a way to preserve the hope of mankind. Pei Yingrou's blood vessels instantly heated up, his soul trembled uncontrollably, his brain buzzing. Lord Pei. It's Mom. This is the battlefield where my mother once fought. Could it be that? Pei Yingrou rubbed his dry red eyes hard, trying to see clearer, but he could only make out a blurry figure. This was a graceful woman in a red dress. She also had a pair of naturally red eyes. She was Pei Yingrou's mother, Pei Yingrou. The vision was too dim, whether it was a dream or an illusion. Pei Yingrou could read too little information right now. He could not see who the man was that was speaking with his mother. He also did not know what role his mother played in this battle. Lord Pei, I know what you want to do, don't. Someone has to do this, it must be me. Lord Pei. I have made up my mind, no need to persuade. Pei Yingrou's consciousness became more and more blurry. He could vaguely see the woman in red commanding the dragon and phoenix, treading on auspicious clouds, propelled by the giant, soaring into the sky. The scene shifted, cold ruins smoldering without fire, bones scattered everywhere, like countless grave mounds. In the air above the ruins, stood a towering statue of a goddess. The statue was charred black, but only its eyes glowed with an eerie crimson. Lord Pei. The Crimson Lord, this is my destiny. But your son hasn't even reached his first full moon. My path ends here. What path he takes, is for him to choose. Pei Yingrou reached out his hand, trying to touch the distant, unreachable Crimson God statue. Mom. Darkness fell before his eyes, and Pei Yingrou returned to the real world. Mom. Pei Yingrou's mind was still immersed in the earlier illusion, suddenly torn away, dragged back to reality. He couldn't adjust at once, and instinctively screamed a broken mom toward the sky. It turned out, whoever shouted would be the embarrassed one. A low and cold female voice, like spring water dripping in the chill of early spring, pierced Pei Yingrou's eardrums. Look closely, I'm not your mom. At that moment, above the arena, flames and clouds churned. Two massive and majestic dragons twined around each other, at the same time reaching out one black and one white claw, lifting a stunningly beautiful woman high into the clouds, shaking the world with their might. The woman wore a long golden dress, with a crown marked with the two words Yanxia. The wind blew her skirt into the air, yet not a hint of her body was revealed. Her gaze held the majesty of one who looked down upon the world. Her stance made people think of the embodiment of invincibility. The sovereign. Heavens, am I dreaming? The sovereign herself has descended upon the scene of this year's Tianyun ranking battle. This is the first time I've seen her in person. She's even more stunning than on TV, truly worthy of being Yanxia's #1 beauty.
In this very moment, Long Junning opened her moist dragon eyes and looked down at Pei Yingrou, deep in the ruins of the arena. Crimson pupils met dragon eyes, and their gazes collided. Strictly speaking, this was the second time Pei Yingrou and Long Junning had met. The first time, Pei Yingrou had just been born. She had once held this child in her arms. As the saying goes, seeing things brings back people. Looking into Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes, Long Junning thought of an old friend from the past.
Pei Yingrou, time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, your son has already grown up. But he is indeed your son.
Even in this era where necromancer beastmasters are fading away, at only 18, he made such a name for himself, shocking the entire nation.
Long Junning spoke to herself, a nostalgic look on her face. In the ruins of the arena, Sangwei knelt on one knee, her body utterly weakened. Pei Yingrou stood calmly, though his breathing was slightly uneven. The arena has collapsed, this match can be declared over. Pei Yingrou and Sangwei draw. There are 2 champions for this year's Tianyun ranking. This result was declared by the highest ruler of the Yanxia Empire, who would dare disagree. Lei Qianzhong, as the chief judge, stood up and bowed deeply to Long Junning, then picked up the microphone. What a joyous occasion!
In this year's Tianyun ranking battle, our Yanxia Empire has birthed 2 champions. 18 years ago, the mothers and fathers of these 2 geniuses created the legend of the unrivaled twin stars. So we have reason to believe, and to expect, that today's twin stars of Yanxia will, in the future, create a legend of their own. This was a draw decided by the Empress of Yanxia herself. It was also the first time in the history of the Tianyun ranking tournament that a dual champion honor was awarded. Pei Yingrou and Sangwei were both champions. But in truth, only the opponents knew who the real winner was. I lost. Sangwei knelt on one knee, her eyes lowered, a trace of defeat flashing within. She knew she had lost.
The arena collapsed, the Empress descended.
Long Junning seemed to uphold the principle of pulling back before going too far, and declared a draw as the result.
But Sangwei knew her soul power was completely exhausted.
Yet Pei Yingrou still stood tall, obviously with strength left.
If the match continued, Pei Yingrou would definitely win.
However, Pei Yingrou did not question the draw result, because the result was not important to him.
What mattered was. So, between dragon, phoenix, Qilin and giant, what secret is really hidden? The illusion I just saw.
It was probably triggered by spiritual connection. These images should be from 18 years ago, during the Stellar Maelstrom War that changed the world order. It was also the battle where my mother, Pei Yingrou, fell.
And also, what does the Crimson Master really mean? These questions are what Pei Yingrou cares about the most.
As for the strange phenomenon that just happened, like 2 moons in the sky and the moon dipped in blood, the audience didn't see them, as if they had never occurred.
However, Long Junning's dragon eyes saw.
Because of this, she chose to descend on Qilin Mountain to declare a tie, ending the battle between Pei Yingrou and Sangwei.
Chapter 28, The Empress of the Fiery Summer, Long Junning, Dragon Spring Blood Sea. The match has ended.
Sangwei looked up and saw a hand stretched out in front of her. She paused for a moment and chose to grasp this hand. In front of the world's gaze, Pei Yingrou pulled the weak Sangwei up from the ground. The 2 stood together, gazing at each other, their fates intertwined, beginning at this moment.
Friendship comes first, competition second.
Everyone is a beast master of the Fiery Summer Empire, and after healthy competition, they should not become enemies, but friends who cherish each other. One is the son of Pei Yingrou, and the other is the daughter of Sang Xian. The unparalleled duo of the old era has already sunk into the depths of history. And the twin stars of the new era in Fiery Summer are now filled with spirit, setting sail. Filled with emotion, Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes once again looked up, gazing at Long Junning, who was lifted high in the air by the black and white dragon claws. Long Junning, this woman, the top leader of the Fiery Summer Empire, possesses one of the 7 SSS-level talents of the human race, the Dragon Spring Blood Sea, reaching the rank of Beast Emperor, and is also the world's #1 Dragon Master. Although detailed information about the Stellar Maelstrom War 18 years ago was jointly sealed by the high-ranking officials of the 7 nations and not disclosed to the outside world, there are always some bits of information that have leaked out and been made public. The Stellar Maelstrom War rewritten the world order. What exactly happened in that battle remains unknown to everyone. But it is not a secret that Long Junning participated in the Stellar Maelstrom War.
That's right. This woman is one of the few survivors of the Stellar Maelstrom War. Her SSS-level talent Dragon Spring Blood Sea is extraordinarily remarkable. Dragon Spring Blood Sea provides infinite health for pure-blood dragon beasts. The explanation for this talent is just this brief sentence. But every word in this sentence proclaims just how terrifying the strength of this talent is. Dragon Spring Blood Sea, also known as the Immortal Body, is equivalent to infinite health points. With this talent, Long Junning simply cannot die.
It is only natural for her to become a survivor of the Stellar Maelstrom War.
But what kind of relationship does she have with my mother? Does she know the reason my mother died in battle?
Or perhaps, did she witness my mother's death on the battlefield with her own eyes?
With limited known information, Pei Yingrou shook his head, realizing that randomly speculating is pointless.
With my current strength, I have no right to question this woman about the Stellar Maelstrom War and my mother.
Moreover, I cannot determine whether this woman is friend or foe to me. Pei Yingrou, calm down.
Only by becoming stronger quickly can I have the ability to uncover those secrets and truths. Pei Yingrou deeply understands that in this world, some secrets and truths are as dangerous as the abyss. Trying to touch these dangers without enough strength will only lead to falling into the bottomless abyss and bringing about one's own demise. As for the illusion that Pei Yingrou saw just now, it is a unique ability of the Necromancer Beast Masters, called Spiritual Connection. When a Necromancer Beast Master encounters special stimuli, there is a certain probability of triggering the spiritual connection, seeing the dead or witnessing fragments of the wars experienced by the dead. For Pei Yingrou, the figure of Pei Zhuang, the ruins of the Stellar Maelstrom War, and the Crimson Statue were the war replay he saw after triggering spiritual connection. The special stimulus that Pei Yingrou suffered was undoubtedly the fierce clash between the Black Phoenix and the Giant of Wailing Souls. In this battle, Pei Yingrou gathered 3 pieces of information. First, the relationship between the bloodlines of the 3 sacred beasts and the giants must be closely related to the Battle of the Celestial Star Whirlpool. Second, the core keyword of the Battle of the Celestial Star Whirlpool is Crimson Lord. Third, the fall of Pei Zhuang is closely related to Crimson Lord.
Next comes the award ceremony.
Pei Yingrou and Sangwei are the double champions born from the current Tianyun ranking competition, tied for first.
According to combat performance, Lin Chen is second, and Li Tianxi is third. In contrast, Lin Chen and Li Tianxi were reduced to bystanders by the 2 monsters who tied for first.
At the award ceremony, the Black Phoenix spread its wings and cried out, hovering above Pei Yingrou's head.
This painting is called Phoenix. The Giant of Wailing Souls kneels on one knee, breath hot, eyes resolute, guarding Sangwei like a loyal death servant. This painting is called Giant.
At the top of the sky, the Dragon Lord rides a dragon, looking down with dragon eyes that are deep and mysterious, with countless ghostly lights shimmering in his pupils, and his beautiful face filled with memories.
This painting is called Dragon. On the top floor of the Listening Rain Pavilion.
In the tea room of the boss lady, Lan Tingyu is wearing an ice blue qipao, pouring tea for a mysterious man. The man has long white hair, an attractive appearance, and his skin shows no trace of impurities or flaws, looking almost unreal. Lan Tingyu said softly, the battle for the Tianyun ranking has ended. His Highness and the daughter of Sang Xian are the double champions, tied for first. The man gently nodded, the clash between the Phoenix and the Giant will surely be stopped by that woman, declaring it a draw. Everything is within this man's expectations, he knows the Empress of the Fire Summer and Dragon Lord Ning very well. From the perspective of the top floor of the Listening Rain Pavilion, opening the window reveals Qilin Mountain, where the Tianyun ranking competition is held.
In Qilin Mountain, there is no Qilin. In this Black Qilin City, there are also no Qilin.
Or rather, since the Battle of the Celestial Star Whirlpool, among the 3 sacred beasts of the Fire Summer Empire, only the Qilin bloodline has completely vanished. Now, the Qilin beast still existing in the world is only mixed blood Qilin, their bloodline not pure.
However,
at this moment, a jade-green Qilin rune emerged on the right hand of the white-haired man. This jade green is very much like the soul fire of a necromancer.
At the same time, it resembles exquisite jade stone.
Jade is not a rare treasure, it is found everywhere.
But in the bloodline of the Qilin clan, jade has a special definition.
Because the king of the Qilin clan is just a bit incomplete jade. The Qilin clan regards jade green as their king.
Lan Tingyu asked, King, when do you plan to meet His Highness?
Suddenly, the wind outside howled, and leaves fell. A falling leaf drifted into the tea room, not landing on the man's shoulder but passing right through his body, slowly settling down.
The tea on the table alternated between hot and cold.
The man did not drink tea, for his body could not touch anything in this world. Lan, don't forget, I was already abandoned by this world 18 years ago.
Even if I stand in front of that child now, he would not be able to see me, nor hear my voice, would he?
Lan Tingyu's eyes filled with deep sorrow. Memories are like a bottle of slow-acting poison, not lethal, but constantly tormenting.
King, what are your plans next?
One word, wait.
Wait for what?
Wait for him to grow up, wait for him to reverse this utterly terrible situation. The man gazed out the window, a single tear of Qilin blood trickling from his eyes. Zhuang'er, our child has grown up.
This painting is called Qilin.
Thus, within this city,
Dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, and Giant.
It seems like 4 jigsaw pieces, scattered everywhere. Because of the shackles of fate, they repel and tear each other apart, unable to reunite. Good news, Pei Yingrou has grown up.
humanity still has hope. Bad news, humanity only has Pei Yingrou left. This is the best of times. It is also the worst of times. Chapter 29, The Upgrading of the King of Hell's Blood Shadow, the biggest trump card. Welcome to the nightly news. The much-anticipated Tianyun ranking battle has successfully concluded. This edition of the Tianyun ranking has created a miraculous scene of having two champions for the first time in history. 18 years ago, the Yanxia Empire stood at the peak of the human race, shining brilliantly due to the existence of two extraordinary talents. Today, 18 years later, does the emergence of the Yanxia twin stars signal that our country is about to return to its former glory? That night, Pei Yingrou and Sang Wui's fame soared like the water levels of a lake during a mad rainstorm, sparking heated discussions across the nation and even the world. Pei Chuzhuang and Sang Xian once led a legendary era. Regardless of their reputations, these two created an unrepeatable greatness. Their strength and achievements during their lifetime are beyond doubt. Unfortunately, after their fall, when you survey the seven nations of humanity once again, it is not hard to find that the Yanxia Empire's dominance has long since faded. The apparent unity of the human race among the seven nations is, in fact, fraught with hidden agendas. Bloodlines can mutate. Thus, for beast masters and magical beasts, mutated species can be born along special evolutionary paths. However, the one thing that remains unchanged about bloodlines is inheritance. The bloodline of the extraordinary duo has been passed down in this era. Now, their descendants are in the spotlight. They are honored with the title of Yanxia Twin Stars. This makes every Yanxia citizen's imagination run wild, hoping that these two geniuses will quickly grow and one day revive the grandeur of the Yanxia Empire. Chaos Academy. Villa Apartment. Pei Yingrou just finished his shower, his upper body bare. This body is clearly much stronger than before, with the contours of his abs faintly visible under the soft light and undried water droplets. In the living room, there are various exquisite gift boxes piled up like a small hill. These are the honor rewards Pei Yingrou received for being the Tianyun champion. Among them are some high-quality undead beast crystals, as well as royal special supply beast cultivation liquids and enhancement pills. Ding! A system prompt sound echoed. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Tianyun Champion Honor Achievement. Honor reward granted, King of Hell's Blood Shadow upgrade card, plus, Bilo Sweet Dew. Rewards have been issued. Please check, host. Pei Yingrou's thoughts fluctuated as he entered the warehouse section. The domains of the God of Death, the Hand of the Overgod, and the King of Hell's Blood Shadow are currently Pei Yingrou's core tools. The domain of the God of Death can summon tombs of different levels. The Hand of the Overgod is used to unearth graves, retrieve data, and diagnose the ailments of beast masters. As for the King of Hell's Blood Shadow, Pei Yingrou has yet to use it. Because the King of Hell's Blood Shadow is a last resort to forcibly enhance one's strength for life-saving battles in critical moments. Host has successfully used the King of Hell's Blood Shadow upgrade card. King of Hell's Blood Shadow. Upgrade. Pei Yingrou's red eyes shone with a fierce and sinister glow as the upgraded details of the King of Hell's Blood Shadow appeared before him. King of Hell's Blood Shadow, after switching to shadow form, it can forcibly contract any bloodline and any level of undead beast. Boost effect 1 King of Hell's Overlord, when controlling beasts in shadow form, the beasts maintain a dominating body state at all times, ignoring any control type skills, and releasing skills will not be interrupted. Boost effect 2 King of Hell's Fury, after accumulating rage to 18 layers, it increases the beast's attack value by 100%. Side effect 1, the higher the level and bloodline of the contracted beast, the shorter the duration of the shadow form. Side effect 2, after leaving combat, the shadow form returns to the original body, causing the original body to fall into a faint and weakened state, with the fainting duration depending on the combat load, starting from at least 3 days. Pei Yingrou carefully browsed the data panel of the King of Hell's Blood Shadow, his eyes lighting up as he analyzed it seriously. The upgraded King of Hell's Blood Shadow is indeed my true trump card. But this trump card comes with huge side effects. If I want to play this trump card, I must be fully prepared, leaving no room for mistakes. At this stage, Pei Yingrou's rank is too low, and his strength is insufficient, so using the Shadow of the Underworld King has significant side effects. Each time he uses it, he must remain unconscious for at least 3 days, and if he is not careful, he will face irreparable consequences. A trump card may not be necessary, but it must exist, that is the meaning of a trump card. So the Shadow of the Underworld King cannot be used as a regular weapon, I must not rely on it too much. For now, the best path is to quickly improve my true strength. Pei Yingrou has not developed any reliance on the Shadow of the Underworld King, he only thinks about how to become stronger and improve himself. After all, from the overall data of the Shadow of the Underworld King, it is indeed a double-edged sword. Next, Pei Yingrou extracts a palm-sized white jade bottle from the storage compartment. Biluo Janlo used to accelerate the growth of plants, greatly shortening their growth cycle. Undoubtedly, this bottle of dew was born for nurturing the golden phoenix Wutong.
Pei Yingrou is very satisfied with this system reward. Time flies, and the students of the Chaos Academy welcome another weekend. The setting sun under the dusk is like a chilled bottle of orange soda, easing the stifling heat of midsummer.
Blackwing Guild. Backyard.
This piece of land, comparable to a high-end villa area, is the private land given to Pei Yingrou by Xiao Dingtian.
For Pei Yingrou, this is a land of feng shui treasure.
In the center of this land, in the damp muddy soil, a sprout the size of a baby's finger pops out, and when the wind blows, faint golden light particles ripple around. A week has passed, and the seeds of the golden phoenix wutong have just begun to sprout. If it grows at this speed, I'll have to wait ages.
Fortunately,
Pei Yingrou bends down and takes out the small porcelain bottle from his storage ring. He opens the porcelain bottle and pours the green dew onto the weak and small sprout. This sprout seems like a newly awakened plant-type beast, suddenly starting to grow wildly, just like bamboo shoots after the rain, unstoppable.
This is the effect of Biluo Ganlu.
After being nourished and baptized by Biluo Ganlu, the sprout of the golden phoenix wutong grows at a visible speed.
5 minutes later.
Filled with joy, Pei Yingrou reaches out his hand to touch the sapling that has already grown over a meter tall and reads the data information. Golden phoenix wutong growing, Biluo Ganlu is effective, the growth cycle is greatly shortened, and it is expected to mature within 3 months, meeting the standards for the phoenix to nest. At this moment, the mark on Pei Yingrou's wrist is slightly warm, and he hears the cheerful cry of the black phoenix in his mind.
Phoenix, I know you are anxious, but please be patient.
Just wait a little longer, in 3 months, you can rest on the golden phoenix wutong. The black phoenix, now trained in both ice and fire and also a necromancer beast, evolves at an extremely slow pace. To improve this disadvantage, the golden phoenix wutong is crucial.
The sun sets in the west as night falls.
Pei little brother, don't worry, you just focus on your studies at the Chaos Academy. I will have someone take care of this sapling, I won't let it encounter any problems. Pei Yingrou shows a grateful smile.
Thank you so much, Brother Xiao. Do we need to thank each other? Ha ha ha.
Pei little brother, stay for dinner tonight, let's not leave until we are drunk.
Today? I can't. I have a dinner appointment. Tonight's dinner is specially prepared by Pei Yingrou and Lantingyu to celebrate Pei Yingrou winning first place in the Tianyun rankings.
Chapter 30, The Underground City Trial, Crimson Squad sets sail.
Rainy night.
Blackcale City is covered with dark clouds, and the dim streetlights flicker weakly in the storm. The rain mixed with the scent of magical beasts flows along the winding streets like pulses connecting the heart of the city, as toxins lurk in the interlaced veins.
Wriggling with excitement. Listening to the rain pavilion.
The three siblings gathered together to celebrate Pei Yingrou winning the championship trophy of the Tianyun ranking with a homemade spicy hot pot. Lantingyu, dressed in a sexy cheongsam, her graceful figure exuding a faint body fragrance, looked like a classical beauty, her every smile reminiscent of the enchanting beauties by ancient emperors' sides, completely out of place in this era of beast tamers. Pei Yingrou raised her glass, looking at her brother with warmth and affection in her eyes. Xiao Yi, congratulations on becoming the champion of this Tianyun ranking.
Sister is so happy for you, I believe Peima in the heavens is even more delighted than I am.
Lantingyu leaned closer to Pei Yingrou, not caring about the distinctions between men and women, confidently wrapping her delicate arm around Pei Yingrou's neck, her fragrant lips brushing against his ear. National top scholar, Tianyun champion, Xiao Yi, I really underestimated you before.
I didn't expect you to shine so brightly. Sister Tingyu, you flatter me. You, handsome and talented, have you considered being my boyfriend?
Well. Pei Yingrou couldn't help but roll her eyes, pretending to be angry as she said, Lantingyu, don't go too far.
I see you as my best friend, but you want to be my sister-in-law?
Lantingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she teased, Sister Xiao Yi and I are true love, please bless our relationship.
Pei Yingrou gritted her teeth in mock anger, don't make me hit you, Lantingyu.
Pei Yingrou's handsome face turned red, he knew that Lantingyu was deliberately teasing him. Gulp, gulp.
Pei Yingrou drank water strategically to mask his embarrassment.
After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the night was deep, and all three siblings were slightly tipsy. It is no exaggeration to say that Pei Yingrou was raised by these two women from a young age.
So in Pei Yingrou's eyes, Pei Yingrou and Lantingyu were his true family.
As long as he was by their side, Pei Yingrou felt the warmth of home. A significant part of his obsession with becoming stronger was to protect these two sisters better. After a hearty meal, Pei Yingrou raised her hand, gently stroking Pei Yingrou's white hair, helping him tidy up the messy strands on his forehead. Xiao Yi, next week is the first time for your cohort of new students to start the dungeon trials.
You need to prepare well. Pei Yingrou's tone became serious. Pei Yingrou nodded, I checked the schedule, the trial location is Moonlight City. That's right, it is Moonlight City. The dungeon trials are a crucial part of every student's 3-year academic journey.
For the students of the Beast Tamer Academy, besides learning theoretical knowledge in classrooms and enduring grueling training with their mentors, they must also participate in practical combat assessments. Practical combat is the fastest catalyst for a young beast tamer's growth.
The dungeon trials are one of the methods for practical combat assessment.
In this world, the era of beast tamers has lasted for over 1,000 years. The 7 countries of humanity have experienced countless wars, both winning and losing, with the beast faction.
In the wars lost by humanity, countless cities and civilizations fell under the iron hooves of the beasts.
These dead cities, over time, sank deep underground, forming the dungeon world. As the name suggests, dungeons are located underground. They retain the basic appearance of cities but are lifeless, with many beasts choosing these places as their breeding grounds. With the advancement of time, humanity has utilized these dungeons as battlefields for testing young beast tamers. The so-called young beast tamers are primarily those from academic backgrounds like Pei Yingrou. Each major beast tamer academy organizes students every year to enter dungeons of varying difficulty, hunting beasts to enhance their practical experience and accelerate their growth. Different dungeons harbor beasts with distinct bloodlines.
There is a huge difference in level and number.
So according to the difficulty of the trials, the dungeons are divided into 4 levels.
Novice level, elite level, nightmare level, hell level. Moonlight City is the novice level dungeon with the lowest difficulty of trials.
This level of dungeon is usually for rookies like Pei Yingrou, which means first-year students of the Beastmaster Academy.
Cousin, don't worry, I will get a good result in the trial of Moonlight City, and make you proud.
Silly you, the national champion plus #1 on the Tianyun list, have already earned enough face for your sister. Pei Yingrou's smile was full of loving tenderness, and then she added, anyway, this trial is a good opportunity for you. After all, the evolution speed of the Black Phoenix is too slow. The experience gained by killing magical beasts in actual combat is something no competition or devil training can compare with.
I understand.
Even if Pei Yingrou didn't say it, Pei Yingrou also knew very well in his heart. For beasts, the 3 key factors of growth and evolution are 1. Eat. That is, swallowing beast crystals, nutrient liquids, evolution pills.
2. Train.
The Beastmaster controls the beast in sweats in the training ground.
3. Kill.
In actual combat, hunting and killing magical beasts, using the lives of magical beasts to stimulate the soul of the beast. Without a doubt, among these 3 elements, the one that most affects the growth and evolution of beasts is the third one. The principle is just like playing a game: the more monsters you kill, the faster your experience and level grow. And dungeon trials are the best way for young beastmasters to level up their beasts, no exception.
Xiaoye, seize the opportunity.
I hope this dungeon trial can let your Black Phoenix break through juvenile form, stage 2.
Cousin, I will.
Fun fact, so far, among the 4 top academies, Taotai, Hundun, Xianqi, and Wu, only Pei Yingrou's contracted beast is still stuck at juvenile form, stage 1.
Who told Pei Yingrou to choose the hardest evolution path for the Black Phoenix? Ancient myth bloodline plus undead type plus dual cultivation of ice and fire.
With these 3 buffs fully stacked, the Black Phoenix's evolution speed is destined to be slow. Pei Yingrou looked out the window at the curtain of rain, and a trace of determination flashed in his blood-red pupils. Before the golden parasol tree matures, the dungeon trial is the best chance to raise Black Phoenix's level.
Juvenile form, stage 2? Not enough.
In this trial, I want the Black Phoenix to break through to juvenile form, stage 3. Chapter 31, Counterattack Academy, Sister and Brother's Warmth. The dinner ended, and the heavy rain outside stopped. The rain just passed, the ground is wet and slippery. You 2 siblings walk slowly and be careful.
Lan Tingyu stood at the door of Listening Rain Pavilion waving, watching until the Pei siblings disappeared from view.
On the way back to Chaos Academy, the siblings walked side by side, strolling under the hazy streetlights. The cold wind in the late night blew Pei Yingrou's hair at her temples into a mess, and suddenly she felt a layer of warmth on her shoulders. It turned out that Pei Yingrou had taken off his coat and put it over her shoulders. Although it was just a small gesture, it made a stream of warmth flow through Pei Yingrou's heart. She realized that her most beloved younger brother had truly grown up and started to learn to care for others.
Cousin. Is there any news about the Pei family recently?
Pei Yingrou is now the young master of the Scarlet Guild. He must pay close attention to everything happening in the Pei family, especially that sinister and vicious father and son, Pei Shan and Pei Donglai. Pei Yingrou understood what he meant and answered truthfully. After Pei Donglai failed to get into Chaos Academy, Pei Shan used many connections and spent a lot of resources to get Pei Donglai into Counterattack Academy.
Counterattack Academy?
That's right. It's a Beastmaster Academy that has risen only in the past 3 years.
Its purpose is to specially enroll those who failed the national exam every year.
It advocates teaching according to aptitude and education for all. Pei Yingrou paused and added with a frown, actually, I've met the principal of Counterattack Academy once. The aura around him is very strange.
It gives a very gloomy feeling, hard to explain.
Pei Yingrou has heard of the Counterattack Academy, which, compared to other academies, does not have a long history, and the mentors inside are famously strict and brutal. At the same time, the Counterattack Academy uses a closed management strategy. Simply put, when parents send their children to the Counterattack Academy, they cannot return home on weekends, and everything about their daily needs is taken care of within the academy. Strangely, this Beastmaster Academy, which has only a brief 3-year history, has indeed trained many talents who, in some high-end competitions, can defeat the top 4 elite academies and achieve dazzling results. Pei Yingrou murmured softly, the Counterattack Academy may have something odd behind it. Pei Shan has gone to great lengths to send Pei Donglai to the Counterattack Academy, obviously with ulterior motives. I must prepare in advance. 3 days ago. On a stormy night, Pei Shan hosted a lavish banquet for the president of the Counterattack Academy in a high-class restaurant, filled with a sense of ceremony. In the dimly lit private room, the dining table was filled with delicacies, all made from beast meat and bones, which the country had strictly forbidden to consume. In the corner of the private room, several beautiful women without a stitch of clothing sang and danced, occasionally serving tea and pouring wine for the guests. Pei Shan, with a fawning expression, personally stood up to fill a cup for an old man with white hair, his tone pleading, President Han, during this time, I have fulfilled all obligations to show respect, so about my son's admission. The old man with white hair was dressed in a black robe, his body emaciated, looking like a vampire soaked in darkness for years, his face paler than paper. This man is the president of the Counterattack Academy, Han Yuan. In just 3 years, he has elevated the Counterattack Academy's national ranking to the 5th position, second only to the 4 elite academies. He is the god admired by every failed student in the national exams. On the surface, he has indeed helped many previously overlooked children achieve a turnaround in life. But talent does not lie. Ask, who can believe that an 18-year-old boy with no talent suddenly experiences a surge in rank and a massive improvement in ability after entering the Counterattack Academy? However, investigation agencies have visited multiple times, and reporters have surrounded the place, yet no evidence of any violations has been found at the Counterattack Academy. Therefore, the current Counterattack Academy is shrouded in a mysterious and eerie veil. Han Yuan raised his wineglass, revealing a meaningful smile. President Pei, rest assured, although Pei Donglai has failed, he has great talent. He is a good seed. In the next 3 years, our Counterattack Academy will help him make a comeback. Even. Pei Shan excitedly asked, even what? Even I can help him surpass this year's national champion, Pei Yingrou. As soon as Han Yuan said this, Pei Shan showed a look of astonishment, staring at the other party for a long time. After confirming that the other party wasn't joking, Pei Shan was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Han Yuan. Thank you, President Han, for your attention and high hopes for my son. President Han, rest assured, from now on, our Pei family will provide free resource donations to the Counterattack Academy every month. I only hope you can nurture my son more. The two exchanged smiles and raised their glasses for a toast. After the banquet, Han Yuan left the restaurant. In the depths of the dark rainy night, a shadow flickered, kneeling beside Han Yuan on one knee. President, we have investigated the Pei family thoroughly. Pei Shan and Pei Donglai have no kinship with Pei Yingrou, their relationship is a death struggle. Very good, so now, we can properly use this foolish father and son duo to achieve our goals. President, please give your orders. Quickly arrange for Pei Donglai to enroll, I will personally teach him the Black Prison Beast Master technique. Yes, President. In the dark night, Han Yuan's eyes were as sharp as a snake's poison. The poisoned corners of her lips revealed forked, sharp snake-like tongues. The sound of pouring rain echoed. Cousin, it's raining again. It's okay, I brought an umbrella. On the way back to Chaos Academy, the heavy rain fell once more. With one umbrella, Pei Yingrou held it, deliberately tilting it toward Pei Yingrou to keep her dry. Love is like a tilted umbrella. The warmth between siblings quietly fermented in the cold wind and rain. Seeing her brother's soaked shoulder, Pei Yingrou felt both touched and heartbroken. Silly, if we get a little closer, the umbrella can cover us both. Cousin. Pei Yingrou's face turned red. Unknowingly, Pei Yingrou leaned closer and linked her arm with his. The distance between the siblings became zero, exchanging warmth through their thin clothing. One held the umbrella while two walked. How deep was the sibling bond? Pei Yingrou glanced sideways at Pei Yingrou, her gentle smile warming him, causing him to raise his lips. Since ancient times, people have fought to protect what they cherish. For Pei Yingrou, at this moment, the woman beside him was what he wanted to protect the most. Cousin. I promise, I will protect you for a lifetime. Silly boy, I'm a 6th-level beast tamer. Let me protect you instead. At this moment, Pei Yingrou didn't realize that soon, in terms of strength, she would have to look up to her brother. Chapter 32, Departing for Moonlight City, the debut of the 4-man team. Chaos Academy. Talented class. At sunset, it was the last self-study class. Pei Yingrou walked into the classroom, and when she stood at the podium, she transformed into another person, lacking the gentleness she showed Pei Xingye, radiating a strict aura that made her classmates sit quietly, too afraid to whisper.
At this moment, her identity was the Gold Star mentor of Chaos Academy.
Pei Xingye sat in the last row of the classroom. As the saying goes, the back row by the window is the home of kings. Except for Pei Xingye, no one could take control of that spot. Students, tomorrow we will face our first underground city trial. Our destination is a novice-level underground city, Moonlight City. Details about Moonlight City have been posted in the class group, please review them carefully tonight. Only by understanding each beast's strengths and weaknesses in Moonlight City can you kill monsters more effectively. Additionally, we are the talented class, so our assessment standards are the highest. Obtaining an S rating will not be easy.
I hope everyone prepares well and achieves great results tomorrow.
Pei Xingye opened his phone. The details of Moonlight City had already been uploaded to the class group. This is a desert city located in the northwest of the Empire of Fiery Summer. At its peak, it was populous, prosperous in trade, and abundant in materials needed for sand-type beast taming. About 200 years ago, the city was destroyed under the claws of a monster army. It sank deep underground, turning into a dungeon in the form of ruins. Moonlight City Second Master, we can finally battle together tomorrow, just thinking about it is exciting. At that moment, a handsome man with a faint scent of perfume leaned in next to Pei Xingye.
Old Qin, did you go to the foot massage shop again last night? Damn. Second Master, how did you know?
Pei Xingye sniffed. The scent on you mixes 3 different women's perfumes, which means you had at least 3 technicians last night. Also, Pei Xingye added, you have dark circles under your eyes, and your tongue is thick and greasy, that's a sign of mild kidney deficiency.
Honestly, youth is precious, but as you age cough cough, you know what I mean. Qin Yanlin shrugged helplessly. Second Master, you're a detective. What kind of detective is he?
I can guess you went to the foot massage shop again last night because you didn't even take off your wristbands.
Captain, Second Master, please have a bit of mercy on me. Situ Xuan Huangfu Boyi also leaned in.
The Scarlet team of 4 gathered together. This class was self-study. With the remaining time, Pei Yingrou said no more and left it for the students to discuss among themselves.
The dungeon trial usually takes a Beast Master squad as a basic unit. This trains everyone's ability to participate in teamwork, operations, and cooperation.
On the battlefield, individual heroism may be dazzling, but more often, team battles are the main melody between human and beast. Situ Shui crossed her arms and disdainfully said, Qin Yanlin, knowing that tomorrow is the Scarlet team's first dungeon trial, you went to the foot massage parlor to have fun last night, looking a mess.
That's really too much.
Qin Yanlin solemnly spouted nonsense. Captain, I didn't go to the foot massage shop just to wash my feet, but to cleanse my whole body of dust and dirt.
Pei Xingye laughed and retorted, so your way of beast mastery is foot care? It was obvious that the only member of the Scarlet team who couldn't resist a beauty trap was him, Qin Yanlin. This playboy feels uncomfortable if he goes a day without chatting about life and dreams with the masseuse. Historical records say that Qin Yanlin once spent his own money to support 18-foot massage therapists in their graduate studies, and even treated diabetes for the grandfather of therapist number 98, Xiao Hong. But this historical record is really too wild. The gentle breeze outside blew through Situ Shui's long purple hair, which smelled of gardenias. As the captain of the Scarlet team, I will decide the main task for tomorrow's dungeon trial. We have only one task.
That is to fully assist Pei Xingye in upgrading his beast, the Black Phoenix, to its juvenile form, Stage 2.
Situ Shui's decision received nods of agreement from Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi.
As of now, the Black Phoenix's evolution speed is too slow. Looking at the 4 major academies, only Pei Xingye's beast is still at juvenile form, Stage 1, level.
Captain, you don't need to go out of your way to help me, and... Pei Xingye, since I was appointed captain at first and you had no objections, you must listen to me now, right?
Situ Shui's words were rough but not unkind, and Pei Xingye could only smile and nod, feeling grateful to his 3 close friends in his heart. The team spirit of the Scarlet team quietly took root and sprouted in the small interactions among the 4. Qin Yanlin flipped open the map of Moonlight City and carefully examined it, feeling moved. It is said that this city is the best place to admire the moon at night in the northwestern region of the Flame Summer Empire, so before it became a dungeon, it was named Moonlight City. Situ Shui stated blandly, after becoming a dungeon, Moonlight City no longer has moonlight.
Pei Xingye nodded, just like there is no wife in a wife cake.
Next, the 4 of them together studied the monster encyclopedia of Moonlight City, with Situ Shui formulating hunting strategies and arranging tasks. Suddenly, all 3 gazes turned to the silent Huangfu Boyi. Under everyone's scrutiny, Huangfu Boyi immediately blushed, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he felt very uncomfortable.
Situ Shui asked, Huangfu Boyi, if you feel this uneasy with 3 of us staring at you, how can you still fight normally tomorrow when hundreds of beasts focus on you?
Huangfu Boyi wanted to express himself, but he understood his own personality. He knew he might drag the Scarlet team down.
You wear this. Heir. Second Lord, this is.
Pei Yingrou opened his storage ring and took out a white bone mask with a phoenix totem. For a necromancer beastmaster, making simple items from bones is very easy.
This is a special white bone mask I made for you.
It has infused necromantic energy inside, which can calm your mind. When Huangfu Boyi put on the white bone mask, his anxious heart suddenly became as calm as water.
Sure enough, Pei Yingrou understood Huangfu Boyi the best. He knew that this boy, who suffered from severe social anxiety and introversion, only needed the disguise of a mask to. One can adapt to this world to a certain extent. With a mask, it feels like having a second identity. At least at this moment, when wearing the mask, Huangfu Boyi seems to forget his once timid self. Second Master, thank you.
Xin Yanlin said excitedly, wow, Huangfu, you spoke without stuttering just now.
Really? Really?
Huangfu Boyi was overjoyed. It was because of the mask given to him by Pei Yingrou that he willingly followed Pei Yingrou for a lifetime.
Huangfu, I give you this mask not to change you.
I just hope that when you wear the mask and step onto the battlefield, you can forget the awful past and become a powerful beast master.
Each of Pei Yingrou's words filled Huangfu Boyi with endless motivation. Second Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Captain, Old Qin, Huangfu. Tomorrow is our first collaboration, let's give our all for the glory of the Scarlet team. Let's go.
The four gathered together, hands stacked, looking at each other. In this ordinary, dull dusk, in this noisy, lively self-study class, they vowed to elevate the Scarlet team to the throne of the nation's top beast master team.
After school, a gathering for dinner. Huangfu Boyi temporarily took off the mask. Second Master, do we want to eat spicy hot pot, or yellow braised chicken?
Rice.
Xin Yanlin said, goodness, Schrodinger's mask? Chapter 33, the trial begins, everyone competes. The next day. Chaos Academy Playground.
At 10 in the morning, all the new students gathered here, each wearing battle uniforms printed with the Chaos Academy emblem, youthful faces full of anxiety and anticipation.
A portly middle-aged man stepped onto the podium. This unkempt fellow is the principal of Chaos Academy, Wang Defa.
As a principal, this man is abstract in name, appearance, and the monster he has contracted. The other three principals from the four major academies have contracted monsters that are either a Qinghuan, a crane, or at least a bat, but Wang Defa's monster is a huge, clumsy pig dog.
Students, today is an exciting day. You new students will start your first underground city trial.
Next, please prepare. When the teleportation array opens, you will go directly to Moonlight City. Remember, don't panic during the hunt. As long as you show your true strength, you will surely achieve good results.
Among the crowd, the Scarlet team's four members stood out particularly.
After all, the national top scorer and the Tianyun champion, Pei Yingrou, is in the Scarlet team. Moreover, Sitoshui, with her beautiful appearance and unique charm, has already become the campus flower of Chaos Academy. Thus, the Scarlet team is the most watched team in this Moonlight City trial.
Are you daydreaming? Sitoshui quickly noticed Pei Yingrou's oddness.
I didn't sleep well yesterday, just lost in thought.
Pei Yingrou's answer naturally did not convince Sitoshui.
She could feel that Pei Yingrou's attention was completely focused on the teleportation array in the center of the playground. Mentioning array cannot avoid talking about a special profession.
Array Master.
Without a doubt, in this era where everyone is a beast master, beast masters are undoubtedly the mainstream profession. But 18 years ago, before the Tianqing Whirlpool War began, there was a profession called Array Master that created a brief yet brilliant glory. As the name suggests, an Array Master can open different attribute arrays by forming seals with their hands to assist beast masters in battle. Setting up an array also requires the bones of monsters with different attributes and bloodlines, and sometimes even sacrificing their own blood, limbs, or organs. The teleportation array is one of the arrays that Array Masters excel at, used to teleport reinforcements over long distances. Achieving the effective speed is of the essence.
For the Beast Master Academy, establishing teleportation arrays is meant to transport students back and forth to different levels of underground cities. Participate in various trial tasks. Sitoshui's observation ability was very sharp. Pei Yingrou was indeed observing the teleportation array glowing with a blue aura beneath his feet.
According to the records of the array, 18 years ago, the profession of Array Master created many miracles. Moreover, necromancer beast masters can cross professional barriers, imitating Array Masters, and learn to practice necromantic arrays.
However, in this era, necromancer beast masters have already declined.
On the market, the methods for practicing necromantic arrays have long been lost. During this time, Pei Yingrou trained during the day, attending classes, and spent his nights burning the midnight oil in the library of the Chaos Academy. He would not overlook any type of book. He needed to understand the entire history of this beast master world and the development history of all professions. In the books, he found the connection between necromancer beast masters and array masters. At this moment, when he saw the shimmering teleportation array, his heart inevitably stirred.
He wanted to learn to practice the necromantic array. But right now, he couldn't find a suitable master, let alone a way to do it. This was the most frustrating part of Pei Yingrou's journey as a necromancer beastmaster. In this era, he wanted to make a name for himself as a necromancer beastmaster, but he could only rely on himself to slowly explore, with no one to provide effective help. Soon, the teleportation array opened. Thousands of new students from the Chaos Academy disappeared into the blue sea of light. After a brief moment of dizziness, Pei Yingrou reopened his shining red eyes. The wind howled around him, and dust was swirling. This was the northwestern region of the Summer Empire, a sparsely populated wilderness. Looking around, the desert stretched endlessly, the high-rising sand dunes resembling the spines of innumerable magical beasts, menacing and relentless. Pei Yingrou surveyed the area, surrounded by classmates whose faces were filled with confusion. Finally, his gaze landed on a large opening at the foot of a sand dune. The voice of Pei Yingrou rang out, "Classmates, this is the entrance to Moonlight City. Next, I will announce the scoring criteria for this trial assessment. Scores will be based on the team. For a team to hunt a total of 20 magical beasts, the score reaches the passing line of C. For a team to hunt a total of 50 magical beasts, the score is B. For a team to hunt a total of 150 magical beasts, the score is A. If one magical beast in the total is of complete form, the score is S. This was the assessment standard for this trial. Once announced, even the geniuses from the genius class showed a bitter expression. The four major academies truly deserve their reputation. The trial assessment standards are double that of other second-rate academies. Anyway, let's do our best. Our team has no problem passing. Our team aims to get an A score. Hey, what do you think the Crimson team can score? Everyone's eyes turned to the four members of the Crimson team. I've already heard that the captain of the Crimson team, Shui, is discussing how to hunt complete form magical beasts with the team. Tisk, it seems the Crimson team is aiming for an S score. After all, they have that genius monster, Pei Yingrou, in their team. Complete form magical beasts are 2 major levels higher than juvenile magical beasts. Even with team cooperation, hunting a complete form magical beast is extremely difficult, which also means that there is no question of an S score having any discrepancies. In the next 10 minutes, new students from the Chaos Academy entered the opening one after another, heading towards the buried desert ruins, Moonlight City. Entering deep underground, the air was thin, and the temperature suddenly rose. This underground city still retained basic urban construction while also showing the devastation of the magical beast legion's rampage. Everywhere were dusty broken walls, and various unknown, bizarre flowers and plants emerged endlessly. In the dark shadows, magical beasts of different attributes whispered, stirring the soul of every beastmaster. Once upon a time, Moonlight City was bathed in bright moonlight, a picturesque scene. Now, Moonlight City has no trace of moonlight, only a thick aura of magical beasts and the stench of their dung. Shui directly printed the map of Moonlight City in her mind. Everyone, let's first go to the Eastern Wolf Den. After all, the experience gained from hunting Moonshadow wolves is the highest. The Moonshadow Wolf clan is the highest quality bloodline among all the magical beasts inhabiting Moonlight City, reaching the level of epic quality. The main task of the Scarlet Squad in this trial is to help Pei Yingrou's Black Phoenix level up quickly. Hunting Moonshadow wolves first is the best choice. Half an hour later, the Scarlet Squad arrived at the Eastern Wolf Den. In the darkness, wolf howls were chilling, and pairs of green eyes blinked. This was unacceptable for anyone with a fear of clusters. Besides the wolf howls, Pei Yingrou also heard the sounds of fighting. Shui explained, all the new students from the 4 academies are starting their first trial today. I'm guessing the other 3 academies also chose Moonlight City as their trial location. Xin Yanlin sighed with a wry smile. It seems this hunting experience is also a competition. Over 10,000 new students from the 4 academies combined. The Beastmaster teams formed from them total at least 2,000. To put it simply, in this kind of scene, there will definitely be a large number of kill-stealing incidents. This is a trial, but also a competition. But when it comes to kill-stealing, who can compare to this red-eyed boy? Chapter 34, Moonshadow Wolves, Elderly and Children First. Moonlight City. Eastern Area, Wolf Den. In the darkness, pairs of wolf eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, their mouths curled, revealing sharp fangs and dripping corrosive saliva. This is one of the few magical beast groups in Moonlight City with bloodline quality reaching the epic level. Theoretically, as a beastmaster controls their beast, the higher the bloodline quality of the hunted magical beasts, the more evolution experience the beast accumulates. As long as Pei Yingrou can properly control the wolf den, the Black Phoenix is likely to advance to the juvenile stage, Phase 2. Wolf howls echoed in the darkness, and a tide of beasts rushed in from all directions. Shui remained calm, quietly commanding, "They are coming, prepare for battle." Huangfu Boyi actively put on the white bone mask Pei Yingrou had given him. Once he wore the mask, he felt like a different person. His speech was no longer stuttered, and the confusion and timidity in his eyes were replaced by determination. Three-tailed spirit fox.
Huangfu Boyi activated his beast seal, and a gorgeous summoning circle appeared, from which a fox beast with 3 tails leaped out. Its body was light and agile, its appearance graceful, and its pure white fur danced with the wind.
Legendary quality bloodline, juvenile stage, phase 2, 3-tailed spirit fox. This is Huangfu Boyi's beast, and its core talent is protection of the fox ancestor.
Huangfu Boyi activated his soul power, and the 3-tailed spirit fox howled to the heavens, circling the Scarlet Squad of 4, forming a strong spiritual shield with the phantom of the fox race's ancestor. Indeed, the 3-tailed spirit fox excels at defense. The shield it provides for its allies becomes thicker and harder as it levels up, even developing the ability to rebound damage.
At the same time, Huangfu Boyi's S-rank talent, Rewind, can also make a huge contribution to the team.
Therefore, Huangfu Boyi's role in the Scarlet Squad is support. He doesn't need to engage in attacks, he only needs to oversee the situation, refreshing shields for teammates and helping their beasts restore health. Besides the shield, the pack of wolves would tear at them. In the face of the beast-tide attack, Qin Yanlin's advantage will reach its maximum.
Purple Thunder Pegasus. Qin Yanlin activated his beast seal, summoning a wonderfully handsome unicorn.
It had the body of a fierce horse, with a pair of wings wrapped in purple lightning growing from its back, and a sharp horn sprouting from its forehead. The bloodline of the unicorn is one of the top 5 strongest existences among all legendary quality beast bloodlines. Qin Yanlin entered a state of combat, sharp eyes creating a current of sensation. His aura at this moment was worlds apart from that of the usual playboy.
Thunder Tread.
Qin Yanlin unleashed his soul power, the master and servant souls resonating. The purple thunder Pegasus flapped its wings and soared into the air, its body transforming into purple electricity, casting numerous phantom hoof prints. Each phantom hoof print was wrapped in fierce, violent purple lightning, striking into the beast tide, the cries of monsters echoing incessantly. At the same time, every bolt of lightning released from the hoof prints continually refracted among the beast tide, causing even more terrifying area damage.
This is Qin Yanlin's S-level talent, Refraction.
With the Thunder Pegasus's lightning attacks already having a damage-transmitting effect, Qin Yanlin's positioning in the Crimson Squad primarily focused on exhaustion.
The extensive area damage caused by the Purple Thunder Pegasus could continuously lower the enemy's health.
The pack of Moon Demon Wolves, unable to withstand the paralysis and disturbance of the thunder, began to nimbly maneuver, dodging the electric attacks of the Purple Thunder Pegasus. Qin Yanlin excelled in exhaustion battles, but when facing nimble monsters with strong displacement skills, his advantage would be somewhat weakened. After all, the attack release time of the Purple Thunder Pegasus was 2 seconds longer than that of ordinary beast tamers. On the battlefield, things changed in an instant. A 2-second delay was enough for enemies to dodge out of the Purple Thunder Pegasus's attack range. At that moment, the captain of the Crimson Squad, Situ Shui, silently gathered her strength. Soul power stimulated, a raging wind suddenly arose. Purple hair danced in the wind, and her beautiful face revealed elegant killing intent. Shadow Demon Spider. The earth ripped apart, and the dark purple shadow power gathered into a thick fog. Within the deep fog, a towering spider's silhouette emerged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless long, sharp spider threads sliced through the cold air, wrapping around the robust bodies of the Moon Demon Wolves. Cocooning. Cocooning is the core skill of the Shadow Demon Spider, providing stable and efficient control effects. Any Moon Demon Wolf encountered by cocooning would be wrapped in an endless number of spider threads, turning into a giant cocoon and temporarily losing mobility. Rip. One over-muscular Moon Demon Wolf fiercely swung its claws, tearing a gap in the thick cocoon. In the next second, this Moon Demon Wolf's claws were petrified. This was Situ Shui's talent, S-level talent Petrification. Cocooning plus Petrification destined Situ Shui to unleash irreplaceable long control effects in team battles. Whenever cocooning faded, Petrification would take effect. As the Petrification effect just ended, the enemy would be wrapped again in a new round of spider threads, falling back into cocooning state. Situ Shui's powerful control rendered the Moon Demon Wolves unable to move nimbly. At the same time, Qin Yanlin, riding the Purple Thunder Pegasus, unleashed area damage that almost reached a 100% hit rate. It was evident that the member structure of the Crimson Squad was close to perfect. Ultra-high defense improved tolerance, ultra-long control limited enemies, and area damage was a team battle weapon. Let's not forget, at this moment, one member of the Crimson Squad had yet to take action. The heavily injured Moon Demon Wolf Pack, having witnessed the might of Situ Shui, Qin Yanlin, and Huangfu Boyi, showed fear in their eyes and turned their gaze towards the seemingly harmless Pei Yingrou. Pei Yingrou's image was that of a handsome, slender young man. In the eyes of the monsters, a beast tamer like this was the easiest to bully. The wolf pack roared, shifting their target, attempting to nibble on Pei Yingrou as if he were a soft bone. Unfortunately, they had chosen the most terrifying man in the Crimson Squad as their opponent, also sealing their own tragic fate. Gate of the Underworld. Open. What a powerful word open this was. The dark and heavy gate of the underworld descended onto the battlefield. The temperature in Moonlight City suddenly dropped, frost spreading across the land. With a sharp cry of a phoenix, the Black Phoenix spread its wings and soared out of the gates of the underworld, needing no special skills, casually unleashing a basic attack, blasting forth the undead flames that illuminated the darkness, as dozens of moon magic wolves were obliterated in the lush sea of undead fire. Bloodline suppression materialized once more.
The surviving pack of moon magic wolves, having just witnessed the tragic death of their kin, narrowed their wolf eyes, their souls trembling. The leading wolf king could not speak human language. If it could speak, it would say, "Damn it, we've encountered a monster.
I'll cover, old people and children, run first."
So who is the monster?
The red-eyed boy lifted the corner of his lips in a cold, thin smile, like a cruel god of death. This harvesting war god from the Crimson Squad was about to unleash his power.
He's a professional at harvesting. Chapter 35, Situ Shui, why did you provoke him? With the Phoenix's emergence, who dares to challenge? The Moon Magic Wolf clan, their bloodline quality nearly legendary, stands in stark contrast to the ancient mythical bloodline of the Black Phoenix, as different as clouds and mud, a gap impossible to bridge.
The Black Phoenix perched above Pei Yingrou, emitting an angry and domineering cry. You could clearly see that these originally ferocious moon magic wolves had eyes clearer than huskies. Even though most of these moon magic wolves had reached the juvenile stage, level 3, under absolute bloodline suppression, their slight level advantage disappeared without a trace.
Faced with the juvenile level beasts, Pei Yingrou's handsome face showed no emotional fluctuation.
He commanded the Black Phoenix without the need for any skills, simply using one straightforward basic attack after another, slaughtering the hordes of wolves. Moonlight City is vast, accommodating over 10,000 young beast tamers hunting together. In other regions, you could see inexperienced beast tamers fleeing in panic from waves of ferocious beasts. But in the area of the Moon Wolves' den, you could only see one overpowered red-eyed boy, cutting down the moon magic wolves one after another as if chopping vegetables, the wolves crying tears of despair. In the eyes of the moon magic wolves, Pei Yingrou was the true demon. The boy's lips curled up, carrying a devilish smile.
Howl. The miserable wolf howls resounded throughout Moonlight City. Scream. Scream again. It's useless even if you break your throats. Phoenix, kill.
With a flap of its wings, the Phoenix unleashed a torrent of undead fire and undead frost, dispelling the dark gloom and illuminating the enemy's tears.
Qin Yanlin's lips twitched. Second Master, is this even human talk? Isn't this the villain's line?
Indeed, at this moment, Pei Yingrou resembled a villain.
He carried a unique aura of evil, fundamentally different from all righteous people.
His evil was strange. His evil was for the right cause.
Not a saint, but core goodness.
His greatest mercy to the beasts was to end their pain with instant kills. The performance of the Crimson Squad was incredibly strong. Within just 10 minutes of the trial, they had already hunted 157 beasts.
This met the A-level rating, and for the other students, this score was hard to catch up to.
Thus far, the undead fire burning on the Black Phoenix intensified. The undead frost swirling around its wings carried an even heavier murderous aura.
Hunting beasts truly was the fastest way for beast tamers to grow.
With each beast killed, their beast would gain a point of killing intent, and the wildness of their bloodline genes was further developed. Situ Shui analyzed, at this hunting speed, it won't be a problem for the Black Phoenix to break through to juvenile level 2, this time. Qin Yanlin could not help but ask, Captain, let's assist Second Master, work hard, and see if we can help the Black Phoenix break through to juvenile level 3. Situ Shui shook her head in response. The evolution speed of a beast with an ancient mythical bloodline cannot be so fast. Moreover, Pei Yingrou chose to let the Black Phoenix cultivate both ice and fire. The difficulty of evolution has been raised to a hellish level. This time trial, there is not much possibility to advance to the juvenile stage, 3 segments. Situ Shui's analysis was very rational, and Pei Yingrou did not refute it. He was holding back something big. Next, the Crimson team displayed perfect teamwork. Situ Shui was responsible for controlling the magical beasts, restricting their movement. Huang Fu Boyi added shields for the team, ensuring their combat endurance and maximizing their margin of error. Qin Yanlin dealt area damage, continuously lowering the health of the magical beast frenzy. As for Pei Yingrou, he only needed to slightly activate a bit of soul power, relying on the Black Phoenix's outstanding stats, effortlessly harvesting all the wounded magical beasts. The growth rate of the Black Phoenix thus skyrocketed, getting closer and closer to breaking through to the juvenile stage, 2 segments. Second Master, it's your turn to strike. Qin Yanlin commanded the Purple Thunder Pegasus, delivering a thunderous beast stomp that shattered the spine of a moon demon wolf. The moon demon wolf was gasping for breath. The Black Phoenix just needed to flap its wings and unleash a strand of wraith fire to complete the harvest. However, at that moment, a shadow flashed past Pei Yingrou's side. Swish! A sharp leopard claw swiftly passed, slicing the wounded moon demon wolf's body in half. Damn it, how shameless, stealing kills. Qin Yanlin was immediately unhappy and cursed at a long-haired man. The long-haired man was slender, with soft features, many feminine traits, and wore combat attire branded with the logo of Wu Academy.
He was a first-year student of Wu Academy, Sima Xian.
Next to him was a black panther, larger and more powerful than the elephant-type beast tamers, covered in black fur, with two menacing leopard heads growing from its broad neck. The two-headed black Xian panther, an all-around beast that combined attack explosion and speed explosion.
Behind Sima Xian, 3 classmates followed.
These 4 comprised the Thunder team from Wu Academy. At this moment, Moonlight City was a battlefield where 10,000 people were vying for supremacy. All first-year students from the 4 major academies were gathered here, starting the hunting trials as units in their respective teams. The more people participating in the trials, the greater the chance of stealing kills. Just now, Sima Xian, the captain of the Thunder team, had seized the opportunity from the shadows, ruthlessly snatching a moon demon wolf's head right from under Pei Yingrou's nose.
Sima Xian wore a provocative smile. "Sorry, Pei classmate, I didn't mean to." Qin Yanlin angrily retorted, "You clearly did it on purpose. Your character really matches your last name."
Pei Yingrou ignored him, preparing to harvest another wounded moon demon wolf. Whoosh! A poison needle from a giant venomous bee pierced the air, getting ahead to harvest the wounded moon demon wolf.
This was the second time Pei Yingrou had been robbed of a kill.
Pei Yingrou looked around and found many beast-taming teams from different academies emerging around him.
Their eyes burned with intense battle spirit, and there was also a hint of provocation. At that moment, at the entrance of Moonlight City, dozens of gold medal mentors from the 4 major academies were monitoring this trial of 10,000 people through images transmitted by drones. Pei Yingrou saw Pei Yingrou's situation and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Damn it! The Beast Tamers teams from other academies are deliberately making things difficult for Xiao Yi.
Pei Yingrou, the national champion plus number 1 on the Tianyun list, had his talent and strength monopolizing all the attention of this year's new students. People hardly discussed anyone other than Pei Yingrou, maybe adding Sangwei. After all, they were the twin stars of Yanxia. As for the other new students this year,
no one cared.
18-year-old boys and girls were all full of youthful vitality, and everyone felt some jealousy towards Pei Yingrou. So this time in the Underground City trial, all the Beast Tamer teams from other academies had united, consciously targeting Pei Yingrou and the Crimson team he was part of.
Sima Xian declared, "Pei Yingrou, one should not shine too brightly, this is the price you pay for your shining."
After a moment of contemplation, Pei Yingrou raised his crimson eyes.
"To take heads, won't it violate the trial rules, right?" Sima Xian laughed wildly, "Of course not, taking heads is a display of ability, it's not a rule-breaking, ha ha."
Other Beast Master teams from different academies also mocked and laughed at Pei Yingrou.
Situ Shui sighed and quietly remarked, "Sai, why provoke him?" Ding! Your friend, Harvesting God of War Pei Yingrou, has come online. Chapter 36, The King's Contempt, Hands Move Quickly. Moonlight City. Moon Wolf Denver.
In this trial of 10,000 people competing, a battle of taking heads unfolds. During the recent time when Pei Yingrou shone the most, he almost became the target of all Beast Master teams. Sometimes, when you show overwhelming talent and strength among your peers or in your rank, and even reach the top spot, you will naturally become the target of envy and hate. Huang Fu Boyi wore a white bone mask, speaking without stuttering, filled with righteous anger.
"Captain, second young master has no grievances with these people, why do they target him like this?"
Situ Shui explained, "Think from another angle, if you were them, being able to take a head from the top scorer of the national exam in a highly publicized underground trial, wouldn't that be a kind of glory and achievement?"
"It's all for fame. The new students of the academy are all 18-year-old boys and girls, whose minds are not mature enough, yet their ambitions are high. Everyone is a proud talent new to the world, who would willingly be merely a backdrop or an extra for Pei Yingrou to showcase his talent in such a setting? As long as they can take a head from Pei Yingrou, they can brag about it when they talk to others. It must be said that associating with Pei Yingrou can bring heat, exposure, and a certain degree of fame. This is why the Beast Master teams from the other 3 major academies have united to target Pei Yingrou. In response, Pei Yingrou's choice of revenge will be extremely brutal. Roar, roar, roar. More and more Beast Master teams have gathered in the Moon Wolf Den, the noise and footsteps attracting the wolf pack deep within the den. In the darkness, a wave of beasts surged again, with pairs of bloody wolf eyes bursting with greedy beastly desires. This hunting trial continues. Sima Xian, as the captain of the Thunder team, remained calm. "Everyone, maintain formation, work together as a team, I will be in charge of harvesting." The Thunder team is considered a high-quality team among this year's new students of Wu Academy. Several team members in Sima Xian's hands possess remarkable talent and strength, and their beasts can execute efficient cooperative tactics. In an instant, thick smoke rose, and blood spurted everywhere. "Captain, these 6 moon demon wolves are all severely injured." "Good. I'll harvest their lives."
Sima Xian used soul power to control the two-headed black mysterious leopard and launched a surprise attack on the 6 injured moon demon wolves. Beast masters of the leopard type possess extremely high mobility, and their skill release speed far exceeds that of ordinary beast masters. Thus, Sima Xian's role in the team is to act as the harvester responsible for taking the lives of magical beasts. Just when Sima Xian was confident about harvesting the 6 severely injured moon demon wolves, an unexpected turn occurred. Inside Moonlight City, the temperature suddenly dropped. Terrifying undead ripples surged in the murderous wind. In an instant, 6 black Grim Reaper phantoms materialized above the heads of the 6 injured moon demon wolves. The Grim Reaper phantoms swung their sickles, ignoring any rules, and forcibly slaughtered the 6 moon demon wolves.
This is undead slaughter. Captain, this is not good.
In the previous moment, Sima Xian led the Thunder team, executing exquisite teamwork, and finally managed to injure the 6 moon demon wolves. In the next second, Pei Yingrou acted in 0 frames, directly triggering undead slaughter, completing the harvest first. At this moment, Sima Xian's face turned pale, stunned in place, his mind blank.
A series of actions came like a tiger. At first glance at the battle results,
the Thunder team had been busy for half a day, but they only prepared a wedding dress for Pei Yingrou.
Pei Yingrou, you just said that stealing kills doesn't violate the trial rules, right?
A casual remark from Pei Yingrou made Sima Xian's face flush red, leaving him unable to refute. Qin Yanlin, on the side, couldn't stop laughing. Haha, you fools, you've stolen the kills from my family's second master, and now you're going to pay for it. Inside the lair, a pack of wolves emerged endlessly. Although the beast taming teams from various major academies performed exquisite teamwork, as long as there was one moon demon wolf with low health, they wouldn't have time to reap the harvest before the ghostly figure of death would descend from the sky to trigger the undead execution. You should know that undead execution can ignore all defenses and shields, disregarding the bloodline quality and level of the beasts, with a 100% hit rate, forcibly killing all beasts with 10% health remaining. Don't mention the moon demon wolf, even king body or emperor body beasts, with 10% health remaining on the battlefield, would have to descend into hell before Pei Yingrou. The undead talent, after all, is the top beast taming talent from 18 years ago, ranked number 1. The dominance and oppression of undead execution on the battlefield not only terrifies the enemies but also instills despair in the competitors.
In the next half hour, inside Moonlight City, the climax of the arrival of the Grim Reaper unfolded.
The beast taming teams from the other 3 major academies were suffering terribly.
No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape the punishment of undead execution. Captain, this moon demon wolf is low on health, quick. Ah, it was snatched away by Pei Yingrou again. Another undead execution, Undead execution, it's really over the top.
This genius monster is terrifying like the Grim Reaper. At this moment, the young and impulsive prideful youths realized just how tragic the consequences of provoking Pei Yingrou were. In half an hour, within the area of the moon wolf lair, all the beast taming teams had a record of 0. On the battlefield, all the beast corpses lay beneath Pei Yingrou's feet.
Moreover, Pei Yingrou's soul power was almost untouched, as he relied entirely on undead execution to reap the beasts.
The Black Phoenix, just warming up, had no chance to intervene, resting lazily above Pei Yingrou, nearly dozing off.
Now, the Crimson team's battle record broke through the milestone of 1,000.
This is Pei Yingrou's revenge. As long as he wanted, with undead execution, he could snatch kills from all beast taming teams with a 100% overwhelming probability.
Just as Situ Shui said. Why did you provoke him? At the entrance of Moonlight City, Pei Yingrou watched everything happening inside the city through drone footage.
She couldn't help but gasp in shock, unable to refrain from sighing. The Crimson team's first participation in the dungeon trial actually broke the total hunt count of 1,000.
This creates history.
I must say, in the field of snatching kills, undead execution is the number 1 in strength. Pei Yingrou stood atop a hill of beast corpses, overlooking the prideful youths below. In this moment, these so-called geniuses were once again turned to dust by this red-eyed boy. His red eyes, like blood, cold and ruthless.
The smile on Pei Yingrou's lips contained 3 parts indifference, 3 parts bloodthirst, and 4 parts nonchalance.
The contempt of a king oppressed everyone. Pei Yingrou, you're obsessed with stealing kills.
Leave us a way out.
Our current scores haven't even reached passing. Faced with everyone's helpless complaints, Pei Yingrou merely parted his lips, uttering 3 icy words. Too slow. As soon as these words came out, all beast tamers in the arena wilted like frostbitten eggplants. These 3 words, who other than Pei Yingrou had the right to say? Geniuses, in front of this man, would always be pressed down, unable to lift their heads or stand upright. Moonlight City had no moonlight, but Pei Yingrou's red eyes seemed to emit the deadly light that crushed all prideful youths, casting a shadow over everyone's soul. The undead slaughter triggers repeatedly, and the Grim Reaper's scythe harvests the entire field. At this moment, Pei Yingrou is like a living king of hell who has walked out from the depths of hell.
Chapter 37, The Divine Hand, Double Phoenix Slaughter.
Pei Yingrou's words, "no slow hands," are the midnight nightmare for all the proud children of heaven tonight. Generally speaking, the talents awakened by beast tamers need to cooperate with their beasts to exert true effects. However, the undead system talent is fundamentally different from any other beast tamer talent. For example, Pei Yingrou's awakened talent, Undead Slaughter, does not need to rely on any other medium, its excess is an absolute objective meaning. When Pei Yingrou triggers Undead Slaughter to reap those half-dead magical beasts, his beast, the Black Phoenix, does not need to participate in the battle at all. Therefore, this talent has a unique characteristic, extreme stability. Other beast tamer talents need various conditions to take effect, requiring perfect cooperation between the beast and themselves, and can fail due to various unfavorable conditions. But Undead Slaughter triggers without any mistakes, erasing opponents by 100%. At this moment, Pei Yingrou himself is like a death god, making everyone present look up in awe. "Lord Pei, this is my top-quality beast nutrition liquid, please accept it. I am willing to offer a beast crystal of the ice snow eagle, please spare me. Pei Father, please forgive me, I apologize to you." In the Moon Wolf's lair, a grand play unfolded where everyone queued up to apologize to Pei Yingrou. Pei Yingrou's absolute slaughter of half-dead magical beasts made the beast tamers from the other three major academies feel fear. It is important to know that most beast tamer teams still have not reached passing scores. If Pei Yingrou continues his previous actions, they won't even have the chance to reap a single half-dead magical beast. Qin Yanlin looked at Sima Xian, whose face turned dark, and said coldly, "Come over and apologize to my second master." Sima Xian gritted his teeth, his fierce eyes still showing defiance. At that moment, a deafening wolf howl shattered the ground and stirred up a blood-red ripple in the air. A massive black wolf burst out of the darkness, coming into everyone's view. The size and weight of this wolf are about twice that of an ordinary moon magic wolf. The crescent mark on its forehead is in a semicircular shape. Half-Moon Magic Wolf, mature body, level 2. The growth and evolution of the Moon Magic Wolf clan are marked by the moon mark on their foreheads. An ordinary Moon Magic Wolf is a juvenile body, with a small crescent on its forehead. The Half-Moon Magic Wolf is a mature body level, with the moon mark evolving from a small crescent to a half-moon shape. Everyone, don't rush to attack. As long as we act, the result will just be making outer clothes for Pei Yingrou. As the captain of the Thunder team, Sima Xian commanded his members to take up defensive positions, refusing to initiate an attack. Because everything that just happened was enough to prove that as long as the Thunder team cooperated to damage this half-moon magic wolf, Pei Yingrou's Undead Slaughter would instantly descend. "Captain, even if we don't act, Pei Yingrou. He's coming to kill." Sima Xian lifted his eyes. Pei Yingrou stood directly on the back of the Black Phoenix, with both master and beast flying in. "Everyone, don't panic. Undead Slaughter is indeed excessive, but it can only be triggered when the magical beast's health is down to 10%. As long as we don't act, Pei Yingrou won't get to snatch the kill." A team member timidly said, what if Pei Yingrou one-shots the half-moon magic wolf? One shot? Haha, that's a huge joke. This half-moon magic wolf is at least a mature body, level 2, while the Black Phoenix is only a juvenile body, level 1. There's a big difference of a level, the bloodline strength cannot make up for this gap. Usually, the health of a mature beast is double that of a juvenile beast. Pei Yingrou rode the Black Phoenix, wanting to kill the half-moon demon wolf in one strike, but Sima Xian couldn't believe it even if he died. A fierce wind whipped up the flames of the undead, as the red-eyed youth stepped on the mythical phoenix, advancing with unstoppable force towards the aggressive half-moon demon wolf. "Captain, let's assist second master together and help him lower the half-moon demon wolf's health to 10%, so it's easier for him to take it down." Qin Yanlin's words indicated that, as Pei Yingrou's teammate, deep down, he also didn't believe that Pei Yingrou could kill the half-moon demon wolf in one blow. Sita Shue's brows raised, she gazed at Pei Yingrou's back and felt a strong premonition rise within her. "We don't need to intervene anymore." In the next moment, Pei Yingrou summoned his soul power, the Black Phoenix initiated the move, unleashing the unpredictable ghostly falling phoenix slash. A cross-shaped flame beam was generated out of thin air, condensing into a sharp strike, like two cross sides of death, blazing with raging undead flames, fiercely striking the chest of the half-moon demon wolf. The beast's wails echoed throughout every corner of Moonlight City. Even if the half-moon demon wolf was a mature beast, its reaction speed and combat awareness couldn't catch or predict the zero-frame initiation of the falling phoenix slash. So this slash was 100% hit. Sima Xian thought to himself, a single falling phoenix slash, wanting to severely injure a mature beast? Daydreaming. However, the next second, Sima Xian's expression changed drastically. What unfolded before his eyes was beyond his understanding, shattering all his previous beliefs. The half-moon demon wolf looked agonized, a terrifying phantom of death emerging above its head. The sharp scythe was already poised over its bulging neck. Death slash has been triggered. How is this possible? It's too fake.
One falling phoenix slash can reduce a mature beast's health to a critical level? Pei Yingrou has a cheat. This guy definitely has a cheat. If you report Pei Yingrou for cheating, he won't admit it. Because he wasn't cheating now, he simply never turned it off. The truth is the truth, no matter how unbelievable, the death slash indeed triggered at that moment. Swoosh. The scythe of death mercilessly harvested the life of the half-moon demon wolf. The wolf's body was cleaved in two, blood staining the muddy ground. It was instantaneous. He really killed a mature beast in one strike. Sima Xian couldn't accept this scene. He held his head with both hands, his bulging pupils trembling violently, fixed on Pei Yingrou's back. At the entrance of Moonlight City, the gold medal instructors from the other three academies were in heated discussions. A first-level beast tamer, controlling a juvenile beast, killing a mature beast in one strike? Such a miracle, I've never heard of it. Cross-dire combat requires teamwork, yet Pei Yingrou single-handedly. A monster, simply a monster. Pei Yingrou, as a gold medal instructor of the Chaos Academy and also Pei Yingrou's cousin, forced herself to calm down amidst the shock and carefully analyzed the drone footage replay. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The health of the half-moon demon wolf is twice that of a moon demon wolf. To say that one falling phoenix slash could bring a juvenile moon demon wolf to critical health, I would believe that. But the half-moon demon wolf is a mature beast, stage 2. Wait. That detail is. Pei Yingrou noticed a critically important detail. When the Black Phoenix unleashed the falling phoenix slash at the half-moon demon wolf, the cross-shaped undead firebeam actually had an almost overlapping phantom. Phantom. Overlapping. So that's how it is. Little Light stored energy for the falling phoenix slash twice during a previous defensive round. So the falling phoenix slash hitting the half-moon demon wolf was a double strike. Storing skills, unleashing and retrieving freely, tested the operational level of the beast tamer. And Pei Yingrou's operation allowed the Black Phoenix to store the falling phoenix slash twice, then initiate it with 0 frame 2. In overlapping form, strike out a double rock slash that is hard for opponents to detect and guard against. From this point on, Pei Yingrou created a brand new combat style called overlapping skill flow. This stunning move amazed many talented individuals and gold medal instructors, and was later referred to as the Divine Hand by people of later generations. Chapter 38, The Crimson Moonlight Underground, Crisis Everywhere. Rock Slash is an ultra-high explosive attack skill that beast masters of the Phoenix system excel at. When Pei Yingrou commanded the Black Phoenix to unleash the double Rock Slash, even a mature half-moon demon wolf could fall into a critically injured state in an instant. And in Pei Yingrou's eyes, a beast in critically injured state, regardless of bloodline or level, was treated equally. Because once the death strike was triggered, it meant the scythe of death was destined to reap the enemy's life. The Black Phoenix slowly landed, its crimson eyes casting a disdainful glance over the trembling two-headed Black Panther. Pei Yingrou stood on the back of the Black Phoenix, holding the beast crystal of the half-moon demon wolf he had just slain. He simply stared at Sima Xian, saying nothing, yet creating an immense pressure on Sima Xian's mental state. Under this terrifying pressure, Sima Xian could not care about pride, and immediately apologized. Lord Pei, oh no. Father, dear father, it was my fault for speaking rudely just now. A wise man knows the times. Sima Xian's initial provocation of Pei Yingrou was indeed despicable, but thankfully, he quickly admitted his mistake. When he personally witnessed Pei Yingrou perform a miraculous cross-dire instant kill, his heart completely surrendered. At that moment, every beast master present felt the same surge of emotion inside. It's only right that he monopolizes all the heat and fame of this year's newcomers. It's only right that we were instantly turned into bystanders. The arrogance of a genius is always based on looking down on the mundane. When the day comes that a genius looks up at the sky and can only see the souls of a peer, deep frustration is bound to arise, with a self-deprecating smile curling their lips, and from then on, they no longer consider themselves a genius. After all, anyone present, even if they used banned substances, could not hunt down a mature half-moon demon wolf in one strike. Pei Yingrou's actions raised the upper limit for first-tier beast masters once again, making it hard for others to catch up. From then on, people had to acknowledge a fact. Now, compared to the Pei Yingrou who topped the Tianyun rankings a week ago, the current Pei Yingrou had deepened his strength a few more levels. Yes. That's right. In just 1 week, this monstrous genius had evolved again. The effect of his evolution was even more astonishing than that of a beast master's. Xiao Yi, is your talent possibly even higher than Pei Mom's? Bloodline is inheriting, bloodline is evolving. Sister, I am beginning to expect your growth even more, and your future. During this week, every late-night training session of Pei Yingrou was silently observed by Pei Yingrou. But her concern for Pei Yingrou did not reveal the fact that he had developed the double rock slash divine technique during his training. Every battle Pei Yingrou fought seemed to present only the tip of the iceberg of his public strength. This red-eyed boy appeared shrouded in a mysterious fog, making it impossible for people to see his true power.
Pei Yingrou single-handedly killed the half-moon demon wolf, and everyone surrendered, while the other 3 members of the Crimson team felt happy for Pei Yingrou and were proud of him. At least at this moment, Qin Yunlin looked at Pei Yingrou with deeper affection than he looked at technician number 98, suffused with admiration. Captain, I plan to follow second master from now on and learn the combat method of the overlapping skill flow together. The explosive damage produced by overlapping skills is too cool. Situ Shui gently shook her head. His fighting style is difficult for us to replicate. Why? Situ Shui gazed at Pei Yingrou's figure and began to analyze. Charging in advance allows the beast to store 2 skills continuously, unleashing double damage in one blow. It sounds really cool. But looking at the essence through the performance, when we try to do this, can we achieve a 0-frame start? After dealing explosive damage, can we reliably finish off the enemies when they are low on health? Old Qin, don't forget, the charging action of our beasts can easily be spotted by enemies, because we can't control a 0-frame start. After enemies are low on health, when we pursue victory, there will always be a chance of failure, due to environmental or psychological factors, leading to the low health enemies escaping. As Situ Shui spoke, Qin Yunlin gazed at Pei Yingrou from a distance, as if studying a monster. Captain, you are right. The explosive damage of the double falling phoenix slash is indeed excessive. But what's really excessive is Arya's 0-frame start and his undead system talent, Undead Slaughter. The half-moon magic wolf, a mature, second stage, monster, has double the health of a regular moon magic wolf. The reason it got killed instantly is simple. The 0-frame start double falling phoenix slash ensures it cannot escape, even if it were reborn 100 times. After being low on health, the undead slaughter triggers at 0-frame. This means it has no room for struggle, nor any opportunity for action before facing death. So aside from Pei Yingrou, other beast masters wanting to imitate the stack skill flow fighting style will not have much success. Situ Shui muttered softly, from the very beginning, he has been walking a path that no one has tread, and cannot be replicated. By this point, which beast master team from the other 3 academies would still dare to provoke Pei Yingrou? They could only call him Pei Dad or foster father. Soon, even the Thunder team led by Sima Xian quietly withdrew. In the Moon Wolf Den, only the Scarlet team remained. The other teams obediently went to hunt in other areas. This was a farce triggered by stealing kills, and the dungeon trials continued. A mighty phoenix cry echoed loudly, as the flames of the undead clashed with the frost of the undead, playing a high-energy anthem rooted deep in ancient myth. Ere Yi, the Black Phoenix. That's right, it broke through. At this point in the trials, the Black Phoenix had harvested many monster lives, its killing intent rising and experience exploding, successfully breaking through to the young, second stage. This was good news for the Scarlet team. The Black Phoenix's upgrade and evolution had fulfilled the team's original intention in participating in the trials. Next, they aimed for an S-level rating. Situ Shui spoke, let's continue deeper into the den. By hunting a complete half-moon magic wolf together, we can achieve an S-level rating. The 4 walk side by side, heading into the dark depths of the Moon Wolf Den. Generally, in a monster gathering place, the deeper you go, the higher the monster level. Of course, the 4 major academies had long since mapped out every corner of Moonlight City to protect the students, with the highest level monsters being in the complete segment. For Beast Master teams, with excellent teamwork, there was a chance to slay one of these monsters. However, are the highest ranked monsters in Moonlight City really just complete ones? At the same time, as the Scarlet team delved deeper into the Moon Wolf Den, the heavy soil below trembled slightly, with distinct particles shaking. A streak of crimson moonlight erupted from the ground, flowing like lava. Chapter 39, Sang Wuyi's Nightmare, the Emperor's Corpse Raises the Coffin. As time passed, more and more Beast Master teams withdrew from Moonlight City. Each team's goals were different, some only sought to achieve a passing C rating, and once they reached that score, they promptly ended the trials. A part of the ambitious team remained in Moonlight City, continuing to hunt. When it comes to ambition, the Scarlet team undoubtedly ranks first. They vowed not to rest until they achieved the highest S-rank score. Underground, in the Moon Wolf Lair. The undead fire released by the Black Phoenix continuously dispelled the darkness in front of the Scarlet team, pointing the way forward. As they delved deeper into the lair, the number of wolves appearing increased dramatically, and there were almost no juvenile moon magic wolves left. Even the weakest magical beasts had reached the mature stage, level 2. However, this level of challenge was no different for Pei Yingrou than feeding or drinking water for the Black Phoenix. Under bloodline suppression and skill suppression, Pei Yingrou fought across stages as if it were a simple task. Gradually, mature magical beasts could no longer meet the leveling needs of the Black Phoenix. It must be said that the undead system combined with the ancient myth bloodline is indeed the most difficult to cultivate beast in the world right now, with extremely harsh growth conditions. Even if the Black Phoenix harvested a fully matured full moon magic wolf next, it probably wouldn't break through to juvenile, level 3. In summary, apart from Pei Yingrou's extraordinary talent, no other beast masters had the ability to cultivate the Black Phoenix. Along the way, the Scarlet team fought together, displaying perfect team coordination, hunting down magical beasts and bravely advancing into the darkness. But during this process, Situ Xue noticed a detail. "Why are you so distracted?" "Me? Not really." Pei Yingrou firmly denied it. But Situ Xue was like a worm inside Pei Yingrou's belly, piercing to the heart. "Since you entered Moonlight City, you've been looking around. Are you searching for that woman's figure?" "What woman?" "Sang Wui." "Captain, you." Pei Yingrou stared into Situ Xue's beautiful eyes. He discovered that this woman's insight exceeded that of her peers. Indeed, since entering Moonlight City, Pei Yingrou had been subconsciously searching for Sang Wui's presence, but had found nothing. This time's Moonlight City trial gathered all the new students from the 4 major academies. Logically, Sang Wui would also be present. However, Pei Yingrou did not see Sang Wui's figure. But Situ Xue didn't know that Pei Yingrou's true interest was not in Sang Wui herself, but rather in Sang Wui's father, Sang Xian, and the world's only half-god bloodline, Giant Beast Master. All of this was intricately connected to the Stellar Whirlpool War. "It seems you developed a special feeling for Sang Wui in the Tianyun list battle?" "Captain, after all, my mother has a deep connection with her father, it's hard not to care about her." Situ Xue nodded and then said, "Sang Wui did not participate in this Moonlight City trial." "Didn't participate? No wonder I couldn't see her figure." Situ Xue explained, "I had someone investigate. Sang Wui took sick leave after the Tianyun list competition and has not attended school for a week. I don't know the specifics of her illness." Pei Yingrou was taken aback. "Captain, why do you seem to care about Sang Wui even more than I do?" Situ Xue's beautiful eyes flickered, and her red lips curled slightly. "Pei Yingrou, you are my teammate, so I will pay more attention to what you care about. I can help you investigate the information you need in the future, at no charge." For Pei Yingrou, Situ Xue was a very special presence. Having such a captain in the Scarlet team gave a reassuring feeling. Her help to the teammates never carried the intention of charity or exchange of benefits. She was sincerely managing this Beastmaster team. She cared about everything about each teammate. Since Pei Yingrou cared about Sang Wui, she would pay even more attention to Sang Wui. Meanwhile, in Black Lin City, Sang family. This is an ancient-style courtyard that is valuable but scarce in the market. It is one of the legacies that Sang Xian left for his daughter Sang Wui. In broad daylight, the bedroom door is tightly shut. On the bed lies a silver-haired girl, dripping with cold sweat. In the huge mansion, besides this girl, not a single breath can be heard. 18 years ago, the Starry Spiral War turned Pei Yingrou into an orphan overnight. But Sang Wui's experience was not any better, was it? Sang Wui's mother died during childbirth. Her father, Sang Xian, along with Pei Yingrou's mother, Pei Chuang, perished not long after in the Starry Spiral War. Their bodies turned to dust. Pei Yingrou, at least, has her beloved sister Pei Yingrou and Lantingyu by her side. But Sang Wui, true to her name, has no one to rely on. For 18 years, she has had not a single friend. Even when she fell ill, she would just lock herself alone in her bedroom. Cold sweat pours down her face, and the nightmare continues. It is still daytime, yet she lies in bed, plagued by nightmares, her silver hair soaked with sweat, stuck to her pillow. When did she start having nightmares? The Battle of the Heavenly Cloud ranking. Strictly speaking, it was after her confrontation with Pei Yingrou. The fierce clash between the Phantom Cry Giant and the Black Phoenix in their final round seems to have triggered some forbidden curse. Since then, Sang Wui has been having nightmares for a whole week, forcing her to take sick leave and abandon the opportunity for this underground trial. In her dreams, Sang Wui finds herself in a hellish place, with magma bursting forth and the roars of beasts piercing through her soul. Barefoot, she runs aimlessly, only to eventually fall into the abyss. When she looks up, she sees a bizarre scene. In the depths of chaos, the ground is littered with the corpses of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. The sound of thunderous footsteps draws near. These are the footsteps of giants. Then, in the pupils of the curled-up Sang Wui, 4 massive figures spanning the heavens and the earth are reflected. The positions of the 4 giants form a square formation, and on their broad, strong shoulders rests a heavy blood-colored coffin. This scene is forever etched in Sang Wui's memory. Father. Sang Wui wakes up suddenly, breathing heavily. She pulls aside a sliver of the curtain to find brilliant sunlight streaming outside, while her bedroom is shrouded in deathly silence. She raises her hand, clenches her fist, and hits her head hard. Damn it! That nightmare again. What does the giant carrying a coffin in my dream signify? Father, what exactly happened in the Starry Spiral War back then? A giant carrying a coffin? No. That scene is a famed masterpiece titled The Emperor's Corpse Carries the Coffin. If you ask who the most powerful giant-type beast master in the world is, it must be the legendary 4 great emperor corpses. Han Ba, Jiang Chen, Ingo, Ho Qing. Chapter 40, Scarlet Team vs Full Moon Demon Wolf.
Moonlight City. Thunder Team, score A. Shadow Team, score B. Ambush Team, score B.
Half the day has passed, and most Beastmaster teams have achieved their goals and decided to call it a day.
Overall, this new batch of freshmen shows talent that is not much different from the previous one. The assessment results of the Beastmaster teams mostly hover between B and A.
However, the Scarlet team continues to delve deeper into the Moon Wolf's lair, refusing to turn back without an S-rank score.
One of the essential conditions to achieve an S-rank score is to hunt a fully grown beast.
For a first-tier Beastmaster, accomplishing this is as difficult as reaching the heavens. To achieve this feat, team cooperation must reach the utmost level. Moreover, it tests the strategic awareness of the Beastmasters to the extreme. In the dark depths, a chilling gale sweeps in, forcing the Scarlet team of 4 to retreat 7 or 8 steps. The soul fire of the Black Phoenix burning upon them also weakens under this chilling wind. Sitoushue stares, her brows furrowed, and solemnly says, "It's the full moon demon wolf, prepare for battle."
Roar!
The frenzied howl of a wolf tears through the earth, and the damp cave trembles violently as a massive black shadow bursts forth from the darkness, appearing before the Scarlet team. The size of this giant wolf was more than 3 times that of the half-moon demon wolf. On its forehead, a round moon-shaped mark appeared. This was a fully evolved magical beast, the full moon demon wolf.
When the level gap is huge, the effect of bloodline suppression weakens greatly.
The full moon demon wolf's gaze swept over the Black Phoenix, without a trace of fear in its eyes, instead baring its sharp fangs and letting out a furious, bloodthirsty roar at the Black Phoenix. After all, the Black Phoenix was only in its juvenile form, while the full moon demon wolf was 2 entire stages above.
Qin Yanlin got goosebumps all over from instinct. The aura of a fully evolved magical beast is just too savage.
Huangfu Boyi adjusted his mask, no longer stuttering, but his voice still trembling with uncontrollable fear. "Our soul power seems to be affected by the full moon demon wolf."
The 4 members of the Scarlet Squad were all first-stage beast tamers.
When facing a fully evolved magical beast, their soul power would be disturbed, affecting combat performance.
So, getting an S-level rating, how could it be easy? Dominant Phoenix cry. Pei Yingrou made his move.
As soon as his soul power surged, the Black Phoenix understood his intent, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, letting out a thunderous cry that tore through the night. The Dominant Phoenix cry directly consumed 50% of Pei Yingrou's remaining soul power. At the same time, this cry revealed the overpowering strength of its ancient mythological bloodline, silently weakening the full moon demon wolf's offense and defense. A bold move, a bold strike, this is the confidence and decisiveness a good beast tamer must have.
With the Dominant Phoenix cry, the full moon demon wolf's aura suddenly dropped.
The goosebumps on Qin Yanlin's skin quickly faded, and the fear in Huangfu Boyi's eyes gradually disappeared.
Attack!
Sitoushue gave the order, and the 4 members of the Scarlet Squad charged together. Qin Yanlin rode on the back of the purple thunder Pegasus, flying through the air, releasing hoof-shaped afterimages wrapped in electric currents, striking at the head of the full moon demon wolf.
How could a fully evolved magical beast fall for that so easily?
The full moon demon wolf's agility and speed were nearly 4 times that of the half-moon demon wolf. Using its strong limbs, it twisted and dodged, easily leaping out of the purple thunder Pegasus's attack range.
"Captain, help me control it."
Sitoushue began to unleash power, and the shadow demon spider drilled out from the ground. This eerie method of appearance caught the full moon demon wolf off guard from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Strands of tough and slender spider silk wildly wrapped around the full moon demon wolf's limbs and neck.
Cocoon. Countless strands of spider silk wrapped the full moon demon wolf into a bloated cocoon.
Petrify. Sitoushue activated her S-level talent, and both cocooning and petrification struck the full moon demon wolf simultaneously, delivering a double layer of control. This is why having a control-type beast tamer in the team is so important. Thunder Flash. Qin Yanlin once again activated his soul power, and the unicorn horn on the purple thunder Pegasus's forehead released a beam of violent electricity, blasting toward the petrified cocoon. "Crap, Captain, why was your control time so short this time? We're screwed.
Brother Huangfu, save me."
Roar. A wolf howl shook the air. The petrified cocoon was instantly torn apart by sharp wolf claws, and at the same time, the claws released crescent-shaped wind blades spiraling toward Qin Yanlin. At the critical moment, the shield activated. Huangfu Boyi controlled the 3-tailed phantom spirit fox, and around Qin Yanlin, he summoned a shield formed by the fox ancestor's spirit. The shield barely resisted one attack from the full moon demon wolf, and then shattered instantly. Qin Yanlin broke into a cold sweat, looking at Huangfu Boyi with eyes full of gratitude. In a team, having a good support member can really raise the whole group's chance of survival. Sitoushue analyzed, after all, it's a fully evolved magical beast, my control on it is very limited.
Captain.
Sitoushue glanced sideways at Pei Yingrou next to her. The two hadn't known each other for long, but the connection between their souls was unmatched. Just one look, and Sitoushue understood Pei Yingrou's intent.
Captain, second brother. Huang Fu Boyi hadn't reacted yet.
Pei Yingrou and Sitoshui raced towards the full moon demon wolf at the same time.
Spear of Shadows.
Sitoshui's soul power surged within her, and the shadow demon spider released its web, forming a purple-black spear, gracefully arcing through the air.
Put.
The Spear of Shadows didn't hit the full moon demon wolf, but it pierced the shadow beneath its feet. The full moon demon wolf's body momentarily froze, unable to move, only able to grit its teeth and roar in anger. The shadow demon spider belongs to the shadow-type beast masters. One characteristic of shadow-type beasts is that all their skills can affect the enemy's shadow. Thus, the control skill cast by the shadow demon spider, as long as it hits the full moon demon wolf's shadow, can produce a control effect. This took the full moon demon wolf by surprise. Although the control effect was extremely brief, it was enough for Pei Yingrou, who mastered zero-frame initiation. With a cry of the phoenix, the critical strike arrived. The double falling phoenix slash accurately hit the body of the full moon demon wolf, its mournful howl echoing throughout the chaotic battlefield. Xin Yanling exclaimed excitedly, although there's a huge level gap between the black phoenix and the full moon demon wolf, the black phoenix is a necromancer beast.
Huang Fu Boyi nodded enthusiastically, that's right.
The necromancer beast's undead fire can ignore enemy defenses and cause real burn damage to the enemy's body. The most significant manifestation of level differences is the gap between attack and defense values. At this moment, green undead fire burned on the wounds of the full moon demon wolf, its defensive mechanisms and shield advantages vanished. The full moon demon wolf howled in anger, its savage gaze directed at Sitoshui. Complete-level magical beasts possess a certain intelligence, they can think, and they know that among the 4 beast masters in front of them, they must eliminate Sitoshui first. Because Sitoshui is a control-type beast master. Swish! The wolf's claws flew, and the raging wind thirsted for blood.
The full moon demon wolf instantly closed in on Sitoshui. Oh no, at this distance, I can't provide a shield to the captain in time. Huang Fu Boyi anxiously urged his soul power, but it seemed too late. However, a smirk of cunning success appeared at the corner of Sitoshui's mouth. Cocooning.
Xin Yanling was in high spirits, excitedly saying, the captain used cocooning on herself, entering the fray to lure out the flaws of the full moon demon wolf.
Countless webs came from all directions, wrapping and entangling Sitoshui. Cocooning is originally a control skill against enemies.
But if used on oneself, it becomes a defensive skill. The captain of the Scarlet team, Sitoshui, is indeed an excellent leader. Xiaoyu will grow faster and faster, becoming her partner. Outside Moonlight City, Pei Yingrou smiled with satisfaction. She is the captain of the Scarlet team. And it was Pei Yingrou who chose her as the Scarlet captain based on intuition.
Chapter 41, Scarlet Blood, Giant Heartbeat.
The sharp claws of the wolf tore through the cocoon shell.
Sitoshui's slender and frail figure was exposed in front of the full moon demon wolf. Cocooning defense could only withstand the full moon demon wolf's first attack.
At this moment, Sitoshui was just 1 centimeter away from the full moon demon wolf's venomous fangs. But by getting to this point, she had already completed her task.
Because Phoenix Breath. Behind the full moon demon wolf, Pei Yingrou wielded the black phoenix, soul power surging forth.
The phoenix cried out, spewing a massive undead fireball that struck fiercely at the nape of the full moon demon wolf.
The nape was the most vulnerable spot of the full moon demon wolf. Sitoshui acted as bait to make the full moon demon wolf expose its weakness while attacking her.
Phoenix breath hit accurately, and the enormous undead fireball exploded instantly, the painful wolf's howl drowning in the thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, the full moon demon wolf lay in the shattered soil, its nape bloodied and mangled, the undead fire continuously burning exposed bones in the air. The horrifying injuries made it wish for death. This was a complete body, first stage, magical beast, which, under the sole cooperation of Pei Yingrou and Sitoshui, suffered such severe damage.
However, behind this cooperation, both Qin Yanlin and Huang Fu Boyi watching felt a wave of fear.
Because just a moment ago, when Sitoshui used herself as bait, the fangs of the full moon magic wolf were inches away from her chest. If during the cooperation, Pei Yingrou made even the slightest mistake, such as being a millisecond slow, Sitoshui's fragile human body would have been pierced and killed by the wolf's fangs. With life at stake, did she have no concerns at all? In fact, this is Sitoshui's charm. In her eyes, she unconditionally trusts her teammates. She would rather bet her life than doubt that Pei Yingrou would make any mistakes. The severely injured full moon magic wolf burned with rage. It summoned the vast lunar magic power within its body to gather at the wound on its nape, protecting its fatal weakness. Pei Yingrou furrowed his brow slightly. As expected of a complete body, it has learned its lesson.
Next, attacking its weak point will not be as easy as before. Since the full moon magic wolf is intentionally protecting its nape, the next step will be a long tug-of-war. Deep in the dark moon wolf lair, smoke from the battle erupted like a tsunami.
The Scarlet team, under Sitoshui's command, executed one stunning cooperation after another. Even though the level of the full moon magic wolf reached the complete body, it could not withstand the Scarlet team's continuous grind strategy. The continuous grind strategy, as the name implies, is a long-range consumption, avoiding close combat with the enemy. The core of this strategy lies in the undead frost released by the Black Phoenix. On the battlefield, frost flowers danced, and ice crystals spread. As the temperature dropped, the power of the undead frost ruthlessly invaded the nostrils, pores, and mouth of the full moon magic wolf. Its lungs gradually froze, breathing became difficult, moving speed slowed, and thinking ability also dulled. Under the interference of the undead frost, the full moon magic wolf's mobility greatly decreased, and naturally, it was pulled around by the Scarlet team. Moreover, the Black Phoenix, Purple Electric Pegasus, and Shadow Demon Spider all possessed long-range attack skills, making the full moon magic wolf, which excelled in close combat, suffer. No matter how high the beast's level, or how strong its attack, if it couldn't even touch the fur of the beast master, it would inevitably fall into a disadvantage. To deal with magical beasts whose levels are much higher than the summoning beast master's level, the continuous grind strategy is the best strategy. Excellent pulling, perfect consumption. The team coordination of the Scarlet team has far exceeded other teams. Sitishue and Pei Yingrou, this team possesses these two core characters and has unlimited potential. Outside Moonlight City, Pei Yingrou watched the drone's live broadcast with admiration in her eyes. The wisdom and calmness displayed by Sitishue and Pei Yingrou in the team battle were things Pei Yingrou had never seen in any new students before. Half an hour later, Qin Yanlin shouted, "Captain, the full moon magic wolf no longer has the strength to run." After half an hour of fierce fighting, the blood of the full moon magic wolf was worn down to a critical state by the Scarlet team's 4 members. But the undead killing had not been triggered yet, meaning that the full moon magic wolf's health was still above 10%. Situshue's eyes flashed with a heavy murderous spirit. "Let's work harder to bring the full moon magic wolf's health down to 10%. "Yes, Captain." The 4 surrounded it, and the battle continued. However, the full moon magic wolf was, after all, a complete body. It could not accept being beaten down by 4 novice first-level beast masters. In its anger, the full moon magic wolf suddenly erupted, its wolf tail whipping, lunar magic power pouring out madly, tearing the earth apart and forcing the Scarlet team's 4 back. Tick-tock. 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 "Second master, your arm." Huang Fu Boyi clearly saw. Pei Yingrou's right arm oozed bright red blood. Just moments ago, Pei Yingrou rode the Black Phoenix, standing in front of his teammates, absorbing almost 90% of the Moon Demon Strike damage. As a result, Pei Yingrou was injured. Blood dripped down, falling into the cracks of the earth, like riding a slide, slowly seeping deeper into the ground. And deep within the earth, a strange vibration began to arise. Thump. 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 This special heartbeat sound grew clearer, yet had not yet reached Pei Yingrou's ears. This sound came from beneath the ground. This sound was the beating of a giant's heart. Beneath this desert in the northwest of the Flame Summer Empire, lies a moonless city of moonlight. So, what is beneath the city of moonlight? Deep within the earth, a drop of bright red blood flowed into slightly parted, cracked lips. The heartbeat grew more agitated. The slumbering undead showed signs of awakening. The story from 18 years ago, at this moment, was rewritten with a drop of blood, marking the beginning of a new era. Buzzing. Is there an earthquake? In the Moon Wolf Den, the sudden violent tremors caused the entire den to be on the verge of collapse. Above the Crimson Squad, sand poured down like rain. Beneath the Crimson Squad, rocks shattered and crumbled. The full moon demon wolf has mutated. Qin Yanlin exclaimed in surprise, and Sitishue's face also turned pale. Whether it is a beast or a demon, regardless of the quality of bloodline, there is always a chance of mutation during evolution. All mutated beasts and demons are collectively referred to as mutants. And the biggest physiological feature of a mutant is that the pupils split open, displaying a shape like a blooming flower. At this moment, Pei Yingrou looked at the full moon demon wolf and saw its eyes. The pupils had already split into irregular slits, looking like 2 blossoming flowers. Not good, a fully evolved mutant full moon demon wolf. Outside the city of Moonlight, Pei Yingrou saw the scene through a live broadcast and quickly grabbed the communicator. "Crimson Squad, withdraw from the Moon Wolf Den immediately, that's an order." Chapter 42, Our Thoughts Unite, Shadow Falling Phoenix / Moon Wolf Denver. The space here was constantly compressed due to the sudden collapse. The sand flowed down like a waterfall, quickly drowning the ankles of the Crimson Squad. The air became thin. In this dark, oxygen-deprived, and humid environment, beast tamers could hardly perform at their normal level. Moreover, standing in front of the Crimson Squad was a fully evolved mutant full moon demon wolf. The voices of the 4 members of the Crimson Squad's headsets echoed in unison, with Pei Yingrou's anxious voice coming through. "Withdraw from the Moon Wolf Den immediately, that's an order. Once any demon beast enters mutation mode, its strength would double crazily. The Crimson Squad, made up of 4 first-level beast tamers, had no hope of hunting down a fully evolved mutant demon beast, and there were no precedents. Most importantly, under such harsh conditions, the remaining soul power of the 4 members of the Crimson Squad was already very low. As the Moon Wolf Den was about to collapse, it was wise to use what little soul power remained to escape. But this full moon demon wolf before them seemed to be on its last legs. At this moment, both Qin Yanlin and Huangfu Boyi had expressions filled with struggle and hesitation. This trial was so close to earning an S-level rating. No one could predict when the already wounded full moon demon wolf would bizarrely enter mutation. But in battle, how to deal with change was one of the essential lessons for young beast tamers. Continue to fight? Or retreat quickly? This was a question worth pondering. Sitouxue did not rush to make a decision but looked at Pei Yingrou beside her. You decide. This crimson leader handed the decision-making power to the red-eyed boy. In the air, a strand of pitch-black fur drifted by. A tuft of wolf fur fell from the full moon magic wolf, slowly landing in Pei Yingrou's left palm, triggering the data reading function of the hand of the god. The hand of the god flashed with a streak of purple gold light, and the data panel of the full moon magic wolf appeared before Pei Yingrou's eyes. Beast name, Full Moon Magic Wolf. Level, Complete Form Mutant Species, Stage 1. Bloodline, Epic Quality. Attributes, Moon System plus Wolf System. Talent 1, Body of the Full Moon, enhances sustained combat ability, maximum stamina, capable of maintaining high-intensity battles for a long time, and weakens the sensitivity of pain perception. Talent 2, Berserker, the lower the health, the higher the attack. Mutation skill, Wolf Fang Storm. Current health, 13%. Pei Yingrou's attention was focused on the current health data field. After mutation, the full moon magic wolf's health remained the same as before mutation. After the continuous consumption by the Scarlet team, its health bar was left with only 13%. Only 3 percentage points away from triggering the death execution. How could Pei Yingrou not be moved? He could be sure that as long as he killed this complete form mutation species full moon magic wolf, the Black Phoenix would have a great chance to directly advance to juvenile form, stage 3. Before the Golden Phoenix tree matures, this was a good opportunity for the Black Phoenix to accelerate its evolution speed, and once missed, who knows when the next time would be. However, with Pei Yingrou's character, he wouldn't bet the lives of the whole team for his own gain. One strike, just one strike to kill the full moon magic wolf, and it won't delay our escape from the moon wolf's lair. Sitouxue bit her lip and shook her head. The mutant full moon magic wolf has already formed a large area of wolf fang storm around it. We cannot guarantee that our attack will accurately hit its nape. Captain, what if we work together to attack its shadow? Pei Yingrou, are you saying? Yes, a combination skill. Sitouxue shook her head even more. Beast masters need to invest a lot of time in dual training to perform combination skills. We have known each other for less than a month. Captain, do we still need time to polish our tacit understanding? The bright smile on the red-eyed boy's face stunned Sitouxue for a moment, before she also revealed a smile. Partners need time to deepen their bond. But the tacit understanding between partners often comes naturally. Sitouxue was the Scarlet team leader that Pei Yingrou selected instinctively. And Pei Yingrou was the ultimate partner that Sitouxue spotted at a glance. Before this, the two had never experienced dual training together. In other words, they had never worked together to produce a combination skill. This sole test related to tacit understanding was destined to ignite the team spirit of the Scarlet team. By the way, Pei Yingrou, even if we successfully cooperate, are you sure your attack power is enough? Don't worry, triple falling phoenix slash, it's enough. 3 layers? You guy. Captain, we unite our minds. In the collapsing, quicksand surging moon wolf lair, Pei Yingrou and Sitouxue stood side by side. Their youthful faces were filled with the determination of those who would achieve great things. Pei Yingrou raised his left hand, and Sitouxue lifted her right arm. The two clenched their fists at the same time. Bang! The double fists collided, and their minds united. The soul power was transmitted between beast masters. The beasts unleashed a stunning combination skill. The shadow magic spider released thousands of spider silk, infused with rich shadow power, into the body of the Black Phoenix. The death fire burning on the Black Phoenix transformed into a purple-black color rich with shadow power at this moment. Shadow falling phoenix slash. The triple-layered cross-shaped slash cut through the void like a ghostly apparition, heading straight for the full moon magic wolf. The wolf fang storm formed around the full moon magic wolf, protecting its nape. However, the true target of the shadow falling phoenix slash was the shadow of the full moon magic wolf. The slash accurately hit the nape of the wolf's shadow. The effect of the shadow power was thus revealed. Roar! The full moon magic wolf howled in pain. Although it was hit in the shadow below, its body's nape exploded instantly. The cross-shaped burn cracks appeared, bones shattered, flesh charred. This was the damage caused by the shadow falling phoenix / hitting the enemy's shadow, consistent with the damage dealt to the enemy's true form.
Huangfu Boyi exclaimed, Shadow falling phoenix / this is the combination skill of the captain and the second elder. Qin Yinlin was shocked, something is off. Have you two been dating? Have you secretly obtained a certificate? No way. Captain, you must be pregnant.
The Scarlet team was formed for less than a month.
Pei Yingrou and Sita Shui had not even trained together once.
But these two managed to create a unified combination skill in real battle.
The falling phoenix / starting from 0 frames, strikes like a ghost.
Integrating the shadow power of the shadow demon spider, it directly ambushed the enemy's shadow, making it even harder for the enemy to defend. This was the first combination skill developed by Pei Yingrou and Sita Shui.
Shadow falling phoenix /. With 3 precharged slashes enhanced by shadow power, the full moon magic wolf instantly plummeted, spewing blood.
It revealed an angered look, trying to rise and fight again. It wanted to tear the nearby first-tier beast masters into pieces. However, a chill enveloped its entire body. The phantom of death hovered above the wolf's body. The sharp scythe of death silently rested against its neck. At this moment, the full moon magic wolf that suffered the full damage of the shadow falling phoenix / had its health reduced to below 10%. Death / activated. Pei Yingrou made a blade across the neck gesture towards the full moon magic wolf, which was filled with despair. Swish. Death / the god of death descended. In its last moments, the fading pupils of the full moon magic wolf reflected the smile of the Grim Reaper. That was the charming smile of the red-eyed youth. The Scarlet team successfully hunted a complete mutant magical beast. This achievement set a new record for the first trials of all previous newcomers.
Chapter 43, The Hand of the God, Digging Through Moonlight City.
The crumbling den of the moon wolf.
The complete mutant full moon magic wolf perished under the scythe of death.
All the experience gained from killing this magical beast concentrated within the Black Phoenix's body.
Crack, crack, crack.
The black bones on the Black Phoenix suddenly twisted madly, with joints cracking. This was a sign of the necromancy beast master awakening evolution.
The fully spread phoenix bone wings were now even more plump.
The phoenix crown on its forehead revealed a complex and mysterious enchanted totem. The air was filled with necromantic fire and necromantic frost, intertwining and colliding to produce waves of steam, as if breathing from the king of hell. Pei Yingrou extended a hand of the gods, gently caressing the Black Phoenix's bone wings, activating data reading. As I expected, it has advanced to the juvenile stage, level 3. In this trial, the Black Phoenix broke through from the juvenile stage, level 1, to the juvenile stage, level 3. Everyone knows how difficult it is to nurture the Black Phoenix and how slow its evolution is. This further proves how terrifying the achievements Pei Yingrou accomplished in this trial. Harvesting a complete mutant magical beast is something no first-tier beast master could achieve before. When you witness the entire process of Pei Yingrou's trial, you will marvel at his incredible beast mastery skills. But if you overlook the process and only look at the results, what fills your eyes is the shock of the death slay talent from the necromancy system. Not to mention complete level magical beasts, even evolved, overlord, or king level. No matter the beast's level, as long as its health is reduced to 10% in front of Pei Yingrou, that is his line for execution.
Huangfu Boyi said excitedly, Second Elder, after killing this full moon magic wolf, the Black Phoenix has advanced to the juvenile stage, level 3. Qin Yanlin's face turned pale. Everyone, we don't have time to celebrate, the moon wolf den is about to collapse. Sita Shui decisively ordered, mission accomplished, we retreat. However, retreating now seemed to be too late. Boom. At the moment the Crimson Squad burst out of the moon wolf's den, the den completely collapsed, sinking into the deeper ground with endless quicksand. But just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a scene before them made everyone's heart rise to their throats once again. Qin Yinlin, how can this be? Huangfu Boyi, mutants, all mutants.
Pei Yingrou, usually calm, could not help but show a hint of panic in his crimson eyes at this moment.
The problem was not just the moon wolf's den, but the entire Moonlight City.
At this moment, the buried city ruins presented a scene of total collapse, with broken walls and ruins having suffered a devastating blow, turning into dust in the murky smoke. Between the broken stones and soil, surging magma oozed out, like the blood veins bulging on a demon's body. The raging and brutal magic energy wrapped around a crimson fog, covering every corner of Moonlight City, suffocating. Young beast tamers from the 4 major academies screamed continuously under the onslaught of the beast tide, fleeing in panic. This was the underground city trial for the young generation of prodigies. Why did the hunters suddenly become the prey? Because at this moment, all the magical beasts in Moonlight City had mutated and entered the mutant mode. Mutant magical beasts had an all-around upgrade on their data panel compared to ordinary magical beasts. The juvenile mutants were still somewhat manageable. But for most beast tamer squads, mature and fully developed mutants were simply insurmountable. Moreover, this wave of beast tide erupting in Moonlight City was endless in number, they did not defend at all and used all their strength to attack. They pressed forward endlessly, stepping over the bodies of their comrades, only to swallow these young beast tamers and satisfy their bloody appetite. Crack! This was the sound of a magical beast biting through a beast tamer's neck, crisp and piercing. Put! This was the sound of a magical beast's sharp claw piercing through a beast tamer's heart, blood gushing out. The sudden changes had turned Moonlight City into a hell of flowing blood. News of the chaos in Moonlight City quickly reached the surface. The golden-robed mentors from the 4 major academies rushed into the entrance of Moonlight City for rescue. These young kids were all gifted talents, the future pillars of the Flame Summer Empire. If they died in Moonlight City, it would be a huge loss for the country. Such a loss was unbearable for the Flame Summer Empress, Long Junqing. The Beast Tamer army was on its way. Even Long Junqing was also on her way. For her, at this moment in Moonlight City, the person she cared about most was the son of an old friend, Pei Yingrou. Underground. The ruins of Moonlight City. The inhumane mutant beast disaster continued to unfold. More and more students died under the fangs of the magical beasts, their bones turning to mush, stuck to the throats exposed by the roaring beasts. After the previous hunting trial, the Crimson Squad had little physical strength and soul power left. Facing such a large-scale mutant beast disaster, they were also pushed to the brink. Pei Yingrou, he was the top scholar of the nation, he was at the top of the Tianyun list, but in the end, he was just a first-level beast tamer. The cruel real world is not the novel world where those overpowered protagonists exist. When the gap between enemies and allies is like an impassable chasm, Pei Yingrou could only become a backdrop to this disaster, appearing so insignificant. His messy white hair was covered in dust, and blood trickled down from the wound on his forehead. So where is the so-called protagonist's halo? To tackle a mutant full-moon magic wolf requires the Crimson Squad to showcase intricate teamwork, with Pei Yingrou and Sitoshui executing the combined move Shadow Falling Phoenix Slash with super high soul synergy. However, at this moment, the 4 members of the Crimson Squad were surrounded by dozens of mutant full-moon magic wolves. Qin Yanting had a sorrowful face. What the hell, all the magical beasts in Moonlight City mutated in an instant? What kind of fight can we even have? Everyone, let's stop resisting, take out your ID cards and put them in your mouths for your families to identify our bodies. Sitoshui clenched her delicate fists, her voice low. Do you think these mutated magical beasts will leave us intact? As it stands, the Scarlet team could only hold on for a minute at most before becoming the excrement of the mutated magical beasts. At that moment, Pei Yingrou's ears twitched. Is this the sound of wind? Pei Yingrou was sure that the rock wall behind was hollow. Falling Phoenix Slash. Soul power surged, and the cross-shaped slash shattered the thick rock wall. The rock wall collapsed, creating an irregular opening, which was the Scarlet team's last hope for escape. Rumbling. But the area above the opening triggered a collapse. Pei Yingrou activated his soul power again, and the Black Phoenix, with its overpowering body, spread its wings to barely support the opening. You guys go first. At this life and death moment, Pei Yingrou's voice was as calm as water. Second Master. Go! Pei Yingrou pushed with both hands, first sending Qin Yanting and Huangfu Boi out of the opening. Sitoshui stood beside Pei Yingrou, her gaze incredibly determined. I am the captain, I cannot leave you behind. The Black Phoenix had limited stamina, its bony wings could not bear the weight of the collapse, beginning to make cracking sounds, and the opening grew smaller and smaller. Pei Yingrou. Pei Yingrou directly picked up Sitoshui and threw her with force. Sitoshui's slender and light figure passed through the opening, stumbling before being supported by Qin Yanting and Huangfu Boi. Pei Yingrou, you jerk. This was the first time Sitoshui lost her temper at Pei Yingrou, but her heart was already filled with worry for him. The opening shrank again, and the Black Phoenix could barely hold on. In Sitoshui's field of vision, across the narrow opening was a weak and lonely silhouette of a boy, surrounded by dozens of mutated magical beasts. Booming. The space collapsed again, and the already narrow opening was completely blocked by rubble and quicksand, sealing it tightly. Captain, stay calm, we need to find support. Ticking. A tear rolled down the corner of Sitoshui's eye. Was Pei Yingrou the selfless? Willing to sacrifice his own life to save his teammates? It was not easy to become a necromancer beast master. It was not easy to finally see the light of turning one's life around. It was not easy to walk down a path of becoming stronger. Would this crimson-eyed boy so easily give up his life? Everyone has escaped, now I have no worries left. The country places great importance on the underground city trials. Every underground city has been surveyed and maintained by professionals, such accidents should not happen. Now, with Moonlight City suddenly experiencing a mutant beast disaster, it indicates that the underground of this city hides secrets. Facing the overwhelming tide of beasts, Pei Yingrou's heart raced, a physiological instinct of humanity, the excitement flashing in his crimson eyes and the wildness on his face reflected the unique demeanor of a born king.
I have checked the data in the library of the Chaos Academy.
The cause of mutated magical beasts is mainly related to soul stimulation. Such a large-scale mutant beast disaster means that underneath Moonlight City, there is a high probability of a powerful undead being buried.
And I, Pei Yingrou, am a necromancer beastmaster.
The boy raised the back of his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, his eyes hot and fiery like the surrounding magma.
Even if I have to dig through this city, I will unearth that powerful undead. My life, I will save myself.
At this moment, if one were to stand in the perspective of God, the Moonlight City where Pei Yingrou is located was like a coffin lid of a casket. Beneath the coffin lid, the decayed undead stirred from their slumber. A streak of crimson moonlight tried to penetrate the endless mud and rock layers, completing an intimate contact with the boy's hand that crossed 18 springs, summers, autumns, and winters.
Thump thump thump. This is the heartbeat of the boy, constantly accelerating. Thump. 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 This is the eternal heartbeat of the giant.
The frequency of the two heartbeats is gradually becoming the same.
Chapter 44, The Limit of 6 Stages, Not Sister's Limit. Breaking news.
Moonlight City has erupted in a large-scale mutant beast disaster. Over 2,500 new students from the 4 major academies are trapped inside the city, and the situation is critical. The 3rd Corps of the Yensha Army is on the way to Moonlight City for support. The communication network has collapsed, and it is temporarily impossible to obtain on-site images or videos. Please refer to follow-up reports for details. The Underground City trial is the most common assessment method used by the Beastmaster Academy to train students. The country attaches great importance to this, spending a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources every year to maintain the order of every underground city and inspect all safety hazards. Because of this, the sudden outbreak of the mutant beast disaster in Moonlight City caught everyone off guard. This disaster has attracted national attention. The students trapped in Moonlight City are now struggling desperately under the claws of death. Among them, of course, is Pei Yingrou.
Xiaoya. Xiaoya, where are you? If you hear me, please respond.
A swift, graceful figure bursts into the crumbling Moonlight City. She is Pei Yingrou, the top instructor from the Chaos Academy, with a ranking of 6-stage Beastmaster. The moment she enters Moonlight City, her eyes instantly turn red and her heart sinks.
What comes into view is a blur of blood and flesh amidst the ruins.
Boiling lava erupts from the torn ground, engulfing the mangled corpses.
This disaster is destined to claim many young lives.
After all, the students participating in this Underground City trial are all first-stage Beastmasters just over 18. Facing the massive tide of mutant beasts, they have no power to fight back. For Pei Yingrou, among the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before her, there may be her brother's remains. She shook her head, throwing away the terrible thoughts.
It won't happen. It definitely won't. Xiaoya, you must still be alive. Pei Yingrou.
Pei Yingrou's call attracts a pack of fierce and savage beasts. They move quickly through the sea of fire, wildly swaying, letting out bloodthirsty roars, rushing toward Pei Yingrou. Her brother's whereabouts are unknown, life or death uncertain. Pei Yingrou transforms her sorrow into anger, releasing her soul power, her long hair flying.
A chilling power, seemingly from the depths of hell, sweeps across the bloody battlefield.
In an instant, the beasts lunging toward Pei Yingrou are covered in thick ice crystals, turning into rigid ice sculptures, collapsing one after another. At this moment, behind Pei Yingrou, a massive butterfly appears.
The butterfly spreads its wings, its size being twice that of a juvenile black phoenix.
Sharp ice crystals swirl around it, the cold air surging, directly freezing the souls of the beasts.
The Ice Soul Overlord butterfly is Pei Yingrou's destined beast. Its bloodline quality is legendary, and its level has reached Overlord, first segment.
Pei Yingrou's soul power surges as she commands the Ice Soul Overlord butterfly, demonstrating the skill level of a 6-stage Beastmaster. Even though the beasts before her are all mutated, there is still a significant level gap between them and the Ice Soul Overlord butterfly. The frost of hell surges and spreads. With each flap of the beautiful butterfly wings, it freezes a patch of lava and dozens of beasts' internal organs.
Xiaoya, sister will definitely find you no matter what. In order to find her brother, Pei Yingrou disregards everything and charges deep into the ruins of Moonlight City.
Along the way, she sees some trapped students, but she does not stop her steps at all. People are selfish, and she is no exception. She only wants to save her brother now. If she delays even for a second to save other students, it could lead to lifelong regret.
Xiaoya. If you hear me, please respond. Sister is coming, don't be afraid. Sister will protect you. Pei Yingrou spares no expense in consuming her soul power, single-handedly.
Forge ahead, the battle never ends. Time ticks away, and gradually, Pei Yingrou's breath becomes labored, sweat dripping from her forehead, mixed with the blood oozing from her wounds.
She is human, not a god.
In such a harsh environment, the human body proves to be especially fragile.
Moreover, the relentless mutated beasts continue to drain Pei Yingrou's physical strength and soul power. Thud. Exhausted, Pei Yingrou collapses into a pool of blood, surrounded by the excited roars of countless beasts. This is the limit of a level 6 beast master.
But it is not the limit of an elder sister. If you don't give way, I will kill my way through you. At this moment, she is not the gold medal mentor of Chaos Academy, she is just an ordinary sister. In the battle of blood, her mind is filled with the honest, simple smile of Pei Yingrou and those bright, shining red eyes. These memories act like painkillers, allowing her to briefly forget the pain of her wounds as she rides the ice spirit tyrant butterfly, carving out a bloody path through the sea of fire and beasts, searching for her brother. This massive disaster caused by mutated beasts has twisted and shattered the landscape of Moonlight City, leaving chaos in its wake. The roads are unrecognizable, the bridges non-existent. Before her eyes, there is nothing but endless quicksand and rubble, leaving no one able to tell east from west or up from down. The map in Pei Yingrou's hands has lost its meaning, she must rely solely on her instincts to navigate. Moonlight City is so vast, looking for one person is like finding a needle in a haystack.
She does not know Pei Yingrou's specific location, she only knows she cannot stop. As long as her legs can keep moving, there is still hope.
Another quarter of an hour passes.
Pei Yingrou still hasn't found Pei Yingrou's figure.
Her expression is filled with anxiety, and her thoughts spiral out of control, automatically imagining the worst results.
Pei Yingrou, if you are still alive, respond to me. Don't scare your sister. Sister begs you.
At that moment, Pei Yingrou's peripheral vision catches sight of a deep, dark hole in the ground not far away.
How could there be a cave?
Pei Yingrou rushes over, driven by a desperate hope, controlling the ice spirit tyrant butterfly to dive swiftly. Upon landing, Pei Yingrou opens her eyes, first hearing the sound of someone digging with bare hands, then quickly turning around. The long-awaited gaze between siblings ignites a profound, heavy emotion at this moment.
Sister? Why are you here?
A familiar voice and a familiar face. Pei Yingrou freezes for a moment and then rushes forward, 3 steps combined into 2, embracing the dusty, injured Pei Yingrou.
Xiaoye, so great.
You're still alive, still alive. Hot tears pour down like broken pearls, one by one hitting Pei Yingrou's shoulder. The weight of this familial bond is heavy, causing Pei Yingrou to feel a sting in his nose, as if sand has entered his eyes, causing red veins and mist.
Sister, I'm okay, don't cry. Are you badly hurt? There's so much blood. I can see bones.
That must hurt so much. Sister will first do some simple bandaging for you, then take you out.
I will definitely take you out.
Seeing Pei Yingrou's furrowed brow filled with worry and concern, warmth flows through Pei Yingrou's heart.
This woman must be the one who cares the most and loves me the most in the world.
Her coming alone to find me means she is prepared for the worst, ready to die with me.
Pei Yingrou, my sister, my forever sister. While bandaging the wounds, Pei Yingrou can't help but ask, Xiaoye, why did you dig such a deep hole?
You've hurt your hands. At this moment, Pei Yingrou is only 50 meters away from breaking through Moonlight City. This means his arm of domination is only 50 meters away from its hand. The 45th chapter, one of the 4 great emperor corpses, the dry corpse.
Roar. Deep in the cave of Moonlight City, Pei Yingrou is bandaging Pei Yingrou's wounds while the roar of beasts can be heard from above.
The beasts have an acute sense for the smell of human blood. Even if Pei Yingrou hadn't found this place, the mutated beasts would come rushing in, drawn by the scent of blood. Without a doubt, this was a certain death situation. Pei Yingrou had yet to explain why they were digging a hole here, but Pei Yingrou no longer had the heart to care about that.
Xiaoye, pull yourself together. The beast tide is coming, we must leave here quickly. Oh no. There's no time. We're surrounded.
Above the hole, a sudden dense and eerie red light shone. It was the eyes of the transformed mutant moon demon inferno scorpions. Their power exceeded that of the fully grown full moon demon wolves by a level. The venom they carried was enough to kill any beast below the fully grown level within a second. Rustle, rustle, rustle. They swarmed in packs, their tails soaked in magma, raising sharp and deadly stingers, madly crawling against the rock walls of the hole, rushing down towards the siblings deep in the hole. For a 6th-level beast master, killing a transformed beast was as easy as chopping vegetables. Against an onslaught of dozens of transformed beasts, they would still have a chance to fight back and escape without issue. But at this moment, in the eyes of the siblings, the number of moon demon inferno scorpions could only be described as a waterfall upside down. The human eye simply could not calculate their numbers. On the battlefield, when the numbers vary too greatly between enemies and allies, the advantage in strength disappears into thin air. 6th-level Pei Yingrou, alone, how could she possibly hold off an entire clan of moon demon inferno scorpions? The siblings found themselves in a desperate situation, as if this dark, damp hole was the grave where they would soon rest. Yet, before her last bit of soul strength ran out, Pei Yingrou resolutely stood in front of her brother, doing what an elder sister ought to do. In this era, everyone has their own reasons for getting stronger, but in the end, they all lead to the same goal: to protect those they deem most important. In Pei Yingrou's eyes, her brother was her everything. She burned her last bit of soul power, knowing full well this was a battle they could never win, yet she did not give up. She was willing to face her death, but if these beasts wanted to devour Pei Yingrou, they would have to step over her corpse first. Frost Dance. Butterfly Love Bloom. Ice Soul Barrier. She continuously urged her soul power, commanding the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly, unleashing one powerful skill after another. Frost from the underworld dispelled the heat radiating from below, freezing the beasts that poured down from above the hole. Crack! Crack, crack, crack! One moon demon Inferno Scorpion couldn't break through the Ice Soul barrier, then two, then three, up to thousands. The enemy had an absolute numerical advantage, and Pei Yingrou's solitary figure grew increasingly ragged. Gradually, the Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly sustained horrifying wounds, as 7 or 8 moon demon Inferno Scorpions successfully launched surprise attacks from the shadows, their sharp stingers piercing deeply into its wounds, injecting a steady stream of venom into its veins. The Ice Soul Overlord Butterfly lost its ability to fly, its once beautiful wings rotting and withering away from the poison's corrosion. With their hearts intertwined, blood trickled from the corner of Pei Yingrou's mouth, slowly dripping down her delicate chin. This battle was unwinnable. There was not a glimmer of hope in sight. Above the hole, the beast tide had already enveloped them. The entire hole had become a closed cage, and the two weary siblings were like two wounded beasts trapped inside. Pei Yingrou forced himself to remain rational, swinging the god-covering hand, frantically digging into the dirt and rubble beneath him. For Pei Yingrou, hope was right beneath his feet. He not only wanted to save himself, but to protect his family. But in Pei Yingrou's eyes, the flame of hope had already been extinguished. Facing such a massive beast tide, a mere 6th-level beast master could do nothing to change their fate. The remaining soul power is almost gone, physical strength has once again been exhausted, and the ice spirit barrier has developed spiderweb-like cracks. The ferocious beasts are determined to eat this pair of siblings. Ha! Pei Yingrou exhales a breath of turbid air, as if she has accepted the fate of dying here. Xiaoye, I'm sorry. It's my sister's inability that can't bring you to escape. In fact, I'm really happy for your achievements today. Sister feels relieved for you. But compared to being the top scholar in the country, or the number 1 on the heavenly cloud list, sister hopes even more that you can be a happy and healthy ordinary boy. Being a necromancer beast master is too tiring. You always have to prove yourself time and again under the judgmental eyes of the world. You have to work harder than other peers if you want to make something of yourself. If sister were strong enough to protect you, you wouldn't have to be this exhausted. Sister does not ask for you to be such an excellent beast master, only wishes that you do not always feel tired, hopes you eat well, sleep well, and be happy every day, keeping all bad emotions away from you. It is sister's inability that she can't even give you this ordinary life. These heartfelt words have been accumulating in Pei Yingrou's chest for many years. She feels an incredibly deep guilt toward her younger brother. She attributes all of her brother's misfortunes to her own lack of strength, failing to protect him well. Crack! The ice spirit barrier, unable to bear the burden, completely collapses. The ice spirit overlord butterfly's strength is depleted, turning into a streak of light, drilling back into Pei Yingrou's beast seal. Pei Yingrou has burned out completely. The surging tide of beasts, like a towering tsunami, engulfs the siblings' heads. Deep resignation is reflected on Pei Yingrou's face. She has never hated her own insignificance as much as she does at this moment, blaming her own weak power. To be buried here with Xiaoye is also a good ending. Pei Yingrou closes her eyes, preparing to accept death. But that stubborn red-eyed boy behind her has not given up yet. The hand of the ancestral god swings wildly, powerful fingertips digging through handfuls of dirt and chunks of rock. Digging into the earth with bare hands, this is not something humans can do. But Pei Yingrou's left hand is not a human hand. As long as the hand of the ancestral god senses the breath of the undead, it can speed up the digging process. We're getting closer. Such rich undead aura. My judgment is not wrong, there is a powerful undead buried beneath the Moonlight City. In Pei Yingrou's eyes, the entire Moonlight City is just a coffin board. What he needs to do is to dig through the Moonlight City and lift the coffin lid, contracting the mysterious undead inside. This is the only way of redemption, the only way to protect his sister. Closer. Even closer. The breath of the undead is even stronger. The breath of the Emperor-class undead. Child body, mature body, complete body, transformed body, overlord body, king body, heavenly body, emperor body, star god body. This is the 9 major level sequences of beast mastering. During the digging process, Pei Yingrou has smelled the scent of the emperor-class undead. Buzz. Pei Yingrou suddenly becomes dazed, a ringing sound fills his ears. He feels his soul closely connecting with a powerful soul force. At this moment, Pei Yingrou kneels in the deepest part of the pit, the hand of the ancestral god supporting the hard ground. He has dug through the Moonlight City. At this moment, beneath his feet is a vast wilderness, scorched earth for thousands of miles. At the end of his line of sight, 5 winding mountain ranges lie dormant in the depths of magma, magnificent and spectacular.
What is this place? Thump! The sound of a heartbeat? The heartbeat of a giant. So right now, I am standing in the palm of a giant. The vast desolate land is the giant's palm.
The 5 mountain ranges at the end of his line of sight are the giant's 5 fingers. The hand of the ancestral god is in close contact with the giant's palm, and data readings appear before Pei Yingrou's eyes.
The ceiling of giant system beast mastery.
One of the 4 great imperial corpses.
Flame Emperor Witch Drought.
Chapter 46, The God of Death slaughters the city.
The Dragon Lord descends.
The collapsed Moonlight City at this moment resembles the lid of a coffin, heavy and buried with secrets and truths of the past. In the darkness, a boy with crimson eyes has pierced through this lid with his bare hands using only his left hand. At this moment, beneath Pei Yingrou, is an enormous, boundless hand.
Seen from a god's perspective, this hand's shape is almost identical to that of a human.
In this era of beast tamers, there are countless large beast species, but only those with demigod bloodlines possess hands shaped like humans. Pei Yingrou kneels on one knee, his skin glowing with a purplish golden halo from the divine hand, firmly resting on the ground, closely connected with the giant's palm. The Dry Corpse. This name constantly echoes in Pei Yingrou's mind. 18 years ago, the world belonged to the peerless duo. The brightest 2 pearls of the 7 human kingdoms were not the 7 monarchs, but Pei Zhuang and Sang Xian. Sang Xian, the world's #1 giant beast tamer. All the beasts contracted in his life are, without exception, giants with demigod bloodlines. The Dry Corpse, Jiang Chen, Ho Cheng, and Yingou, are his strongest forces, collectively known as the 4 great imperial corpses. Pei Yingrou is certain that the moment he pierced through Moonlight City with his bare hands, he stood upon the palm of the Dry Corpse. It is well known that Sang Xian perished in the Battle of the Star Swirl.
Why would the giant beasts under Sang Xian be buried beneath Moonlight City?
Pei Yingrou has no time to ponder these questions, his only obsession now is to protect his sister. Deep in the cave, a tide of beasts surges. Exhausted of the last trace of soul power, Pei Yingrou, having given up resistance, falls to the ground unconscious under the violent demonic energy's impact. Watching his sister fall into a faint, Pei Yingrou raises his blood-red eyes.
Who says Moonlight City has no moonlight?
At this moment, the boy's crimson eyes shine like 2 round blood moons, dispelling the darkness and gloom deep within the cave. All misfortunes in the world arise from the party's lack of strength. As a Tier 1 beast tamer, I cannot protect the person I want to protect. But if these words are limits, then at this moment, surpass the limits. Pei Yingrou wipes the blood from the corner of his lips, revealing a wicked smile, as he softly calls out. Blood shadow of the underworld king. On the broken and desolate ground, Pei Yingrou's shadow suddenly turns blood-red. Gurgle. Strangely, the blood-colored shadow bubbles out of nowhere, like a pool of burning blood.
Shadow form.
Switch. As Pei Yingrou finishes speaking, the boiling blood seems to come alive, crawling up Pei Yingrou's feet. In an instant, the blood envelopes Pei Yingrou completely, adorning him with a magnificent and mysterious blood-colored robe. This is the effect triggered by the blood shadow of the underworld king. Pei Yingrou's shadow has armored his true body, allowing him to enter the shadow form, immune to all physical attacks. In the shadow form, Pei Yingrou, clad in the blood robe, has eyes that appear to flow with scorching magma, with soul power within him rolling like a turbulent river. The data panel of the blood shadow of the underworld king reflects once again in Pei Yingrou's mind. Blood shadow of the underworld king, after switching to shadow form, can forcibly contract any bloodline or rank of undead beasts. Enhancement effect 1 Underworld Sovereign, in shadow form, while controlling beasts in battle, they maintain sovereign body status, ignoring any control skills, skill releases won't be interrupted. Enhancement effect 2 Wrath of the Underworld King, after accumulating 18 layers of anger, it increases the beast's attack value by 100%. Side effect 1, the higher the bloodline and level of the contracted beast, the shorter the duration of shadow form. Side effect 2, after leaving combat, the shadow form returns to the true body, causing the true body to fall into a faint weakness, with the duration of fainting depending on the combat load, starting from at least 3 days. At the cost of a 3-day unconsciousness. Turn this terrible situation around. This business, where blood is profit and no loss. Pei Yingrou bit his finger, and blood overflowed. The hand of the divine once again touched the giant's palm. Using blood as a guide, the blood contract of the dead. Contract. In shadow form, Pei Yingrou ignored the constraints of his own level and forcibly contracted the giant beast Hanhua at the Emperor body, level 3. The surging beast tide filled the cave, making it airtight. Roars of ferocity pierced through this broken underground castle.
In such an environment, humans could not survive at all.
Yet at this moment, a brilliant scarlet light shone from the thick darkness.
Thump! The giant's heartbeat directly suppressed the souls of countless beasts. The sense of oppression from the Emperor body penetrated the entire Moonlight City. The scarlet light became increasingly radiant, and the giant's figure slowly rose in the underground city. In the chaos, Pei Yingrou's vision became blurred. He faintly saw a female giant, her body entwined with chains from hell, using her bare hands to grab dense beast hides, her fingertips needing only a gentle push to gather a hill of corpses, spewing blood. This is absolute level suppression.
In Moonlight City, the mutated beasts only reached the transformed level at most. Facing the Hanhua of the Emperor body, they didn't even have the courage to flee. The hand of the divine inadvertently brushed against Hanhua's red long hair. Pei Yingrou was unclear in consciousness, his body bearing immense load, and he could hardly see the complex and obscure data panel.
But amidst the dense data, he vaguely saw the words invincible. The giant beast, once it appeared, would overturn Pei Yingrou's understanding.
The first time was the wailing giant summoned by Sang Wei.
The second time is at this moment.
When he awakened Hanhua from her slumber and contracted her as his beast, he realized the potential and limits of the giant bloodline far exceeded the specialized content written by experts in the library.
The system prompt sounded. Successfully contracted the first Emperor body beast. The host summons Hanhua for battle, need to activate the blood shadow of Hades. Current host level is not compatible with Hanhua, shadow form continuous limit is 30 seconds.
The forcibly enhanced ability comes with serious side effects. Pei Yingrou was only a level 1 beast master, while Hanhua's level reached the Emperor body. The greater the gap, the shorter the duration of shadow form.
The next 30 seconds were bought with 3 days of unconsciousness. I will pierce through this underground city. The 30 seconds of the Grim Reaper began.
A bloody slaughter feast quietly unfolded in the dark underground. The giant's fists, like falling meteors, turned the beast tide into a gooey mash. The giant's feet, like overturned mountains, crushed countless beast souls. The battle of the giant beasts was so simple and unadorned, Pei Yingrou watched it all and couldn't help but think of how human ancestors hunted for the first time, the most primitive wildness bursting forth with the ultimate desire to hunt. Spectacular, so spectacular. Giants, truly the most special existence among all beast types, without exception. The 30 seconds Pei Yingrou controlled Hanhua felt like he had lived through a long century. His heartbeat synchronized with Hanhua's, and he felt blood boiling from Hanhua's strength and ferocity.
For a moment, Pei Yingrou even felt that the giant and himself were kindred spirits.
After 30 seconds, the entire underground became incredibly quiet. The battle was over.
Sister, I did it. I can protect you well. The sky darkened as night fell.
Above the desert, the sound of dragons roared. Riding the black and white twin dragons, the Empress of Summer, Long Jun-ning, appeared in the sky above the ruins of Moonlight City.
What's the situation? Reporting to the Lord of the Nation, crisis is resolved, casualties minimized.
The inexplicable mutated beast disaster.
We must find out the underlying truth. Your Majesty, I'm afraid we can't investigate. The Dragon Lord's eyes glinted sharply. What do you mean, we can't investigate?
The latest news indicates that within Moonlight City, all mutated beast types have been slaughtered. At this moment, deep within the ruins of Moonlight City, not a single beast corpse remained. This meant that the vast horde of mutated beasts had been completely wiped out. Moonlight City had suffered a massacre.
Who did this? Currently, it is still unclear.
Judging from the scale of the beast disaster, a person powerful enough to single-handedly slaughter a city must at least be an 8th level, or even a 9th level beast master.
The Dragon Lord fell silent for a moment and asked, "Where is Pei Yingrou?" "We just rescued Pei Yingrou and his sister, Pei Yingrou.
The siblings are unconscious and currently receiving treatment.
Take me to see them."
The Dragon Lord was naturally very suspicious.
Chapter 47, The Dragon Lord and Pei Yingrou.
In the ruins of Moonlight City, above the ground. The night wind was strong, and ice-cold sand whipped against people's faces, causing unbearable pain. The Yanxia army had arrived for rescue, setting up temporary shelters to treat all the injured students in the trials and provide psychological counseling. Those who participated in the trial were all young beast masters aged 18, and this disaster of mutated beasts would undoubtedly become an unforgettable nightmare for them. They would need the help of psychologists, or they might be left with lasting psychological scars.
"Your Majesty, this is the place." The Dragon Lord entered a tent. Although the medical conditions were crude, they had managed to save Pei Yingrou and Pei Yingrou's lives.
Inside the tent, on a narrow hospital bed, the unconscious Pei Yingrou clung tightly to the unconscious Pei Yingrou. The medical staff explained, though there are differences between men and women, this pair of siblings is holding on to each other too tightly, and we can't separate them, we can only arrange them in the same bed. Even though he had lost consciousness, Pei Yingrou still wrapped his arms around Pei Yingrou's slender waist, refusing to let go. The Dragon Lord stared at Pei Yingru's profile for a long time, noticing no signs of anything unusual. Come, take this pair of siblings to the Royal Rehabilitation Hospital and place them in the best room. Also, after settling them in, give Pei Yingru a dragon blood pill. The dragon blood pill was a supplement made from the blood of 8 types of dragon-related beasts, also used by the Dragon Lord for healing. Her sudden generosity towards Pei Yingru surprised the people around her. Not long after, the Dragon Lord, accompanied by a female guard, entered the ruins of Moonlight City. Now, Moonlight City was in ruins, completely unrecognizable as a remnant of human civilization. The strangest thing was that there wasn't a single beast corpse to be found. Where did the vast horde of mutated beasts go? Or rather, who slaughtered them? The Dragon Lord closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her black and white dragon eyes scanned every corner of the underground city. Not even a trace of a fight left behind. Such a level of destruction. Emperor body. Wait. This is... The Dragon Lord moved her body instantly, arriving at the edge of a cave. Through the cave, the dragon eyes saw some scenes that evoked memories from 18 years ago. Damn. The Dragon Lord covered her right eye with her hand, a small amount of blood seeping between her fingers. Your Majesty, are you alright? No problem, send someone to call Jiang Mayan over. We must activate the Panlong Chaotian formation to seal off the ruins of Moonlight City. Yes, Your Majesty. The Moonlight City trials had already caused a huge stir, receiving nationwide attention. Yet overnight, all trending topics regarding Moonlight City were taken down. Since then, few people mentioned this matter again. In the deep night, the ruins of Moonlight City were shrouded under a solemn and majestic Dragon Clan formation. Around the formation, countless shadowy dragon figures spiraled around, resembling an indestructible prison, confining Moonlight City within. A sharp dragon bone, as sharp as a sword, was inserted into the hole Pei Yingru had dug with his bare hands, forming a sealing barrier. Beneath the ground, it seemed there were different voices discussing the same matter. That red-eyed boy has taken a giant away from us. I didn't expect that among the beast masters of the human race, there is such a special existence. Do not worry, don't forget, the giant's memories have already been erased. Red-eyed, judging by the aura, he should be that woman's child. 18 years have passed, a new game is about to begin. We should also set up a new board. Everyone, a new era, a new chessboard, let us pay tribute to the great Crimson Lord. Crimson Lord, everlasting through ages. Gentle sunlight poured through the window, spilling onto a handsome but slightly frail face. Pei Yingru woke up from a stupor, realizing he was lying in a luxuriously decorated hospital room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the scenery was pleasant, like a landscape painting. This was the Royal Sanatorium in the famed Summer Imperial City. A doctor walked into the ward, and seeing Pei Yingru awake, smiled. Pei Yingru, I thought you would be in a coma for a week, but you woke up in 3 days. Young people really have great recovery abilities. 3 days? Pei Yingru lowered his eyes and whispered, 3 days in a coma is the cost of using the King of Hell's blood shadow to control the drought demon. The memories before his coma were vividly clear. By making a contract with the King of Hell's blood shadow to harness the drought demon, he slaughtered all the monsters in Moonlight City. Recalling that 30 seconds of death that felt like a century still made Pei Yingru feel blood surging. Doctor, where is my sister? How is she? Which ward is she in? Please take me to find her. Ignoring his weak body, Pei Yingru jumped out of bed in a loose hospital gown. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Pei Yingru, your injuries haven't fully healed, it's best to behave yourself and not waste the dragon blood pill I'm feeding you. Your Majesty. The last time they met was at the Tianyun ranking tournament. Dragon Lord Ning walked in front of Pei Yingru, her ethereal voice radiating an immense oppressive authority. Your sister has woken up after only 1 day of coma. She has returned to Blackscale City, back to the Chaos Academy. And you must stay here until your body is fully recovered. With a single glance from Dragon Lord Ning, the doctor understood and left the ward while closing the door behind him. From then on, only Pei Yingru and Dragon Lord Ning remained in the ward. Seeing these two together created a strange feeling. Clearly, they were unfamiliar with each other, yet each glance seemed to be pulled by fate. What exactly happened beneath the ground during the trial in Moonlight City? Pei Yingru guessed that this woman would ask this question because the Moonlight City incident, if investigated deeply, would reveal many illogical doubts. And these doubts were naturally all related to Pei Yingru. I only remember that after the outbreak of the mutated beast disaster, my soul power was exhausted, and then I fell into a coma. What about the others? I can't remember anything else. 1 second, Dragon Lord Ning's expression was calm, and suddenly her black and white dragon eyes opened, staring directly at Pei Yingru's red eyes, her fair arms sprouting colorful dragon scales. In our Flame Summer Empire, you should be clear about the consequences of deceiving the ruler, right? Aye.
Here's your last chance. That night, what exactly happened beneath the ground?
Pei Yingrou forced himself to calm down, putting on the facade of a pig not afraid of being boiled. Your Majesty, facing such a massive wave of beasts, even if my soul power was not exhausted, I would still faint in fright.
I really remember nothing.
Pei Yingrou kept his lips sealed. He wasn't afraid of Dragon Lord Ning's suspicion because it was pointless for her to suspect him. After all, that night, the city slaughterer was a blood-rogue man, not him, Pei Yingrou. Under the judgment of the world, Pei Yingrou was merely a first-tier beast master. Who would have thought that his shadow could provide him with a second hidden identity?
All right, I believe you.
After a brief stare down, Long Junning restrained her hostility and returned to her usual cold demeanor. Rest well if you need anything, just tell the doctor at any time.
Your Majesty.
Long Junning paused. Pei Yingrou's sword-like brows furrowed tightly, his voice hoarse and deep. I dare to ask you a question. What is your relationship with my mother?
My relationship with her is very bad.
After Long Junning left, Pei Yingrou stared blankly, repeatedly pondering her words.
I heard that this woman held me once when I was born.
But the way this woman looks at me always carries a strange annoyance and anger. Moreover, since I was little, my situation in the Pei family has been very difficult, and this woman turned a blind eye.
I didn't understand why before.
Now, she explicitly said that her relationship with my mom is not good, even bad. Pei Yingrou knocked on his dizzy head, smashed his fist on the bed, and gritted his teeth. The grudges and joys of the previous generation are really complex, but these grudges are probably closely related to the Star Whirlpool battle 18 years ago.
Chapter 48, Pei Yingrou and the Giant Woman. Dragon Soul Palace.
In the dead of night, dim light illuminated the lonely and desolate figure on the throne. Every night, Long Junning would be alone, staring blankly in a sea of silence.
18 years.
The Star Whirlpool battle has passed for 18 years.
As one of the few survivors of that battle, Long Junning couldn't help but recall the experience of that fight.
Especially after visiting the awakened Pei Yingrou today, the tide of memories surged again, crashing against her consciousness.
Damn it! What kind of memory did I lose in that battle?
18 years have passed, no matter how hard I try, I can't find that lost memory. The Star Whirlpool battle is a topic forbidden to discuss among the human races of the 7 nations. This inevitably leads people to secretly guess that the survivors must know all the details and truths of that battle.
But that's not true.
After Long Junning returned to life in the Star Whirlpool, she discovered that she had lost a part of her memory.
I dare to ask you a question. What is your relationship with my mother? My relationship with her is very bad. Their daytime conversation now replayed in Long Junning's mind. As the highest power ruler of the Yanxia Empire, what kind of enmity existed between her and Pei Yingrou, making her describe their relationship as bad?
Only Long Junning herself knows that she can't even remember why she dislikes Pei Yingrou. After that battle, she lost part of her memory but retained the perception of emotions.
So emotionally, she disliked Pei Yingrou, but if asked why, she couldn't answer. She didn't even remember how Pei Yingrou died in the end. She also didn't know why she confusedly survived. The lost memory is crucial.
Long Junning raised her dragon eyes, gazing at the night sky outside the palace. Looking at the bright moon, she remembered the woman's crimson eyes again.
Pei Yingrou, how exactly did you fall in that battle? Is it true that all the mysteries lie in your death?
At this moment, Long Junning and Pei Yingrou's deep desires were the same.
Both wanted to uncover the true cause of Pei Yingrou's death.
One is Pei Yingrou's son, and the other is a survivor of the Star Whirlpool battle. The mysteries of the old era await these two to join forces to dig out the truth.
Royal Sanatorium.
Pei Yingrou, everything in your tests is fine, rest well tonight.
Thank you, doctor.
In the ward, only Pei Yingrou was left alone.
As night deepened, Pei Yingrou's thoughts surged, and his soul entered a pitch-black fog.
In the depths of the fog stood the eerie and majestic gate of the underworld. Pei Yingrou gently pushed open the gate of the underworld.
Behind the door is a huge blood contract magic circle. This is the internal world of the Yuan. It is the exclusive space used by beast tamers to store their beasts. Behind the gate of Hades, the Black Phoenix looks a little tense, tightly folding its wings. What power causes the ancient mythical bloodline Black Phoenix to show such a cramped side? Little ghost, who are you? A low female voice penetrated Pei Yingrou's eardrum.
Pei Yingrou took a deep breath and said with emotion, although the books record that giant-type beasts, once reaching the emperor body level, will awaken a language system like humans, still, hearing it with my own ears feels incredible.
The boy raised his eyes, needing to stretch his neck up with effort just to barely see the outline of this giant creature before him. This is a giant-type beast, and she is female.
Her veins flow with blood like magma, and her fair skin cannot conceal it at all. She has long, slightly messy crimson hair, naturally cascading over her shoulders. In fact, she is completely unclothed, with blood-red flames steaming in dense mist, concealing her private parts. Of course, this female giant has a face that is unreasonably beautiful, and when you gaze at her, you will be deeply drawn in by her pair of crimson eyes.
Little ghost, answer me, who are you? The female giant's voice revealed anger. My name is Pei Yingrou, I am a necromancer. Now, you are my beast. The female giant recalled carefully that after she awakened, she was contracted by this boy before her. However, at that time, Pei Yingrou had activated the underworld king Blood Shadow, cloaked in a blood-red robe. His image and temperament were completely different from now. You, a first-tier beast master, can contract me and control me? You little ghost, seem even more incredible. By the way, do you remember who your previous master was? Pei Yingrou threw out the first question. The giant's crimson eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. She has no impression at all of her experiences before falling asleep.
Sang Xian, do you remember this name?
I have not heard of it. He is your former master. I have no impression at all.
The female giant propped her forehead with one hand, trying to remember, but from her dazed expression, it was clear that she had gained nothing.
Pei Yingrou checked the information. The 4 great emperor's corpses were all contracted by Sang Xian's giant-type beasts.
They also participated in the Star Whirlpool War.
Han Hua. What? This is your name.
Han Hua looked pained. She still had no impression. The hand of the deity touched the female giant's toes to activate the beast diagnosis. Pei Yingrou muttered softly, soul fragmented, memory sealed. No wonder there is no impression of everything from before.
What kind of place is this? Let me out.
Han Hua's emotions were unstable. She tried to break free from this space, causing the gate of Hades to tremble violently, the necromantic flames swirling and boiling.
Pei Yingrou said coldly, Han Hua, you are now my beast. Impudent. A mere first-tier beast master, what qualifications do you have to contract me?
Although Han Hua had amnesia, she still remembered her own level and the division of beast master levels. She looked down on Pei Yingrou, or rather, she looked down on the first-tier beast master Pei Yingrou who had not activated the underworld king Blood Shadow.
Han Hua, don't you want to know your past? Pei Yingrou's words stabilized Han Hua's heart. My past.
Han Hua's crimson eyes filled with melancholy, her expression dazed. Listen carefully, you have already died once. I dug your corpse out from underground with my bare hands. The way I contracted you is the one and only underworld king blood contract in the world.
If I die, you die.
If you are willing to follow me, I will spare no effort to investigate your past and help you restore the memories you have lost. Han Hua looked down at the tiny human before her. The vigilance in her eyes had not yet disappeared.
Just you? A weak first-tier beast master?
Why should I trust you? The disparity in levels between master and servant was vast, but Pei Yingrou is a necromancer who cannot be defined by level.
I have a way to fix your broken soul, step by step. Chapter 49, The First Hand Master of Fiery Summer, Jiang Muyan.
In the Yuan space, behind the gates of Hades. Pei Yingrou raised his gaze, staring directly into the drought demon's crimson eyes. Though there was a huge gap in their ranks between master and servant, both were red-eyed, bound by an unforeseen and accidental, underworld king blood pact, seemingly the best arrangement by the god of fate.
You can fix my broken soul? A deep skepticism showed in the drought demon's gaze.
For anyone, it would be hard to believe that a novice first-level beast master could repair the soul of an emperor-level beast.
Then let's give it a try.
Pei Yingrou extended his heavenly hand once more, a purple-golden talisman appearing in his palm, powerful and fiery fingers gently touching the drought demon's alluring face as she bent down.
You little brat, dare to touch my face? This feeling. It's cool.
Pei Yingrou's expression turned solemn as he closed his eyes, gathering all his strength to the fingertips of his heavenly hand, filling the drought demon's body with a soothing chill. The heavenly hand had wide-ranging functions. Beyond lifting coffins and summoning spirits, it could also support the remnants of a spirit and use one's own soul power to repair the gaps in the lost soul. The drought demon, an emperor-level beast, had a powerful remnant soul, making the repair exceptionally difficult. Although Pei Yingrou couldn't fully restore this remnant soul in a short time, he could awaken fragments of the drought demon's past memories to a certain extent. The drought demon's awareness gradually blurred. She hugged her head, appearing to fall into a chaotic battlefield. On the battlefield, it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making it impossible to distinguish where the sky ended and the earth began. Her body was stiff, covered in wounds, and past pain surged to her heart once more. The battle was over, and the temperature on the battlefield suddenly dropped. Everything began to petrify, as the white bones were shrouded in layers of desolate frost. The drought demon looked up, seeing a gap above her head, the only hope to escape the battlefield. Under her feet, 3 different voices echoed. Hurry, escape quickly. Expose this disgusting truth to the world.
Drought demon, you are our last chance. Charge out. We must escape.
With all her strength, the drought demon's palm was about to touch the opening above. But she was still a step too late. Countless shards and mud poured down like a waterfall, blocking the escape route, sinking the battlefield into the cold abyss of seals at that moment.
The drought demon's giant body fell into endless darkness, embedded deep underground.
In a daze, the drought demon regained her consciousness, returning to reality. The images that had just surfaced in her mind were undoubtedly fragments of memories from her past.
How do you feel? My head doesn't hurt as much as before.
Having lost most of her memories, the drought demon had suffered severe headaches after Pei Yingrou awakened her pact. Though the Heavenly Hand's ability to repair her remnant soul was weak, it could alleviate her headache.
Just now, I remembered some of the past.
Pei Yingrou's eyes lit up as he asked, "What did you remember?" "The battlefield, a battlefield where I couldn't tell the difference between heaven and earth.
Many beast masters and beasts died. The fighting process is unclear.
In the end, I tried to escape, but was sealed underground." Pei Yingrou murmured to himself, "The fragments of memories the drought demon has regained should be from the war of the celestial star vortex. But with my current strength, the Heavenly Hand cannot fully recover her memories. This matter needs to be dealt with slowly. Haste makes waste." The master and servant exchanged glances again. Pei Yingrou flashed a sunny smile. "Now, I should be worthy of your trust, right? You little brat, as long as you can help relieve my headache and restore my memories, I can follow you for the time being.
In that case, we are partners now."
Pei Yingrou raised his fist, signaling to fist bump with the drought demon.
"Silly little brat."
The drought demon pouted, her massive fist gently bumping against Pei Yingrou's small fist. At this moment, the heartbeat of the giant and that of humanity resonated together once again.
Ding!
The system notification abruptly sounded in Pei Yingrou's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the honor achievement of First Contract Emperor Body Beast Master. System rewards issued, Nirvana Crystal, plus, Carefree Fruit. Rewards moved to the warehouse, please check, host."
Pei Yingrou opened the system warehouse with his thoughts. A round and smooth blue crystal, and a strangely shaped fruit caught his eye.
Nirvana Crystal is the core material for the Phoenix series Beast Master's breakthrough evolution, and it is simply unavailable in the market. Carefree Fruit, when consumed by a Beast Master, immediately restores 100% of soul power. Currently, the Black Phoenix's level has reached Juvenile, Stage 3, which is the bottleneck period before the breakthrough to maturity, presenting a significant challenge for Pei Yingrou. In the following days, Pei Yingrou obediently rested at the Royal Sanatorium as instructed by Long Junying. A week later. "Pei Yingrou, your checkup report shows no issues, you can be discharged." After taking off the patient gown and changing into the Chaos Academy uniform, Pei Yingrou walked out of the Royal Sanatorium and noticed two women waiting for him at the door. One of them was Long Junying, still showing a lukewarm demeanor, with a hint of disdain for Pei Yingrou in her eyes. It must be said, such a beautiful empress, when she makes a displeased face, exudes an irresistible charm that no man can resist. Beside Long Junying stood a white-haired woman. The woman's appearance was pure and gentle, her demeanor elegant and gracious, her skin surpassing snow, looking frail, and her age hard to gauge.
Pei Yingrou.
The white-haired woman's voice trembled slightly. When her emotions became intense, her delicate body seemed on the verge of collapse.
"You are."
"My name is Jiang Muyan, and I was very good friends with your mother, Pei Yingrou." Jiang Muyan wanted to say partner, but changed it to friend because Long Junying was present. After all, now Jiang Muyan's partner was not Pei Yingrou but Long Junying. Jiang Muyan, the strongest formation master of the Yanxia Empire. Pei Yingrou's eyes widened. He had always been deeply interested in the profession of formation master. Formation masters can utilize the bones, hair, or beast crystals of beast masters and magical beasts to create various attribute formations, providing enhancement effects for beast masters in battle. Simply put, the relationship between a beast master and a formation master is like that of main attacker and support. However, in this era, the profession of formation master has gradually declined due to the difficulty of skill inheritance. Jiang Muyan is the most powerful formation master in the Yanxia Empire. 18 years ago, she was also Pei Yingrou's best partner.
Times have changed.
At this moment, Jiang Muyan could no longer see Pei Yingrou. In front of her was Pei Yingrou, who also had the naturally red eyes like Pei Yingrou.
"Senior Jiang, it's an honor to meet you for the first time. You look really too much like her."
Jiang Muyan saw the shadow of an old friend in the space between Pei Yingrou's brows. Long Junying's voice remained as cold as ever. "Activate the teleportation array and send this child back to the Chaos Academy."
"Your Majesty, may I speak with this child?" "Feel free to talk, I have other matters."
Although Long Junying was harsh, she was not heartless. She turned and left, giving Pei Yingrou and Jiang Muyan time alone together.
Chapter 50, War Letter from the Royal Academy.
"Time flies so quickly, you have grown up so much." Jiang Muyan instinctively raised her hand to smooth Pei Yingrou's messy hair at his forehead. In terms of appearance, Pei Yingrou perfectly inherited Pei Yinrou's genes, especially the undeniable brilliance in his red eyes, which stirred up overwhelming memories in Jiang Muyan's mind.
On the battlefield, Pei Yingrou was always the legendary beast master who turned the tide and supported the collapsing building.
And Jiang Muyan was Pei Yingrou's best partner by her side.
Every undead formation she created could help Pei Yingrou win those seemingly hopeless battles. The times have changed, and Pei Yingrou has already exited the stage of history.
Jiang Muyan has lost her once best partner. As an array master, the consumption of her own blood and fortune is already huge, plus the loss of her dear friend. Jiang Muyan's health has deteriorated more and more over the past 18 years. Especially on the day Pei Yingrou died in battle, she cried until her face was swollen and turned white-haired overnight.
Jiang Sr., were you and my mother very close?
Of course.
Then do you know why my mother and the Lord of the Nation have a not-so-good relationship?
Jiang Muyan shook her head, and Pei Yingrou saw a hint of confusion in her eyes.
No one knows about the grievances between Dragon Lord Ning and Pei Yingrou.
Even Dragon Lord Ning has lost that part of her memory, only retaining an instinctive dislike for Pei Yingrou, with unknown reasons and causes.
Dragon Lord Ning, the Empress of Yanxia, a survivor of the Battle of the Heavenly Star Whirlpool.
Sang Xian, one of the unparalleled dual heroes, the world's #1 giant beast master.
Jiang Muyan, the top array master of Yanxia, was once the perfect partner of Pei Yingrou.
By now, Pei Yingrou has had close contacts with many big figures from the old era.
And these people are all intricately connected with that Battle of the Heavenly Star Whirlpool.
Next, Jiang Muyan told Pei Yingrou some stories about Pei Yinrou's youth, but none involved the Heavenly Star Whirlpool.
Because the Battle of the Heavenly Star Whirlpool is Jiang Muyan's greatest regret, she did not accompany Pei Yingrou to the battlefield due to injury at that time. When she woke up from the sickbed, she heard the terrible news that the unparalleled dual heroes had fallen together. Memories punish every nostalgic person. Fortunately, seeing Pei Yingrou today is like a remedy for Jiang Muyan's heartache. Her complexion has become much better, and her smile has turned sunny. This meeting between the two was very brief. After all, Pei Yingrou needed to return to the Chaos Academy quickly since he had already missed a week's training classes. Jiang Muyan formed seals with both hands, opening a magnificent teleportation array. As expected of the top array master of Yanxia, you can open such a large-scale teleportation array in the blink of an eye and also attach a strong shield. Jiang Sr., we have a chance to meet again.
After watching Pei Yingrou leave, Jiang Muyan felt a deep sadness. The recovered complexion was wiped away by a decayed, cold power. This woman's health is getting worse, but she is still sacrificing her own blood to protect the Yanxia Empire. This meeting was too hurried. I didn't even have time to prepare a gift for this child. Jiang Muyan opened her storage ring and took out a handmade array diagram book. The pages had already turned yellow because this was Jiang Muyan's treasure custom-made for Pei Yingrou 18 years ago.
The Scroll of the Underworld. The scroll contains many profound and mysterious undead array techniques.
Unfortunately, at that time Jiang Muyan did not have time to give it to Pei Yingrou before the Battle of the Heavenly Star Whirlpool broke out.
Yingrou, this is the gift I prepared for you back then. This is my regret. But now, I've found the opportunity to make up for my regret.
Jiang Muyan decided that the next time she sees Pei Yingrou, she would give him the Scroll of the Underworld.
Who says beast masters and array masters can't practice both together?
The Scroll of the Underworld is the exclusive array technique that Jiang Muyan has exhausted all her wisdom and effort to create for undead beast masters. As for whether Pei Yingrou can comprehend and cultivate it, that depends on his understanding and fate.
Lord of the Nation.
Jiang Muyan turned around and found Dragon Lord Ning appearing behind her without her noticing. Your health is poor, you can only stay in the Imperial City or closely follow me to receive the nourishment of dragon power. So wanting to frequently visit Pei Yingrou is almost impossible.
Jiang Muyan showed a sad expression. Yes, I understand. If it weren't for her health issues, considering the relationship between Jiang Muyan and Pei Yingrou,
how could it be that all these years have passed without visiting Pei Yingrou? It turns out that the characters from the old era carry not only wounds but also chains. The memory-lost Dragon Monarch Ning and the frail Jiang Muyan stand together, embodying the strongest duo of the Yanxia Empire today, yet both of them are colored by endless sorrow and suffering.
They are fortunate to have survived the old era. They are pitiful, as their most important people perished in the old era.
Pei Yingrou returns to the Chaos Academy, tidies her emotions, and prepares to embrace a new beginning. As soon as she returns, Pei Yingrou is summoned by the Academy's president, Wang Defa, to the president's office.
Yingrou, how is your health? In front of Pei Yingrou, Wang Defa always has a kind and gentle face.
Don't worry, President, my injuries have healed, and I won't miss any training classes from now on.
Wang Defa raises his hand and gently pats Pei Yingrou's shoulder.
Yingrou, I never worry or doubt your training hard work.
It's just. Pei Yingrou responds, President, just say it, I'm fine. Wang Defa opens the drawer and takes out a challenge letter adorned with Sakura patterns. This is a challenge letter. Or rather, a letter of war. Huang Tian Academy? Isn't that one of the top 3 Beastmaster academies in the Dongying Empire? That's right.
The first place winner of the national exam this year, Chaitanchuan Zong, has issued a challenge to you, Pei Yingrou. Among the 7 nations, although they harbor their own agendas, there is still a close connection. In the strategy of training the younger generation of Beastmasters, the 7 nations are in agreement. Any Beastmaster Academy among the 7 nations can initiate a challenge match through mutual sparring.
President, I accept the challenge. For Pei Yingrou, competing is as common as everyday life. Yingrou, I know you are willing to participate.
But in recent years, our Yanxia Empire has indeed lost more than one in challenge matches against the Dongying Empire. The last 2 national champions from our Yanxia Empire have lost in challenges against the young talents of the Dongying Empire.
If Wang Defa's face turns slightly red, his embarrassment evident as he stirs his chubby fingers while looking down.
If Pei Yingrou also loses in the challenge match, then our Yanxia Empire's national champions would bear the disgrace of losing to Dongying geniuses for 3 consecutive terms. Don't worry, President, I will win this match for Chaos Academy and for the Yanxia Empire.
Fighting for the nation brooks no error. If she wins, Pei Yingrou will be the hero of all Yanxia.
If she loses, Pei Yingrou will suffer like the previous champions, tormented by inner demons, bearing a bad reputation, and unable to recover.
Chapter 51, Pei Yingrou vs. Chaitanchuan Zhang. Chaos Academy. Campus Playground. Have you heard?
Pei Yingrou from the elite class has returned from her injuries. The Scarlet team she's in received an S+ rating. After all, the Scarlet team successfully hunted a complete form, mutated beast during the trial. I also heard that Chaitanchuan Zhang from Huangtian Academy has issued a challenge to Pei Yingrou. The news of the challenge match quickly spread to every corner of the Yanxia Empire. Chaitanchuan Zhang, a student of Huangtian Academy in the Dongying Empire, is the first place winner of this year's national exam. And Pei Yingrou is the top scorer of this year's national exam in the Yanxia Empire.
Both are outstanding representatives of the younger generation, shining with the spotlight of public attention. Thus, their duel is bound to stir up an uncontrollable wave of public opinion. During the break, the 4 members of the Scarlet team gather under a tree in the playground. Qin Yanlin is particularly excited, putting his arm around Pei Yingrou's shoulder, exclaiming, "Second Master, you are back from injury. I must celebrate. After school tonight, I'll take you to a newly opened foot massage place. I'll give you technician number 3.
Pei Yingrou rolls her eyes, completely speechless.
Huangfu Boyi presents a delicate gift box. Huangfu, what is this? Second Master, this is our Huangfu families. Without wearing a mask, Huangfu Boyi's ability to express himself is very limited, and his face turns red.
Situ Shui takes over the conversation. This is a special tonic from the Huangfu family. After taking it, it can strengthen your bones and ensure that your serious injury leaves no aftereffects. Pei Yingrou is full of confidence. Don't worry, the lord of the country fed me a dragon blood pill, guaranteeing that there will be no lingering injuries.
Qin Yanlin is astonished. What? Dragon blood pill? My heavens, what is your relationship with the lord of the country? She actually gave you such a top-notch tonic.
Pei Yingrou gives a bitter smile and shakes his head. He doesn't know how to define his relationship with Long Juning.
Huangfu, I appreciate your kind intentions.
Pei Yingrou accepts the tonic, saving it for later use after he uses the Underworld King's blood shadow.
At this moment, Pei Yingrou's gaze falls on Situ Shui.
Situ Shui leans against the tree, her long legs clad in knee-high black stockings, revealing a smooth and snowy white leg.
But her expression is slightly unhappy. When Pei Yingrou feels guilty, he instinctively touches his nose.
He knows that Situ Shui is still blaming him. Captain, at that time the situation was critical, I was only thinking about how to safely get you out. Pei Yingrou, we are a team, if there is danger, we should bear it together, not have you alone bear it for all of us.
Situ Shui's annoyance towards Pei Yingrou is actually a worry for him. Captain, I was wrong. Tonight, the squad dinner is on me.
Situ Shui glances at him with her beautiful eyes. I'll definitely order the most expensive on the menu. After the Moonlight City trial, the Scarlet Squad has awakened their own team spirit. These 4 young beast masters still have countless adventures waiting for them ahead. The night paints the sky, and the Scarlet Squad chooses a roadside stall in the backstreet of the academy. Barbecue with wine, laughter, and joy fill the air.
During their chat, Qin Yanlin brings up the topic of the challenge match. By the way, Second Master, I heard that you have accepted the challenge from Chaitanchuan Zhang? MHM. When will it start? The dean said next week. The location is Tinji Island.
The Yen Summer Empire and the Eastern Sakura Empire are very close, separated only by a strait. In the middle of the strait, there is a group of islands, collectively known as Tianji Island. To facilitate cultural exchanges about the Beastmaster way between the 2 countries, Tianji Island hosts various competitions.
Competitions between academies and even sparring among guilds take place on this island.
Situ Shui puts down her wineglass, her delicate face flushed slightly from the alcohol. Our Yen Summer Empire's champions of the last two major exams lost in the challenge matches against the Eastern Sakura Empire. Pei Yingrou, you should understand how much public pressure you will face if you lose too. The first defeat was just an unexpected upset. The second defeat was just a poor performance by the contestants. If the third match is lost as well, it will prove that the younger generation of the Eastern Sakura Empire is really surpassing that of the Yen Summer Empire. In Situ Shui's eyes, the pressure on Pei Yingrou for this battle is at its peak. However, all that can be seen on Pei Yingrou's face is calmness and composure, along with a desire for barbecue and drinks.
Just as Pei Yingrou is gnawing on chicken wings, Situ Shui hands over a document. Captain, what is this?
Inside is the information report on Chaitian Xuanzang, detailing his beast master talent, Devour Curse, and the pros and cons of his contracted beast, the Huangqi Snake.
I have done a detailed analysis. There is a week before the match starts, you should study it more.
Situ Shui always considers Pei Yingrou, she will use every possible way to help him. But this time, Pei Yingrou laughs and pushes aside the document in Situ Shui's hand.
Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Are you sure you don't want to understand your opponent in advance? Captain, I don't think it's necessary.
Pei Yingrou, I know your talent and strength best. But this time, your opponent is not a pushover. Chida Kawasaki, able to become the first place in this national exam of the Eastern Cherry Empire, has a naturally high talent. Moreover, according to Eastern Cherry media reports, in terms of talent alone, Chida Kawasaki is the strongest in the Eastern Cherry Empire in nearly 18 years. Pei Yingrou put down the half-eaten chicken wing and smiled. Everyone rest assured, no matter how strong this opponent is, my fighting style will not change.
I will take him down in a second on the arena.
This statement, coming from Pei Yingrou's mouth, is a matter of course. Huangfu Boyi was extremely excited and quickly handed Pei Yingrou a meat skewer.
Second master, I believe in you.
Xin Yanlin gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor inside. Second master, if you can take down that little Chida on the arena, it would definitely bring glory to our young beast masters of the Flame Summer. In any domestic competitive match, Pei Yingrou couldn't be bothered to take it seriously. Because Pei Yingrou knows that in domestic competitions, the opponents on the arena are ultimately one of their own. However, when it comes to competitive matches with other countries, Pei Yingrou will show no mercy. Especially against the Eastern Cherry Empire. This treacherous and sinister nation has not ceased to harass the borders of the Flame Summer Empire in recent years. They repeatedly initiate challenge matches, which are in fact provocations. At present, the citizens of Flame Summer have yet to witness Pei Yingrou's combat on foreign soil. Therefore, everyone still cannot guess how brutal Pei Yingrou's true strength is.
Eastern Cherry Empire. Huangtian Academy. President's Office.
A long-haired young man, wearing samurai clothing, held a document in his hand. The document recorded all of Pei Yingrou's resume, including the Flame Summer National Exam, Tianyun Ranking Competition, and Moonlight City Trial. This young man is Pei Yingrou's next opponent, known as the strongest talent in the Eastern Cherry Empire in 18 years, Chida Kawasaki. President Chida He is his father. The dialogue between the father and son was outrageously arrogant. Kawasaki, do you have confidence to defeat Pei Yingrou?
Father, I have thoroughly studied his battle videos. If he can last 3 rounds against me, it counts as my loss.
Very good. Also, if you can directly cripple Pei Yingrou's beast on the arena, that is also acceptable.
Father, I understand.
The father and son exchanged wicked smiles, already preparing to celebrate a great victory in advance.
Chapter 52, Putting the Future of Flame Summer on His Shoulders. After the barbecue meal, Pei Yingrou did not return to Chaos Academy with his teammates. Because today he also had appointments with Pei Yingrou and Lantingyu. In Qin Yanlin's eyes, Second Master is a sister complex. In the Moonlight City trial, Pei Yingrou's injuries were much lighter than Pei Yingrou's, so she recovered quickly. However, the sister did not know that surviving such a desperate situation was not heaven's blessing, but her brother activating a cheat. In the top-floor tea room of Tingyu Pavilion, the three sat together, enjoying the late-night pastries personally made by Lan Tingyu. Pei Yingrou and Lan Tingyu chatted and laughed, but Pei Yingrou's mood seemed a bit low. "Cousin, are you in a bad mood?" "No, I'm fine." Pei Yingrou was clearly forcing a smile. Pei Yingrou definitely noticed, but he did not ask further. Sister obviously has worries. With her personality, she must feel guilty about the Moonlight City trial. The person who understood Pei Yingrou the best was Pei Yingrou. His conjecture was not wrong. Pei Yingrou had been immersed in deep self-blame since the Moonlight City trial. Every night, she dreamed of nightmares about Moonlight City, even dreaming of holding her brother's corpse, crying in a pool of blood. "It's all my fault, my weakness put my brother in danger, leaving life and death to chance. I must become stronger." People only awaken when they are on the verge of losing. The Moonlight City trial was like a key that opened Pei Yingrou's desire to pursue the path of strength. Once, she only thought of dedicating her life to teaching and educating. Now, she must force herself to become stronger. She silently swore to herself that she would become a sister who could truly protect her younger brother. And how could her clever younger brother not see through his sister's thoughts? At this moment, Pei Xingye's peripheral vision swept across Pei Yingrou's lonely profile, and he silently thought, "Sis, you don't need to become stronger. I don't need your protection. From now on, I will protect you." For now, the King of Hell's Blood Shadow and the Drought Demon were the biggest trump cards in Pei Xingye's hand. With these trump cards, as long as Pei Xingye didn't actively get involved in the entanglements between some big figures, protecting himself and his sister would be more than enough. However, with Pei Xingye's identity, since he had already emerged prominently in the national exam, how could his fate not be entangled with those old figures from the past era? After all, he was the son of Pei Yingrou. His fate was bound to be full of hardships and obstacles. As night deepened, late-night snacks came to an end. Pei Xingye and Pei Yingrou returned to the Chaos Academy. On the top-floor tea room of Tingyu Pavilion, only Lan Tingyu remained. A chill swept through the window, and raindrops wet the banana leaves. In the tea room, another figure appeared. It was the same mysterious white-haired man, who appeared as if he were a soul, ethereal and intangible, with an inescapable distance from the world. Lan Tingyu's expression became serious. "King, this time at the Moonlight City trial, His Highness almost." "Lan, after this Moonlight City trial, the Dragon Lord Ning will definitely protect Xiaoyi personally." "Ah? Relying on Dragon Lord Ning?" The white-haired man spoke in a calm voice, slowly analyzing. "The current Yanxia Empire is no longer the same as it was 18 years ago. This is a cursed era. The curse's name is checks and balances." 18 years ago, a great war in the Tianqing whirlpool rewrote the world's structure. There were 7 nations of humankind, and the impact of this war on the Yanxia Empire was the most profound, and mostly negative. To put it simply, before the Tianqing Whirlpool War, the Yanxia Empire stood alone, dominating the other 6 countries. After the Tianqing Whirlpool War, the Yanxia Empire's fortune declined, and the other 6 countries rose. Now, the Yanxia Empire has lost its previous absolute dominance over the human nations. No need to look at the big picture, even focusing on the details, one can see this. The Eastern Sakura Empire, for 3 consecutive years, sent the top scorer of the national exam to challenge the Yanxia Empire's top scholar. In the past 2 years, the winner was always the Eastern Sakura Empire. This year, it was the 3rd year. The Eastern Sakura Empire sent their super genius Chi Beta Chuanzhou to challenge Pei Xingye. The older generation of beast tamers in the Yanxia Empire were also growing older. Even Dragon Lord Ning still bore the serious wounds left by the Tianqing Whirlpool War. The number 1 battlemaster of Yanxia, Jiang Mian, had turned gray overnight, looking as if her energy was about to run dry. But the future of the Yanxia Empire still needed the younger generation to carry the weight. From Dragon Lord Ning's perspective, even though her relationship with Pei Yingrou was bad, she had no choice but to choose Pei Xingye to nurture. Because no one in the Yanxia Empire had a talent greater than Pei Xingye's. "Lan, we should trust Dragon Lord Ning." "No, to be precise, we should trust the Dragon Clan." Lan Tingyu became emotional immediately. "Our Qilin clan has already suffered a big loss from the Dragon Clan once. Do we still need to trust them?" "Lan, don't forget, Zhuang'er personally verified that the 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin must join forces to support a true giant." After the white-haired man said this, Lan Tingyu's emotions calmed down. "King, I understand." Splash! The raindrops outside the window grew thicker as the night deepened, playing a stormy tune on the land of Heilin City. The pure-blood Qilin bloodline had already disappeared 18 years ago. The story of the Qilin clan. As if it were merely a void legend. Yet in this tea room, the will of the Qilin still burns bright. The curse known as balance hangs over humanity's civilization. The power gap among the 7 nations becomes smaller, and disorder increases, along with internal strife. There are always those who want to claim more land. There are always those who want to consume more resources. There are always those who want to eliminate the other 6. At certain times, humans are more terrifying than magical beasts. But if there is one person who can rise to the top in this chaotic era, stepping on all the strong beneath them, then humanity can truly unite, taking this person as their faith, to start the true beast hunting war. Who could this person be? Who knows what the future holds? In the summer capital of Yanxia. In the Dragon Soul Hall. In the quiet hall, only Long Junning and Jiang Muyan are present. "My lord, have you made your decision?" This is a big gamble. I will place all my bets on Pei Xingye." After saying this, Long Junning looked out the window, where the torrential rain drowned a sapling outside the hall. But that sapling stood firm, refusing to fall amidst the raging rain. "Pei Yingrou, I have already forgotten why I dislike you. But I truly do dislike you. However, now, I can only place my bet on your son. The Yanxia Empire needs a brand new future. Achoo. In his sleep, Pei Yingrou suddenly awakened and groggily said, "Who is talking about me behind my back? I'm so sleepy, let me continue to sleep." Chapter 53, Talent Showdown, a match that cannot be lost.
In the following week, Pei Yingrou returned to his academy life. During the day, he and the members of the Scarlet Squad trained together on the training grounds, or went to the library to study various magical beast illustrations. At night, he would not relax, instead, he would ride the Black Phoenix alone to the cliffs of Qilin Mountain, silently training. On the long road of beast tamers, while talent is important, effort and persistence can broaden this path even more. Pei Yingrou, the top talent among his peers. At the same time, his ruthlessness is also the foremost among his contemporaries. Every skill of beast taming requires repeated practice to reach mastery. In the deep of night, at the edge of the cliff, he performed the falling phoenix slash time and time again, pouring out his sweat and effort. The speed of his strike grew faster. The power of his strike became fiercer. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Achieving maximum proficiency is often the last trump card of a swordsman. During this time, Pei Yingrou did not accompany Pei Yingrou too much. She sought out the dean, Wang Dfa. Wang Dfa looked at her with unexpected eyes. "Pei Mentor, didn't you previously refuse the activities of the 7th level training class?" "Dean, I have come to my senses. I want to move further forward and improve my strength." Pei Yingrou had been relatively laid back on her career path. But after the Moonlight City trial, she understood that her weakness would leave her powerless when facing her brother in times of danger. Therefore, she was determined to grow stronger. The Chaos Academy holds a mentor advancement training class every year. This was Pei Yingrou's opportunity. Her goal was to become a 7th level beast tamer within a year. Wang Dfa looked at Pei Yingrou with appreciation. "Alright, I will help you sign up for the training. With your talent and your fighting spirit, I believe within a year, you will become the best 7th level beast tamer in our Chaos Academy." "Thank you, Dean." In this era, everyone's reason to become stronger is to protect what they love in their hearts. And as a Yanxia beast tamer, in addition to loving their family and friends, they also love the country of Yanxia deeply. The deeper your love for this country, the harder it is to accept its fall from grace. A week later, the Academy Challenge Tournament, concerning the honor of the nation, officially began. Tianji Island. In the center of the island stands an arena designed to host various large-scale events. From a high altitude, its shape resembles a giant bird's nest, holding up to 200,000 spectators. The special material of the arena is even harder than the skull of a overlord beast. The audience area is completely packed, with not a single empty seat. The electronic screen hanging above the arena displays information about the two challengers in advance. The challenger is Chaitian Chuanzong from the Eastern Sakura Empire's Imperial Academy. The defender is Pei Yingrou from the Summer Flame Empire's Chaos Academy. The judges' seats have a total of 10 judges, equally divided between the Summer Flame and Eastern Sakura. In terms of determining the winner, it is almost impossible for any dark play to occur. After all, the battles between beast masters are straightforward. One side defeats the other until they cannot fight back, which counts as the win. In the audience, the number of Summer Flame citizens is almost 4 to 5 times that of the Eastern Sakura people. In terms of national scale, Eastern Sakura does not even qualify to confront Summer Flame. But in recent years, when it comes to training the younger generation, Eastern Sakura has indeed surpassed Summer Flame. Pei Yingrou is a member of the Crimson Team, and Si Tushui, Qin Yanlin, and Huang Fuboi have naturally come to the scene to cheer for him. The scene is packed with people, and Huang Fuboi can barely adapt to such an environment with the white bone mask given by Pei Yingrou. The audience area is noisy, and the arrogance of the Eastern Sakura people is fully revealed. The outcome of this match is absolutely without suspense. Yes, our Eastern Sakura's #1 genius, Chaitian Chuanzong, will definitely crush Pei Yingrou. Ah, but I heard that Pei Yingrou broke the highest record of the Summer Flame Empire in this year's national exam. Ha, weren't the top scorers of the Summer Flame Empire also glorious when they first debuted? In the end, didn't they still lose to Senior Yusheng and Senior Sister Suzuki? In the front row of the audience, under the cheers of the Eastern Sakura citizens, a young man and woman sit together. The man's skin is dark, and his eyes are sharp, named Yusheng Song. He is the top scorer of the national exam 2 years ago from the Eastern Sakura Empire and defeated the top scorer of the Summer Flame Empire in that year's challenge. The girl has her long hair tied up, with narrow eyes that have an upward tilt at the corners, her features resembling a seductive fox. She is Suzuki Chika, the top scorer of the national exam from the Eastern Sakura Empire last year, who also defeated the top scorer of the Summer Flame Empire. For 2 consecutive years, the top scorers of Summer Flame faced defeat against those of Eastern Sakura. This year marks the 3rd year, as Pei Yingrou bears the hopes of the Summer Flame citizens to redeem their honor, stepping onto the arena.
Pei Yingrou is here. Everyone get hyped up, and let's cheer for the strongest top scorer in Summer Flame history. Pei Yingrou! Pei Yingrou! Pei Yingrou! The louder the audience cheers, the greater the pressure on Pei Yingrou. This is a match that cannot be lost. It concerns the dignity of the Summer Flame Empire. The gentle sunlight casts a golden layer on his white hair. A pair of dazzling ruby eyes emit a lazy nonchalance. The young man wears all black, with one hand in his pocket, standing tall in one corner of the arena. Below the arena, the heads of the 4 major academies of Summer Flame are all present to watch the match. Zhuge Qingfeng can't help but admire such an important match, one that cannot be lost, and the opponent is also very strong, yet this boy's face shows calmness. This sense of relaxation is truly a talent. Wang Difei's face is filled with pride, his chubby flesh shaking violently. Pei Yingrou is the pillar of our Chaos Academy, you 3 won't have a chance to nurture him. Zhuge Qingfeng holds his forehead with one hand. Alas, if this child had chosen our gourmet academy back then, how wonderful would that be? Soon, the opponent steps onto the stage. Pei Yingrou is lost in thought on the stage when a voice with an unfriendly tone. The man had long hair, wore a samurai outfit, and his wooden clogs made a creaking sound, a sound that Pei Yingrou hated the most. Zhong Tianquanzang, known as the strongest talent in the Eastern Sakura Empire in nearly 18 years. The match had not yet begun, and Zhong Tianquanzang made no effort to hide his malice, trying to use humiliating words to put immense psychological pressure on Pei Yingrou. You top scholar of the Flame Summer Empire, each one more useless than the last. You have lost to us Eastern Sakura for 2 consecutive years. And you, Pei Yingrou, will be the 3rd Flame Summer top scholar to suffer a miserable defeat here. Zhong Tianquanzang's lips curled into an evil smile as he added, those who recognize the situation are the wise. If during the match, you kneel and beg for mercy, I might go a little easier on you. What a wise person that recognizes the situation, your accent is really spot on. So, I will kill you, classmate Zhong Tian. Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes flashed with violent killing intent, and the temperature on the stage suddenly dropped, the floor was covered in a layer of ghostly frost. Chapter 54, Soul Power Surges, 0 frame start. The killing intent displayed by Pei Yingrou was the accumulated malice from the Moonlight City trial. That night, deep underground, he switched to shadow form, draped in a blood robe, commanding the imperial body in beast haba, slaughtering all the city's magical beasts. At this moment, although Pei Yingrou had not activated the Plutonian blood shadow, the earlier accumulated murderous aura had already penetrated to the bone and would never disappear. This aura, applied to someone like Zhong Tianquanzang, who was a flower in a greenhouse, was a blatant dimensional drop. Why is this guy's aura so strange? Zhong Tianquanzang subconsciously clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Pei Yingrou, as a sense of illusion arose within him. It felt as if he was about to fight against a monster that was not human. The president of the Taster Academy, Zhuge Qingfeng, suddenly frowned, carefully observing Pei Yingrou's figure from the sidelines. Why does this child's aura become so domineering and fierce? If he did not accumulate a certain number of magical beast lives, he could not possess such an aura. In the Moonlight City trial, what on earth happened to this child? The match was about to begin. One side represented the Chaos Academy and, by extension, the Flame Summer Empire. The other side represented the Imperial Heavenly Academy and, by extension, the Eastern Sakura Empire. In the audience, as the winners of the past 2 challenge matches, Yu Song and Suzuki Chika chatted casually, as if for fun. Suzuki, what do you think? Yu Shang, do you want to ask me who will win, right? No, I want to ask if you think classmate Zhong Tian can defeat that Pei Yingrou within 3 rounds? The 2 exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter filled with arrogance. In their eyes, every top scholar from Flame Summer was a fragile fool. What's more, in terms of talent, Zhong Tianquanzang was above the 2 of them, so they simply could not think of a reason for Zhong Tianquanzang to lose this match. On the other side of the audience, Qin Yanlin had doubts. Second Master said that he could defeat this little Zhong Tian, but will things really go so smoothly? Situ Shui rested her chin on one hand and analyzed rationally. Zhong Tianquanzang is not weak, his talent, Devour Curse, is very powerful and somewhat restrains Necromancer Beast Masters. Devour Curse, one of the SS-level talents of the Eastern Sakura Empire. This talent can ignore any defense, allowing Zhong Tianquanzang to control his beast to devour the souls of enemy beasts step by step, and convert the devoured souls into his own power. The mechanism of this talent indeed restrains Necromancer Beast Masters like Pei Yingrou. At this moment, Huang Fuboi spoke. It doesn't matter how strong the opponent is, what matters is, we just need to believe in Second Master. Huang Fuboi, wearing a skull mask, eloquently spat out a golden saying. Situ Shui was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in relief, saying, yes, sometimes rational analysis does not apply to Pei Yingrou, we just need to believe in him. The match begins. The referee blew the whistle for battle. On the stage, both contestants summoned their beasts.
Chaitaka Kawato released a soul power concentration far beyond his peers and opened a summoning array in the shape of a shrine. Within the array, a massive python, emanating a purple demonic aura, suddenly shot out. It had only one head, but behind it floated 7 ghostly snake heads. Each time it flicked its venom-filled tongue, a blizzard would erupt around it. This is Chaitaka Kawatso's beast, the Araki snake. On the big screen, the data panel for the Araki snake appeared. Double mythical bloodline beast, domineering. Such a powerful beast can only be born from the soil of our Eastern Sakura Empire. Great Chaitaka, defeat Pei Yingrou, and bring glory to our Eastern Sakura Empire. Araki snake, juvenile stage, 3 segments, double mythical bloodline. To be specific, this beast flows with the blood of both Yamato no Orochi and God of Snowy Nights. The strength of the mythical bloodline is weaker than ancient myths. But the double mythical bloodline can somewhat narrow the gap between the two. This is Chaitaka Kawatso's confidence against Pei Yingrou. As long as the bloodline gap is not too wide, Chaitaka Kawatso firmly believes that his talent, Devouring Curse, can completely restrain Pei Yingrou. Just as the Eastern Sakura audience was immersed in the grandeur of the double mythical bloodline, the red-eyed boy on the stage lightly opened his lips. Gate of the Underworld. Open. This opening was like a sword cleaving the heavens, starting the chapter of revenge. The stage shook, the sky changed color, and a thick black mist rolled in, engulfing the Araki snake's body. Within the black fog stood a huge, majestic stone door, its surface engraved with terrifying runic totems. The gate of the underworld slowly opened, and emerald-green ghostly flames welled up like a spring. A phoenix's cry echoed, and bone wings unfurled like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, ghostly faces danced wildly on the stage, demons roared, bringing an unprecedented visual shock to the audience of Eastern Sakura. This is the exclusive summoning array of the Undead Beastmaster. Gate of the Underworld. Such a grand display, it resembles our Eastern Sakura's mythical tale night parade of 100 demons. Pei Yingrou was able to create a grand scene of the night parade just by opening the summoning array, which left the unworldly Eastern Sakura children deeply astonished and dumbfounded. Chaitaka Kawatso felt disoriented, as the power of the undead interfered with his thoughts. He shook his head and adjusted his mindset. You people from the Empire of Fire Summer have a saying, a pillow stuffed with flowers looks good but is useless. I send the saying to you, Pei Yingrou. The battle began, and Chaitaka Kawatso took the first move. Below the stage, Chaitaka Taka was also watching this duel closely. He and his son had agreed to crush Pei Yingrou within 3 rounds and incapacitate his undead phoenix. Devouring Curse, Entwine. Chaitaka Kawatso knew his advantage and directly activated his SS-level talent, Devouring Curse. Under the effect of the curse, the Araki snake opened its massive mouth, exposing its fangs, and sprayed a black mist, enveloping the entire undead phoenix. Crack, crack, crack. The black phoenix's bones produced intersecting cracks. The ghostly fire and ghostly frost on its body were weakened as well. This is the suppression of the devouring curse against the undead beastmaster. The black phoenix is an undead-type beast, belonging to the undead form, relying on a powerful soul to support its massive skeleton. And the effect of the devouring curse is to devour undead power. In the audience, Situ Shui was calmly analyzing the situation, her eyes revealing no signs of worry. Just as Huangfu Boyi said, all one had to do was to believe in that red-eyed boy. Once the devouring curse was activated, Chaitaka Kawatso gained the upper hand and then unleashed a surge of soul power, shouting, 8 forked demon hands. The Araki snake roared in fury and launched a ranged mental attack. Suddenly, 8 skeletal demon hands appeared on the black phoenix, restraining its movement like shackles. The 8-headed demon hand, the most skilled control skill of the arid serpent. The black phoenix lost its ability to move, and its own aura was suppressed by the curse of devouring, falling into a losing situation. Chiba Takuzu revealed an evil smile. Can you see it clearly? This is the gap between you and me. I will tell the world that the dual divine bloodline of our Eastern Sakura Empire is stronger than the ancient divine bloodline of your Flame Summer Empire. In the first round, Pei Yingrou didn't even have time to fight back and was suppressed by Chiba Takuzu's smooth operations. This made the Eastern Sakura audience instantly go into a state of intense excitement, standing up to shout and using foul language to mock Pei Yingrou on the stage. Every year's top scholar from Flame Summer is indeed worthless. The outcome is clear, Pei Yingrou doesn't even have a chance to fight back. Phoenix? Ancient divine bloodline? It's just that. At this moment, while Chiba Takuzu was excited, he also maintained a sinister calmness. My father said to try my best to waste Pei Yingrou's beast on the stage. Next, with one move, I will turn this stinky phoenix into a cripple. Chiba Takuzu vowed fiercely in his heart, his soul power becoming more passionate, and his expression thus became terrifyingly fierce. In the depths of Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes, a cold light suddenly appeared. Since when did a snake at the bottom of a well dare to shout in front of a phoenix? Soul power surged, and in an instant, he made his move.
Chapter 55, Nirvana Fire Lotus, Bloom. Qin Yanlin, second master, said he would defeat Chiba Takuzu in one move. Huangfu Boi, so next.
Situ Shui, although I can trust him unconditionally, I truly can't imagine a way to defeat Chiba Takuzu in one blow.
Chiba Takuzu, the most outstanding genius scholar of the Eastern Sakura Empire in nearly 18 years. His talent, the Curse of Devouring, was rated as the pinnacle among all SS-level talents in the Eastern Sakura Empire. The Arid Serpent also possessed dual divine bloodlines. Even though everyone knew Pei Yingrou was strong, the predictions for this match were mostly centered on intense competition. In the audience, the people from Flame Summer naturally hoped Pei Yingrou would win. They had dreamt of Pei Yingrou narrowly winning after battling his opponent for dozens of rounds. They also imagined Pei Yingrou erupting in adversity, exhausting all his soul power, and turning the tide in a tough comeback. In short, they envisioned many ways for Pei Yingrou to win, but they did not dare to imagine that he could defeat this top talent from the Eastern Sakura Empire in one move. However, the boy with crimson eyes was most skilled at creating miracles called impossible in this lifetime. In the center of the arena,
the effect of the Curse of Devouring was continuously enhancing, with the undead fire and undead frost being suppressed. 8 black gas-emitting skeletal demon hands tightly bound the Black Phoenix's bony wings, the powerful control effect still persisting. At this moment, it was a steady winning situation for Chiba Takuzu. He once again stimulated his soul power, preparing to disable the Black Phoenix with one blow. In his eyes burned with greedy desire, he wanted more than just victory, he wanted to break Pei Yingrou's heart, forcing the strongest scholar of the Flame Summer Empire to endure the torment of inner demons. In the past 2 challenge matches, the first 2 Flame Summer top scholars had met the same fate. They suffered crushing defeats on the stage, losing the dignity of the Flame Summer Empire. They were clearly gifted but collapsed there due to a single defeat, fading into obscurity and unable to fulfill their former talents.
This is how competitive matches are.
You can say winning and losing are common occurrences, that some matches are just lost. However, when you step onto the stage carrying the name Flame Summer, you truly cannot afford to lose.
This battle, Pei Yingrou also couldn't afford to lose.
However, he also simply could not lose. Soul power began to burn, and the boys will seem to play a sacred victorious hymn in the killing air, intertwined with the majestic Phoenix's call, echoing with the resonance of the god of the undead.
Phoenix Rage Nirvana Fire Lotus. The boy shouted loudly.
The veins on the forehead bulged, and the despising gaze shot out a tinge of crimson that dyed the sky red.
In the air above the arena, the blood red was like an ocean.
The temperature on Tianji Island rose rapidly, the air distorted and warped like a mirage due to the heat.
What is this?
Lotus flower.
Burning lotus flower.
Qibei Chuan was sweating profusely. The moment he looked up, his heart nearly stopped. At that moment, a colossal flaming lotus floated above the head of the Hoki snake. The figure of the Black Phoenix had vanished into thin air.
This meant this soon-to-burst fire lotus was the incarnation of the Black Phoenix.
The lotus flower is the most vibrant flower in the world, capable of blooming in any harsh environment and rebirthing through decay. Below the arena, the 4 deans of the Yanxia Academy were stunned, all sighing in amazement.
Zhuge Qingfeng, Nirvana Fire Lotus. Li Jinyan, isn't this a beast mastery skill from the Phoenix system that can only be used by reaching a complete form? Lin Sunhai, a young Black Phoenix, learned the complete form skill of Nirvana Fire Lotus? This genius monster, Pei Yingrou, actually mastered this heaven-defying beast control technique? It's absurd.
As the dean of the Chaos Academy, Wang Defa's flabby cheeks bounced up and down as he revealed an excited smile, happily exclaiming, "If I remember correctly, our Yanxia Empire's first beast master to master crossfire skills is Lord Pei Chuzhuang." When the dazzling crimson fire lotus bloomed above the arena, those present who had experienced the old era would inevitably recall the woman who once lifted the Yanxia Empire to the human throne. Pei Chuzhuang, this person's resume is too rich, too mysterious. Every beast control technique she created in her youth, even in this brand new era, felt so fantastical, incredibly advanced, outpacing one era after another. Theoretically, beast masters train their beasts to learn battle skills according to the beast's tier. A beast in its juvenile form can only learn the battle skills appropriate for that juvenile tier. But is there a way for beasts to transcend their current tier and directly cultivate battle skills of a higher tier? Yes. Of course, there is. At the same time, in the Yanxia Imperial City, Dragon Soul Palace. In the hall, a massive projection screen hung. Long Junning and Jiang Muyan watched the live duel between Pei Yingrou and Qibei Chuan together. In the live footage, when the Nirvana Fire Lotus gracefully rose, suppressing the Hoki snake with a descending blow, both women couldn't hide their nostalgic expressions. Tears welled up in Jiang Muyan's eyes. In her hazy vision, Pei Yingrou's figure seemed to perfectly overlap with Pei Chuzhuang. On the other hand, Long Junning's expression was especially complex. Pei Yingrou's actions momentarily pulled her thoughts back to a time from her youth. Ning Ning, I have a bold idea, to let my beast transcend its current tier and directly cultivate battle skills of a higher tier.
Your idea isn't bold, it's a pipe dream. Ning Ning, I succeeded. TSK, you monster. Long Jun Ning had told Pei Yingrou that the relationship between her and Pei Chujuan was terrible. But when they were young, Pei Chujuan would call her Ning Ning, so how could their relationship develop to the freezing point? Were the lost memories for Long Jun Ning merely those of the Celestial Star Spiral War? Or was there a third person closely related to her and Pei Chujuan that she forgot in her memories? The fractured memories left her with only the hostile feelings towards Pei Chujuan. 18 years have passed, and she cannot find a trace of the hidden truths behind this hostility, let alone the entire truth. At this moment, her dragon eyes revealed a longing for memories of the past. Today's Pei Yingrou reminded her of the young Pei Chujuan. And the young self. But the times are always changing, and people are powerless in the face of time. The sea turns into mulberry fields, things remain the same but people have changed. Pei Chujuan has long fallen, and she, Long Junying, endures the torment of old wounds reappearing in solitude. Youth, how wonderful! I almost forgot, I was young once too. Long Junying was silent for a long time, letting out a sigh filled with regret and helplessness. In the audience, Situshue's pupils shook. The power of Nirvana is the exclusive divine power of the Phoenix tribe. In theory, only when the Black Phoenix reaches its complete form can it have the ability to cultivate skills like Nirvana Fire Lotus. Situshue paused, smiled down, I almost forgot, with this man, one can never look at things with common sense. So, this Nirvana Fire Lotus is the unreasonable killer move created by Pei Yingrou. Oh no! Huangqi Snake, defend! Defend with all your strength. We must not fall. Chaitian Chuanzhou was completely flustered, using all his soul power to control Huangqi Snake into a strongest defensive position. Why did he choose to defend? Because he had no other choice. The arena is large, but there is no place for Huangqi Snake to escape. Because the Nirvana Fire Lotus is as vast as a giant's palm, covering the entire arena, Huangqi Snake has nowhere to hide. The budding Nirvana Fire Lotus is poised to strike. The young man with red pupils lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his voice deep and magnetic. Open. The first opening on the arena, the gates of the underworld open, summoning the beast. The second opening on the arena, the Nirvana Fire Lotus blooms, anger descends from the heavens. The phoenix cries and howls, raging fire scorches the sky. The oppressive force from the ancient myth bloodline of the scorching summer is flawless, Huangqi Snake is scared like a timid little earthworm. The power of Nirvana suppresses evil. The red lotus blooms, burning through enemy souls. Once the phoenix is enraged, broken troops fall like cut cloth. Chapter 56, unrivaled at the same level, a slightly dirty corner. The power of Nirvana, the core divine power of the Phoenix tribe. Only by reaching the complete form level can this power take effect, and at this moment, it erupts from the young Black Phoenix. When this Nirvana Fire Lotus bloomed with the anger of the Phoenix, the overwhelming wave of fire instantly engulfed the entire arena. Chaitian Chuanzhou, praised as the strongest genius of the Eastern Sakura Empire for nearly 18 years, now had a pale face, devoid of the arrogance before the match, trembling pupils filled with endless fear. In this showdown, Pei Yingrou used one attack to illustrate what it means to strike down a dimension. The Nirvana Fire Lotus, with grandeur, directly blocked all escape routes of Huangqi Snake. Under the crushing of the power of Nirvana, this so-called dual myth bloodline beast looks as small and weak as an ant. Chaitian Chuanzhou showed a look of despair, I still have soul power left, but my beast has lost the courage to fight back. Between Beast Master and Beast, there is a resonance of souls, a connection of hearts. This match is very important, so Chaitian Chuanzhou wanted to struggle again to see if he could find a glimmer of hope to turn the situation around. But he could clearly sense that his beast, Huangqi Snake, had been firmly suppressed by the bloodline strength displayed by the Black Phoenix. With no chance to breathe, the trembling snake body only had physiological instinctive fear and retreat left. As the flames continued to spread, Huangqi Snake's entire body was burned black, flesh and blood blurred, and not a shred of snakeskin was left intact. With injuries to this extent, this beast, even if it doesn't die, has been rendered useless. It sounds slow, but since the blooming of the Nirvana Fire Lotus began, only 1 second has passed. Yet this second, for Chaitian Chuanzhou and Huangqi Snake, felt like years of pressure and torment. 1 second later, Huangqi Snake was gasping for breath, and above its head, a ghostly image of the Grim Reaper manifest. The Grim Reaper's crimson eyes fixated on Huangqi Snake's life force, and a skeletal hand raised the Grim Reaper's scythe, poised above Huangqi Snake 7 inches. The audience erupted in a frenzy. The blood of the Iraqi serpent is below 10%, triggering the undying slay. A single Fire Lotus, in just 1 second, can lower the health bar of a dual mythical bloodline beast to 10% instantly? No wonder it's the ancient mythical bloodline of Yanxia, this Black Phoenix is way beyond the norm. You're wrong. The one who is beyond the norm is not the Black Phoenix, it's Pei Yingrou. Right. Even if we were to contract the Black Phoenix, we couldn't make it learn the combat skills of the next rank. The strength of the Black Phoenix's bloodline is already beyond the norm, and this is an undeniable fact. But anyone who has witnessed this battle firsthand can't help but feel that deep in their hearts. Pei Yingrou's talent is so extraordinary, it's almost inhuman. During the process of training beasts, making them break through their current rank and learn higher-level combat skills, there are only a handful of people in this world who can do that. And these people have long become the top beast masters of the human race. Pei Yingrou, a first-tier beast master, suddenly squeezed into this group. Moreover, the Black Phoenix he trained didn't just break through one rank in combat skills, it broke through two. A young beast learned the full-fledged combat skills of a higher rank? If the audience hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was just a dream. The fire lotus of Nirvana, crimson as blood, seemed to drape a blood-red robe over the shadow of the god of death. There are countless divine birds in the world, but only the phoenix dares to call itself the immortal bird. The immortal body comes from the phoenix Nirvana. At this moment, standing on the arena, Pei Yingrou was, in a way, beginning a story of rebirth through Nirvana. Mother died in battle, father unknown. Abandoned by his family, the sky collapsed at the start. But so what? The immortal bird is called the immortal bird because it always turns the tables in the direst situations and evolves through Nirvana. The match is over. Winner, Pei Yingrou from Yanxia Empire, Chaos Academy. The referee blew the whistle, declaring Pei Yingrou the victor of the match. In fact, the moment the Undying Slay triggered, Shiba Chuanzou's heart had already turned cold. Every time Undying Slay triggers, it robs the opponent of all will to fight and hope, leaving them with no temper at all. The audience area seemed to have been drenched in hot oil, boiling uncontrollably. Pei Yingrou won. We won. Yanxia Empire won. The importance of this match for the Yanxia Empire cannot be overstated. The consecutive defeats in the past two challenge tournaments had shamed the Yanxia Empire. The media of other countries were all reporting and discussing how the rule of the Yanxia Empire had weakened year by year, with the old and new generations failing to pass the baton, and the younger generation growing increasingly weak. At this time, a young person needed to step forward and break these doubts and ridicule. Pei Yingrou did not fail the mission, he succeeded. On the surface, Pei Yingrou only won one match. But in reality, he had reclaimed all the dignity lost from the previous two defeats. Because this battle, Pei Yingrou's performance could only be described as shocking the world. No one doubted Shiba Chuanzou's talent and strength, but in this duel, under Pei Yingrou's brilliance, Shiba's greatness appeared rather ordinary. In the audience, the faces of all the people from the Eastern Sakura Empire were filled with daze and helplessness. One move, just one move. This Pei Yingrou, with just one move, defeated the strongest genius of our Eastern Sakura Empire. It's like a dream, but a nightmare. This red-eyed kid is a demon. On the arena, the Nirvana fire lotus gradually extinguished, and the shadow of death disappeared. The severely injured and disabled Araki serpent coiled and twitched, with no intact skin left, severely burned and irreparable. This beast is completely ruined, its future evolution is doomed to be limited, and it may even be weaker than some beasts with epic bloodlines. Meanwhile, the fully healed Black Phoenix stood towering above the serpent's head, spreading its wings and calling out, displaying the dominance of its ancient mythical bloodline. In the audience, the teachers and students of the Huangtian Academy were silent, without a word. Shiba Crane's face was as dark as could be. With a pained look in his eyes, he gazed at his son, who was lost and disoriented on the arena. He knew, in this battle, it wasn't just the beast Araki serpent that was destroyed. Shibata Kawazo, the genius beast master, was completely ruined too. In many cases, the power to kill is far weaker than the power to crush the heart. After all, this was a fair and open competition. Pei Yingrou couldn't just kill Shibata Kawazo outright. But he could destroy Shibata Kawazo's will and spirit. A single crushing move, that's the greatest humiliation for the enemy. A short and dazzling showdown, one's will collapsed, while the other had only a slightly dirty corner of his robe. From this moment on, even if Shibata Kawazo keeps walking the path of a beast master, he will remember, at every moment, the fear and despair of being crushed and humiliated by Pei Yingrou. The young generation is never mature or calm enough, and the more gifted a genius is, the less they understand how to accept failure. So Pei Yingrou has already become the demon in Shibata Kawazo's heart, making him lose appetite, lose sleep, and sink into nightmares and darkness. I lost. How could this be the result? Pei Yingrou, he's too strong. Anger? Frustration? Jealousy? Hatred? These feelings flashed through Shibata Kawazo's mind for a second, then all turned into a helpless, bitter smile. He looked up, staring at Pei Yingrou's indifferent face. He knew, the gap between him and Pei Yingrou couldn't be closed by hard work. Suddenly, Pei Yingrou smiled a little. Classmate Shibata, I can give you time to catch up to me, but do you still have the courage to chase after me? Every word was gentle, and his tone sounded like friendly sportsmanship, friendship first, competition second. But that one sentence, it was the final straw that crushed Shibata Kawazo completely. He can't catch up. There's no way to catch up. Pei Yingrou's talent and strength among his peers has already.
At the judges' table, one judge from the Eastern Sakura Empire couldn't help but pick up the microphone, his voice deep and full of emotion. As a person from Eastern Sakura, I shouldn't raise others while crushing my own spirit. But judging from this match alone, Pei Yingrou, this young genius from the Yanxia Empire, has already mastered a Beastmaster technique known as invincible in the same rank. That's right. The beast raised by Pei Yingrou could train across ranks and learn higher level skills. Just this one method alone already reached the concept of being invincible in the same rank. Ask across the world, among the 7 human nations, among all the geniuses, who else at the first rank Beastmaster level could raise a beast that could withstand a Nirvana Fire Lotus and a Death Slash from the Undead? In the center of the stage, the red-eyed boy stood calm and relaxed. The pain of the past 18 years, for him now, was just a bit of wind and frost. Invincible in the same rank, with only a slightly dirty corner of his robe. Chapter 57, Calamity Sea God Leviathan. The more attention a match gets, usually, the more evenly matched both sides are, and the longer the battle lasts, turning into a fierce tug of war. But this genius duel on Sky Extreme Island ended in such a short time. How short? Pei Yingrou only made one move. The idea of a genius is always relative. In the Eastern Sakura Empire, among his peers, Shibata Kawazo had no rival. But in this match, in front of Pei Yingrou, he was like a blurry extra in the far corner of a movie scene. After this battle, the #1 genius of Eastern Sakura became a joke. The match video quickly spread across the 7 human nations and became widely known. Pei Yingrou's title of invincible in the same rank echoed throughout the human race. The other 6 nations now all understood. The Yanxia Empire, which had struggled for 18 years in decline, now, because of Pei Yingrou's sudden rise, was like a lion about to awaken, stepping onto the path of restoring its former glory. In this era, the top Beastmasters of the older generation were all injured, aged, and weakened by the Star Vortex War. Heroes grow old, warriors decay, no one can defeat the god of time. In this chaotic wasteland, the 7 nations of humanity are doing their utmost to nurture the next generation, all for the future of their own countries. The long silent empire of Yanxia now has a clear and bright future. Pei Yingrou, like a brilliant star, rises slowly, stunning this era with his overwhelming talent and strength that crush all beast masters of the same rank. Qin Yanlin, the second master, means what he says. He really took down Xiao Chutian with a single move. Huang Fu Boi, the second master, will never lose. Situ Shui, it seems he will be the fastest member of our Crimson team to become a 2-star Beast Master. Although the Black Phoenix's evolution speed is slow, Pei Yingrou's evolution speed in the field of Beast Mastery is like having cheat codes. On the Skycloud ranking arena, he initiated zero-frame start Beast Mastery. In the Moonlight City trial, he created skill-stacking Beast Mastery. During the Tianji Island duel, he showcased cross-rank combat skills Beast Mastery. The miracles he creates seem even more incredible than those of Pei Chuzhuang from the same period, making people question if he even belongs to humanity. In the audience, the citizens of Yanxia cheer joyfully, while Dongying Xiuchui hangs his head in disappointment. All the teachers and students of Huangtian Academy are blank-eyed, unable to accept this crushing defeat. Yu Hongsong angrily says, "Damn Pei Yingrou, I want to challenge him." Suzuki Chika channels her soul power and grits her teeth, exclaiming, "If he has the guts, let him duel with me, I will definitely crush him." As the headmaster of Huangtian Academy, Chai Tianha admonishes angrily, "Are you two not embarrassed enough? Headmaster, You are a second-year student, a 3-star Beast Master. One is a third-year student, a 5-star Beast Master. Yet you want to challenge a 1-star Beast Master? This is not about revenge or regaining honor, this brings shame to our Dongying Empire." Yu Hongsong and Suzuki Chika finally calmed down. These two were top scholars in the previous 2 national exams, and their strength and experience had long surpassed the first rank. Yet now, witnessing Chai Tianchuan's miserable defeat to Pei Yingrou, they lost their reason and thought about challenging Pei Yingrou on stage. It is like 2 adults, furious from a loss, preparing to attack a defenseless young child. Such an idea is laughable and shows they cannot accept defeat. However, these two do not know, if Pei Yingrou activates the King of Hades' Blood Shadow, it is no longer as simple as being invincible at the same rank. Even Chai Tianha, the headmaster of Huangtian Academy, cannot withstand Pei Yingrou's Death God 30 seconds. "Father, I'm sorry. I lost. I have brought shame to the Dongying Empire, I am willing to commit seppuku to atone." This is the cultural characteristic of the small nation of Dongying. Once defeated and humiliated on the arena, they cannot accept it and mutter about committing seppuku at any moment. Chai Tianha comforts, "It's just a match, as long as you persist and work hard, you will definitely surpass Pei Yingrou." Surpass him? He took me down with one move, what do I use to surpass him? The heart shattered, Chai Tianchuan's life feels over.
He can abandon the disabled Hekishi snake. With his family's resources, he could contract better beasts. Beasts can be replaced, but the spirit that Pei Yingrou killed will never come back. On the arena, the victor stands proud and elegant. Below the arena, the loser fades into the shadows, falling into despair. People often say, it's just a match, does winning or losing matter that much? If it's a seasoned general, an occasional defeat will only help him gain more experience. But for a young man just starting, such a crushing loss can even end his Beastmaster career. Cruel, right? Of course, it's cruel. But before Pei Yingrou appeared, the proud young people of the Dongying Empire also used the same means against the geniuses of Yanxia. This is a war of revenge. Pei Yingrou has completed his revenge. In the audience, Qin Yanlin cheered while suggesting, "Captain, let's return to Highland City tonight, and our Crimson Squad can have a dinner together to celebrate for the second master." No problem, I have already booked Hongbin Tower on my phone. Hongbin Tower? The top restaurant in Highland City. The captain is really generous. Situ Shui smiled without speaking. This young girl's family background is well known. She is from the first of the four great families of Tianyu City. Yet her displayed wealth and connections seem to far surpass what the Situ family publicly shows. This is also the doubt Pei Yingrou had from the very beginning. The Situ family is definitely not as simple as it appears. Situ Shui's talents must have another secret. After the match ended, Pei Yingrou prepared to leave, thinking to himself. Using the Nirvana Fire Lotus for the first time, cross-rank skills are indeed useful. Crushing other Beastmasters of the same rank is not a problem. But the power of cross-rank skills cannot match that of a fully mature phoenix. At most, it can mimic a third of its essence. In the coming period, I need to focus on the goal of maturing the Black Phoenix, and also develop some other beast taming skills. People with more talent than you are still working harder than you, so how can you win against this red-eyed boy? While peers are still squabbling like novice fighters, Pei Yingrou has already started considering the path of cross-rank assassination. Boom! Suddenly, the arena collapsed. Pei Yingrou had not yet exited, his figure swayed, unable to stand firm. What's happening? An earthquake or a tsunami? The whole Tianji Island is shaking. The event was sudden, a natural anomaly. This island, located in the depths of the ocean, suddenly seemed possessed, shaking madly, with waves around it rising into 1,000-meter water columns, wriggling like a dancing python. What is that massive shadow? Beast wave. Not good, it's a monster army. In an instant, the weather on Tianji Island changed dramatically, a storm engulfing the island, and countless water-type monsters surged on the surrounding sea. Yanhua Imperial City. Dragon Soul Hall. Long Juning's dragon eyes suddenly contracted, the dragon power raging wildly, cracking the carved beams and painted rafters of the walls and stone pillars. To command a beast wave of this scale. One of the 72 great demon lords, the sea god of disaster, Leviathan. Jiang Mayan, activate the dragon mark teleportation array. There is no such thing as real coincidence in this world. All accidents are planned. Pei Yingrou has drawn too much attention, right? Of course, the monster camp will target him. In this era, humanity is focused on nurturing the younger generation for a future. Whereas the demon race expends effort to destroy humanity's future. Tianji Island had just held a tournament, with over 250,000 people, including scattered natives, attendees, staff, and media reporters. Yet the violent demonic energy ripple only targeted one among these 250,000. That is Pei Yingrou, symbolizing the future of Yanhua. The arena shattered, the infected black seawater invaded the island, and Pei Yingrou's body was entangled and bound by countless spiral currents, unable to move. As his consciousness scattered, Pei Yingrou heard a hoarse voice beside him. 18 years. The Yanhua Empire has produced another genius that threatens our demon race? Hey young beast tamer, the undead power you emit makes this king very uncomfortable. The undead beast tamer was once a nightmare for all the monsters of the demon race. Chapter 58, Long Juning's Rescue, Humanity's Tragedy. The elevation of Tianji Island suddenly surged. It turned out this island was controlled by a transparent demonic claw. The surrounding sea stirred with pitch-black demonic energy ripples, capsizing all boats. Everything was like a drop in the ocean, instantly submerged in the cold sea depths, as if even past existence and memory disappeared along with it. The vast water-type monsters formed a circular beast wave, imprisoning the sea in a hellish, bloody, dark cage. Pei Yingrou slowly regained consciousness from a half-coma, his body already lost all ability to move, his limbs were bound and locked by tentacle-shaped spiral sea currents. When he raised his eyes, he saw a head that looked like a fusion between a whale and a great white shark. This was the first time Pei Yingrou had ever seen a magical beast of this level. Its level had reached the Emperor body, 3rd stage. The form of this magical beast was especially strange, because its physical structure did not have unity. Its head floated in the air above the sea surface for no reason. But its torso took the shape of a piece of black earth continent, half submerged in the seawater.
At the same time, countless black tentacles flew in midair, like half-melted oil, with bubbling sounds on their surface. This was a body that was split into many pieces, and it gave off a pressure that could cover the sky and block the sun. It proved that the higher level a magical beast reached, the more abstract its form became. Pei Yingrou's god-covering hand could touch the spiral sea current wrapping around his waist, which meant he was touching this emperor body magical beast, and thus could read its detailed data. The data panel was packed densely, with skilled descriptions hard to understand, and every single terrifying divine power, all with a definition of overpowered. One of the 72 demon kings, Calamity Sea God, Leviathan. Pei Yingrou's heart sank to the bottom. After the age of beast taming for all began, the enemy of the human race, the magical beast clan, also had a complete military system. The highest leader of the magical beast faction, heavenly demon god Lord Francis, had a level beyond the ninth sequence, called the superstar god body, and was the strongest single lifeform on Earth. Under its command were 144 heavenly demon legions, and each legion's leader was called a great demon king. Their forces spread all over the world, constantly launching wars to wipe out the human race, their claws stained with endless human blood. However, 18 years ago, a great war called the Star Whirlpool War changed the standoff between the two factions. The human race lost a total of 9 god-level beast tamers. Among them, 3 from the Yanxia Empire, and 1 from each of the other 6 nations. Since then, the human race no longer had any god-level beast tamers who reached the divine beast taming stage. At the same time, the magical beast faction's supreme leader, heavenly demon god Lord Francis, was sealed in the Star Whirlpool War, falling into eternal sleep. Half of the 144 heavenly demon legions under it were lost in battle, now only 72 legions remained. They were now called the 72 Demon King Armies. At this very moment, the Emperor Body Magical Beast, which played with the whole Skypole Island with just one tentacle, and used the sea god's power to lock down Pei Yingrou, was the leader of one of the 72 Demon King armies, Calamity Sea God Leviathan. In this era, both factions had become weaker. The demon race lost their supreme leader, heavenly demon god Lord Francis. The human race lost 9 god-level beast tamers. If this was a game, it was like both sides' Tier 0 power heroes were all disabled. But why did hope and vitality seem even further away for the human race than 18 years ago? This had to do with the greatest weakness of humans: birth, aging, sickness, and death. Among the 144 great demon kings in the Star Whirlpool War, 72 survived. No matter how serious their injuries were, now they had all healed, and even become stronger than they were at their peak. But the human survivors of the Star Whirlpool War. On the battlefield, Leviathan looked at Pei Yingrou, who was only a first-stage beast tamer, with a cold and vicious gaze. I hate humans with red eyes. They remind me of that woman who becomes terrifying when she goes crazy. Leviathan's whole body shook, and the terrifying image of Pei Yingrou activating her war god mode floated in his mind, making his healed wounds faintly ache again. The Yanxia Empire does not deserve a future. Leviathan activated the power of the sea god. Desire to kill Pei Yingrou in an instant. Oh no! Pei Yingrou is a necromancer beast master, and his sense of death is far beyond his peers. At this moment, besides activating the Reaper's blood shadow and summoning the drought demon, there is no other way to escape this crisis. But even with the Reaper's blood shadow activated, can Pei Yingrou defeat the great demon-level disaster sea god, Leviathan, within 30 seconds? The drought demon is indeed a giant beast at the imperial rank, but Pei Yingrou's essence is that of a first-tier beast master. The Reaper's blood shadow only grants him a brief qualification to control the drought demon, but cannot provide him with the beast mastery techniques to control it. How to use giant beast mastery. How to unleash the potential of giants. How to release the awakened form and domain power. These are all knowledge blind spots for Pei Yingrou. The breath of death envelopes his entire being, and Pei Yingrou feels his blood completely freeze, unable even to think normally. Regardless, a first-tier beast master is like a speck of mud at the bottom of the sea, deserving to be toyed with at will in front of an imperial-ranked demon beast. Pei Yingrou is in danger. Locked on by Leviathan, he is doomed. The Yanxia Empire has finally produced such a genius, alas. In the eyes of the world, Pei Yingrou is already a corpse waiting to happen in 1 second. At this critical moment, a cold and powerful female voice echoed across the vast sea. If you touch my people, you will die a terrible death. In the sky above the sea, a teleportation array surrounded by dragon patterns suddenly activated. Within the array, the Air Force Beast Master troops of the Yanxia Empire arrived in mighty force, offering timely support. In the overcast sky, a group of divine birds soared with their wings spread wide, like a galactic fleet from outer space, launching a furious barrage towards the wave of demon beasts surging in the sea. On Tianji Island, the fearful gloom in people's hearts was swept away by half. After all fear comes from insufficient firepower. The Air Force Beast Master troops of the Yanxia Empire are massive, forming a firepower suppression over the army of demon beasts under Leviathan. Buzz. The ringing in his ears sounded as Leviathan's soul trembled.
This aura. A dragon. The dragon's roar echoed across the land, the sky-blocking dragon claws tearing through flames. Leviathan's massive body flickered with red light, its head showing an involuntary expression of painful rage. Crash. Accompanied by the roaring tides, Leviathan was repeatedly pushed back by the waves of dragon power. Pei Yingrou felt darkness before his eyes, he simply did not know what was happening. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a giant dragon claw. Before Pei Yingrou stood a tall and enchanting silhouette. The woman wore a golden long dress, the dragon breath lifting the hem, her long and slender beautiful legs exposed to the chilling air. Your Majesty! It's the Empress of Yanxia, Dragon Lord Ning. Great, we are saved. In the sky, black and white dual dragons intertwined, each extending a claw to lift the disheveled Pei Yingrou and the upright and heroic Dragon Lord Ning, elevating them to the top of the battlefield for a noble view. In this era, Dragon Lord Ning is the last face of the Yanxia Empire. A gentle breeze blew, and a strand of Dragon Lord Ning's hair brushed across Pei Yingrou's face, sweeping back and forth. Pei Yingrou raised his hand, touching the strands of hair. The data panel of this woman flashed before Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes. Name, Dragon Lord Ning. Rank, Beast Emperor. Combat power, currently the leader of the 7 human Beast Emperors. Totem faith, Dragon Clan. Injuries. Right little finger, permanent paralysis, no sensation. Left leg tibia, severe pain due to late-stage bone-eating curse, unbearable pain when it rains. Left eye severely blurred, unable to observe objects under high intensity, accompanied by intermittent bleeding. Spinal bone irreparable dislocation, will trigger bizarre itching and pain during battles, unable to stand upright. Heart, only half left. Dragon Lord Ning, the injuries hidden within this woman. And her heart. Yes. That's right. The seemingly glamorous and unparalleled Empress of Yanxia has long since lost her peak after the Battle of the Cosmic Vortex. The citizens of the Empire of Flames did not know that their revered ruler had been enduring with a broken body, sustaining the last glory of the Empire of Flames. This is the greatest weakness of the human race. No matter what level a Beast Master reaches, they cannot escape the punishment of time, nor can they break free from the curse of aging and death. From the perspective of the demon race, the Celestial Spiral War was just the death of a group of their own. With their strong reproductive mechanisms and recovery abilities, within 18 years, they had regrouped. From the perspective of the human race, the Celestial Spiral War began with a group of people and ended with a pile of graves. Among the few survivors, not only was Dragon Lord Ning severely injured, but the pillars of the other 6 nations were also in a gloomy situation. Thus, the human race needed the younger generation to support a brand new future. Dragon Lord Ning's icy dragon eyes were filled with killing intent as the wrath of the Dragon King locked onto Leviathan. You can do anything, just don't touch the future of my Empire of Flames. At this moment, Dragon Lord Ning seemed to replace Pei Chuxiong, truly protecting Pei Yingrou for the first time. Chapter 59, Twin Dragon Souls Extreme Path Glorious Dragon Emperor. Dragon Lord Ning descended onto the battlefield at sea, radiating overwhelming power. Just with the aura of dragon power she emitted, she suppressed the souls of countless demon beasts. As one of the 72 great demon kings, Leviathan had reached the emperor body, 3rd stage, but under the pressure of Dragon Lord Ning's aura, its mental state also became tense. After a moment of silence, Leviathan lifted its massive head again, its voice dripping with sinister amusement. Domain of Calamity. In an instant, a raging storm surged over the sea, the cold seawater turned pitch black, like boiling molten oil, thick and pungent. This is Leviathan's domain power, everyone be careful, don't let the poisonous gas of calamity invade your lungs. The Air Force of the Empire of Flames rode their respective flying beast companions, flapping their wings to disperse the surrounding black decay gas. This black decay gas, once it invaded the human lungs, would lead to organ failure, and even the concentration of soul power would decrease, significantly weakening the ability to control beasts in battle. Leviathan's title is God of Calamity at Sea, and as the name implies, its innate divine power centers around calamity and the sea. Over the sea, the water is the fastest medium for spreading viruses. The black decay gas, infused with the power of calamity, would splash towards the sky under the onslaught of waves, causing tremendous trouble for the Empire's air force. Dragon Lord Ning stood firm upon the dragon's claw. In front of the public, she always appeared calm and composed, bringing hope to the world. Splash! 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 Pei Yingrou stood behind Dragon Lord Ning, listening to the sound of her heartbeat. With only half a heart, every battle she fights is a tremendous strain. Dragon Lord Ning delayed to make a move, which made Leviathan guess something. Its vigilance lessened, and it spoke in a mocking tone. Empress of Flames, 18 years ago, you survived by luck, but your injuries have never healed, right? Dragon Lord Ning frowned slightly. Leviathan grew even more excited. That's right, your human race's physiological mechanism, if it does not rely on beast masters, is as fragile as paper. And we demons.
Leviathan suddenly let out a wild roar, raising a black tsunami as thick as a city wall, sweeping towards Dragon Lord Ning. In that instant, you could not distinguish between the sky and the ocean, as the pitch-black clouds and dark waves mixed together, making the whole world seem to fall into a bottomless quagmire. The power of calamity seeped into Dragon Lord Ning's snowy white skin, injected into her blood, and launched an assault towards her half-broken, powerless heart. At this moment, the strength Leviathan displayed had already surpassed the peak strength it had during the Celestial Spiral War 18 years before. This is the greatest advantage demons have compared to humans. Terrifying physiological mechanism. In terms of reproduction speed, an inconspicuous beast nest, the month-on-month increase of new life can match the population birth rate of humanity for an entire year. In terms of recovery speed, as long as a beast does not die, no matter how serious the injury, given enough time, it can return to its peak, and even has a certain probability of surpassing its limits, resulting in genetic mutations, making it stronger than its peak self. The desolate sea god, Leviathan, is one such example. During the Battle of the Star Vortex, it sustained very serious injuries. At that time, its entire body was besieged and shattered by the high-level beast masters of humanity. But it held on to the last bit of life and survived. After 18 years of recovery, it has adapted to its shattered body and developed even more powerful skills, with the strength of its domain power exceeding that of its past self. In contrast, Dragon Lord Ning, the injury she suffered in the Battle of the Star Vortex remain unresolved and cannot heal. Especially her heart, which is only half intact. If it were the physiological mechanism of a beast, even if the heart was only a third left, it could still recover completely over the river of time. It could even abandon its heart entirely and use other organs to replace its function, returning to its peak. But the physiological mechanism of humans is doomed to be unable to achieve this step. In the Battle of the Star Vortex, although both sides suffered significant losses, the recovery ability and revival speed of the beast race far exceed that of the bloodline genetically restricted humanity. In Leviathan's eyes, a bloodthirsty desire ignited. It knows that Dragon Lord Ning's biggest weakness is her broken heart. The power of disaster surged wildly, penetrating through pores and skin, constantly invading towards Dragon Lord Ning's heart. A mere imperial body dares to covet this emperor's life? Dragon pupils flickered with cold light, a layer of shimmering golden dragon scales condensed on the surface of Dragon Lord Ning's fair skin. For beast masters of this level, they have long been able to share power with their beasts. Countless dragon souls suddenly appeared behind Dragon Lord Ning, emitting a dragon roar that shattered the sky, instantly dispersing all the power of disaster. This woman, how can she still be so strong? With a slight movement, Dragon Lord Ning put immense pressure on Leviathan. It had to admit that it underestimated Dragon Lord Ning's current strength. After the Battle of the Star Vortex, Dragon Lord Ning's strength indeed plummeted, with only half a heart left, her power was only half of her peak. Even so, she was still an emperor-level beast master. Even so, the dragon she contracted was also the strongest existence among the three holy beasts' bloodlines. Even so, she is the strongest empress in the history of humanity. Dragon Soul Unity. Dragon Lord Ning clapped her hands, and endless soul power surged out from this perfect body. Standing behind her, Pei Yingrou had his first profound realization of the Emperor-tier Beast Master. This woman's soul power density is like an inexhaustible ocean. Wait. The meaning of Dragon Soul Unity is double dragon fusion. Under Dragon Lord Ning's feet, the black and white twin dragons let out a wild roar, their enormous bodies entwining as if day and night were deeply embracing each other. Starlight burst forth, dragon flames obscured the sky. When Pei Yingrou opened his eyes again, the black and white twin dragons had perfectly fused. Pei Yingru's divine hand brushed over a golden dragon scale, as if he were in an ancient time of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Everywhere he looked was the brilliance scattered by deities. This is the beast master of the star god level. This is the pinnacle of the dragon race's combat power. Extreme Radiance Dragon Emperor. By Dragon Lord Ning's side, 2 dragons had long been residing. One dragon's scales were as white as snow, named the Extreme Day Radiant Dragon, symbolizing the blazing passion of the day, yet it loved to doze off. The other dragon's scales were as black as ink, named the Eternal Night Earth Burial Dragon, representing the Night of the Abyss. Vigorously energetic, staying up all night is no problem at all. However, these 2 dragons are essentially the same dragon. Just like humans, they are always divided into a surface and a dark side unknown to others. Dragon bloodline, truly worthy of being the top of the 3 sacred beasts, this damn sense of oppression. Twin Dragon Soul, Extreme Way Radiant Dragon Emperor. The strongest beast master of the Dragon Clan. This trip to Tianji Island, although risky, to have the fortune to witness the great form of the Extreme Way Radiant Dragon Emperor, is a huge profit. Chapter 60, Demon King's 3 Extremes, Greed, Hatred, and Ignorance. On the battlefield at sea. The strongest creature of the Dragon Clan, when it appeared, shocked the souls of the world. At Tianji Island, everyone momentarily forgot how dangerous their situation was, all deeply attracted by the great form of the extreme way radiant dragon emperor.
If one were to use words, how would one describe the dragon's form?
The golden starlight it radiated was too dazzling, making ordinary human eyes unable to stare directly at it, only able to squint and look up, vaguely glimpsing a blurry outline of this thing should only exist in the heavens.
Oh, it looks like an endless golden star mountain. This is the feeling that Pei Yingrou felt in his heart.
The form of the extreme way radiant dragon emperor stood like an endless mountain of stars, towering and winding.
Countless dragon scales moved slightly with each dragon's breath, reflecting the brilliant starlight from the cosmic galaxy.
So when you try to observe this dragon from the perspective of an outsider, an absurd thought must arise in your heart. Such a great creature must come from the depths of the universe beyond Earth. The dragon clan, in terms of appearance and strength, does not look like a life that Earth civilization could nurture.
Twin dragon soul, glowing in union.
At this moment, Dragon Herder Ning had Pei Yingrou protected behind her, as if stepping on a huge, long star mountain, towering over the battlefield. With just one look, she could suppress the soul of Leviathan, causing the concentration of its demonic energy to suddenly drop. About the extreme way radiant dragon emperor, the Empire of Yensha has a saying.
Divided into two, demonstrating error tolerance. Merged into one, demonstrating operation.
Whenever the black and white twin dragons merge, it means Dragon Herder Ning is about to start operating. After that battle, this woman's strength has been halved. Why does she still possess such power? The greatest weakness of humanity, aging, illness, and death. But in this world, everything follows the law of conservation.
The greatest strength of humanity, indomitable will. During the era of beast mastery, there is a huge physiological gap between both sides, but why can humans still defend the last pure land over 1,000 years? When the body reaches its limit, the will always leads these passionate beast masters to break through the encirclement again and again.
The situation is not favorable, it seems I must give up.
Leviathan's unwilling gaze swept over Pei Yingrou behind Dragon Herder Ning.
It hated Pei Yingrou's crimson eyes. Because these crimson eyes awakened its memories of fear from the past. In the Tianqing Spiral War, humanity's 9 divine beast masters led the charge, fighting bloodily against the demon god lord, Francis. For the beast camp, that battle was the most feared by them, especially the crimson-eyed woman among the 9 gods. The world's #1 undead beast master, Pei Yingrou. Monsters have an extremely sharp sense of smell, and the moment Leviathan saw Pei Yingrou, it smelled a familiar scent, which filled it with an innate fear deep in its bones and soul. Theoretically, killing Pei Yingrou would sever the future of the Empire of Yensha. But at this moment, facing the Empress of Yensha, Dragon Herder Ning, Leviathan was simply not her opponent and had to give up, momentarily evading the sharpness.
Oh no, my body.
Leviathan's reaction was a step too slow, its shattered body was bound and locked by the powerful dragon force fluctuations, unable to move. Long Jun Ning's low and cold voice pierced through its soul like a sharp sword. From the moment you prepared to strike at him, you should be ready to die without a burial place.
Long Jun Ning's starting point was naturally to protect the future of Yensha, rather than Pei Yingrou himself. But her actions did indeed protect Pei Yingrou. Domain, activate.
Long Jun Ning whispered commandingly, her limitless soul power surged like a vast ocean, creating waves that pounded fiercely. The extreme path glorious dragon emperor raised its head and roared in anger, a mysterious and awe-inspiring domain power unfolded in an instant.
In Pei Yingrou's vision, black and white dragon flames appeared.
The black dragon flame covered half the sky, bringing eternal night to this world. The white dragon flame occupied the other half, painting extreme day across this world. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world was divided in two, making day and night coexist in death.
Then, Leviathan let out a painful wail. My soul. So painful. It's about to split apart.
The howl of the imperial beast echoed across the battlefield.
Its head was being pulled in different directions by day and night.
Its soul was being gradually torn apart by transparent dragon claws, one half thrown into the shining white extreme day, the other half thrown into the pitch-black abyss of eternal night.
This was the domain power of the extreme path glorious Dragon Emperor. Tear of the Realm, Dragon Emperor's Rend.
Once this domain was activated, it would 100% lock onto the target's soul and tear it apart, ensuring it would never be reborn. One of the 72 great demon kings, Leviathan, couldn't withstand even a single move in front of the Yensha Empress Long Jun Ning. This scene fell into Pei Yingrou's eyes, causing the blood within him to boil. Although Pei Yingrou didn't harbor any good feelings for Long Jun Ning, at this moment, he was deeply impressed by the power this woman displayed. Long Jun Ning of the Royal Emperor rank has reached such a terrifying level of power. What would the strength of my mother, at the god tier, be like before her fall?
Pei Yingrou's imagination was limited, he could not fathom Pei Yingrou's power at her peak.
The god tier, also known as the god-level beast master, is the pinnacle of the beast master ranks. Before the celestial star-tide battle, humanity had 9 gods. After the battle, humanity had no gods left. A royal emperor like Long Junning was currently the top fighting force of humanity. And she only had half a heart left. Leviathan's life force quickly faded, it could not resist the oppression of Tyr of the realm, Dragon Emperor's rend, and its soul was about to shatter. At this moment, a surge of blood-red demonic energy rose from the seabed, transforming into countless fangs rushing toward Long Junning. Long Junning urged her soul power, and the extreme path glorious Dragon Emperor violently flicked its tail. The divine dragon waved its tail, dragon flame showering across the sky, burning through countless demonic fangs. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rose and fell, gradually dissipating in the thick smoke. The battlefield on the sea returned to calm. Leviathan disappeared. The demonic beast legion also vanished. Pei Yingrou focused and couldn't help but worry. My lord, you've bled. It's nothing. Crimson dragon blood flowed down Long Junning's wrist, swirling at her fingertips. On her arm, a wound in the shape of a bite mark was revealed, caused by the fangs of the demonic energy just now. In a one-on-one situation, there were only a handful of beasts capable of injuring Long Junning. That demonic energy just now was terrifying. It must have been a beast at the star god tier. In today's world, among the 72 great demon kings of the beast faction, the top 3 kings are on a different level altogether. These 3 are collectively known as the 3 extremes of the demon king. They represent greed, anger, and delusion. The demonic energy fangs just now came from the anger king, Sicily. In the desolate safety sea, Leviathan, in a posture of making mistakes, submitted under a blood-red phantom. Lord Sicily, I underestimated the strength of the Yensha Empress, I know I was wrong. A hint of sarcastic coldness appeared on the face of the blood-red phantom. Leviathan, I said it long ago. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are indeed the greatest weaknesses of humankind. But you must never underestimate their will. Leviathan nodded heavily. I understand, and thank you, Lord Sicily, for saving me, otherwise, I would have. The Scarlet Shadow pondered for a moment and then spoke, about the genius Pei Yingrou from the Summer Flame Empire. I have investigated, he is indeed the son of that woman. That woman, no wonder they all have red eyes. Chapter 61, I and the Empress stranded on a deserted island. On the battlefield at sea. This battle came quickly and left just as fast. The air still carried the lingering scarlet demonic energy. Dragon Lord Ning's keen senses told her that it was the Wrath King, Sicily, one of the demon kings, who rescued the disaster sea god, Leviathan. The demon race, having lost their supreme leader, the demon god Francis, still held enough power among the 3 demon kings to suppress humanity to a certain extent. Your Majesty, are you hurt? Pei Yingrou asked cautiously. It's nothing. Dragon Lord Ning's wounds healed at a visible rate, and her health did not diminish at all. If any other beast master were to be scratched by the fangs of the Wrath King, Sicily, they would instantly turn to ashes, their health completely depleted. This brings us to Dragon Lord Ning's unique SSS level talent, Dragon Spring Blood Sea. When this woman activates her talent, both her beasts and she will gain infinite health, equivalent to being immortal. Though this talent is powerful, it cannot repair the severe injury Dragon Lord Ning sustained during the Tianqing spiral battle. The half-heart pounding in her chest, no matter how much time passes, could never return to its original state. However, even with her power reduced to half of its peak, Sicily still dared not recklessly challenge her head-on. Sicily chose to execute a sneak attack, saving Leviathan beneath Dragon Lord Ning's domain, which proves that in today's world, Dragon Lord Ning is the last defense of humanity. But how long can this old defense hold? The beast army retreated, the crisis alert was lifted. Just as people relaxed their vigilance and sighed in relief, a sudden change in the sky made everyone's hearts leap into their throats again. What a piercing dragon roar! Why has the sky turned into a blood sea? I feel so dizzy. In an instant, a strange phenomenon arose. The recently cleared sky was dyed blood-red by thick, viscous dragon blood. The emotions of the Supreme Dragon Emperor became irritable, his dragon body shaking violently like the Star Mountain range, stirring up blood-red flames that obscured the skyline. Pei Yingrou showed a look of surprise, his red eyes scanning the dragon eyes of the Supreme Dragon Emperor. Evil energy. Such ferocious evil energy. As one of the 3 holy beasts, why does this dragon emit such an evil aura? The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin are known as the 3 holy beasts of the Summer Flame Empire, representing the ancient mythological bloodline of the Summer Flame. Pei Yingrou contracted the phoenix, so he understood the phoenix bloodline. The phoenix bloodline symbolizes absolute justice. Even if the black phoenix is filled with resentment and is a necromancer beast, its fighting will is to protect, not for pure slaughter. In this era, pure-blood Qilin beasts may be extinct, but everyone in the Summer Flame Empire knows that Qilin symbolizes good fortune and peace, with all skills focused on defense and purification, having no relation to evil. The dragon, in contrast, is the highest existence among the 3 holy beasts in comprehensive strength and status. Logically, it should radiate a stronger sense of justice than the phoenix and Qilin.
Yet at this moment, the Supreme Dragon Emperor inexplicably became furious. Every breath of dragon breath released contained boundless evil power. Shocked, Pei Yingrou instinctively associated one term: dragons have innate evil. In contrast, the phoenix and the qilin struggle to make a terrifying expression. But when the dragon turns fierce, its primal wildness can indiscriminately attack anyone's heart. Your Majesty, what are you looking for?
Pei Yingrou pulled himself from his daze, noticing that Long Juning, who usually appeared indifferent and aloof, showed a hint of panic on her stunning face.
What is this woman panicking about?
In front of the Emperor Beast, she didn't even blink. Yet now she looked uneasy, her right fingers instinctively touching the storage ring on her left pinky.
Your Majesty, your eyes.
Long Juning's dragon pupils suddenly erupted with an extreme evil aura, causing Pei Yingrou, who was closest to her, to shudder in fear. At that moment, a voice came from the sea.
Your Majesty, you forgot to bring your medicine.
On the sea, a Yinxia navy warship floated.
Zhang Mian looked weak, holding a delicate little medicine bottle, shouting desperately toward the sky.
To save Pei Yingrou, Long Juning had rushed out and forgotten to take the forbidden medicine she must take after every battle. Fortunately, Zhang Mian, who was meticulous, personally brought the medicine to the battlefield after activating the teleportation array.
Medicine. Oh no! There's no time. Without timely medication, an old illness instantly flared up.
The Supreme Dragon Emperor let out a long howl as the dragon's power swept across the battlefield, causing beast tamers below the 7th rank to faint on the spot. Beast tamers above the 7th rank also lost their combat ability, their bodies weak and their soul power sealed.
Damn, what is this woman doing? Long Juning, please wake up, quickly wake up. This was Pei Yingrou's first time calling Long Juning by her full name.
But the old illness had taken control, and Long Juning had already lost her consciousness. After a storm of dragon power, silence returned over the sea.
Zhang Mian anxiously called out towards the end of the sea. Pei Yingrou. Long Juning. The ruler of the Yinxia Empire and the future of the Yinxia Empire both vanished at the same time. Deep night, frost falling. In an unknown sea area.
On an uncharted deserted island.
In a damp and cold cave, Pei Yingrou gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his heavy eyelids. You're awake. Your Majesty, where are we? I don't know the exact coordinates, but it seems to be a desolate island.
Pei Yingrou rubbed his hot forehead, trying to recall what had happened before he fainted. He only remembered that Long Juning had driven back Leviathan and saved him. As for Long Juning exploding with an old illness and causing a strange dragon power storm, he had no impression of that. Next, an awkward atmosphere silently spread in the dark air.
Pei Yingrou couldn't hold back first. Your Majesty, why are you looking at me with that kind of eyes? I am a good citizen, I love my country very much. I watch Wolf Warrior 2-3 times every night, and every time I help an old lady cross the road, cough cough, I misspoke, I mean help, help. Even though Pei Yingrou had lived 2 lives and was mature and steady, facing the highest authority of the Yinxia Empire in such a small space made him feel nervous and uneasy. At this moment, Long Juning's feelings were complex. She remembered that when her old illness flared up and she couldn't control dragon rage, she had swept Pei Yingrou into the center of the dragon power storm. Dragon flames and wind blades had cut across Pei Yingrou's cheek, a drop of blood splattered, landing right on Long Juning's lips. The blood slid into her mouth, and in that instant, Long Juning regained her sanity. This kid's blood is better than the locking dragon pill, it can take effect instantly and suppress my dragon rage symptoms. Pei Yingrou, is this fate?
You have fallen, but your son, just like you back then, has stumbled into my life. This was Long Juning's inner world.
And Pei Yingrou's inner world.
It's late, I and the Empress are stranded on a deserted island.
Being in the same room. Damn. This angle. Don't look, absolutely don't look. If you do, it's over.
After a storm of dragon power, Long Juning seemed quite disheveled, her magnificent long dress was shredded by the wind blades, and soaked by seawater, revealing endless spring scenery. Especially around her chest area, which made Pei Yingrou recall a profound saying. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you.
Pei Yingrou, do you not want your eyeballs anymore? Pei Yingrou was almost crying.
After all, any vigorous real man could not help but steal a glance.
Your Majesty, I seem to have suddenly gone blind. I can't see. Where are you? It's so dark, I'm so scared. Beneath the poor acting was a desperate will to survive. Chapter 62, Face Off Against the Empress, the Dragon-Slaying Battle.
In the pitch-black cave, a long silence fell. Long Juning leaned against the cold rock wall, closed her eyes to rest, too lazy to pay attention to Pei Yingrou beside her. Pei Yingrou stood up, preparing to leave the cave, to observe the terrain and attempt to study the location of this island. Long Juning's indifferent voice came, Zhang Muyan can locate my position, but it's too dark now, her body is weakened by the night's chill, and she cannot activate the teleportation array.
Once day breaks, we can return to the empire of Yinxia. Pei Yingrou breathed a sigh of relief, so the sovereign is already prepared. In the dark, Pei Yingrou's red pupils shone like blood, attracting Long Juning's attention. Every time she saw Pei Yingrou, it reminded her of that woman. The smell of blood? Your Majesty, your body. Long Juning's lips once again overflowed with blood, and a trace of pain flashed across her beautiful face. She instinctively covered her chest. Each heartbeat of that incomplete heart within her chest was so difficult. For her, every battle triggered the dragon rage syndrome, and only medication could alleviate it. If medication was not timely taken, after the dragon rage broke out, the half-heart inside would bear the pressure of complications, leading to heart bleeding. This usually imposing Empress of Yinxia now revealed a vulnerable side in this damp, cramped cave. Pei Yingrou, a demon-level beast has set its sights on you, you should know what this means. Your Majesty, I understand. This time, I personally intervened to save you. You should also understand what this means. Yeah, I understand too. Communication among smart people does not need every word to be clarified. Pei Yingrou knew that the talent he displayed now posed a potential threat and hidden danger to the Beast Clan, so for the Beast Clan, it was vital to eradicate the root. And Long Juning, as the Empress of Yinxia, was not hesitant to use her injured body to personally save Pei Yingrou, which showed she had seen him as the future of the Empire of Yinxia. Pei Yingrou understood all of this in his heart. Perhaps it was the midnight darkness and the familiar child beside her that triggered Long Juning's memories once more. Her dragon eyes focused on Pei Yingrou's youthful and innocent face. Do you hate me? The sudden question left Pei Yingrou in a daze. Ha? Do you hate me or not? Answer me. This was a question from the highest ruler of the Empire of Yinxia. Pei Yingrou opened his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitated. He could not lie. Because on this topic, he could not deceive his own heart. But he could not tell the truth. Because telling the truth would be treasonous. Your reaction is very genuine, I know you must hate me. Long Juning hadn't talked about her heart with anyone for a long time. That night, facing Pei Yingrou, she couldn't help but pour out her feelings. Pei Yingrou was once a legendary beast master who accomplished great deeds for the Empire of Yinxia, with a glorious battle record and countless merits. But after Pei Yingrou died in battle, the country did not provide any pension for her only son. In the scorching summer of the contemporary Yinxia, the ruler of the nation paid no attention to him. Pei Yingrou, if I were you, I would also hate Dragon Queen Ning, that woman. Dragon Queen Ning said this as she glanced at Pei Yingrou, who was clenching his fists with his head lowered. She could feel the hidden hatred from Pei Yingrou's restrained demeanor. Anyone who took Pei Yingrou's perspective, how could they not hate this country? How could they not hate that woman, Dragon Queen Ning? As the son of a heroic martyr, Pei Yingrou had never received any care. He had been humiliated by the father and son, Pei Shan and Pei Donlai, for 18 years, living with the script of being the abandoned child of his family, struggling to survive, enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. All this pain was the reason why Pei Yingrou hated Dragon Queen Ning. Your Majesty, since you've spoken your mind, I can no longer hold back. Pei Yingrou was emotionally agitated, standing up. His handsome face looked somewhat twisted at this moment. My mother fought and won thousands of wars for the Yinxia Empire, saving it from danger countless times. She died in battle 18 years ago. As the ruler of Yinxia, not only did you fail to set up a monument for her in the Yinxia Imperial Tomb, but you also ignored her son, who was just under a month old, that is, me, Pei Yingrou. In the past 18 years, when have you ever come to see me? If I hadn't carved a bloody path out of the darkness, if I wasn't the top scholar in the country, if I wasn't the #1 on the Tianyun ranking, if I hadn't killed the Chaitian Xuanzang in one strike. You, Dragon Queen Ning, would never have looked at me even once, not even for a glance. Just because you despise my mother, you despise me too. Pei Yingrou ranted, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, he had completely ignored Dragon Queen Ning's status as the Empress of Yinxia. He was angry like a little lion, venting his emotions towards an elder who couldn't speak up. Have you said enough? Pei Yingrou forced himself to calm down, pursing his lips in silence, like a child sulking against a parent. Now it's my turn to speak. Pei Yingrou's life can be described as magnificent. Her merits were seen by the people of Yinxia, I don't need to elaborate, nor do I deserve to cover them up. But do you know her faults? Pei Yingrou frowned tightly. What mistake did my mother make? The battle of the Tianqing Whirlpool, everyone knows. But on the eve of the Tianqing Whirlpool battle, your mother, Pei Yingrou, launched a dragon-slaying war. Pei Yingrou's heart suddenly trembled violently. What? Dragon slaying. At first, Pei Yingrou thought he had misheard because the words dragon slaying were too unfamiliar to him. The dragon, phoenix, and Shilin, these three ancient mythical bloodlines, were the totems of the Yinxia Empire, symbolizing justice and light. The people of Yinxia, generation after generation, only had trust, reverence, and worship for these three bloodlines.
But in Dragon Queen Ning's mouth, Pei Xingye's mother, Pei Chuzhuang, had actually initiated a dragon slaying war.
Dragon slaying. My mother slayed dragons. How could this be?
Pei Xingye felt dizzy, his mind in chaos.
Dragon Queen Ning's voice came from his ear. People often say that merits and faults balance each other.
But as for the dragon slaying war, your mother's fault cannot be compensated by all her merits in her life.
After all, after the dragon slaying war, the Tianqing Whirlpool battle broke out.
If your mother hadn't slayed the dragon, perhaps in the Tianqing Whirlpool battle, the human race could have won a great victory, rather than ending with the tragic result of the fall of all 9 gods.
Pei Chuzhuang, the most controversial figure in the Yanxia Empire.
She was Yanxia's hero, but also the sinner of the human race.
Another silence. Pei Xingye's eyes glistened with tears. So you hate her because my mother slayed the dragon? Dragon Queen Ning firmly shook her head. No, it's not that. Then why do you hate her? Dragon Queen Ning hesitated. She couldn't even remember why she hated Pei Chuzhuang anymore. Pei Xingye clenched his fists and couldn't help but ask. Did my mother really slay dragons? Your Majesty, did you personally witness my mother slaying dragons?
But even if you did witness it with your own eyes, does that mean what you saw with your eyes?
Is it really the truth? Long Junning's expression was blank, lost in memories. 18 years ago. On the eve of the Star Whirlpool War. When Long Junning arrived at Tianwang Mountain, she saw Pei Chuzhuang standing at the edge of the cliff.
Pei Chuzhuang's clothes were stained red with dragon blood. Below the cliff, dragon corpses were scattered everywhere.
Pei Chuzhuang, are you crazy?
Ning, sometimes, what the eyes see is not the truth.
But I have no time to explain.
Long Junning could never forget Pei Chuzhuang's firm and fearless eyes. However, there was no time to investigate all the details of the dragon-slaying war before the Star Whirlpool War broke out. Whether it was the truth or a misunderstanding, no one could verify it. Because after the Star Whirlpool War, the so-called dragon slayer Pei Chuzhuang had fallen. Did Pei Chuzhuang really slay dragons? Or was it a setup by someone? The secrets on the bodies of the dead are often the hardest to uncover. 18 years ago, the Star Whirlpool War seemed like a bottomless whirlpool, entwining everyone's destiny, playing with everyone's emotions.
Chapter 63, The Three Gods of Summer Fire, Regrets of the Era.
That night, in this small, cramped cave, Long Junning's few words describing a part of Pei Chuzhuang's past made Pei Xingye's mind explode, thoughts swirling in chaos.
Who would have thought that on the eve of the Star Whirlpool War, atop the most mysterious Tianwang Mountain in the Summer Fire Empire, a dragon-slaying battle painted the landscape with dragon blood? The secrecy measures of the dragon-slaying war were more stringent than those of the Star Whirlpool War. Although the world did not know the details of the Star Whirlpool War, at least they knew of its existence. And in this world, those who knew about the dragon-slaying war were either dead, lost their memory, or very few were still alive. Long Junning did not expose this dragon-slaying war, but the consequences of Pei Chuzhuang's dragon-slaying indeed harmed the entire dragon race and severely interfered with the outcome of the Star Whirlpool War. My mother, how could she possibly slay dragons? There must be another story behind the dragon-slaying war. It must be made clear. Puff. Just as Pei Xingye was about to continue asking, Long Junning suddenly leaned forward, her crimson lips spitting out a mouthful of thick black blood. Your Majesty. Old wounds had flared up again, and Long Junning felt weak, but thankfully the darkness in the cave hid her pale and exhausted face, preserving a hint of dignity for the Empress of Summer Fire. Pei Xingye's hand of divine touch once again held Long Junning's wrist. Such serious internal injuries. How has she survived these 18 years with only half a heart? Long Junning, as the ruler of the Summer Fire Empire, had to hold on, even if she was struggling. It's just an old wound, there's no need to worry, I've gotten used to it. Long Junning's voice held a calm that looked down on life and death. In the darkness, Pei Xingye once again examined this captivating beauty. Without a doubt, she was the most beautiful woman in the Summer Fire Empire, without equal. Her features were so delicate it was hard to believe she was real, as if a god had personally sculpted a work of art. However, this most beautiful face of Summer Fire always wore a look that kept others at bay. Ironically, it was this strong sense of disdain for the world that gave her an aura of sacredness, untouched by dust. Just stepping onto the battlefield, even if she did not strike, would cause an invisible pressure on the monstrous army. Pei Xingye, you are one of the few people in this world who can see my embarrassing side. Your Majesty, can you return to your peak? Peak? Ha ha. Hearing the word peak, Long Junning lowered her head, shaking it, the blood spreading from the corner of her lips mingling with endless bitterness and sorrow. The truth is, when has this woman ever reached her peak? In fact, compared to Pei Chuzhuang, Pei Xingye knew more about Long Junning. After all, Pei Xingye was not even a month old when Pei Chuzhuang fell. At the same time, 99% of the information about Pei Chuzhuang all belong to the state's blocked secrets, not to be disclosed.
And Long Junning, she is the monarch of the Yanxia Empire, forever standing in the spotlight, appearing in headline news, so any Yanxia citizen clearly knows about this female emperor's past. This Yanxia female emperor is actually very young. Young does not refer to her age, but specifically to her length of reign. Before the Great War of the Celestial Spiral began, the monarch of the Yanxia Empire was named Long Junyan. Long Junyan, Pei Yingrou, and Sang Xian are known as the three divine beasts of Yanxia. In the vast Yanxia Empire, clearly rich in talent, only these three legendary beastmasters emerged. Meanwhile, each of the other 6 nations produced only one.
This is the worth of the divinity.
Long Junning's rank is only that of a beast emperor, and she is the younger sister of Long Junyan. If we compare the 4 together, Long Junning's strength is indeed one level lower. But she is the youngest. Moreover, her talent and potential only need patient training. It won't take long before she can step into the ranks of the divine beasts. By then, the Yanxia Empire will welcome the glorious era of the 4 divine beasts shrouding the sky. However, the development of the story always goes against expectations. The dragon-slaying war broke out, causing Long Junning to suffer from dragon rage syndrome, halting her cultivation. Immediately afterward, the Great War of the Celestial Spiral descended, and Long Junyan, Pei Yingrou, and Sang Xian all perished, marking the fall of the 3 divine beasts of Yanxia. Suffering from dragon rage syndrome, with only half a heart left, and bearing multiple old injuries, Long Junning was forced to ascend the throne in sorrow, replacing her deceased brother and becoming the monarch of the Yanxia Empire. In other words, this woman, at her prime, ended the opportunity for promotion, lost her elder brother, endured severe physical injuries, yet had to ascend the throne in pain, single-handedly supporting the darkest era of the Yanxia Empire.
Pei Yingrou asked her if she could return to her peak? The peak?
At that time, she hadn't even had a chance to step into her own peak before she fell into decline.
Flowers may blossom again, and people may again be young. Long Junning's dragon eyes revealed deep regret. The peak?
Such a strange word.
I've never even seen the peak version of myself.
No one could imagine how strong this woman would be if she ascended to the divine beast level. But this woman knows in her heart, with only half a heart left, she can never break through to become a divine beast. The fall of the 3 divine beasts of Yanxia is a significant regret for the Yanxia Empire.
And Long Junning's failure to reach the divine beast rank is yet another major regret for the Yanxia Empire, isn't it? This regret largely involves Pei Yingrou. After all, the dragon-slaying war was initiated by Pei Yingrou.
However, for Long Junning, her dislike for Pei Yingrou does not stem from this. She can guess that she must have lost a part of her memory. But for 18 years, she couldn't recall even a fragment of those lost memories.
Your Majesty, you look very tired, let me lend you my shoulder.
You little brat, how could I fall to needing a man's shoulder?
Cough cough cough.
The weak Long Junning lost control of her body, collapsing into Pei Yingrou's arms, her vision faded to black, and her dragon eyes shut. This woman's colorless face leaned against Pei Yingrou's shoulder, emitting soft snores. Pei Yingrou could smell her delicate body fragrance and feel her soft skin.
The Yanxia Empress is asleep in my arms? This scene feels just like an unreal dream.
Pei Yingrou looked sideways at the moonlight outside the cave, his crimson eyes filled with confusion.
Mom, what really happened between you and Long Junning? The next day,
Pei Yingrou woke up to find the beauty in his arms was gone.
Your Majesty, good morning. After a night of rest, Long Junning's complexion had recovered to rosy.
Around her, the residual shadows of the black and white dragon spirits surrounded her. In non-combat mode, the twin dragon spirits' extreme path of the radiant dragon monarch would split in 2.
White dragon soul, zenith daylight dragon. Black dragon soul, eternal night burial dragon. Pei Yingrou became interested in dragons and couldn't help but ask. My lord, what do dragons eat? Are you asking about the black dragon or the white dragon? The white dragon. Beast crystals and beast blood. What about the black dragon? Beast crystals and beast blood. Pei Yingrou frowned and continued to ask. Does a dragon's poop smell? Are you asking about the black dragon or the white dragon? The white dragon. It stinks. What about the black dragon? Also stinks. Pei Yingrou struggled to keep a straight face but remained persistent. I've heard that the dragon's reverse scale can turn into a sword, is that true? Are you asking about the black dragon or the white dragon? The white dragon. It's true. What about the black dragon? It's also true. Pei Yingrou couldn't hold back any longer. My lord, why do you make me ask the same question twice? Because I am the Empress of Fire Summer. Ah, that's not.
Pei Yingrou lost all rebuttal and strength, his bitter smile very much like a troubled man. Long Junning suddenly stood up, his dragon eyes shining with golden light.
Zhang Muyan is coming, we are preparing to return to the Fire Summer Empire. Chapter 64, The Empress's Reward, a Dragon Egg. Above the desolate sea, a teleportation array surrounded by dragon totems began to spin. The Fire Summer Naval Fleet and Air Force approached this inconspicuous island. Dragon Lord Ning and Pei Yingrou arrived at the shore to meet Jiang Muyan, who was approaching. Jiang Muyan was about the same age as Pei Yingrou, but her stamina was like an old lady on her last legs, not to mention running, she would pant after just a few steps. Yet this weak woman was the most powerful formation master in the Fire Summer Empire. The formation she created changed the battlefield time and again, once earning her a place in the thick record of accomplishments during the time of the three guardians of Fire Summer. "My lord, Xiao Yi, how are you?" Worry filled Jiang Muyan's watery eyes as the sea breeze blew through her white hair, revealing a gentle and graceful face. "Senior Jiang, I'm fine," Pei Yingrou said with a smile while massaging his left shoulder. Jiang Muyan's keen eyes caught it. "You say you're fine, but your shoulder is hurt." "I'm really not hurt, it's just that my left shoulder is sore because last night my lord leaned on me." Pei Yingrou's tongue timely hit the brakes as he sensed the murderous aura radiating from Long Jun Ning. Last night, Long Jun Ning fell asleep due to an old illness, resting her head on Pei Yingrou's shoulder until dawn broke. That's why his left shoulder was sore and numb. On his shoulder, a wisp of Long Jun Ning's hair and an inescapable scent remained. Jiang Muyan took out a medicine bottle from her sleeve and stuffed it into Long Jun Ning's hand, whispering, "My lord, you must never forget to take your medicine from now on." "Got it." After yesterday's battle, did the dragon rage syndrome? "Don't worry, I handled it." Long Jun Ning always appeared cold, seemingly unsociable, but in fact, she did it to prevent those around her from worrying. Next, Pei Yingrou followed Long Jun Ning and used the teleportation array to return to the Fire Summer Empire. Fire Summer Imperial City. Dragon Soul Hall. Pei Yingrou stood in the Grand Hall, feeling dazed. "I thought this woman would send me back to the Chaos Academy, why did she bring me here?" This was Pei Yingrou's first time stepping into the Dragon Soul Hall. This was the highest authority hall of the Fire Summer Empire, where only those who had made great contributions to the empire stood. But Pei Yingrou was just a beginner first-tier beast master. The hall was cleared out, leaving only Long Jun Ning sitting on the throne and Jiang Muyan standing beside her, while Pei Yingrou looked around, confused. "Pei Yingrou, let's get to the point. In this challenge match, you defeated the top genius of the East Sakura Empire, Chaitian Xuanzang, representing our Fire Summer Empire to restore its honor. I should reward you. I give you a chance, what reward do you want?" Pei Yingrou thought for a moment and lifted his crimson eyes. "My lord, can I mention my mother regarding the reward?" Long Jun Ning paused for a moment and nodded, "All right. I heard that my mother wrote many books about the beast masters of the dead. And all these books are collected in the Yanxia Library. So I want to ask the Lord of the Nation for permission to enter the Yanxia Library. A Yanxia Library holds half of the nation's history of beast mastery. This single sentence can express the value of this library. Not only Pei Yingrou but also the former emperor of Yanxia, Long Junyan, and the greatest beast master, Sang Xian, whose methods of evolution and beast control are all included in the Yanxia Library. Among them, the small tricks for nurturing the three sacred beasts, the dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin, are all recorded. Pei Yingrou's idea is simple. Instead of researching a new beast control technique by himself, it is better to first learn from the experiences of his predecessors, standing on their shoulders to create even more powerful beast control techniques. Your suggestion is good, I will send someone to help you obtain a token that allows you to enter and exit the Yanxia Library freely. Whenever you have a break, you can enter the Yanxia Library and browse any books at will." Pei Yingrou replied excitedly, "Thank you, Lord of the Nation." Long Jun Ning saw through Pei Yingrou's little thoughts at a glance and reminded him in a lazy voice, "The information on the Battle of the Star Vortex and the Battle of Dragon Slaying is personally kept by me, and there's none in the Yanxia Library." Seeing the disappointment flash in Pei Yingrou's eyes, Long Jun Ning's lips curled up, a smug look on her face, like a parent handling a child. "Lord of the Nation, may I take my leave now?" Pei Yingrou turned around, walking toward the door of the hall, mumbling in his heart. "Should I first ask the dean for leave and spend 2 days in the Yanxia Library before returning to the Chaos Academy?" Pei Yingrou's thirst for knowledge corresponds to his obsession with becoming stronger. The beast control technique treasured by the Yanxia Library encompasses the essence of 1,000 years of beast control civilization for the whole nation. Pei Yingrou only needs to stretch out his divine hand while browsing books. He can directly imprint the knowledge from the books into his mind and comprehend it. This will lead to a qualitative leap in Pei Yingrou's improvement. Pei Yingrou. As Pei Yingrou stepped out of the Dragon Soul Hall, a voice from Long Jun Ning came from behind. "Times are changing, and the future is unpredictable. I value you highly, but I cannot give you too much time." Pei Yingrou understood instantly. Given the current situation of the Yanxia Empire and the entire human race, a great war could break out at any time. Pei Yingrou is seen as the future of the Yanxia Empire.
But right now, he is just a first-tier beast master.
The time left for his growth is not much.
Pei Yingrou turned around, his red pupils shining with star-like brilliance. Lord of the nation, I will grow at the fastest speed, and I won't let you and Yanxia wait too long.
About your mother.
Lord of the nation, rest assured, I am the son of Pei Yingrou, and I am also a son of Yanxia. Regardless of the grievances and grudges between Long Junning and Pei Yingrou, they are both people of Yanxia.
Pei Yingrou is the son of Pei Yingrou, but he is also a person of Yanxia.
For Pei Yingrou, the Pei family's small home is already broken and worn. From now on, he can only do his best to protect this great home called Yanxia. Long Junning was moved. Pei Yingrou's mature mindset made her feel gratified. After hesitating for a moment, Long Junning waved her hand. Come back, I will give you one more thing. Pei Yingrou returned to the Great Hall. Long Junning flicked her wrist, and the Dragon Emperor ring opened its storage space, summoning an egg. This egg looked pitch black all over, with dense cracks spreading on its surface, showing no sign of life inside, spreading a heavy decaying aura throughout the hall.
Pei Yingrou's pupils constricted. This egg. Long Junning, a dragon egg.
Zhang Mian looked at Long Junning with a strange expression, for this action of Long Junning shattered her perception of her. It should be known that Pei Yingrou was the initiator of the Battle of Dragon Slaying, a sinner who slayed dragons.
And Long Junning?